can't keep 'em out. When a Westerner walks into a bar, television on the Middle East corner, walks to the bar with a bit of vodka, there's a bit about war and a bit about Captain America. About 50,000 dead, what a tragic tale, what a moral dilemma. What can we do to help? Say it again and again and again until you vegetate yourself.
I'm going to say one thing. Fuck Trump. It's no longer down with Trump. It's fuck Trump.
I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm
You
doxing
can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
She can't dox me either because I've got myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
My
I'm
middle
doing it
name's
to amuse
Thomas.
myself. Would you like that?
Yeah.
I don't
Does it
mind.
sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures. I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm
You
doxing
can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
She can't dox me either because I've got myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun. I'm
middle
doing it
name's
to amuse
Thomas.
myself. Would you like that?
Yeah.
I don't
Does it
mind.
sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole
Do you
obituary
mean my
thing.
dead
Why not?
nephew?
How about?
Before I fuck you
know-
in the arse, you cunt.
Well, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock
You
accounts. So
wish.
fuck you. You fuck
You
you.
wish.
Piece of fucking shit.
You
Do you want me to send you
little
some up-to-date pictures of
Wow.
everyone bleeding?
cunt.
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date
deliberately.
ones of. I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
Because
out.
you're not getting it.
I can help
I
you out.
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right?
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Jesus.
Failed.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but
A couple of months ago, which world leader did I admire? And I said, Vladimir Putin. I'm not a huge fan of Ukraine.
Fucking morning, Sparkle Farts. Let's try to have a good fucking day today. I mean, we can still tell people to fuck right off when needed, but try to do it with a fucking smile on your face. And maybe don't give everyone the finger. Just the twat waffles that really fucking deserve it. Fuck yeah. Keep spreading the fuckery. Good fucking morning, Sparkle Fart.
Yaga, then at the Benz like Spracker, one bag of weed and Mamba Clark grabber. Hey, gold, your
Yeah.
camera's on, cuz.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I know.
Big up.
I thought I looked presentable
Oh, go on.
enough to sort of. Yeah, not too bad, man. How's everything with you, though?
Sim.
Over here.
Yeah, all good, bro.
Over in
All good.
the Gadless Black. Good stuff, man.
Come on.
Good stuff.
Keeping it, Lord of mercy out.
Do you know what? Yeah, they're saying down with Trump. They're saying down with Trump, down with
Yeah,
Trump,
down with the
Trump.
Trism.
Hold on. Let me just make a point here. Wasn't Obama the one who fucked up things with Medicare? He invaded a number of African country territories and a number of places across the world.
He was the one
And
that
now-
gave the poor, the working class people that Obamacare, as they was calling it, and all that sort of stuff there. So
Yeah. But apparently there was something that went tits up about that. Did you hear about that? Apparently promises were made and things weren't delivered. Promises were made and, what he promised wasn't delivered.
Yeah, but no, because Trump came in after his term and cancelled a lot of the stuff that they said they was going to do, innit?
Yeah, no, that's cool. But don't forget, my man invaded a lot of countries. He had a lot of death against his name and, you could say vices against his presidency. Which were people suffering and, all sorts of things going on. So I don't know how Trump has probably done equal amount of damage to people, but he's been, berated and made an example of all over the internet. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. How Obama was the gift golden child and now Trump's the big villain. It was a bit strange for me. You didn't have anybody screaming down Obama. Oh, Obama, wait a minute, Obama, down with Obama, fuck Obama. They didn't really have that much of that going on. But yeah, interesting how the cookie crumbles when power's in your midst. What's going on, though, Big? You've gone quiet. Was that me? Have I gone quiet? Oh. He's disappeared now. Yeah, so, just remember, when you're screaming down and mocking Trump, just remember, Obama didn't do that much different. He was still known for invading countries, African territories. So, when it comes to all of that, he's just done just as bad as he done worse things. He's done worse things than what Trump's done. Seeing as he ran for how many? Two terms. So, obviously Trump speaking on going and invading different territories, I feel like was where he's. No one wants to see any more war. How much war since the Arab Spring? That's 15 years ago. Tories and Conservatives got us into the country itself, got us into a war that no one even condoned. Everybody condemned that war, and we're left with the Arab Spring, which was what 15 years ago. And yeah, so that's a lot of death and destruction. So whatever Trump is doing now, I don't know how he wouldn't, even if he had a whole 2-3 months to do what he wanted with that military, he still couldn't inflict the same type of damage that whoever ran for that presidency lost, because it's not just the figurehead, it's a whole party behind him. So and the policing during that time was god awful. So during his term in power, Trump Have we had any of these guys? What's his name? The guy getting his neck snapped from, crazy police, maniac, lunatic police officers? I don't know yet. So
Trump's
you've
only
got to
just
just
took
allow
power
it.
this time round, man. So judging Trump's little intro now versus someone's whole term or second term is like, yeah, you have to wait till let's see what happens first of all. Innit? But
Right,
let me slap you this video real quick. Wait, hold. And like goal, you know, huh? I want them
We're
feel
in the building,
alright.
Rise and shine, the nice and early. See what I'm saying?
Play.
Just lying down on my back. Stop lying down and being lazy.
This war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Less tanks that we have provided. Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
Ugh.
Yeah, so what are you saying, man? Gold?
Boy, it grates my soul seeing a dark-skinned person sucking up to whoever is in power. I can't. It grates me, bro. It grates me. I don't want. Honestly, it grates me, cuz it grates me.
Wait, hold on. You can't be talking about how good and how dope Donald Trump is, yeah? Then when we put someone else on talking shit about Donald Trump, you're like, oh, it grates me to see black people. Blah, blah, blah. That fuck's cat, no, cuz.
It grates. Look, regardless. No, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating. I'm not advocating for Trump. I'm just saying, we're blinded by colors. Like Obama and this girl telling you about something. I heard an Asian person talking about conservatives are really loving and caring and compassionate. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Is that the same conservatives that
can we bait it up?
turn the country?
But we're talking about what Kamala Harris literally just said previously.
Yeah,
obviously this is a recording before Donald Trump. Wait, hold on. This is a recording before Donald Trump became president. Kamala Harris is saying, right, if Donald Trump becomes president, he's just going to start kissing Putin's body and letting them do whatever they want in Ukraine and making basically make Ukraine lose the war because, he's not going to start handing out support or make it harder for them and make it look like it's the European only his allies with the Europeans is the only thing that's going to be able to get man to win that war now. You hear me? Like, rather than his allies with the Europeans and the Americans, like NATO, isn't it?
Yeah. So she's trying to almost disqualify him from being part of that space, which is what she's done.
No, she predicted what happened, and that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what is happening. What they made Zelensky go to the White House, put him on camera, and badded him up like he's a Megatron, like this is fucking X Factor. The man's auditioning for a role and shit.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Boy. If you know, my opinion would be a conspiracy theory, so I'm not even going to give that. I forget
What's
about
that?
it. I'd rather not do it.
What's
The
that?
conspiracy theory. Well, Brexit. During Brexit, what do you think Brexit was for? Brexit was for because they wanted support and they didn't get it. And what was the support for? What's been happening? People getting thrown out of the country. People getting the purge, basically. So why haven't Europe supported a purge? Because it was involved the most inhumane acts towards people who aren't able to lift their own weight. So these are disabled people, old people, whatever people can't be a worker bee, was basically indirectly fucking cold. So I think personally, Europe didn't want anything to do with that because they hadn't been inside that situation where they were culling disabled people. Only the Germans and only the Germans and the English have been known for culling people that are disabled just to save money in their own government. So I feel they didn't want anything to do with that. So England and America have seen it as a slight, and and they turned against it. But that's my opinion. That's my opinion. That's from what I can see has gone on. So when we're trying to demonize the Europe, and Zelensky and the Russians, we don't know that full story. So if you would be stupid to try and say that, oh well, them Russians are going to be more of a problem to us
We don't
than
know
our
the full
own.
story. Wait, hold on, bro. Listen, Putin invaded Ukraine first of all, the Crimea thing initially. Then there was a little war. Then there was a agreement reached that was supposed to be the peace treaty or whatever. Putin never gave back their prisoners or whatever, and kept to his terms what was the original peace treaty that was drawn out with the invasion of Ukraine, the second invasion.
Yeah,
And
but that
now
was his
Donald
territory.
Trump
We
wait, hold on, listen. Donald Trump saying to Zelensky that, yo, there's a peace deal on the table and you have to take whatever deal my man's offering. And Zelensky's saying to him, like, bro, what are you talking about? We already had a deal on the table what he didn't stick to. So what's the guarantees that he's going to stick to the other deal? They're not even listening to him saying, like, what's the guarantees? They're trying to tell him, hey, you should just apologize. You're trying to talk to American people like this and blah, 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 blah. Like he's some senator at you guys. Like, you know what I mean? Man just sent him shop to get fucking biscuits and that.
Well,
still.
See all that stuff there is really tricky for me. I still don't know really.
Bro, we're a Putin fan or a Zelensky fan or none, a fan of neither or whatever. Yeah, it's like the basics of the thing is like one country invades another country's sovereign territory. Whose side has violated what side?
Yeah, all right. So now this is what I know about. See, now when you look at the geography of it, that was a territory of Russia, Ukraine.
Let me ask you. Answer that question, bro. One side is a sovereign nation, and another sovereign nation invades that country. Which country is at fault?
The people who have invaded, obviously. And who you say is the people that have been invaded? Who've been invaded right now? Who's been invaded?
Ukraine. Ukraine have been invaded.
What do you mean Ukraine? How's that? Well, why are you trying to?
Ukraine's being invaded by Russia.
Yeah, but you're overlooking recent history. Why are you overlooking recent history? Recent history is that was a Russian territory. That was a Russian territory during the war. So what you forgot about that? That was a Russian territory.
USSR.
Not only 60 years ago. Yeah, it was Russian territory. No.
USSR
That was
Trump times you're talking about. Oh, you're talking
Listen,
about
but before them, the Ukrainians were there. It was Russian territory. This ain't no Palestinians and Jews, even though they weren't there first anyway. You know what I mean? They weren't even there.
Independent land right now. Ukraine's an independent state, a sovereign state. That's how this.
Of course. Well, after the war, the Russians lost everything. The Germans lost everything. Anybody that had any type of foothold that was not with the Allies lost.
The Russians were on the same side as the UK and all that, bro.
The Russians. It depends what Russians.
Russians
it
took the
depends
most
what
Russians
Russians.
against Germans.
Yeah, but that was. Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
fighting against Germans.
I'm talking about whose land was it before the war, and it was Russian territory, not that they stole from Ukrainians. Just to confirm that this wasn't the Russians stealing from the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians got backed to steal that land. Are you aware of history? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that you're aware.
So you're saying that? Are you saying that because when the USSR, the Soviet states of Russia, like the USSR, where it had loads of blocks of countries in together as one big country, you're saying because Putin wants to go back to them days, it's okay for him to invade Ukraine or whatever and try and take it back, or it's not.
Well, based on the fact that them Ukrainians were not there before the Russians, yes, that should just not their land. They've been installed.
The place was part of the USSR. So what do you mean the Ukrainians were there before the Russians? It was just under a different name.
I said the Russians
a sovereign independent state right now called Ukraine.
Okay, so all right.
So
Cool.
ain't it up to the people in Ukraine if they want to read? Wait, hold on, Gold. Wouldn't it be a referendum of Ukrainians that would say
what's the weird thing?
That they want to rejoin Russia rather than Vladimir Putin invading Russia?
Yeah, but the body, the people who represent in Israel, Palestine now, is not the Palestinians, it's the Israelis. So who are we actually asking? And to be there, we don't know
that's
who
what I'm
was
trying
there.
to say. Like, because if
hold on, we don't know who owns that land. Well, we don't know if that was the Russians or
if you was
mixed race.
if you was but bro, if we're talking about Israel and Palestine right now, you'd be saying, Israel invaded Palestine. No. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is that, brother? I can't say the same thing about Russia invading Ukraine. I don't get why. Why can't you say the same thing?
No.
On that side?
What do you mean? What do you mean? No. Well, okay, cool. Well, if that's how you want to look at things, Phil, that's up to you. That's up to you. Don't forget, we're looking at Palestine.
You said recent history, right? The most recent history is Ukraine was a sovereign nation when Russia invaded it.
What, sovereign according to who? According to the Russians. If not according to the Russians, that was stolen. That was stolen. That was stolen by the Russians. That was stolen from the Russians. According to the Russians, that was stolen from the Russians, from Russia. Yeah. That was a Russian territory. Am I wrong? Am I talking
what were the other countries that was a part of the USSR?
Everybody's watching.
Bro, wait, hold on. Gold. What other countries were territories of USSR as well as Ukraine?
I don't know. All of that whole.
So all the countries that were part of USSR, it's okay for Putin to invade them and make them have to return back to the USSR, even if the people there are happy being citizens of whichever state they're called now.
Well, it depends, isn't it? What was his plan? So you know,
what was it depend on?
1 second. Are you going to let me speak?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, because you're talking about it being returning back to USSR. Has he declared that he wants to? Has he declared that?
Bro, that's literally what you just said, isn't it? That's why I'm making the argument, because that was.
Well, he's not trying. Well. Don't forget, it was.
Russian territory.
I'm not too sure if it was actually called Russia. 1 second. Let me have a look at. Let me have a look at the.
Yeah, USSR, isn't it? The Soviet states of Russia.
Yes. But don't forget, Don't forget. How was that formulated compared to how Palestine was formulated? And look at the differences. It's not exactly the same situation. It's not at all. These guys are completely foreign to that land, and that land was stolen from black people, as we know, from the Syrians, right? And that's not the same type of
black people.
No, I said they were stopped. Well, do you know that Syrian blood The Syrian blood is from Egypt, Iraq, Palestine, all of them regions there, Syria. That's all. That's a Syrian blood. That's one bloodline. Vel. That's one bloodline. So they had that. They already had that, and they stole it from black people. So that's why black people could. The only thing that they had different is that they should have just they stayed out of the problems because it was already.
It's mad, isn't it?
Huh?
Obviously, what's crazy? Alright, so you see, like in Israel, Palestine, this is a side question. Before I get to the main question, with the Israel-Palestine situation, even though Palestine's not been recognized as a state by the international community, most of them have, but the main players in there haven't noticed them as a state. Do you think that is by what has happened, even though Palestine violated Israel on October the 7th? Like, do you think like it was a bad situation? It turned out to be like.
So you said ask that again, please, Bill.
The Israelis were a bit heavy-handed with the Palestinian territory, right? Like, so they blew it up or whatever. Right? Do you think that's okay?
What, to blow up their territory?
Yeah.
No, the fact that they were army.
Like Gaza, you see the way Gaza got decimated after October 7th.
Yeah.
Was that like an okay reply to what happened out on October 7th?
I don't really know fully what's going on with this war, though, so I'm not going to pretend that I do. I'm not going to give my opinion to things that led up towards. Yeah, I don't really know full. Honestly, Phil, I don't want to.
Alright, so let me ask you the second question then. Like, why do you think that is? Or why is it, in your opinion, okay for one sovereign nation to invade another sovereign nation, and not for the invading sovereign nation? Because you said you said first of all, when we didn't put labels on the countries, you said it was the country that invades that is at fault.
Well, look, if
When
someone
put Russia on the table,
you
changed your stance.
Well, if the Palestinians fought back and got that territory back off of the Palestinian, off of the Israelis, we would say that wasn't really a bad thing, because that was their thirst, and it wasn't that long ago.
But wait, by your logic here,
they had an armyless populace.
If that place was mainly Israeli than Palestinians, like, you should really be supporting the Israelis taking the territory of Palestinians, because, like you're saying, with the USSR, it used to be the Russian territory, but then they become independent countries around Russia.
Yeah, but no, they didn't take it off the Israelis. They took it off black people. So what are you doing?
Off black people?
So what's that all about? Yeah, they took it off black people a long time ago.
Israel? Is it Israel of black people?
Yeah, well, of course they did.
It's the black people they took it off.
Black people used to be living in this place, you know that, Benny. Yeah? I hope you know that, yeah. That'd be called Palestine. That was black people. That was what's in the Bible. You know what the Bible is? Do you know what you've been reading from the Bible? That's black people in Canaan. Or not Canaan, in Israel, in Jerusalem. That has got historical blueprint for black people where they were. Across the
the way the man them look at the world, it's just like a black and white world. Like, there's no other nations in between or any of that sort of stuff.
Not necessarily. Look.
No Arabs. The Syrians.
You're just overlooking the fact that England and America haven't taken any L's, so you're thinking that everything they're doing is right. But it's just when they start taking an L, and then you start to see. I just feel like people
Nah, bro. I was showing how when we didn't put labels on the two countries or whatever, you made a choice to say the invading force is at fault. When we put the labels on the two countries, You're now saying that Russia.
Yeah, but bro, look, I'm not that one-dimensional.
Explain to me why you think that though, because that's what I'm not understanding.
Because
why.
It's deeper than just fucking. Oh, are they? Is invasion okay or is it not? If someone come into your house, they locked you up your house. Are you invading that house, or are you getting your land back? Come on, bro. Let's use this properly. Use the language.
How was it Russian land? First of all, explain that.
Huh?
How was it Russian land before it was Ukrainian land?
It was.
The Ukrainian
that's what the history says.
From the time of the USSR.
Does anybody know anybody in the comments know that was a?
No. Gold, you can't be doing this now, bro. Making that as your argument, but you don't know the reasons for it. Why can you stand on that?
I'm not going to repeat myself.
You don't know the reasons why that happened.
Well, I'm not going to keep on. All I know is that it belonged to someone else before the Ukrainians got there. So if it belonged to someone else before they got there, is that now seen as an invasion? I'm asking you a new question.
Bro. Listen, bro.
And you don't know about geopolitics like that. You don't know about migration like that. No one does. No one knows what genetics were there before. Was it the Russians or this Ukrainian mix? You don't know. Go on.
Are you saying that the Ukrainians have been brought to the country at the end of Russia? Or at the end of the USSR? Or they're different people? They're not the people that was originally in the land? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there was a lot of people that were put. Yeah, it was almost like the like ISIS. Yeah, of course. There were people that were put in that land, Ukrainians, to destabilize Russia. That is war. That's what happens in war.
Bro,
let's have a look at it.
If you put a Ukrainian and a Russian aside, how would you tell the difference between a Ukrainian and a Russian?
You can tell the difference. Can you tell the difference?
How?
Ukrainians, sometimes they've got olive skin. Some of them have got some of them have got olive skin. You won't see no Russians, barely any Russians with olive skin. Yes, you see Ukrainians with olive. All Russians, I say you see a lot of Ukrainians with olive skin. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware?
Olive skin.
Have you not? Okay, so you obviously haven't looked to the. I've seen. Well, it depends, isn't it? Don't forget, I've worked in the West End. I've worked in Central London. I've worked in. They've got darker hair. They're less.
Darker hair.
They usually see them with dark.
What are you talking about?
Now you usually see them with darker hair, my friend. You do. There's all different types of Serbians. There's all different types of these Europeans have got a major variation within their gene pool, like when it comes to hair, color, skin, eyes. But what I've noticed about the Ukrainians, they just seem like they're mixed with different foreign blood, invading blood. So they've got all different types of blood in them.
Go. Listen.
Indo-European blood
search
as well.
Of Ukraine. Do a Google search of Ukrainians, man. I'm not too sure you're looking at the right pictures.
Okay, well, let's get back to the invasion thing. Should we not be looking up who was in that land in Ukraine and what any people currently modern day a proxy in that land? So that they were almost like mercenaries, all right, being paid to destabilize Russia. That's a common tactic and strategy of the Allies. So let's have a look at that. That is what we need to see to determine whether Russia invading there with the world stage and eyes on it was something that they should have done. Do you think that they would even have tried to invade that land had it not been something that they thought they were right to do?
The reason why Putin's invaded Russia. Like, you haven't really given me a decent reason right now.
Well,
what do you mean exactly? What's the?
Well, do you think that you would? Okay.
Bro, listen. Every time, bro. Listen. Gold. When I ask you for the reasons behind what you're saying, but this is where it breaks down.
I'm playing the game. I'm playing the game right now. Let me just go on my internet now. Let's just get sorted out because how I would have done it before. Ukraine. And also, sometimes when you're looking at support, I might support a group of people because they seem like they're more. They seem like they're more compassionate. What? Yeah.
Yeah, the Ukrainian people have always been there, cuz.
Okay. Well, that's fine. There's in every single land, they've always had the people that have been there for a very, very, very long time. And the only very, very, very long time is in their timeline, because near enough every single place was governed by black people. So yeah, that's the truth. It was governed by black people. So any people there that have got the land currently they installed themselves there against the wishes of the people who are already there. So we want to say how long of that group of people, and the same people that were actually patriotic to that particular landmass. You never know, because we don't know the full dynamics of what's going on. It could be the people that were there from the Europeans that was there from the earliest outset that are actually for Russia, because maybe they don't for a number of reasons. They may actually be for Putin. So we don't really know what people who own that land, who owns that land, and who's backing who, because
did
we
Putin
cannot
run out the
trust
Black
the
Russians
word
as well then, yeah?
of the West.
Did Putin get rid of the Black Russians, or who else? Who got rid of the Black Russians?
What, the Black Russians? The Black Russians are, well, in the nobility of the Russian, or the oligarch, actually used to celebrate the fact they come from black ancestry, and used to actually have depictions of their ancestors as their patron saints. So the Russians, you can't really talk when it comes to blackness. They've got more affinity to the ancestral blackness that is with all human beings and all Europeans that they claim. They show more love to blackness at the higher echelon in Russia than the English do. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Exactly, because you don't know. I don't think you know.
What?
Maybe you don't know. They show more affinity. They show more affinity to black people.
But having a black Jesus means they show more affinity to black people, bro. Come on, man. I don't know, bro.
Well, you're just saying. I don't know. I'm sure you're saying just random shit.
It's like
no. All their patron saints, Queen Mary, all their patron saints is about Jesus. It's all their patron saints and their ancestors. Let me get all this up, because you seem like you don't know. Russia, they show respect and acknowledgement of their royal lineage that founded that location was from black genetic, was black. That was the whole suite from the Romantic languages. That was when the nobles ruled over them lands: France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, and they were Muslim, but it doesn't matter. They still acknowledged their black ancestors, or the founders.
They acknowledged them. Where did they do to them? Where are they gone?
Huh?
If they admired them so highly or whatever, why have they gone? Why are they no longer there? Though?
Because it's a freezing. It's a bit of an apart from the gas deposits, it's a bit of an uninhabitable land. Have you seen Russia? Russia's a shit. There's nothing going on in Russia. There's no natural things growing except for, deposits of natural,
so the Black Russians disappeared because it's cold.
Maybe precious metals. Well, the blacks. If you look at the blacks, any place that wasn't really fitting for any. If you notice though, they haven't really stayed anywhere too long or had a huge demographic of people in places that haven't got much. Yeah, they don't sit in places that hasn't really yielding much return on their on their agricultural efforts. But in truth, Vel, it's a bit of a weird one, because honestly, what I think is, when I've met people, in everyday life, I found that I felt a bit more of a disdain from Russians towards black people in the club, especially in the club industry. Yeah, they don't want to be around.
You felt more of a disdain
coming from Russian people. And do you know why that is? Because they're not secular. Because because they're not secular.
You just argue,
But
older. You
I
need to
don't
argue
care,
with me.
but
to
I
say
don't
that these men-
care if they hate everything under the sun. I'm going to tell the truth the way the truth is happening. I don't care if they hate black people to the wheels fall off. I've got to tell the truth the way the truth has been set out. Because what am I doing? I'm lying against history. I don't care about black and white. It's a history that is I'm doing a service for. I'm not trying to do a disservice to the truth. That's one thing I'm not fucking with. Even though Russians seem like they're less amalgamated.
Brother, listen, you were just talking to me about how good the Russians adore and venerate their black.
I'm saying of the higher echelon, of the higher echelon specifically.
Oh,
yeah.
She's saying that the average Russian don't understand about the black connection.
Nope.
The working class Russian don't understand about the black connection.
The working class everywhere don't understand.
The Raven
all them I swear to God, Bell. All them, but everybody
Russians in the Raven don't know about the black ancestry. But
no,
what about Putin?
Putin does.
Putin know about it.
Well, he wouldn't be leader if he didn't know about it. He wouldn't be leader of his people. And that's the truth of it, though. If you look at
But what's he doing to show that makes you understand that he understands this? Oh, what does he do?
Well, he could have completely reneged on his loyalty towards what his predecessors showed towards black people. He could have reneged and said, fuck this. Actually, white is right. They're ruling, and you know what? Black people are fucking lazy, and you know what? We can't. They ain't got no military power. We're just going to be having to carry them. Maybe that's what he's saying. Maybe that's what he taking that, that about turn to.
Why would he think black people are lazy or whatever? If he's like saying that his ancestors were or the creators of Russia were black or what?
Because today, black people are lazy.
Black people are lazy.
Yeah, a lot of black people are lazy. Lazy.
Huh?
Tell me I'm lying. Tell me there's not a lot of black people out there that are lazy.
A lot of black people are lazy. What does that mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of black people out there that are lazy. And do you want me to say it again? Or
not working.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I want you to explain what you mean by that. Innit?
I'm here generally lazy. Generally, compared to Europeans who stay 24 hours in a particular narrative, they work near enough the normal one every sort of hour or day, minute that God sends them. The only one that knows that they've got a crumbling society like America and Britain does. They're always crumbling because they have nothing. So it's a mute point anyway. What I'm saying. But black people generally, you could say that are lazy.
What do you mean? It's not a mute point, brother.
Listen. I've had 10 carers in my house within the last 6 years, right? The ones that are, I'd say, more Africanized, because they were all African. I had all African carers, all African, Somali majority.
How the fuck is it you calling black people lazy if all your carers are African? Then like what?
And they were fucking lazy. And they were lazy.
In a shit job.
And yes. Yes. Well, yes. Of course.
Or was it?
What is that?
What carers did a good job for you? What was the carers did a good job for you?
Well, there was an African man and an African woman. One was from Sweden, but she was African, Somali girl, very nice. And I started like, what's the name? Trump, very nice. I liked it.
Yeah, you sound like,
but no. Hey, listen, bigger duet. Bigger.
You sound like Clayton Bigby out here.
Nah, you know what I mean. I love my black people. But there's a lot of black people that are lazy. There's a lot of black. There's some. I've met a lot of lazy black people. And listen, one thing I'm not going to say is that okay. Naturally, inherently, black people are lazy. Based on the climate and the current situation with politics and the social injustices that are happening, is forced black people to be less productive. Can we all agree with that? Black people have been less productive.
You know why you're holding a mad position right now, yeah? Because you started off saying Like black people created everything and basically were everywhere. So now saying black people are lazy. Alright. This is a
Well,
mad time.
that's
We're
well,
taking a mad
times
path down the
change.
road, fam.
Times change. Times change. Times change. Because
Shit,
don't
this ain't
forget, when you've got all the knowledge, Vel, and you know, and you've got cities to run, and you're sovereign, and you haven't got other people trying to destabilize you, you're going to be way more productive and efficient with what you create. So yeah, black people have been kicked off of their creative space, and their even their their spaces in society where they live. They've been kicked out of powerful positions, and this country's been destabilized. People have been defranchised as well through the trade routes. So now black people have got no real central power. There's no real sort of foundation for black people to work from, which they're teaching themselves. All the stuff that's coming at them is foreign shit, which is to try and sort of disempower them. So now they've been disempowered from every single nook and cranny due to doing a combined effort. It's affecting the populace from the ground up, and because you're moldable when you're young. So people who are young are being affected the most, and you don't want that because that's your generation to
Hey, go.
push.
Let me play a video for real quick, yeah. But I'm gonna leave you on the panel for a sec, yeah. Hey, gangsters, jump on the panel and join gold, innit? Yeah. So we can keep the show running for a piece. So try to do daytime shows rather than nighttime shows. Yeah.
Run that thing, my brother.
Study printed on the front page of the Telegraph may actually prove the exact opposite of what it's claiming to. Stay tuned to find out why. This week, the Telegraph released a front page linking migrants to crime, and their author said this proves the folly of mass migration to the UK. The story also made the Mail, Express and Times. These claims are based on a study by a think tank called the Centre for Migration Control, who titled it the UK's first ever migrant crime report. Spelt wrong. The thing is, their data is not about crime, it's about arrest or unproven crime. It's also not about migrants, it's about foreign nationals, and it takes police data to show that foreign nationals are nearly twice as likely as Brits to be arrested. Now, we can also learn whether they're twice as likely to be convicted thanks to UK prison population data, which shows how many convicts are British nationals and how many foreign nationals. And guess what? We do the same calculations as the Centre for Migration Control and learn that there are almost identical prison conviction rates between Brits and foreigners. So the Centre for Migration Control might actually have discovered something pretty interesting here, which is that while foreign nationals are twice as likely to be suspected of crimes, they are not twice as likely to be convicted. This might not be the first migrant crime report so much as a migrant policing report. Where is the Telegraph headline on that? At Media Storm, my podcast, we help you take the headlines with a pinch of salt and bring you...
Yeah.
All right, listen, before I get tapped, family, just one disclaimer. Black people, not... Listen, listen, black...
You say you just realized you were mad, yeah?
No, I didn't go mad. I'm just saying... It's
mad.
Okay, I'm gonna say there's a lot because I haven't met a lot. I'm saying there's a good number of I feel like lazy black people. There is, and until love comes back into that community from externally and internally, they're going to be disempowered and defranchised, and the former glory is not going to return. But go on. Cause I don't want, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like I don't. There's no point doing that. That's counterproductive, bro. Go on. What was you gonna ask, bro? What was you gonna say?
I was gonna say we was having a discussion yesterday. Listen, we was having a discussion yesterday, and a lot of people were trying to make claims about there's no statistics that show. There's statistic, or there should be a report shown how white people of the UK are mistreated or whatever. And I'm saying that when they've done reports and all that, they actually find the opposite, because for them to come to the conclusion in these reports, they have to go through the figures of all the different people that are treated or mistreated in the so-and-so, innit? And then they always come up with a certain number of people or group of people that end up being the ones that are mistreated, and that's who ends up being the report saying, oh, there's institutional racism, there's homophobia, there's misogyny, there's misogynoir, there's this, there's that, there's it, whatever it is. So
what do you think? These people just want to they feel left out, so they just want to be
wait,
part
hold
of
on.
the whole.
What it is, yeah, is that I'm saying that to say this, that although, like I was saying yesterday, they've never done a report to find this out, because they don't have to, because every time they do a report, the figures show that it's not English people in the UK that are being mistreated in this industry, that industry, or the other. It's usually someone else, or someone of a small marginalized group. One of the smaller groups that I end up usually get mistreatment or poor service, or whichever way you want to describe the way that the different companies are handling their customers. So,
Well, you know, because when white people say something, I think it's less to do with, oh, we're not getting enough. I'm thinking it's more to do with why are they getting something? We went to war with them, type of thing. I think it's just jealousy. It's not necessarily, oh well.
even and like Foster, yeah, like Foster's written in the chat, yeah, that the reports show that white working class kids are underrepresented in academic achievements. But is that showing that they're being mistreated, or that the man and doing what they're supposed to be doing in the classroom or whatever? You get the same thing with different groups as well. You get the same thing with like Pakistani children, with Caribbean children or whatever. They're in what's it called? So yeah, it's mad still. But again, even that does that show that they're being mistreated by the UK or by the system of the UK, or that man are really not taking advantage of like the free education and even the benefits that man can achieve if man do decide to pull their socks up and tie up their bootstraps?
That makes sense. So you're saying, so I think it's a lack of being resourceful, because you know, foreign people come here, they'll pull the fucking gold from the cracks of the cement pavements if they could. But you know, I've seen some real blasé English people. Well, yeah, well, I don't know what benefits are. I'm like, bro, you've just been made redundant. Go and claim some benefits. Yeah, well, you know what? And it's almost like they feel sorry for themselves. And I'm like, bro, I've always worked at that. Yeah, well, you can't complain about benefits, and then you're trying to be all proud and not, you know, be entitled to what's there for you. You know, you can't. You know, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make him drink it. I'm not gonna have any type of sympathy for you if you're trying to be brave and not actually get support that's there for you to get. And I think that's what's got a lot to do with Vel. They don't want to feel like they're like that foreigner. You know what I mean? But really, that benefit system's for them, for the English to take advantage of, because of the lay of the land and resources. And you know, if they don't want to take advantage of the foreign investment, that's what it is. It's foreign investment, forced or not forced. If they're not willing to take advantage of it, they can't complain. And I think it's ignorance. But yeah, you know, it's ignorance. You know, and you know, when we look
more
at
before I got a flip. Let me try to run this one last one. Alright, let's fact check Putin.
It came because Zelensky called him out on his bullshit, which is a really good reminder that that's what we should all be doing. So let's run through Captain Comb-Over's false claims about Ukraine. So Trump said Zelensky has a 4% approval rating. Bullshit. A recent poll said Zelensky has around 57% approval, which is actually about 10% higher than Trump's. Trump said the US has sent more money to Ukraine than Europe. Bullshit. The US has sent around £94 billion, while Europe has sent £109 billion. Trump said some of that money that the US has sent Ukraine has gone missing. That one is...
A Shatamaran.
It didn't go missing. It stayed in America. It was spent on training soldiers and building weapons. Trump claims Zelensky refused to hold an election. Actually, that one's kind of true. Zelensky was due to hold the next election in 2024, but he didn't because, why was it again? Oh yeah, his country's at war. Just like the UK didn't hold any elections during World War II. As we mentioned earlier, Trump called Zelensky a dictator, which as we all know is...
A turd the size of Disneyland Paris.
And to top it all off, Trump blamed Ukraine for starting the war.
Bullshit. A turd the size of Disneyland Paris.
Fuck off.
It's beautiful, huh?
It's a skill. It's a skill.
It's like watching Elton John at his best. It was wonderful.
What was that all about? Channel 4, is this a new thing, yeah? The last leg. But what I heard was a bit of jibber jabber on Waffle. I don't know how to report on jibber jabber on Waffle. To be honest. I'm looking at the chat. What's going on in the chat? Oh,
You know what's weird, yeah? It's like you're moving like one of them far right guys. A list of,
why?
A list, yeah.
Why?
No, because a list of lies has just been laid out. Yeah, like this. Man said this happened. This is a lie. Man said that happened. This is a lie. Man said this happened. That's a lie. Rah rah rah. And you're like, oh wow, I'm not just dealing with the jibber jabber or the waffle. The fuck? You mad? You just literally laid out all the lies of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in this Ukraine.
Well, they're saying that Donald Trump is complicit and in 100% support of Putin. Do you believe that?
That what? Donald Trump's in a...
In 100% support of Putin.
I think he's in more support of Putin than he is of Zelensky.
Okay. Well, you know what's interesting is that when you look at Russia, they've got tradition, they've got a long history. When Ukraine was being fucking invaded by the Greeks, the Romans, the Goths, the this, the that, they were a group of Indo-Europeans on horseback, and actually the Scythians took over were having a lot of wars with the Arabic contingent. So when we look at that land and who's actually what blood is in that land, it's a mishmash between the Greeks, Romans, the Goths, the Huns, and the Slavic tribes. And if you look, they were very close to Romania. So that explains the the olive skin, because if you look at Romanians, a lot of them have got olive skin, and that's because they've got Indo-European blood. And there's also a lot of Roman gypsy traveling with them, which is just an Indo-European. That gypsy blood is Indo-European. It's the closest you're going to get to Indo-European. So that place called Ukraine has got loads of different types of blood markers, all different types of fucking genetics in that pool. So when we look at who really owned that place, it doesn't look like they had any type of civilization there that we could say was a sovereign territory. Everyone's going to have a leader of their tribe. And when we look at invading and imperialism, they seem to go to places that don't really have a built-up city as a capital, in industry. They don't really have industry there. So if you're not considered someone who has a civilization, a city, then you're not really considered people who own that land, which is quite sad. Because now when we look at all these lands, all these people who didn't have a massive building to signify that they had a capital and some sort of running system were overwhelmed, and they didn't even exist apparently in that land. So that's interesting. I know I've come on here, it seems like I'm just shooting down anything the West said. But once you recognize that Ukraine was a Russian territory, it's not really clear how the Russians have, they're going to dominate that part of the land, but it's not necessarily shown clear as to how they did it. Some people sell their lands, give their lands up. They don't even fight. They just become subordinate on the drop of a hat. As soon as someone comes in there wearing regalia, they just become subordinate. But it might not have gone that way with that Ukrainian and Russian territory. So there's a deeper, more complex politics with the people who believe they're the founders of the land, the people who feel that they own the land. Might is right type of business, but it's not as clear cut as politics when it comes to the politics with Palestine and Israel. It's a bit more shrouded in mystery as to who actually is the founders of that land and what blood can claim that land for being the oldest people there. It could have been the Russians. There could have been a group of Russians sitting there that was sort of a sub-colony of the the main landmass, and it was maybe potentially genetically overrun. It doesn't have to be by force, military force, but genetically it got overrun. The Russians may potentially still, because they've got old markers and genetics, still potentially are founders of Ukraine, and Ukraine, they just didn't really give it that much value, and it got overrun genetically. So yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, but that's something that I'm not going to look into. Whoever looks at this war and is entertained by this fucking war, what is going on in your life? But hey, I'm not here. This is what the topic's about. The topic's about politics. Like, mate, do you know what is more interesting to me? Trying to think, what's more fucking interesting? Playing a couple £1,000 web game. That's more interesting to me than fucking politics of today, because you don't know who's telling the truth, who's lying, who's, what I mean. So even if you do get all of the information laid out in front of your face, you could potentially be promoting that lie. And yeah, man. Anybody know about this Ukraine-Russian dynamic? Because to me, it's a proxy. It's something for you to get distracted with. Is there bigger injustices happening in the world right now? Of course. Big up to Angie Stone anyway. Angie Stone, because there is someone here who does talk about black politics. Angie Stone, shout out to Angie Stone. She just passed on. I don't know if I've got her name, her tracks now. It was a bit long ago, but she just come out about the industry, the music industry, stealing with their shenanigans, not paying her royalties, etc., X, Y, and Z. And now all of a sudden, there's 4 people in a car. The car gets knocked over by a massive truck, which is one of the only things that could have outed her out. And she's the only one that died in the car. Looks suspicious, might be suspicious to me. What do you guys think? Angie Stone, well-known soul R&B musician, just had a fatal car crash. And the guy who's, you know, who used to sing, you can remember something called Romeo and Juliet. It was a movie that they made, very good movie. Leonardo DiCaprio, the young man in that, brother and sister together, really cool singer, nice singer, black guy. He's dead. He died as well in a car crash. Why all these people dying in fucking car crashes? Hit straight into the wall. Do you know why? Because they can fuck up your motor electronically from a whole fucking couple of thousand miles away. Just fuck your brakes up, and they'll be watching you driving it. As soon as you get over 60 miles per hour, and you know, switch it off, press a button. That's it. Your brakes, all your things have gone up. You don't even know what's going on. Your whole steering wheel is locked into things, so you can't even spin it round. You can't put the brakes on, so your car's just moving in a straight line, and you can't get out because the doors are shut. Now that is final destination, right? So how comes these people now are all turning up and they're all dead? They're all dying from car crash. This little black man, brother and sister, got brilliant voice, beautiful voice. He's dead as well. So it was like, wait, hold on. How comes these guys are just dying and falling out? All dying from the same thing. So when you come and sign yourself up with people, it's like your dog. If your dog gets a little bit funny, you come start barking at the children, get rid of it, kill it. That's how it is with a record label. If it starts trying to talk out against this, that, and the third, get rid of it. Angie Stone, you know. And these bloodsuckers ain't done fuck all, nothing to bring any type of happiness to the world. And then they're out in her out. And you ever going to see them again? Nah, they're going to change their name. They're going to sit in the industry doing the same thing until they get removed. So I think that's more of a pressing issue for us. You know, that whole war is that what they decide to do and what lengths they decide to go to. So really, someone like me and you, everyday person, ain't got no say in that motherfucker. But in terms of who we sign with and what we get ourselves involved with in terms of contracts and who you work for and all the rest of it, that's important. That's very important. Oh, this woman, this man who sung that brother and sister together from Romeo and Juliet, he passed away in a car crash. You think to yourself, well, what's happened in his past? He got completely scammed. He got 3,500 for his album. 3,000 they paid him. It sold over millions of copies. So we're talking millions. He got 3,000. They paid him 3,500, and he didn't get no royalties. So he's gone through all hell and back mentally. He's turned gay. So they got him young. He got in there young. He looked like a normal young kid singing a song very beautifully. Now all of a sudden he's talking with this gay accent, and because they got him in there 12. He was making a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. He was making an album. He was signed to whoever, Virgin, I think it was Virgin Records. And then next minute, he's now turned gay. He's super gay. You know, like proper gay camp. Yeah, and I was like really trying to, try to sort of recreate the sound that I had during the movie. But my voice has changed. Yeah, of course it's changed because you've changed. You went with it. So as soon as they joined that thing, that my man turned super gay. He was getting robbed left, right, and center. And next minute, he's dog meat. He's getting a car crash. Same thing with Angie Stone. Now you start to look at yourself like these people aren't even fucking treating you like you're an animal. You don't even. Because animals they'll have in the bed and give them joints of pork and roast and this and that. But when you go and sign a contract and enrich their life, they're not jealous of a fucking dog, are they? They're not going to go and kill a cat or thing because they're not jealous of a fucking animal like that. They're jealous of you and what you've amassed whilst you're doing stuff for them. They can't have their cake. They can't just say, all right, well, we've backed someone who's great. They're thinking, all right, what else can we get out of this situation? Because she's only human, and we're looking at every flaw in her, and we're trying to condone this in our own minds, why we should be doing what we're doing towards this woman. She could have been the biggest crackhead. That's her money. And, these little fucking ticks, maggots, succubuses, incubuses, are just feasting on this woman. We think to ourselves, how the fuck can you be a black person or be associated with blackness and even get anywhere in this life when it comes to amassing sort of fortune or wealth for yourself without thinking to yourself, wait, are they watching me, trying to, wait for me to sort of get to, and don't ever let that stop you from, experiencing and success. But just be wary, be mindful of where you're walking into, who you're getting involved with, because people aren't just going to take you on and you be part of their situation and treat you like, okay, well, you're working for me. No, they believe that they can own you and kill you when they want. That's how these certain people are, like when they get to a certain position, that's how they're dealing with people, because they must think they're better than everybody else. And when we look at the word, I'm not trying to say when we look at people think they're better than everybody else, this is when we start getting into problems. Because when, and I'm going to leave that like that. But even with Britain, you think, why are they taking a state? Brit, even though they have to because of their resources. Brit means covenant. And Ton, I think, was new. So new covenant, if you break it down. So the new covenant, they believe that they're the people in the fucking Bible, what the Bible are talking about. That's what the Britons think. So when you think that they're dealing with people on a level where it's just pure stepping on heads and, trying to dominate, that's why, because they believe that they're the new covenant. God gave them this ability to destroy people and things so they could rule, and so when you look at the intention behind what people are doing, you've got to know how they look at you, full stop. Not your circumstances and, you're making money now or you're not making money now, you're a piece of shit, you're a cash cow. It doesn't matter. It's what's their intention. What do they believe of themselves? What do they believe of the world around them? And everybody, to a degree, believes they're the chosen people, right? But you got to show me your method of operandus of how you actually living that out. And if your definition of being a chosen people is just killing people and taking their shit, to me that's easy. That's not chosen. That's you trying to impose that position on yourselves. Because what I could see in terms of practices is that you're killing and taking stuff, and that's easy. It's hard to create and let stuff dry and come back 3 days later and get the right appointed professionals to help build whatever you're building. It's easy to go and destroy and then go and put some people in the places of whatever them people were, put a new brand on top of it, and then promote it as your own. That's not chosen. Chosen is an action of state of being, and that's being the best possible version of yourself. So if that's not universal and people, then how can you self-appointed fucking righteousness? The universe decides who is anointed or righteous or chosen or loved or whatever. Not you. You can manifest it or whatever, be in a delusion. You have to prove it to other people. And, it's a lot easier to go and just destroy something than to do diplomacy, negotiation. Do you know how hard negotiation is? First of all, you've got to learn the language and show that you actually are paying attention to their fucking culture. And I feel like a lot of leaders from the West don't even know anything about the motherfucking culture. That's how much of in a rush they are to obtain shit they don't even know what's going on with. I sit here, I live here, I breathe here, I get the benefits, obviously, because I'm going to take advantage of where I'm sitting. Yeah, most of the stuff you see in your house comes from Africa anyway. So I'd be an asshole not to claim. So you got Taffy in the fucking chat chatting shit about you're on benefits. Yeah, but listen, right, brother, I can claim the benefits because a lot of this stuff is coming from Africa anyway. Yeah, you should feel a privilege to get them benefits more than I should. I mean, like, yeah, that's just normal average shit. I go back home, my dual citizenship, and go and pull them motherfucking diamonds out of the floor. Just anywhere, pull diamonds, gold, all that shit out of the floor. So you should count your lucky stars that you can claim benefits, my friend. Taffy Leffy Teffy from Wales. Yeah, I'm just looking at that like, yeah, that's just a refined version of what's at home, what's back at home. And that is a little claim to fame, yeah. And I'll I'll eat that up. But who's in the back anyway? Someone come on here, facilitate conversation. Get me out of my ramble. Get me out of my monologue. Where's Khan? Who's in the back? Natty, don't be scared, man. I know we had a little bit of a little thing, but you know what? It's just a joke. Have a little bit of a joke. If you can't, then fuck it. You want to talk about pissing bottles and disabled, do all that. But that's not. No one's laughing at that. Say something witty. Say something funny. But big up, Natty. If you're in the back, jump on, man. Let's try and make this a conversation that we can build on. You know what I mean? Instead of me just giving my thing. Because if I say what I'm thinking, you'll all be scared. You're all scared. I'll scare all of you. We can't even listen to that. No, but it's not if because the West are winning. Let's be honest. The West are America, Ukraine, Israel, England. They're all winning. So if we're winning and I'm lying to you just to stroke your ego, what's the point? You'd want someone there that's actually going to tell you the truth, even if it hurts. And I'd rather have someone around me to tell me the truth, even if it hurts, than to lull people watching into false sense of security and telling you, the conservatives, that you're the most compassionate and we want to promote ourselves as compassionate, just like loving people, just like, I'm going to tell you the conservatives are fucking shitting people and you owe people a lot. I can tell you that. I'm going to be honest with you. Because I tell you why I'm going to be honest with them, because the people watching and listening, I'm not going to fool them. You're not going to get me to fool the kids into believing some fuckeries, because you've got your agents who have got a vested interest in lying to people from the bottom. So no one's going to question authority and ask for more or demand more justice. Oh, yeah, because you can only be sucked in and used and abused if you don't know that the person that you're being sucked in by is a user and abuser. And if there's loads of other people telling you that person's not a user and abuser, you're going to be put into a false sense of security. So if there's a snake, let him wear his snake. Don't be covering his face up with a sheep's hair and hat because you want extra money. I'm going to say that's a snake. It bit me before. That's a fucking snake. And that's it, and there's a lot of people who, like I said, for their social position, because they're scared, because they're trying to usher in peace, they're fooling people. Yeah, you can try and convince someone that they're a good person, but if they've got ulterior motives, all you're doing is lying to yourself, looking like a fool and a liar after they've shown that what their motives are, and that's it. You're lying to your own self and your own kids. So that's one thing I'm not going to do. And if I see changes made, you've got to call progress. And until that changes are made, you can't be stroking ego of killers and murderers and nonces and completely immoral fucking money men. You've got to call them as it is. Call it as it motherfucking is. And they'll respect you more. You might die in the process, but it's worth it. What is it worth you being shat on? You won't even know if you ask. If you ask and you die, it is what it is. But you're gonna ask. You're gonna point out, anomalies. And if you're not, then you're just part of the problem. And you're not gonna lie to my children about what the lay of the land is and who's in power. So they're like just willingly feeding themselves to a system which is known for being a bone grinding, hypocritical, not a quite unempathetic system. Like, you know, I don't want my children to be growing up, if I do, by the grace of God, have any, to be for their to whole confidence to be chipped away because they've given their energy over to a people who didn't even fucking deserve it in the first place. And then they're being given a P45 for reasons which didn't deserve that, didn't require that, but they get, like I said, you're expendable. So for you might be able to feed your kids, but they're going to drop you out of a drop of a hat because they found someone better or whatever the fuck it is. You know, there's a whole lot broken in this system that people just aren't willing to address because they're not going through it, but they can see it, but they just won't address it. And until we all start having it and saying it at the same time, that's when we're going to make progress. But if you're someone who is not part of the have-nots and you're just keeping quiet, it shows that you're a sucker and you're shook. And the only reason why you're there is because they didn't out you out for being some sort of resistance to their NWO or whatever their plans. So anybody who's trying to pose like they're part of the resistance or they're independent or they're decent people, now you got a foot up, and there's a reason why you're so high up, because they, you know, there's no honor amongst thieves, but they thingy flock together in it, right? There's no honor amongst thieves, but birds fucking flock together. They're the same. They're the same. What was it? Birds of a feather flock together. So any of them, man, that you look at and you think, oh, that's our savior, or that's someone who's going to speak. No, they got there. That's precisely why they're there. Because they showed that they were capable of fucking their own people over and going against or going for the agenda, which is 9 times out of 10 inhumane or doing something to shit on someone else or pull themselves up. Big bank take little bank. You know, if you're willing to go with that, you're a starter. If not, you're a non-starter, you're not useful. And that's it. That's the way of the world. So if you don't want to acknowledge that that's the way of the world, then that's you. You can be in that situation where you got no love, no compassion, everything's done just like with no care. And yeah, you can have a industrialized lifestyle, yeah, which is fake. You know, so anyway, who's jumping on? You know what I mean? You know, and with industry, they don't look at people's intellectual property or people's thing. They just look at we want it and we need it. We've got industry to run and we're going to get it by any means necessary. That's what the industry's mentality is. They're going to get it by any means necessary. Is that something you want to promote?
Hey, KAN, shotting like O's.
What's that? Who said that?
You look like Kano's cousin still. You look like Kano's cousin.
Hey, Kano's a good-looking man. Apparently, I don't know.
Pause on that still.
Yeah, apparently. I said apparently. Yeah, man. But listen. Do you know what's interesting? Is I can tell I'm in one of these moods where I could just blow up.
Gyno.
Any...
You can be Kano's cousin, Gyno.
Gyno. So who's jumping on anyway? Listen, no crackheads, no crackheads. No crackheads, no alcoholics. But Taffy, where is Taffy anyway? Where's that brother? Jump on Taffy, mate. Because even though he's fuckery, he's only playing about. He's not really taking it serious, but he does come up with sometimes quite good talking points, which we can actually pick apart.
Like the earth is flat.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, they said that you can't get certain places in the North Pole or the South Pole, whatever is Antarctic, or Antarctica, where you can't actually go any. You can't go any further. Yeah. They're like, why can't you go any further? You know, and then they say that's the edge of the Earth is in the North. If that was the case, it was a flat Earth. Why can't we go any further? Why has there not been trails made for us to go from A to B? I know there's whole mountains and terrain that stops people, but there must be something. You know what I mean? And then how's that whole place blocked off? You know, and that's the only question I would ask if I had boots on the ground. I was to say, okay, well, how can we argue for the Earth being flat? And okay, well, what evidence have we got to suggest that that Earth is potentially flat? And that is it. Right? Am I wrong? You can't go past a certain part in the Arctic. Is it Antarctic? You can't go past a certain part. So how do we know that if we go through that place, that's going to lead to where, there, or there? We don't know that yet. So, or we haven't shown that to be something that can disprove the fact that this is a flat Earth. So that's the only thing going for the flat earthers. But apart from that, I mean, fuck me. 5% of the population could have potentially gone up into the sky because they've got enough money and the time to go and see the Earth from bird's eye view. So, at least 5 to 10%, 5%, I'd say max, have seen the Earth from a place where they can see it's round. Yeah. These people that go into these, just go on these flights that aren't unlocked flights, these private flights, and that, people pay a lot of money to go and fly up into the sky. Just like trophy hunting, they pay loads of money to go shoot an African elephant or African lion. They do the same with the space.
Hey, Golden, did you just say you just tried to say that there's that flat Earth could be real because there's parts of Antarctica that we can't go to?
Apparently, it's either Antarctica. It's one of them land masses big. If it's Antarctica or the Arctic region,
right, but what about all the other things that show that the Earth is round? What about all the other things? Like there's like 10 million different.
Yeah, but don't forget there can be, bruv. Don't forget there can be loads of stuff to suggest that one thing's one way, but it's another. It's because where we're located.
One thing that you could. Okay, so you can't.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can't use the seasons. You can't use the day and night. You can't use time zones. You can't use flight paths. You can't use fucking tornadoes, entropy, the tide of the ocean. All these different things that correlate with it being a globe outweigh one dude saying you can't go further than so and so in Antarctica.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget those.
Why haven't the flat earthers done like a proper expedition of Antarctica and see how far they can get? Because money and it's cold as fuck. So who the fuck wants to go into Antarctica to explore that?
Well, they've recently seen something where they saw a megalodon shark or something like that, some big old shark. But yeah,
my son just come back from a 2-week skiing holiday, yeah. And he's like, Dad, can you go? I was like, cuz. I'm sitting, fam. I'm sitting, Ruby. Yeah, when I pay for holiday, cuz I want to see sun, sea. You get me? And sense I mean, yeah. Running out of dance. So, man, it's definitely not going anywhere ski like.
Boy, I mean, fucking hell. Yeah, I would never waste my money to go anywhere colder. I mean, that's just a bad thing.
Yeah, well, so that means you're not ever going to go and explore whether Antarctica's flat or not. You can
no?
Up then, because Antarctica is cold as hell. It's cold as ice.
Oh, hell no. That's why the ancestors ain't up in their numbers, big numbers.
The Inuits are there. They don't look more than Europeans. They look more Asian, if anything.
Yeah, they are. They are. They're part of that Indo-European thing. I think that's one of the biggest mass migrations I can see coming out of Europe or these parts of this part of the world. Yeah, man. Only places warm right now, man. You know what I mean? With the sort of money that we're granted and the sort of resources, you're not going to go and waste your money unless you're rolling in it in a place like fucking, that's got fucking snow on the floor. And that is, as kids, we're just so up for fun. If it's fun, then we'll go through it. Which is why I'm happy I'm not young and dumb anymore, because I tell you what, I don't want to be anywhere near cold. But yeah, so with what we were talking about with the Russia and Ukraine, I don't know too much. I haven't looked too deep into who was there first. I have just now. I already knew who was there. Europeans. You can see that in the European. Which is
The
why you can
Ukrainians
see
have always been in Ukraine, man. I don't know why you're making that argument, man.
But don't forget, Ukrainians consist of loads of different
You're
genetics,
making a
bro. Don't
displacement
forget.
argument. Like, Russians have been displaced out of Ukraine, and Ukraine have forced people in there. That's not true.
I wouldn't say it's displaced. That's like ethnic cleansing. I didn't say that the Russians were ethnically cleansed. Pretty much, that's what that is. Displacement is ethnically cleansing, right? That's why they could push that on Trump when he said we want Gaza, or we're going to rebuild Gaza. They're talking about now. It went from him saying that to ethnically cleansing and displacement and all the rest of it. But he hadn't actually made a roadmap, a formulated roadmap, and given us the ins and outs of what that actually consists of. So people were quick to jump on, we don't want to be ethnically cleansing, we don't want to be... So there's an agenda against Trump at the moment.
So, mate, the flat earthers have come to rush me, yeah?
Oh, shit.
Yo, big up, lad. I wasn't...
Yo, what's that?
I wasn't having to go at you and saying, benefits. I was going off from... So hear me out. I was going off from your logic and what you said. So you've been calling blacks lazy this morning, yeah? So on that logic, if blacks are lazy, then they're on benefits, right?
Well, a lot of people who potentially are lazy are on benefits, yeah.
You see how your startup now?
Well, I didn't say all blacks are lazy. I said some. I said, well, first of all, I said there's a lot. There's a lot of black people. I've never said black people. I said a lot of black people. I said a lot of black people.
Are you moving like Banksy? You know, yesterday. Gold. I don't know if he was listening yesterday, yeah, but Banksy called Nigeria a mud hut shithole.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, but he hasn't been to the Edo States. If you go to Edo States, you'll see massive fucking buildings that they can't recreate now. The tuners.
I said to him, I said, wait, your brethren Hector's from Nigeria. He said, so what? He's a proud Nigerian, but Nigeria is still a mud hut shithole. Oh, wow. It's nice, isn't it? You can ride a little help from your friends.
Take that jacket off.
I get by with a little help.
Relax.
Take my jacket off. I just got in, man. I just got indoors.
Yeah.
What do you want to see my chest? Why is that man asking me to take my jacket off?
Have you got nothing on under that jacket?
Why is the man telling me to take my... Hold on a second.
Hold on. If you've got nothing on under that jacket...
Why are you fucking telling me to... Mind yourself, you know.
I just wanted to relax.
It's a bit sunny outside today still. It's not warm in it, but it's sunny.
Listen, I've got tracksuit underneath my tracksuit. Are you crazy? I've been out. I said, nah, I'm not fucking. I'm not playing games.
And going back, we'll rewind now. So you mentioned something about 5 minutes ago. Yeah? So you were saying, so all the countries like Georgia, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, it goes on, Kazakhstan, yeah, all the countries that were formed after the USSR, Putin now has the right to go and take them back.
Bring them back.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, right?
We're saying, yeah.
No, you don't know how they were formulated. Yeah, but you don't know how them territories were formulated.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Actually, it's got everything to do with it.
Well, they were sovereign countries formed after the USSR.
So can Rome come back and take London and say, well, we created Londinium and now London's ours?
Look how far he's going back. Hold on a second. Now, wait. Because because the Israeli army have the power to become sovereign, and they want to become sovereign. Yeah. Does that mean that now, if the Palestinians come and take the country back off of the Israelis, now they're wrong for doing it, are they? Because Israel declared themselves a sovereign state and put themselves on the map. Is that what you're saying? So if that's the case, that you're for, you know,
wait. Don't try. Don't run. Don't run now.
Hey.
No, don't run now. Cause wait. There was an Oslo. Wait. There was an Oslo Accord here. Wait, hold on. There was an Oslo Accord here with borders drawn up here that both sides had already agreed on. Yeah, and then there was a fallout in the argument. Some people say it's Yasser Arafat. Some people say it's Ariel Sharon or whatever. Do you get me? Like, but so there was an agreement on a two-state solution or whatever that could have been solved previously. So this extra battle is because of a disagreement on being able to draw up borders and where Israel starts and Palestine ends, or where Palestine starts and Israel ends, which is governed by what and what access to what.
You looking down at me, Barry? You looking down at me?
Hey, Phil, are you for Israel?
I'm for a two-state solution in it. I'm really for all the countries to be able to run nations where it's beneficial for their citizens without oppressing other people.
Boy, so now if someone comes to your house and do you still want it to be a two-state solution in the flat if that person was uninvited to the house?
It's clear. See, that's why.
Yeah, you know what I'm touching on. You know what I'm touching
you're
on.
Making so what are you trying to say, that who was there first? You're saying that the Palestinians were there before the Israelis?
Well, apparently. Do you believe that? Do you reckon? Well, the Palestinians were there before the Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi didn't even have a fucking homeland. So through the what do you call it now? The Munich Agreement. I forgot what the Munich Agreement was now. The Balfour Declaration. That, you know, don't forget, Ukraine have been sovereign state have been invaded. Just like.
So let me ask you this here before you go forward.
So there should be a
Are we starting from the Balfour Agreement for the creation of Israel, or within the timeline history of Jewish, Israeli people, Arab Jews or whatever that was in that landmass for that certain time? Where was the integrity of?
Well, today and back in the day,
the integrity of the Palestinian.
So who's got claim to it, and also what's happening now with sovereign territories being invaded, regardless of history. So we're doing the history and we're doing modern day present. So modern day present, what mirrors and aligns?
Britain did give the territory, which is now known as Israel, to the Israelis, because it was British Palestine after being taken off of the Ottoman Empire.
Right.
At one time, these men had a passport saying British Palestine on it. Even the Jewish people of that area had the same passport. So.
Yeah, I mean,
they're talking about Poland getting worried now as a country because it's right on the border with Russia and whatnot. But it's not even Poland's in NATO, right? Yeah, but it's like these old or say post USSR, these countries, which are sovereign countries created after the split up of the USSR, are now in danger. It might get it in that right from him. Is that what you were saying? Because
that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like he's trying to say, right, Taff?
You said Ukraine, which was created after the USSR, yeah, and Uzbekistan, Georgia, and the list goes on, Latvia, yeah. So these countries now are all sort of like watching their backs because Putin.
Lithuania, was that part of USSR?
I believe all of them places, everywhere around there, Biggs, all of them. But don't forget Biggs. So now we're cherry
I've got a good
picking
relationship
history.
with a couple of Lithuanian builders and that still, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have as well with some women back in the day.
That UFC fight there as well. I can't think of his name, but he's from one of them.
But don't forget, Biggs. All we're really doing is cherry picking from history when we should judge what's going on in that part of the land just based on where we see it fit from history, you know. And you know, and then with Palestine, it's like a misnomer. There's no real tangible indigenous to that place, because we're not even going to look at the blacks as being indigenous because it's going so far back. So when we look at Palestine, that's two people arguing
when was the blacks
over land that's not even theirs. Israel.
When was Palestine black?
Oh, I've got back a long time.
Palestine. There's black Palestinians or whatever, but like, when was the Palestine black?
I have to look, Biggs, but through you know, that part of the land was known as Mesopotamia, from fucking this, that. It's been named a couple of things.
Can we concentrate on one part of the flat Earth, guys? Can we just concentrate on
flat Earth? Oh, fuck flat Earth.
Yeah.
I started trying to talk about God. Are we going to talk about God?
Flat Earth past anyone, man. We're not.
The way I sneak that in there. Yeah.
Oh my God, no, that is. I mean, if it's already we're trying to claw for topics, that is like going backwards.
Yeah. I'm sure you just defended flat Earth theory.
I said there was one contributing factor to the reason why they could be.
Yeah.
You know, they could be questioned. I'm not saying
one is better than none, bro.
One's better than none, but it's like I said,
bro,
there's no point being distracted.
That you might be holding on to, and it's really out of ignorance for the flat Earth theory or whatever. Because if you actually do a bit more research into it, like the Antarctica no-go zones and blah blah blah, you probably find out more information on that and reasons why it might be certain parts that's like untraveled to, or if there's no camps or no base or no bits set up there, no stations set up there. You know that actually, yeah, they offer people to come and do work in Antarctica, innit? Like, so a lot of you flat earthers should try to take up them roles. See how you get there. You know what I mean? That car, you're gonna have to go out Argentina and then fly to it from there, because you know it's not like a proper destination where people were clambering to fly to, so there's not many fly routes.
Well, it was after World War II. Yeah. Argentina or fucking best.
I remember, yeah. I used to have flat earth discussions with on Real Maggie's channel. Yeah, he used to dash me off ban my accounts.
You had loads of time to burn if you got on that channel, boy. Fucking hell. Even if I was in jail, I wouldn't go on that channel. Go on.
You asked me up here, Gold. So should we concentrate on one, or should we just flip flop all around the flat Earth? What do you reckon?
Well, yeah, it's up. But personally, bro, I feel like talking about pressing issues is always like the best thing to talk about, relevant stuff.
Like you made a lot of statements this morning, I'm like, I corrected you on one.
Oh, this guy mad, isn't it?
I backed
this guy mad this morning.
Right, because I said I said a lot or some black people are lazy. I mean, it's up to you, man. If you don't want to hear it, it's up to you.
It was your words. I
know
hundreds of white people who were lazy. I don't get your point.
Well, as long as you don't say all of them, then that means that you wouldn't be a dweeb, would you? Because I didn't say all black people.
Yeah, you
so just make sure that you make sure.
Black people. I said
I said there's a lot.
No.
Yeah, but that's a lot. Yeah.
So take that as
a lot is more than half, right? A lot. When you're saying it like that, a lot is more than half, right? That's more a high.
I said there's a lot of black people that are lazy. So I mean, there's a lot of black people more than you particularly envision. But I did say based on based on the whole community. You know, don't try. You know, people love to make up their own things. That's why.
Listen. I'm just trying to calculate your percentage of lazy blacks.
Yeah. Well, okay. Out of 10, there's going to be a good 4 that are lazy, and that's only.
What, 60-40? 60-40?
About 60-40.
He's backtracking now. He's backtracking.
Man, you're going bad. You're not half, just under a third. Just over.
You can't. That's impossible to say. It's impossible to say. So I made it out of 10 people.
This back right, and about an hour ago, you was like 8 out of 10. That's the way you were talking, bro.
Okay, well that's how you wanted to. See, your stance creates your stance creates what you want to hear. That's what you wanted to hear,
Every
Chappie.
10 black person, 4 of them are lazy. That's basically what you said.
Yeah.
Today, yes. Today.
This guy, man.
And a lot. I'll be honest with you. A lot of the common British people become so uneducated that they don't even know why they're lazy.
Yeah, well, don't even get me started on the Welsh. Bro.
See,
they don't even know why they're lazy.
People are black people.
The most laziest people in the UK are the English. are the actual British. Actually, the Welsh, the English, the Scottish, and the Irish. They're the laziest people on this island.
So
by far, like overwhelming numbers.
So everybody in Britain's lazy.
Yeah, so you know, Biggs, if you can't, you know what? All I'm doing is I'm just pointing out facts. That my truth. It's my truth, isn't it, Biggs? You know what I mean?
Well,
are you gonna present anything to this conversation that we can actually talk about? Because all you're doing is talking about what I've said. Are you gonna bring anything to this situation?
I have been listening to you. That's the idea. Isn't
Well, you ain't been listening properly because you're misquoting me. You're trying to misquote me, Chappie, because you're not intelligent enough. You're just trying to misquote me because you're a troll.
Oh, I disagree with your point.
What was that? What was the point you
4 out
disagreed
of
with?
10. Yeah, I disagree that it's 60-40 and laziness or whatever. And there's always a set in each group of people that are not willing to work harder than the, you know what I'm saying, like, than the average person or whatnot. And that want to strive and this, that, and the other, innit? But it's not the majority or it's not a high percentage like that. I say that's a minority mindset.
Well, that's the thing. What the funny thing is that Biggs knows what I'm saying is true.
Yeah, because most people are actually working in places for a low wage.
Gold. I'm not trying to make.
Actually, not most people. A lot of people are working for low wage. They're doing hard work.
Yeah?
You make me look stupid.
I don't care if that's lazy.
You old English people. Old English people.
Right, Benny, you let up on his fucking stage.
Stupid. You just call all English people
dweeb.
stupid. I don't have
get we need to get a better connection. That's what you need to do.
Just call all English people stupid. I don't have to do nothing.
If they're like you, then they all are fucking stupid.
I'm Welsh, bro. I'm Welsh.
If they're all like you, then they're all stupid, then, aren't they?
Yo.
You just called all English people stupid.
Is it me or is it me cutting out?
Wait, what little child, imbecile, we got up on this panel, bro? Not me.
Why did you ask me to come?
Why did I exactly? I shouldn't have.
Because you thought
I should have just looked at history.
Because you thought I'd be an easy target for you.
No, facilitate conversation. At least if you're going to try and shoot me down or try and paint me in a bad light, do it intellectually, you fucking dweeb. Don't put words into my mouth and misquote me. From 10 minutes ago, you dipshit. 10 minutes ago, you forgot. So it's been 10 minutes and you forgot what I said. You know, how many tenants have you
Dumb,
got?
stupid, lazy man.
Do you know you sound happy because you've got loads of tenants
Listen
everywhere,
to
haven't
me,
you?
You're in my land. You're in my land.
No, it's not your land. It's English land.
My land.
It's English land.
It's not. It's my
No,
land.
you don't even know how to put castle walls to get castle walls up.
Bro.
You don't even know how to put walls up to stop people
My
from coming into your fucking territory.
Living in
I
my
mean,
land.
you deserve potentially to lose that land if you could say
You're
that.
in my land.
You don't deserve to lose a land if you don't want to put up fucking walls and you know that there's a group of people walking around like raiders of the lost ark, stealing people's stuff.
You were living in the country, yeah? You call in everybody near enough lazy, right? And you think they're all dumb. How stupid is that?
I don't know if he's
Oh,
going
you
to
said black
quote
people lazy
one
as well,
thing
bro.
that I've said.
So,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't know if he's going to quote one thing that I've said.
Well, they're privileged, haven't they? So, yeah.
Because even if he quoted something that I said and then picked it apart and said, "Oh, you shouldn't have said that," then I'd understand. But you're not actually quoting me for exactly. Quote me what I've said, and then I'll respond. But until then, I'm just going to ignore you, mate. Go on.
No, what's mad, yeah? You told me black people are lazy while speaking to a black person that's at work multitasking. That's funny still.
Majority of black people that I've met in my space, when it comes to work, and from what people I've heard talking about it, they said there's always seems to be a problem with them in, and I know exactly what that is.
Oh,
It's not like I haven't been through it. Always seems to be a problem with black people. They say no, within the black community, there always seems to be a problem, or they'll be lazy. The most defining factor is laziness. And unfortunately, I've got to agree with it because unfortunately, that's the way of the land.
Gold.
And even as much as I love my people,
gold.
The way it is, and I don't agree with it.
Calm down, bro.
Listen.
Explain exactly what you're talking about, bro. Because when you're saying you agree with black people being lazy or whatever, first, what do you mean by who are the black people that you're talking about?
There's a lot of black people that are lazy.
Speaking about
There's a lot of black people, and then I actually corrected it because I want to say out of the whole community, there's some, but there are still a lot of black people that are lazy. So on the entirety of the community, there's some. But from what I've personally, my experience and my truth, I've met a lot of lazy black people. Tell me I'm wrong. Then that means that you're not trying to like respect my experience and my history and what I've actually experienced in my life. So that means that you're not even willing to hear the truth.
Saying black people are lazy, bro, man. That's a wild.
Is that so? You're gonna join. You're going to join Taffy and say, I just came out with black people are lazy.
A lot of black people are lazy.
Yeah, so say it how it is, man. Say it how it is, then, innit?
Bro, listen, it's still a wild statement, bro. Wait, bro, chill out, man. You can't be bro, listen, wait, hold on. You can't be getting vexed at people. Bro, stop. I'm saying you can't be getting vexed at people mixing up your statement when you're making loads of wild statements. Like, obviously,
that wasn't loads. I didn't make loads. I made one.
What you're saying?
I made one. Be specific, yes.
As a white
man, no, well, that was the latest. That was the last one of wild statements that you made in it. But
big up, Palmo, lads.
Big up,
what's going on, Palmo?
Belly, Taffy, Gold, long time Gold.
How's
your white man, Gold? Last time me and Gold was talking, we were talking about his mother. What he thought about his white mother. We didn't get it finished. We got interrupted, didn't we, Gold? Long time.
Who the fuck is this? Who is this, bro?
You can get me.
He sounds like another troll, boy. You guys sound like another troll, boy. What, bro? Listen, I know you're not addicted.
So do us all a favour and why?
I know there's a lot of gay people. I know there's a lot of homosexuality. I know there's a lot of homosexuality in your community. I know there's a lot of homosexuality in your community, yeah? But bro, focus on the topic. Don't focus on the topic. I know there's a lot of raging homosexuality. There's a lot of raging homosexuality in your community. There's a lot of homosexuality in your community. So why don't you chill out?
Gold, go one at a time, mate. Yeah, Palmo.
There's a lot of homosexuality.
Guys, yo,
in your community.
Yo, go. Chill for a sec here. Palmo, your mic's low. We can't hear what you're saying. And Gold, he keeps speaking over him, innit? Like, so stranding out what he's saying. Like, go one at a time so we can hear exactly what you two are saying, innit? Like,
Can you hear me now, Vel?
Can you turn it up
just
any
about.
more? Yeah.
But you can turn it, if you can turn it up a bit, then that'll be better.
Turn it up, lad.
I'm not going to listen, bro. I'm not going to facilitate no waste man talk. You know, I'm not. So if it gets avoided, bro, like if you talk about my mum or anything, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna respond to him. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna talk to some. He sounds like he's got no teeth in his mouth.
Listen,
you ain't got no teeth in your mouth.
Gold.
Put your camera on. Put your camera on.
Gold. He said the last time he spoke to you, he was speaking to him about your mum. That's what he said. That's what he said when he jumped.
I doubt it very much, my friend. I doubt it very much.
I wasn't dishing you. I just said about your white tennis.
Yeah?
We were just talking about his white side, Val. You know what I mean?
Can you hear his voice? You think I would be having a conversation with him about my mum?
I can hear you being
need to
emotional.
get a job,
Can you hear his voice?
Palmo's been jumping on panels for years, isn't it? So you could have spoke to him at one time or another, still, innit?
Nope.
He's calling people, black people lazy. You get a job in a call centre. He's been on here long enough. Get yourself a job in a call centre. You can be on here for an hour. You can get a job at a call centre.
All right, let me ask you a question. Do you work? Do you work? Do you work?
Yeah, I do.
What do you work as?
What do with you?
You're going to tell you what, is he?
He don't work. He don't work.
You work.
People know what I
You don't work. He just gave me a whole lecture. Wait, hold on a second. He just gave me a whole lecture about.
Hey, Gold. You're fucking about with two Jacks Palmo, man. Palmo's got bread, you know. Calm down still. Palmo's got bread still.
So where do you work?
People work for me.
How do you know I ain't got bread somewhere, Velly? How do you know I ain't got bread? What's that got to do with?
Nah, I'm just saying that. You're saying that he ain't working in it, but I'm saying, yeah, well, man's got bread still. As far as
anyway,
that.
Okay, cool.
All I was going to say to you, Gold, why do you reckon is it's on about black people being lazy, as you were stating earlier on? Where'd you get that from?
Are you going to quote me properly? Because I will dignify your question with an answer. But you've got to quote me properly.
Palmo. He said a lot of black people. He didn't say all. He said a lot of black people.
Yes.
Even though he was speaking about black people, he said a lot of black people. But if you say that, then he'll give you an answer to what
he said.
Yes. Be respectful. Be respectful, you little tramp. You fucking tramp. Yeah, be respectful.
Hey, come on, man. Don't say be respectful.
No.
You fucking tramp. That don't make sense, man. Come on, man.
Of course. you know, don't try and accuse me of that. And I didn't say it.
I'm saying.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you can't say that you want respect while being disrespectful, man.
Well, I gave him enough opportunity. He's trying to talk about my mum then. Go on.
No, I didn't.
Don't even mention my mum. Don't even mention my mum.
Hold on.
Don't even mention my mum.
Golden Palmo, hold on. This is where I think you got the conversation crossed. Yeah, you didn't hear what he said.
Don't even mention my mum.
He wasn't insulting your mother or whatever. He said the last time he was speaking to you, he was telling him about you was telling him about your mother.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
Yes,
no, I wasn't.
You were.
Anyways, like I said, you ought to bring my mum. Don't talk about my mum. Don't talk about my family. Talk about. Shut your mouth. Talk about what topic we're talking about. Don't talk about my mum. I don't care if it was. Talk about the topic, bro. Because if I start mentioning mums and families in any way, in any context, you're not going to like it, right? So don't do it.
You see, yeah, but wait, hold on, yeah. Before you guys go again, you see why from the start, you see why from the start. Wait, hold on, listen, yeah. You see why from the start of G Block, I've been telling you guys not to air out your personal business. Don't talk about nothing to do with your families. Don't do this, that, and the other on the panel, because stuff like this happens, innit? Like, right, man, if man's listening to you saying this, that, and the other, a man will jump on and try to ask you questions about stuff that you may have revealed.
No, why is
In
asking him the
free-
question,
you know what I'm saying?
because he's a mixed race man. He's not a black man, and he talks about black issues. That's all I want to
Yeah,
know.
what's that noise? Is that you
I'll
tapping?
talk
You
about-
mute up, bro.
No, it's not me.
And I was
bro.
just
I'll talk
wondering-
about every issue.
Is
I'll
that
talk
you,
about
Gold?
every issue.
Wait, go.
Yeah, sorry, that was me there. I've got
Go,
to stop now. Yeah, so I talk about every group of denomination because I'm genuinely honest and
So why
truthful
you
about.
being rude? Why you being rude and disrespectful then?
I'm talking being honest and I'm being honest about what's going on in the land and what's actually happening.
You're very,
Yeah,
very emotional.
and that's the truth, mate.
He's always been.
You know, if you don't want to hear it, then that's totally fine. Me, I don't mind saying it because it brings conversation about it. But at least quote me. At least quote me properly, innit? Like, please, at least try and quote me properly.
That statement that you made, though.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Will you stop messing about with your pan? We can't.
You know why it's a bad statement, Gold, yeah? Because it's not like you didn't do like a Ralph thing, yeah, where he says like black people are shit and shows a chart where
Exactly. Yeah, exactly, though.
his point
Hey, Betty.
or a lot of black people don't do this or
Can
whatever.
I ask you a
Wait,
question,
hold
Betty?
on. A lot of black people don't do A, B, C, or D, but he has some sort. You just like made a statement. That's why
Yeah, he
people are
made a
just gonna go
statement.
question you. Like,
Yeah,
right,
I
where
just
did you
want
get
to know
this from?
where he gets that statement from.
Where'd you get this from? Where'd you get that from?
So, Vel,
Where's the evidence?
So
for this?
let
Where's
me
the
ask
evidence
again.
for
So
that?
let me ask you a question, Betty. Let me ask you a question. In your experience, Betty, have you ever heard a black person saying to you that had a personal conversation with you, acquaintance or not? Yeah, I know you, and you're laughing now because you're not going to say it. Have they ever said to you, "Oh, black people are lazy. That's our problem. Is black people are lazy." Have you not had a black person come to you and tell you that? You've never had that, no?
Not at work.
Yeah.
Or not with. No. I was even thinking about it. I actually haven't. No.
You never.
No.
And that's the thing.
That's why I'm
Okay,
like,
so-
right, this is mad because you're the first dude that's really said that. It's really.
Really?
I really hear that from. I've heard that talk from people that are in sort of like maybe more in the racist sort of circles rather than from another black person.
Right? He was saying he had 10 carers, and he was saying, right, all the black carers are lazy. That's what he said.
Ungrateful. Yeah.
That's what you
So
could.
have you got white
That's what you
carers?
could say though.
Hang
but
on,
still.
Vel. So what are your white
No,
carers like?
listen,
Are they
there's
lazy?
people that come. Go on. There's people that come into their work to work and steal from their work and not do a good job, and then there's people that go that actually do a good job. Yeah, that's a difference. That's the difference. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. When I go, listen, hold on a second. When I go to do work, I put 100% in every single time, 100% effort. Near enough every single time I go to work. If you're not going to put in 100% or even close to it, or look like you're, then I'm going to call you for what you are, bro. You're lazy.
Bro, listen. How does what you're saying correlate with the statement that a lot of black people are lazy? How does anything like you're saying?
I've met a lot of black people that are lazy.
Right.
There's a lot of black people out of. Yes, and I'm going to tell my experience. So does that mean that it's void because it's a subjective opinion?
What percentage are you aiming for? Over
I didn't say it was
51%. Over 51%.
I'm not trying to factualize my claim. I'm saying out of my experience. Yeah, and that could be down to the way you are in the world because you've seen
your
way more
own
black
personal
people.
experience.
Yeah,
isn't really proper evidence, though, is it? Like, because you can
Okay,
have
so that's
your own
why.
biased experience or whatever.
No, true. But that's why I was putting up for you guys to see. Have you had a similar? Do you have a similar experience? And it's not. It wasn't. I wasn't trying to. 1 second, bro. I wasn't trying to demonize.
On that logic, yeah, then all black people would be on benefits. On that logic, right?
Well, you keep on saying "all" again. I can't deal with this guy. He's specifically trying to destroy your conversation, bro.
Okay, so there's a lot of black people in Britain on benefits, then. That's what you're
But it's
saying.
even though gold, right? Like it's not, and it's too. Even that would be too much of a simplified calculation to try to say whether this one's lazy or not. Yeah, because that doesn't.
All right.
Actually,
Well,
mean
I'll
you're
tell you what,
wait, hold on. Just being. Wait, hold up, bro. Listen, being someone that claims benefits doesn't automatically put you as being someone that's lazy.
Yeah, I never said that.
Just
I never
because you
said
claim
that. But
benefits
yeah,
doesn't mean you're legislating.
yeah.
No, but I'm saying like if it, that's what I'm saying for Taffy's calculation. It's a flawed calculation because just being on benefits doesn't necessarily equal laziness. I mean, there's people that work that's on benefits. That working tax credit for low income earners or whatever. That's a benefit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The pensioners, that's classed as benefit, even though they've paid into the system for the majority of their working life. So
Is my mic working better now, guys?
Still a bit
yeah,
low,
that's a lot better. It's still a bit low, but that's a lot better though. We can hear what you're saying clearly.
Right, I'll get back to
Yeah, yeah. So when we talk about the statement of what I made, because obviously there's a lot of people asking questions, and I'll confirm what I meant. You know, it does. You know, I wasn't trying to be cryptic about what I've said, and I was speaking to you, Vel. I was speaking to you as a black man. So I won't speak. I won't be going out and just sitting down with these white guys saying, "Oh, black people are lazy." I don't talk to them white brothers that I don't know from anywhere because most of them are dumb. Most of them are ignorant and want to hear what they want to hear. They want to hear what they want to hear, and I don't fuck with a lot of these people because I prefer to punch them in the mouth than have a conversation with them. I prefer to punch them in the mouth. I rather punch most of you cunts in your mouth.
You can't even.
So
anyway, carry on.
So you know what I mean? Well, listen. Your rulers are shooting little kids. So you're most strongest and brightest and bravest. Brightest and boldest and bravest and breastest. Your breastest and brightest and boldest are the most biggest cowards because they're killing little kids and they're meant to be your warriors. So what are you like? You little, have you washed your backside? You're throwing shit out. Your dad was throwing shit out windows. Your granddad was throwing shit out of windows, and you're coming in here. Hey, listen. You're throwing.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Where are we looking?
Shit out fucking windows. Fuck off. Hey, hold on a second. Bags your shit out of fucking windows. Get out of here. And you're opening your.
You're just anti everyone.
Black tooth mouth. Listen. The English. No, hold on. The English's teeth are black. How the Americans are winding you up about your state of your fucking dentistry. The Americans. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How comes everybody in the British Isles are known from the Americans, the white Americans, that are having bad teeth? The teeth. Your teeth are falling out your fucking mouth.
Gold.
Your teeth are falling out your mouth.
Look at Palmo's picture, bro. Gold. Look at Palmo's picture, bro. What flag's that? Wait, hold on. Gold. What flag's that in Palmo's picture?
I don't care if it's a British flag. It's a British flag. It's a British flag.
No, it's an Italian flag. It's an Italian flag in that case.
So?
And we brought back to this
why do you think he's standing in front of an Italian flag?
I don't care. I'm not talking about him. Maybe it's not. And he's British anyway. Even here, he's British. Yeah, British. Okay, so let me tie this down to you.
He's one of the original colonizers of the UK. You know what I mean? Like the Romans colonized the UK first of all, man.
Exactly.
OG.
Okay, so a lot of people here, like I said, their teeth are falling out their fucking face. That's why the Americans are saying, "Oh, am I wrong in saying that? Wait, is there a stigma from America about British teeth? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, of course there is. Yeah.
Exactly. So wait, hold on a second. Wait. So let me just get to the point now. Let me grab onto this point and drive it home. So really now, when we look at people talking about people about
what?
Huh?
Gold, you're cutting out.
Oh, his mic is saving us.
I think they can't hear us tapping. I think they're having trouble hearing us.
Can you hear me, Ben?
Elon got him. Remember when I was banning fire on Elon and they fucked up my stream? Remember that?
Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you, man. Yeah, nice. Gold.
Right,
Gold.
Can I ask you a question?
Man.
What
you have to wait till he comes back, man.
things about
He's
Britain
gone.
that you like?
Hey, listen, Gold ain't on no one's team right now, man. So I like.
No, Gold.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. Like trying to line him up as one of the air quotes black supremacists or whatever.
He stands alone. He's always got his own opinion.
They're not really working out, cause you got to remember one of his opening statements is the majority of black people are lazy. A lot of black people are lazy, not the majority. Sorry, not wait, hold on. Let me hold on. Let me retract the statement before Gold goes mad. Yeah, he didn't say the majority. He said a lot. A lot of black people are lazy. That is a wild ass statement.
And he's caring as well.
Yeah, his care, especially his carers.
The people
because
like me
anytime the black ones come, they're not doing the job properly.
He's gone now.
Is that better, chat? Can you hear me now, chat? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, Palmer, your mic sounds much better now.
Right.
It's not the loudest, yeah, but it sounds better. It sounds louder than when you first dropped on them.
This chat is saying they can't hear me.
The chat was saying they couldn't hear us. Well, again, Gold, you can't get it.
Somebody's fucking running off now, Gold.
Nah, because you know, Gold had a God mic still. He was God mic in the place, innit? So when he started going mad,
been the same. He gets these opinions and. Like I said, I wasn't attacking his mother last time. We were just discussing about his, ethnicity, and he told me that he was mixed race, and his mum was white. And that's what I was
that never happened, Palmer. That never happened, bro.
I know. It was about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I tell you, it was me and Jason. Wake Up Britain. Do you remember what Jason? It was me and him.
I've been listening to him. I've been listening to him since the last hour and a half. And he'd been coming out with some mad statements, you know what I mean? Yeah,
that's Gold, though. But
yeah. And then he said, I want Taffy to jump on. So I jumped on. And then he didn't want to talk to me because I'm dumb.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm sure him and Asketti were separated at birth, you know. I'm positive they were. So what's happening in YouTube land? Yeah.
I don't know, but the sunshine is coming. The sunshine is on its way.
It certainly is for me.
Yeah,
I'm off in 2 weeks. I'm off in 2 weeks.
Oh, there he is. Man, like Gold.
Oi!
How you mean? Oh, them feel.
Hey, put on your camera. Put on your camera, Taffy.
Alright,
Put on your camera.
Hey, Taffy, put your camera on.
Put your camera on.
Why do you want my camera?
He can't. I bet he looks like a shit state.
My face
He looks like a
My face is believable.
What are you saying? Well, I mean, you're British and I can't understand you.
Hey, Taffy's the moon them sugar. How you mean? Taffy's the moon them sugar. I like Taff. Taffy's the moon them sugar.
Hold on. He believes in flat Earth. You believe in flat Earth. You're dumb. You ain't got no brain cells. You believe in fucking flat Earth. Wait.
Me putting my camera on.
Taffy. Do you believe in flat Earth? Yes or no?
We all know
he's on to you now, Taffy. It's Taffy time.
Okay, so he believes in flat Earth. Okay, you're out of any type of intellectual conversation now. You can't be a part of it.
I'm with Gold on here. I'm with Gold on here. Gold, I'm with you on this. I'm with you. I'm sorry,
He's
Taff.
fucking stupid.
I'm sorry, Taff. I'm with Gold on this one.
When the English got here, they gave them stupid fucking tablets. They fucking guys, they ain't got no brain cells.
What?
They got no brain cells up there. They stupid fucking tablets up in that bitch. Because look how many people come up on this fucking. The Welsh people, what's wrong with them?
Who's attacking the Welsh now? Oh my god.
The fucking Welsh, I don't know, they're nuts. They're nutters. A lot of them are nutters. A lot of these fucking Welsh are absolutely
Tell you something now,
gone.
pal. Listen to me very carefully.
He's gone. Put your camera on, Taffy. Come on, mate. Come on.
We all know what's happened. We've all been on camera. We've all been on camera before. Everyone in the chat seen us.
What do you want to do? You want to have a face off, do you?
What do you say? Fat penis? What the fuck are you talking about?
Have a face off,
Getting sexual now. Stop it.
Yeah, there's a gay man. What in the homosexuality is going on here? I'm talking to straight people next to me. They're talking about fisting. You're talking about fisting and fucking all this.
Gold. Gold. Can I ask you a question? one question. Did you
Yeah,
get
you
your
can
teeth
ask.
from Turkey?
You can ask me a question.
Did you get your teeth from
I play
Turkey? You got
pinball with your
turkey teeth? Huh?
Turkey
Huh?
teeth,
I got fight. I fight, my brother. I fight in my life. I fought. I fought like a bad man, like a true man. I fought. Just like, hey, listen. Just like me. That's why I can't walk, because I'm a fighter. Listen, I tell you what. It's not what the English said to the. It's not what the English said to the Italians when the Italians were bending them over, giving them a little bit of a seeing to when they came to their island. You lot welcomed them in. There was no resistance. There was no resistance. There was no resistance. There was no resistance. No resistance. You were laying in bed. You were laying in bed with the enemy. With the enemy.
I did
With
your
the enemy.
Sardona.
You were lying in bed with the enemy. You lot have not defended yourselves against any invading force. Even the French ran the whole fucking monarchy out of Britain. So I mean, look, let's just be honest. You don't want to talk about people and being bright and brave and all of that. Send people to fucking other parts of land and call them brave and bright. But really, the English have never had a conglomerate of groups of nations descending upon them. They've never. They've actually been overthrown by one group of people.
Right.
Like nations, just individual nations.
Get it right, pal.
Individual. So don't forget, when we look at, excuse me, I'm not finished.
Your capital city.
My ancestors.
We shape this land. We, nobody else. We shape
So
this
listen,
land.
when we look about Afghanistan, when we talk about Afghanistan,
My ancestors.
Afghanistan has been invaded by 50 countries. Afghanistan has been invaded by 50 countries today, even today. These guys don't. No one wants to come to the UK. It's nothing here, so they've not been invaded. But when they were invaded, they open up their legs. They open up they pull their cheeks apart and said, "Jump in there, jump in there." I'm being honest. So what? If I was fully English, if I was honest, every English intellectual. Why do you think there's no English intellectuals? Because they can't talk about history and being brave. They can't use that. They can't use them two words. They can't use them two words in the same sentence. They can't use them two words in the same sentence unless it was about, unless it was relating to defending their own country against a bombing blitz against the Germans. And that was where my granddad stood up and actually defended the country. But in terms of going being brave and actually having equal numbers and actually having a proper battle, it's just the only time we've seen war from the West is when they're murdering people. Because they can't come. What countries have they knocked off? They've knocked off fucking territories that don't even have walls. They don't even, they're knocking off territories that don't even have capitals. They don't even have no armies, no army, no capital, no military. I'm talking. See, look, I'm talking about events. He's not talking about me. That's how gay these guys. You see what I'm saying? So rather than trying to meet me and intellectually debate me about what I'm talking about, they're talking about me as a person. So I mean,
my camera on so you can blow kisses at me.
Yeah.
Well, because that's not been the bulk of the conversation, has it?
With your
I said more than that.
Well, you were the one getting personal and shit, yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
you're all the carers. Down in the left-hand corner. You're all the donkeys taking her, giving it the big un.
Right, give us something positive about Britain. Have you got anything positive to say, Gold? Hang on, Taff. Gold. Have you got anything positive to say about Britain? Come on.
Okay, so what? So are you gonna refute?
No, but wait, hold on, though, yeah. Did you see, like, this is what I was saying to Banksy yesterday, yeah. That bro, the Patriot guys say the most stuff about how Britain's shit is fallen, is Londonistan, all this, that, and the other. We want our country back and blah blah blah. But if anyone else says anything bad about the UK or whatever, the man them get angry and upset about it. You know what I mean? It's like, bro,
no, he's got some points, Vel. He has got some points, but it's not all negative. You know what I mean? But
yeah, no,
it did do some good. Not perfect. I totally agree
Calling
with
all
it.
English dumb while he sits in England.
Yeah. But he's English.
Do you know what's interesting is that look, Palmo, you started a new line of questioning.
This two-tier complaint system.
Well, it's crazy.
Some men are allowed to make complaints, and others ain't.
It's backwards thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not listening to these cockroaches. I'm going to tell you about what the fuck what I've experienced, and I don't care if you don't want to hear my experience. You're a fucking cockroach if you don't want to hear my opinion. Fuck you.
And the state of the UK today and rah rah rah.
You know,
If anything, they speak on
professionals.
Cockroaches.
I'm just saying, if you're not trying to stop me from speaking, you're not a cockroach. But if you're trying to stop me from saying what I'm saying, or you're misquoting it purposefully, then you're a cockroach. You're a fucking cockroach.
Carry on.
Say cockroach again.
Go on, Big. No, Big was making quite. I think
Say cockroach one more time.
making good points.
Please say cockroach.
Listen, you know what? Do you know what the funny thing is actually it was the Israelis that really demonized the use of the word cockroach being applied to people, because when they say cockroach, they ethically cleanse people by using that word. When I say cockroach, it's because you're a piece of shit and you're just trying to be problematic. Do you see the difference?
No, you'll be personal.
Do you see the difference?
I think that well.
I'm gonna leave you on the panel though, man.
Cockroaches are very robust.
Keep rapping, man.
Come back now, bro. Come back. Please don't leave me alone.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back after.
You're all right. We don't bite cold. We don't bite cold. You're all right. We'll look after you.
Cockroaches could survive a nuclear holocaust.
Yeah, I'm really scared of you. You sound like a scary man. I'm only 6 foot with the ability to break your face.
That's funny still.
It's only
you say cockroaches could survive a nuclear holocaust.
It's true though. I guess it's true. Yeah, but does that mean that they're more superior because they've beaten the survival? That means they're more superior than black people, aren't they? They're more superior than black people now, aren't they?
Oh, the black ones.
Brother, I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, brother? Listen, man. Gold, you're still
it's not no victim, bro. It's not no victim.
Go. Listen, you're still not off the hook for the 60-40 black people are lazy business, yeah. So just
from what I've met, from what I've seen, yeah.
From
what I've seen, yeah.
You want to keep adding on to the pile of black people that are going to be lining up for gold in a bit, yeah, or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even want to add more to it. Mad still. Take time, man.
Oh, you can go.
Is that how you're going to leave the panel? Yeah, you pussy. Yeah.
What you saying? Wait, hold on a sec.
Yeah,
what you saying? You jump on? Alright, can go. Not even big up everyone.
Yeah, what's happening, babes?
Thanks for letting me on.
Tubes. Yeah, because she ain't seen me for a while. She hasn't seen me for a while. You getting jealous?
They love, man.
Hey.
Calm down, man. Calm down. I was just saying to big up everyone. I said big up everyone on the panel. I was speaking on me. So
it's good to see him though, because I hadn't seen him for a while. Something bad had happened to him. Seriously.
Well, all he's done is call cockroaches, and we're all lazy.
Yeah, but you have to learn that certain people they're dramatic. You haven't been around long enough to have seen what he said about black people as well.
He just said something about black people earlier. Hey, Jupes, did you hear what Banksy was saying about Nigeria yesterday? He was going mad still.
No, what did he say? Tell me.
He called it a mud hut shithole.
Oh, well, he's never been there, has he?
That has no history, and this, that, and the other. And
well, that's not true either. It's got a very good history.
Hey, Vel, you know what I said? Nappy hair. That's the only thing that I've said really derogatory about black people in the past. Was nappy hair.
It's not. No, it's not. Do you remember when you wild it out on Jedis?
And what did I say?
Yo, who's this?
Hello. Taffy, you're
One sec.
What's going on? Taffy, you're down.
No,
fucking hell, it's that Palmer.
Get the jog in there,
boy. No, sorry, there's Tramadam.
Hello, Velly. Fucking laugh.
Do the favour.
Why for that, cuz?
Where's Natty 2 Dread? I want to see his 6-pack.
Natty 2 Dread.
Oh my god.
Who's that talking?
Oh my days, who's that? Hey, Vel.
Who's that talking?
Yo.
I'm talking to you.
Hiya, Tramadol.
Hello, Jupiter, darling. What's going on?
Talks like that.
I don't know. I think they're all fighting, and I've just.
Hey, Rainbow Block. This is called a Rainbow Block. Rename it. Rename this Rainbow Block, Vel.
Allow it, cuz, man.
I just, you know, allow it.
Allow that, cuz, man. Yes, that's Esau's block, cuz. Alright, I'm gonna jump off and let Carter on it. Yes,
Carter.
Okay, so can we admit that English people, based on the demographic and there being the majority in the UK...
Hold on a minute, there's only 2 English here.
All right, but listen, hold on a second. It's interchangeable, but don't forget, look, when I say English, it's interchangeable with British. Let's just say this is because it's England, isn't it? It's England.
Okay.
It's, you know, some people will cherry pick, oh, well, I'm white when it comes to that. But but when we're actually talking about the English and what they've done as bad, oh, well, I'm Welsh, I'm Scottish, I'm better than that. So it changes like the wind.
Yeah,
so
well,
I don't
that's
really know what
to be specific, because some things...
We're all British on here. We're all British.
Yeah, some things have been done as a united country and other things have been done as individuals. It all depends how far back in history you go. And it all depends on what you're talking about.
Oh, Dupes, I really liked your last show, by the way. I'll put a good comment on there for you.
Oh, thank you.
So,
what was the topic? What was the topic?
They were talking about NATO, Ukraine. Oh, they were going in. It was good.
Oh, nice. At least geopolitics is probably the standard.
Totally agree with you, Dupes, on Ukraine. Totally agree with you.
Are you aware of that?
What's that, Tav?
What did you say, Tavi?
I said
I'm not
you're
ignoring
aware
you.
that there's other countries in the UK other than England.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not trying to. No, but listen. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And you know what? Sometimes I get it mixed up, but truly, I'm actually trying to really focus in on UK, United Kingdom, people in the United Kingdom.
Okay, so all of us together. So you want to sort around on you, yeah?
Well, when I say the UK and people from the United Kingdom, then that will unfortunately, yes, that will involve the people who are actually in London, though, because people up north, they like to make noise, but really they don't even know what it's like.
Right, I was going to say about that.
They do. They chat shit and they don't even know what's going on in the fucking in the main money make the place that has the most GDP is London. Okay, and he doesn't even know what's going on socially in London.
Shut up.
What do you mean? Britain is getting fucking wrecked by London.
He's had to go to the black.
Yeah, and
now.
Yeah, he has got everyone.
Hold on. You know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? Is that the Northerners? I'm going to say this: the Northerners. You know what? The Northerners, the Northerners have to come down to take advantage from foreign investment. You lot are taking advantage of foreign investment.
You're not taking advantage of foreign investment.
Yes, you are. We all are. Without the Arab investment, Britain would be a fucking shithole. Britain would be a shithole without Arab investment.
How much money Britain's been given away? We've got Ethiopians looking at bronze, and we've got all sorts of things going on. We're as bad as the US for giving away money.
No, but if Arabs are giving out money and we don't take their money,
we even paid for the Ethiopian Spice Girls, for God's sake.
We did, yeah.
The what?
We did. Ethiopian Spice Girls, not the Spice
Girls.
Spice Girls, yeah.
Ethiopian Spice Girls. What's that? Yeah. That sounds interesting.
It was a female.
I think it's the front card. Get me.
Oh right, okay. Never mind.
To the left if you're having a good time.
Yeah. Shake it to the left.
But the Arabs are giving out money to everyone.
Well, they bought London. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we don't take their money,
so what?
Then where are we going to be? Bottom of the pile.
Hey, money's money.
We are already the bottom of the pile. Don't you get it? Why do you think everyone's been boning?
You want to take money, you get called a grifter on YouTube.
Money,
you try to make a little bit of cash.
Yeah,
you try and get through in life, and you try and make it in life. I don't care where the money comes from. I'm not really bothered.
People don't like getting labelled, these names,
The left are like the Gestapo. They report you in 5 minutes.
All right, racist grifters.
You know what's a funny thing is, through all of this, it's the people from this country in the UK that are fucking have the most problems between each other. Is you lot? Is the far right or the whites or the or the lefties, whatever you lot are, politically, it doesn't matter. It's the whites.
We are the British. That's what
Yeah, the British arguing amongst each other more than anybody else.
Yeah,
and
we've always done that.
That's what we do. We argue all the time.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's good to argue, bro.
Come on, we love it. We love a good.
Hey, Kingo, you've obviously never been in the room with 4 Nigerians.
I can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean by that. I know what you mean.
Awful Turks.
No,
but his dad's
The Turks at the moment have got the guns on the streets, and
But his dad's Nigerian. His dad's Nigerian. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I
you
said.
don't see Nigerian shootouts on the streets anymore. You see
Gold, right? We've been an island of people who will literally call out anything and nothing is off the table. Yeah, but now we're being pushed into a corner where we can't say this and we can't say that because it's politically correct. See, and that's the problem, bro. Yeah, that is the problem.
Good old British humour. We used to laugh at ourselves.
Everything should be
called
called out. Everything should be able to be called out. Everything. Yeah.
Oh, we still can.
People get emotional.
Come on. I mean, you've got a good sense.
Oh, take heart. If they put boots on the ground, it's going to be all the woke going out to fight. Thank God.
Well, I'm old enough not to go, so I'm laughing.
Bingo's a fighter.
Send them all to the Ukraine.
No, we're too old. They won't send us old.
We're too old. It's going to be all the lefty lovers, all the wokeists.
I'm going to be sat back here. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to.
They're going to have gender neutral toilets in the army.
Wait. Now that's stupid because the lefties aren't going to engage in wars. The left states that they are against violence. So when people are trying to tarnish the left with being this radical fucking threat to society, they've tried to switch. Fuck you. That would be the loyalists. The loyalists. Sorry, no offense, stupid. I'm saying that'd be the loyalists.
Hold on, let's have a discussion on it. Is Keir Starmer on the left?
He looks homosexual to me personally.
No, is he on the left?
He's not homosexual.
And he looks it. He looks it. It don't matter.
Well, I wouldn't be too sure. I wouldn't be too sure. Can't.
Well, he's a bit,
right, so Starmer's on the left, and he wants to take us into a third world war.
Yep, same as Blair. Like Blair did.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and well. That's you're using one example though, Dupes. You can't really do that because don't forget up there you don't know what's going on.
Out there, I do not want to be taken into a third world war.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he's running around saying that the British want to go fully behind Zelensky when we're not. I don't know why he's doing that.
You know what happened?
Well, do you think that he's overruling? Sorry, Khan. Do you think he's overruling the fucking Tories and the Conservatives in their imperialist fucking sitting on their little imperialist thrones?
People into war.
Yeah, the Conservatives and the Tories will be loving what he's saying. Then he's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
They're a uni party, aren't they?
Yeah. I don't think there's much difference between the.
That's all too complex.
I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It gets too complex, guys. So what's the point of even looking into it?
I think he should have given the British people a referendum to see whether.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But British want referendums on everything now.
Well, that's called.
We want a referendum on referendums.
Well, that's a sign of the times. We don't trust the governments.
But like when we had one on Brexit, look what happened there.
Yeah, I don't think they should have let Brexit go through on such a small margin.
There
should have been a rule where you have to win the vote by at least like 5% or 10%.
Don't be so dumb.
But they scraped it through on like 1%. That's ridiculous.
People spoke out, Khan, and it was.
But it weren't an overwhelming consensus one way or the other.
But it doesn't matter because Brexit is just a word. It's never been followed or acted out. It's just a word.
Yeah, I agree.
And we're literally now, right, living on an island together, and there is nobody to vote for because they're all fucking idiots.
Exactly.
But there never has been, Taffy. It's always been a scam.
Yep.
There's never been anyone to vote for.
When has it ever been democracy?
Why do you think they like to keep the people dumb? They don't give you good schools. They don't let you educate your kids to university level even.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, they do now that they're
the whole thing's a
indoctrinating
scam.
them. They do now, though, Carl. Now they're indoctrinating them and putting 30 grand round their neck.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think a film like Life of Brian would be released in 2025?
2025, you can make that yourself.
You can't even laugh at Friends, and that weren't even meant to be that bad.
Yeah, come on.
That's
No,
got a
but I
woman on
watched
the
Friends
front
the
of
other
it.
day and it actually was bad. I don't know why we didn't think it was bad at the time. It is actually quite bad.
What do you mean bad? As in it's shitty, poorly produced, directed, or is it like?
No, it's just like there's racism in it. They take the piss out of the fat geezer. They take the piss out of everyone too much, really.
Yeah, and Rainbow.
But that's British humour. That's what we're good at.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to laugh at yourself and everybody else, because if you can't laugh, you're going to cry. And believe me, if we go into World War III, we might as well make our final days full of mirth.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to go at the wall laughing.
Yeah. You're going to have to have dark humour. You're going to have dark humour then.
I think they're just scapegoating and scaring people into it. Like, there's no World War III.
Well, not yet.
It's got to the point now where someone's going to push a button and it's going to be lights out for everyone. Like, it ain't even going to be a war. It's going to be like, good night.
So Keir Starmer
dead.
is taking British troops to Ukraine, which we haven't really got.
It's just another scam. It's just another way of them getting money.
The fucking British pounds to Ukraine, which we haven't really got. Yet we can't defend our own fucking borders.
I
Yet
agree.
we've got to go and worry about somebody else's.
It's just a scam, Taffy.
Make it make sense, bro.
It's just a scam.
Yeah.
Whether it's a scam or not,
Can't
we're going to
defend
have
our
real
borders.
British people slaughtered for other people's ideals, and I don't
No
think
one's
that's
going to
right.
get slaughtered.
I mean,
they're doing all that.
They're going to be stationed out there and it's going to be like a little holiday
on
camp.
the basis of Donald Trump has got to be there making that deal. And if he doesn't make that deal, Donald Trump is going to fucking pull out, and then they're all fucked.
He already has.
He's done it.
He's already pulled out. He's pulled out.
Yeah.
Pulled out.
Right. Well, there you go. That's all the ingredients for World War III, bro.
No, he's saying that Europe needs to step up. And he's right there.
But Europe,
We don't need to step up. We need to step away.
We do. The UK do. There's nothing to do with
We
it.
need to get our coat and walk slowly to the door.
Well, then you're going to take the L and lose money. I mean, where you leave money behind, someone else comes and picks it up.
I ain't worried about that.
We give them money on a loan. We get the money
There's
back.
more valuable things in the world than money, mate.
Be careful, Dupes. Be careful.
Swings and roundabouts, though, isn't it?
Love is more fucking powerful than money.
It swings and roundabouts. You're either going to have an army, and
I
if you're looking, you know the saying, if you're a hammer, all you do is look for nails all day, because that's what hammers do, innit? They just bash nails in. So if you've got an army, you need wars all the time to keep your army going. But when you run out of wars, what are you going to do? You just have to start disbanding the army, and that's what happened. These lot had to disband their army.
Don't realise.
They joined all the European countries together and made one big army, and then they disbanded that as well.
Oh, that would be great. That would, wouldn't
War
it?
is big business. War is profitable.
Yeah,
It's a big
but
business.
war is a money launderer. And listen,
Exactly.
you say we're going to make money, we lose money.
No, the elites make money.
The
though.
rich make money,
Yeah.
but the ordinary person don't. So don't sit here
No.
telling me,
Yeah,
oh
right,
yeah, what about the money?
No,
'Cause
but if our elites don't make the money,
it's
someone
not going to
else's
make
elites
our
will make
life
that
better.
money.
It's not
Yeah, but
going to
some-
make our
But
life
you don't
better.
get it, Dukes. If
And it's
our
not going to
elites
make
don't
our
get that
kids'
money,
lives better either.
someone else's
The
elites will
working
get
class,
that
I
money.
get that,
It's the
Dukes.
same money
I get
floating
it.
around, isn't it? It's either your elites are going to get it or someone else's elites are going to get it.
Yeah, that's how
but
it
if you
goes,
haven't got
Carl.
a good
Totally.
army, you're going to end up like Gaza.
What'd you say?
I said, if you haven't got
And
a
this
good
money
army,
doesn't. And the money doesn't.
get into wars that you're going to get fucking that you should never be in, and start fucking shit that you never should have started because you're messing around with a better army, and you're going to end
They
up.
ain't got an army. They ain't got an army.
The only time I think we should go
They can
to
have
war.
army.
Listen,
They can have army, Taffy.
if Russia started
America done
going
all
in
the
on
fighting for them.
Poland, then we'd have to step up as Europeans.
That's how it started last time, didn't it? That's what started
Yeah.
the last war off.
But the fact is, I don't even believe Russia are going to encroach on Europe.
don't
It's their
think
own
so. I don't-
internal argument. That's what
I
it
don't
is.
think Russia's as powerful as you think, you know. A lot of their army is old. A lot of their
Well,
machinery is
he did
old.
say he got no intention of Poland. But who knows?
But either way, what's it got to do with England? It's like the other end of the world. What's England doing out there, starting trouble as usual?
Yeah, but we have to. It does affect us because Europe has to be stable. If Europe falls, it will affect us.
Yeah, but Ukraine ain't even Europe.
But
it is attached to Europe. It's on the
Yeah, but
mainland.
that's why I
the
don't
continent.
agree in fighting for their borders.
So, in a way,
because-
it will affect us because it's the European continent. If that falls, it will affect UK, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think. Yeah, but how, Palmo? I don't think it really will.
Well, you'll have refugees, more refugees coming across.
Well, apart from that,
We've
yeah.
had all the refugees. There's none left.
No, I'm not about the European refugees. I'm on about Khan.
From where? From Poland and that.
Yeah, from Europe. If it falls, if Europe falls, we'll have everybody. Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
Polish
but I don't
people.
think
Let 'em
Europe.
go.
No, you said Ukraine. Europe won't fall.
I don't think he's
No,
going
I'm
to do
saying
it.
if Russia does invade and it comes to a war and Europe falls, it will affect the UK.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But if
That
it
would.
comes
Yeah.
to it won't be like boots on the ground. He got a missile that can get to Britain in 20 fucking minutes, bro.
Oh yeah. But it's not. They want the land. It's about getting land. So they'll bring soldiers in.
Because when the big boys
Not
come
land
into
grab.
the
It's a land
wall,
grab.
then
It's power. It's land grab.
Yeah.
They won't destroy what they
And a
what
couple
they
of
need.
fucking strategically placed missiles, and Britain is fucked.
Oh, we're too small, mate. We're too small. We've got no
Yeah, but
chance.
we shouldn't even have involved ourselves in the first place. I don't know
Exactly.
why we were getting involved in a war that was internal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we seem
That's what countries do. They cause trouble for other countries to keep them occupied. Look how much little terrorist groups there is all around the world getting funded by left, right, and centre.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
disgusting.
It's just to cause trouble for other people, so they're too busy. They take their eye off the ball, and then you can make better deals, make more money.
Why the Europeans are arguing with each other, the Chinese and all them are rubbing their hands.
I don't think Europeans are arguing with each other. Who's Europeans arguing with? Oh, you mean
Europeans at the
Russians are
moment,
European?
It's ready to go anytime, Card. It's on a life's edge at the moment with Russia, isn't it? With the
No.
Europeans. It's
Yeah, exactly. They lap up all the mainstream, you know. They lap it up like it's fucking.
Originally called the G8, if you remember.
So you can't unpack someone else's lie, and you're trying to unpack someone else being a counterfeit who's promoting that lie. They don't even know what they're talking about. So it
But
means you
Russia
are
was
really.
part of the G fucking pact, weren't they? Once upon a time. Until they went into Georgia, and then they got kicked out.
You've got your three main world powers: is China, Russia, and America. They're
And
the
Wales,
people
don't
that make
forget
the
Wales,
rules.
bro. Don't forget
They're
Wales.
they're the main people on and probably.
Yeah, but Russia and America's teaming up to keep China and India down because
Exactly.
they're taking over. China and India's
They're the
not
main- what
stopping
they
their
did-
growth.
Yeah,
They're going to take over everything.
No, if China
China.
and Russia team up, then you can look out.
That's not going to happen.
No, that will never happen.
I think Russia would more team up with India, to be honest. when it comes
communist
on the border.
countries living
I
on
think
each other's
everyone's trying
borders.
to team up with India right now.
Yeah, well, they're connected, aren't they?
Why are people calling
India.
Taffy a grifter in the side chat? You monetised Taff. Congratulations if you have.
No, because they were slagging him off.
Oh,
they
I've
were
been
slagging him
called.
off.
I've been called worse. too.
Taffy's spending all his money on
You can hear
McDonald's, mate.
that Chris was slagging you off, Taff. I'm not
I
gonna
know,
say
I
it on
heard
here.
him, bro.
I'm not going to say no, mate. But
last night, yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to say no, pal. But you know what I'm on about.
You know what they say? Sticks and stones.
Yeah, exactly. Look after the pennies, the pounds to look after you.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Take
lot
what
are
you
too
can.
soft, man.
Take what you can. Everybody else is.
I like to
Why are you
turn
not on
that.
Putin's side? You lot are all on
I like to
Putin's
turn
side
that
over here.
grifter word into a
I'm not
graph.
on Putin's side. I'm not on no one. I'm on Britain's side.
You're on Britain's side, one of the British side, British people.
We
Oh,
need,
so
we need
you-
some
so-
real patriots.
Not
Where's
the
Fat
British
Dave?
government, Joe.
Get
Not
Fat
the
Dave
British
over here.
government. The British people were on their side.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're all
Fat Dave saw Putin kissing the Quran. He went mental.
I'm a bit
He
older than
went
you guys. I've been
mental.
through all this before. We've gone through this before. And we know it works. And we'll suffer, like Card says, with the British people. The people will suffer. It won't be the elite. They'll be fine in the ivory towers. They're fine. It'll be us that'll
Yeah,
suffer.
it's going to be normal people's kids that are being forced to go and fight for something
look
they
at
don't
Afghan,
even
Joe.
stand for.
But we need an enemy. We can't
Look
just be at
Afghan.
each other's
How many-
throats.
how
We
many
need an
British-
enemy.
Hang on, Card. How many British soldiers lost their lives in Afghan? For what?
Exactly.
Look at it now.
How many British died in Afghanistan? Not that many.
It was a few hundred.
So you're
And
not sending people to their death?
what happens, Palmo? They come home and their families have a little memorial, and we get foreigners come and live here and trash it, thinking that we're celebrating. That's how
But you
thick they are.
can't have troops that ain't battle hardened. They have to go to battle. Otherwise, there's no point having them. Look, there was
disgusting. It's
bunch of
disgusting what they've
Koreans.
allowed to happen to people that
They sent a bunch of Koreans to
that they
fight
chose
for
to
Russia.
sacrifice, and they can't even respect the people they chose to sacrifice. It's disgusting.
Going to go
But
through
that's
all
how it is. They
the
don't even give them
stuff.
proper equipment. They don't even give them proper bulletproof vests. Nothing. They send
Have
them
you
out there
heard
with
the
no
story about
equipment.
Ukraine? Have you seen what they're doing in the Ukraine, Juice? What I was reading a story that they're dragging 16-year-old Ukrainian boys out the houses to go on the front line.
It's
Yeah,
awful.
what else are they gonna do? What else are they gonna do?
It's 2025. We shouldn't be doing this.
I saw a program
I heard
about
Banksy saying that Pavlov from Speakers
what
Corner,
thing.
he's got no
Taffy.
interest in going back.
I saw a program about American border control, right? You know where the Mexicans cross the border, and it was all Chinese people going through there, and they said to them like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Yeah,
and
I
they
don't
said, "Well,
care.
we've heard that we can get citizenship if we join the military, and apparently America's offering a deal where if you go and sign up for their military, you could get citizenship." And I think
Well,
that's what England
that's
should do.
probably what
That's
they're
what
going to
England
do
should
here.
do. But that's what they've done in Israel. They've got all the Indians
Yeah,
out
well,
there
that's
fighting
probably
for
what
them.
they're going to do here. We know that. We've already
The
spoken
size
about
of
that.
our force, I think, what's the full size of our force? I think it's 250,000, if at a guess. It was tiny. Not much we could do.
The bottom line is that we all know the Ukraine's losing the war, and he's not likely to win it, no matter how many men you give him, because he hasn't got the strategic know-how. Obviously, all the billions he's been sent, all the weapons he's been sent, and he's still losing. So what's the point?
Yeah,
his own people are turning against him. You can see it.
He won't give up either. He won't give up.
And it's all right in being brave. I'm all for people saying, I'll fight to my dying death when it's your own country. Fair enough. That's what he wants to do. And if that's what his people want to do. But don't ask other people to get involved, because it's not our war.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you what I think. I personally think, they pressured Putin on the Ukraine side of things, so he would pull out of Syria. And when he pulled out of Syria, they were like, right, there's no point pressuring him no more. We might as well make a deal. Because they got what they wanted. They wanted him out of Syria so Israel can go in there. And they got what they wanted now.
It's all games, Khan.
That's true, Khan. That's true.
They had him fighting on two fronts. They had him on two fronts at the same time. Ukraine on one side, Syria on the other. He had to pull out of one of them.
But sometimes you've got to cut your losses, right? Because there's not much of Ukraine left.
Yeah.
That's not true.
But
You've got to know when to hold them, and you've got to know when to fold them. You've got to know when to walk away, and you've got to know when to run.
He ain't even bombed their capital.
And that is why Donald Trump said the cards are not in your hand. And the bloke couldn't even understand what he was saying.
It is true. It is
He's
true.
a spastic, that is isn't he?
And Ukraine will be fucking blown off the map if they can't strike a deal.
Taffy, they went easy on them. They didn't even bomb their capital, for fuck's sake.
It won't be a Ukraine
Putin's gone so easy on them. It's unbelievable. Even Putin said, I could have won this war in 3 days, he said. He's not lying.
Not a war, is it? It's not a war, it's a conflict, isn't it?
It won't even be a Ukraine to argue about.
But if it does turn into a war, they'll obliterate them. They would, exactly.
Why is he going easy on him? Because he knows that
Are you farting?
It's the elite. Oh, does it sound funny? You know, it's the elites, right? He doesn't want to kill innocent people because he knows that that's who he's going to have to get involved with. So that's probably why he's taking it easy, because he's not trying to just kill people because they're there.
It's not that. It's that they're the same people, really. And in his country, there would be too much sympathy for the Ukrainians. If
NATO ain't happy with Zelensky anyway. They've had a go at him.
Have they?
It's like he says he wants a peace deal, but does he really?
He's milking it, man.
They've told him to sort it out. They've told him to sort it out.
Out of it.
And Zelensky has now said he's now ready to sign a serious deal with the US.
Well, you know, Putin's threatened, don't you, if they go into the Ukraine? You know,
a bit late for that, isn't it?
Do you know he's threatened, don't you? He's going into next. It's Finland. They're on a knife's edge in Finland at the moment. Because they're being warned.
If he goes into Finland, then we are definitely at war, because we'd have
That's what will happen. That's what we've got to be very careful of.
Yeah.
Because he's sent signals to Finland that they're next.
But he's entitled to have his buffer zone, isn't he?
Yeah.
We've gone right up to his border, and he's going, well, at least take one step back.
Yeah. Saying that, mind, Zelensky is a good grifter.
He's a good money earner, isn't he?
He's billionaire.
He's a hustler.
He's a billionaire, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's put the work in, mate.
Grift by Zelensky. I might
he's going to retire to America.
Wasn't he a child actor? What are you actor? A
comedian,
entertainer?
Oh, Snap, I'm in. Big up the panel.
Yeah.
Big up.
I am scared.
Hello there. Long time.
Hi, Rick.
So what have you come on to talk about?
I come to agree with the right wingers today.
Oh,
that's not very nice.
So we're all in agreement. Thankfully, we're finally getting unity. Now we can take down the government.
Hurrah!
Hurrah!
We might be able to be fair. This is like a pretty bad one. I think the last one was bad as well. I think there should have been unity on that, but you know, Keir Starmer has been pretty bad. I want to disagree when you guys said that it was left wing. By the way, there's never been anyone more right wing than Keir Starmer.
He's a fucking clown.
But I agree. This war obviously is a joke with Ukraine. But I'm just confused. Like, it's your government, right?
It's our government, yeah.
The West as well.
Your government as well, aren't you?
Yeah, well,
British?
if you
Isn't
live
that your
here,
government?
it's your government and all, unfortunately.
Sure, but you guys support this government, though, no?
And I do commiserate with you that you've got a government like this.
I would imagine none of us voted for Labour on this panel.
Yeah, I don't think any of us voted for Labour at all, actually. I think they got in without any of us voting for them, which is...
That's the way it works.
But yeah, no, but I mean, obviously, this is a country. We want to take the country back, taking the country back. How does it end up in this state where all of our money is getting given away? Like, you guys represent the majority, right? I'm like a minority, little wokey in the corner. I don't really have any power in this country. How is it that you guys, the majority, have let your country go in this direction?
You've got the same power as we all have.
We didn't have the power. The wokies had the power.
When all our army goes to Ukraine, we'll take it back then, innit?
They used every trick in the book to silence us, and they're still trying.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. No, I actually have come to agree, so I'm not going to be too facetious, to be fair. But I think, like I said, I think it's interesting. I think one of the big problems that's happened in this country, I think, has been the fact that the rich and the powerful in the country have always been able to point towards immigrants and migrants, and make people make a lot of people become distracted with what the real problems are. Like, even if you got rid of all the migrants in this country right now, all the small boys stopped, etc., your prices are still going to be high, inflation is still going to be going through the roof, and your government's still going to be giving away money to this random country to carry on this war.
Yeah, but Scott, that's not going to convince us to keep letting more and more people in. We have to stop.
Control borders. Exactly.
We've got to control it.
No, for sure. But you know, that's not I think the first thing you need to do is change your government and then control your borders, right?
Totally
if you ask the same people to control your borders,
know how to make deals. They just don't know how to make deals. Yeah,
but that's my point, though, right?
Yeah,
but they keep getting away with it.
Migration, long as it's controlled, nothing against. I'm a migrant son. So I've got nothing against migrants.
They've become lazy because the EU have been making the deals for them in the past, and now there's literally nobody who's running the country.
Do you still believe that, Taffy?
100%, bro. This government, right? They haven't got a clue. They're just in there to fill their fucking
guys,
pockets,
I've got to go.
Pay for their houses.
Peace out.
They're just big up.
Belly, chat, love.
I hope it didn't change your way, man. It was nice talking to you when you were here. But Taffy, do you really believe that the EU was in control, and then you got rid of the EU, and now the reason why it's not working is because of some, like, it sounds like the government has kept giving you like excuses, and you keep buying them. Like, the EU was never the problem.
Become complacent. The EU was doing them all the deals. The EU took all the hard work away from
the EU. Are the idiots that are still trying to take us to war,
and they've still got that mindset.
I mean, I'd argue that Britain are the idiots taking us to war, right? Like, Boris Johnson was the one that was over there in Russia and Ukraine doing all the big talk and all of this. Oh, we have to fight you and we have to fight against Putin.
Yeah, but I would say he was a globalist as well,
right? Like, Keir Starmer's leading the charge, saying that we have to defend Europe.
The problem with the EU is they were globalists, and the globalists want to expand. The globalism was a new word for what I would call the Fourth Reich.
No, but globalism.
And I would say Starmer's a globalist, Boris Johnson's a globalist. Yes, he was.
No, but globalism as an ideology
other people's
isn't the
borders
same.
when we can't look after our own.
Okay. Well, globalism as an ideology isn't obviously the same as fascism or Nazism. And we can argue about whether globalism is a good or a bad thing. Like, the idea that we understand.
But it is. It was a cover. It was a cover scattered, in my opinion.
A cover for
anyway.
what?
It was a cover for extreme people. I mean, are you going to argue with me that you don't think Starmer's extreme? I think he's extreme.
I think Starmer isn't in control. I think Starmer is obviously a puppet that they put there because he doesn't have any values or principles, and he goes with the people behind him, like McSweeney, are telling him to do. And so there's a lot of people in the background, like Mandelson, McSweeney, Tony Blair, for example, who are in control of the Labour Party. It has nothing to do with necessarily Keir Starmer. And like
I think it goes higher up than that. Did you see Dominic Cummings' interview where he says that basically everything that we see in politics is a theatre, that they're given scripts, that they've already decided what the outcome of all the meetings and from the globalists?
I mean, that's always, Dominic Cummings, I wonder if he was saying that when he was in power and he was running the show. It's always easy to do that sort of conspiracy thing.
Liz Truss has also come out and explained how she got taken down.
Obviously, she's going to say that she got taken down because she doesn't want to accept that she was a very bad prime minister.
Now, right? We're in a crisis in Britain, up and down, right? Near enough everything is going up, right? Yeah.
But one second, let me
hold on.
Okay, cool. You go, but let me respond there because people are just asking me a question. People are just asking me a question, so I'm gonna let you explain.
Taking money off your time.
Give me some time to talk because
I guess they find billions of pounds to fund a war which we should never be in.
I don't know what your point is.
Yeah, Taffy, what's your point, man? Your whole civilization is based on war.
Ukraine. Do you think that could be kept in Britain and like we could bring things down in cost and help people out, maybe not take money off the pensioners?
Yeah, we could
build up our own defenses.
But you understand that when the war in Ukraine started, it was Britain, right? Boris Johnson on the forefront, going to America, going to Europe, and rallying the troops, saying that we have to fight against Putin. And when he done that, you understand. 1 second, and not just him. He gave permission to Zelensky to blow up gas pipelines in the middle of Europe, which put up the prices of gas and electric for all of us because we were getting supplied by Russia. And because they didn't want us to spend money with Russia anymore, they blew up your own gas and electric. So you have prices in this country based on Boris Johnson and the choices of your government. This is my point. Right. And instead of actually focusing on that,
but that's what we're saying, Scattered. They're all useless. We've had the Conservatives, they're useless. We've had Labour before, they're useless.
3 years. Why the fuss now?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Why didn't they do this deal 3 years ago? Why has it come for 3 years? This could have been sorted out 3 years ago.
Scattered.
Because Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party
in the middle. Let me translate this for you.
One second.
They're basically saying that
Joe
they
Biden
haven't got any power to do anything about the situation. The best they can do is make life miserable for immigrants, and that's what they're going to do. Basically, that is the extent of their power, is to make life miserable for the most vulnerable people in society. And that's
shut up! Now. It's gone past that.
But when it comes to these kind of things, Scattered Centuries, your government, you voted for them. What are you going to do about it? You're the majority, and you're like, what can we do?
But why does Starmer want to send boots to fucking Ukraine now? Why didn't he do it 3 years ago? Why didn't they do it 3 years ago?
Taff, you know Starmer wasn't in power 3 years ago, yeah?
Oh, but they're the same end of the coin.
So Boris Johnson, why didn't Boris Johnson do it 3 years ago? Now I'm asking you, Taff, you're the right winger. Why didn't Boris Johnson do it 3 years ago?
Look, I don't know, because why didn't Europe step up 3 years ago? Why didn't America step up 3 years ago? But it's only now.
Should I tell you why?
Who's got the answer?
Ask the question.
Why? Yeah, why? Why?
Because America did step up, right? America gave them all the guns and the weapons that they wanted. Boris Johnson went around Europe and America, rallying them. 1 second, rallying them to give them the guns and all the weapons. And they were happy, and they were happy at this point in time to let the Ukrainians fight and die, and for the Brits to sit back and watch. That's what they were happy about.
No. Look,
now we've got to the point now where we have a different president, and Trump is saying to them, he is not going to fund this war anymore. And the Europeans are like, oh snap, if we don't have American weapons, if we don't have American money, what are we going to do?
Because he knew the countries were weak and they were just going to fucking chastise him and take money away from him. Yeah, he didn't care, there was no Donald Trump back then 3 years ago.
to step up to Putin and say we can do a deal. You haven't got to do this war. It hasn't got to happen. You all.
No, they didn't want to be. They didn't want to be. One sec, Taff. They didn't want to be fighting on.
All you had.
But they didn't want to be fighting on. They didn't want to be fighting on multiple fronts. That's what it was. That's why there was a common.
I agree with what Taff is saying in regards that Trump and Biden were saying two different things. Biden wanted to use this as an opportunity to weaken Russia. Trump is like, rare. I can make a deal with Russia, right? So and there's two different things completely, two separate different things. But I'm saying about this country though. I'm talking about this country because you're talking about America like you're American, Taff. In this country, your Prime Minister Boris Johnson 3 years ago was not saying that we need to stop the war. 3 years ago, your Prime Minister Boris Johnson was saying we need to continue the war and that we desperately need America to back the war. Yeah?
He actually pulled them out of a peace deal. There was a potential peace deal on the table, and he said no. Sabotaged the whole thing.
100%. So you could keep talking about Trump and Biden, but why don't you talk about your English people and the people in this country that actually you have some influence over?
Well, there's some uncertainty about his heritage, but what I think someone says Turkish. But what I will say is this,
Boris.
Yeah,
it's got Turkish. Isn't Boris the right wing sweetheart? You gotta tell him he's Turkish.
He's got Turkish heritage. But what I will say,
wait.
But what I will say is this:
Do you know who Boris Johnson is? Whose great grandson he is?
No.
When the British infiltrated the Ottoman Empire and they collapsed the Ottoman Empire, they wanted to put a puppet regime to run Turkey, and Boris Johnson's great granddad was going to be the leader of Turkey, but they had a military revolt and they hanged him from a lamppost in the street, and Boris Johnson's family had to run away into England.
Yeah. Okay. So we all know Boris is a Turk, and we know that he's American as well. But the point is that he was the sweetheart of the right wing. The right wing loved him. You lot were all cheering when he became the leader of the Conservative Party, saying that
he was the one promising Brexit.
Yeah, and then what did he give you? He gave you a war in Russia, and he was the one that was fighting for that war to continue.
And he was the only one saying, "I'll get Brexit through."
So I don't understand how people are getting at Keir Starmer like Keir Starmer is this warmonger, and they're not going to get up Boris Johnson. They're both as bad as each other. Can you say they're both as bad as each other?
Yeah, they're clowns. They're just clowns.
But both Boris and Keir Starmer, yeah?
All of them.
Okay, cool. And the only politician that we ever had in this country that didn't want to go to war was Jeremy Corbyn, but you guys hated him, right?
I don't. He's a clown.
Yeah, because he didn't want to go to war, right?
No, not because he didn't want to go to war. He had other terrible policies.
Like what?
Oh, I don't even know. Like, shocking. Yeah. Otherwise, he would have been leader of the Labour Party.
I mean, he was leader of the Labour Party.
In power, he would have been Prime Minister.
No, he wasn't Prime Minister because people like you would never vote for him, right? Because you're saying that
Wales have always voted Labour.
You're saying that you would never have voted for Corbyn,
Wales,
right?
Bottom line, we've always voted Labour.
Did you vote for Corbyn?
Yes.
Oh wow! Wow! Remember that.
And Boris Johnson was a strategic voting move.
But when Boris Johnson stepped
because
in,
we thought he would get Brexit,
I'll get Brexit through for you. So,
but don't you feel like that's been part of the problem, though, right? Like the population of this country have been making these choices, thinking that they're gonna get something, and people like myself have been on the side, been like, these people are lying to you. Don't believe them.
But I don't think that the left would have done any better. Staying in the EU would have only accelerated what's already happening.
Corbyn didn't want to stay in the EU, though, did he? So when Boris Johnson got voted into power, the choice was between Corbyn and Boris Johnson. Corbyn was anti-EU. Boris Johnson.
No, he was anti-EU, but as his representative of the left, he was going to vote to stay in.
Look, they make a manifesto.
No, I mean he campaigned for years. He campaigned for years
to
leave.
Yeah,
but he made a statement that if he got voted in, he would do remain.
No, I believe
that at that time that's what he should.
He was being pressured by people like Keir Starmer and the rest of the Labour Party to say that. But I think what he was saying was that he would renegotiate the relationship with the EU and he'll try and reform the EU, right?
Yeah, he said he's saying reform it. That's what he said.
Who's the leader of the trade unions? Is it Bob Crow?
That was back in the day, yeah.
Even he voted Brexit.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So the left were against it, right? But you guys bought into this idea that Boris Johnson
the left would have stayed and reformed, which is just as bad.
Why would that be just as bad, given where we are now?
Because he wouldn't have been able to reform it. He would have ended up in the same situation that Starmer's in.
No, Starmer's not in. Starmer's in a completely different. If he stayed in the EU and tried to reform it, we were one of the key partners of the EU, right? So we had a big voice as the UK in the EU. He would have made arguments in the EU saying that we need to protect people more.
We had Farage in there as a European.
Yeah, as an MEP, but he wasn't a member. He didn't have as an MEP, right? You're just like an MP. It's not. You're not a representative.
Yeah,
of
I know, but
government,
at least he had to say at the table every time they were talking, and
he didn't actually have a real say. He could just make
couldn't
arguments.
put his mark
He could just
on
say his
things.
word.
So how could a prime minister?
Because as a prime minister, you control your country. As an MEP, you just represent a small area of the
control
country.
you while you're in the EU.
Brussels was.
Do you understand? Okay, explain to me how that works. Explain to me how the EU controls the prime
Because
minister.
every time you wanted to do
Yeah?
something, every time you wanted to do something, you had to go make sure that it was within
Can
the
you be
EU
specific? Because
rules.
that doesn't make any sense. Every time you have to do something, what if the prime minister wants to legislate a
Well,
new
for
law?
example, with immigration,
If he wanted to do what with immigration?
or if you were to trade with another country.
For example.
So, for example, if Britain had wanted to, let's say that they went to Africa, and in Africa they were making, I don't know,
chairs, and he wanted to buy some chairs.
Yeah,
chairs
let's
from
just say chairs, wicker chairs, right?
Yeah.
That they knew that were really sturdy, people were going to buy them. And
in
they
the
went out
EU,
there to make deals.
Belgium sells chairs as well.
The EU would have said, no, don't buy from Africa. What
Buy
we do
our
is
chairs.
we'll get all the ingredients. We'll set up a factory in, I don't know, Bulgaria,
Romania.
and they can make all the chairs for you at a cheaper price, and you do it that way.
Do you have evidence of that happening? Not just chairs, but example of where.
Not right now, but
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
there
So
is.
let me explain to you, right? Because what you're talking about right now is the protectionism of the EU, right? In which the EU
Yes.
did not say that we will make products for you. They said if we're already trading products in the EU, then you should buy them from an EU country. That was the regulations, right? So rather than you going out and buying it from Africa, you'd buy it from the EU. That's not to say that if you're making a new product and you're buying a new product from outside of the EU, that you have to go wait for the EU to create that product first. Otherwise, we'd never buy anything from China or anywhere else around the world, right? So there's understanding.
you could, if you did,
And that also benefited the UK, right?
Stuff like
You know, those
that.
UK creators who were able to sell their products across the EU that they wouldn't have been able to sell without those EU protections.
So
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It was everything had to go through the EU. Everything.
Not everything, but there was
Here,
there was trade protections that we signed up to as a choice,
If we
right?
were to make changes in our farming, had to go through the EU. If we wanted to do changes in our
It
building,
depends
it
what
had
the
to go
changes
through
were.
the EU.
What, can you be specific? What changes? If somebody wanted to use a new fertilizer on their earth, would that have to go through the EU, or were they allowed to do that on their own?
Yeah, if it didn't reach European standards. Yeah.
Isn't that the case of everything, though, right?
It is.
If you want to trade your products into EU, it has to meet the EU standards. Hence why we don't buy chlorinated
Yeah,
chicken
but
from
even
America,
if we
right?
made it ourselves and it weren't to the EU standards, then we wouldn't have been allowed to use it.
So
What, here in the UK?
Standards?
We signed up to the EU, right? We signed up to be involved in that market because we want to. Because economically,
Well,
I'm not
that's
sure
why
if
we
you're aware.
wanted to leave it, because we weren't to make our own choices.
Okay, cool. You're jumping around the place. That's what they call Giscard. Let's do this Let's do it step
Some
by step,
bloke in
right?
Belgium who knows nothing about how we live in the UK shouldn't be dictating from Belgium how we live our lives in the UK.
But that's not how
Don't
it
get
works,
that.
right? You're just using
is the way it
Nigel
works.
Farage.
They were throwing away food
So
scattered.
you understand that
They're
Nigel
butter
Farage.
mountains. They were throwing away bananas that were edible because they were bent, for God's sake.
They still do that right now, even after Brexit, right? In this country, and they were doing that long before Brexit, right? And even during Brexit, during that time, they created a brand in Morrison's. If you go there right now, called Wonky Fruits. And if you go into Morrison's, you could buy all those weird-looking shaped fruits anyway, and they were able to do that all throughout the Brexit. Do you know why? Because it wasn't the EU that was saying that you had to throw those away. It was Tesco's and the big shopping companies saying we don't want to sell our customers wonky fruit.
That's a
You
lie.
understand that,
They
right?
were doing it for the standards of the EU.
And how comes Morrison's were selling wonky fruit all throughout our time in the EU?
So
No,
how
they
can
weren't.
Aldi?
Yes,
just
they
change
was.
the
You
name-
can go
how
and
can
check.
How can Aldi
Literally.
just change the name and call it Donkey Fruits and still sell it?
Because there's nothing illegal about that. Like they've been doing this. Like you're making points that don't actually make sense. Like literally, all the time in the EU, we was allowed to sell wonky fruit.
Make our own.
No, Scott, it don't make sense to you because you're trying to use your logical minds.
I know, my bad.
You got to put your right wing, like Wurzel Gummidge, when he takes off one head and he puts the other head on. You got to put on your right wing head on.
Country running your country.
Literally,
doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
An unelected bloke in a different country, miles away from Britain, is making choices for Britain. Make that make sense?
You know, Nigel Farage was there in Brussels making the choices with them, right? That's how Parliament works. It's like how you're in Wales and you have people hundreds of miles away from Wales.
He tried to go up against a lot of stuff.
In London, making laws.
Even he didn't have a say in it all.
I mean, that's how democracy works, though, isn't it, Jude?
How is a country with a monarch arguing against
just because Jeremy Corbyn is trying to go up against
leaders
stuff, doesn't mean that people are going to listen to him, right?
You think we got democracy in Britain, yeah?
You got monarchs, bruv. You got a king.
Do you understand how it works?
No,
you've got hold on a minute. You live it. You've got a king as well. Stop it.
You've got a king.
Yeah, but I'm not a monarchist. You
lot. Some reason about
the king. You lot rally around him.
Who says whether I'm a monarchist or not?
I'll give over.
But even if she's a monarchist or what, regardless, the point is, in this country, democracy has never worked by somebody by Nigel Farage getting up in the EU and saying this should change, because Nigel Farage is one MEP. The parliament in Brussels was made up of hundreds of MEPs, right? So just because Nigel Farage felt like things shouldn't happen, doesn't mean he gets to overrule the entire parliament. That's not how democracy works. That's like me saying, why can't my MP get up in the middle of parliament and change the laws?
I get that.
He can't change the laws. His job is just there to represent.
Yeah, but it's like this, right?
I'm trying to explain to you how the EU works, right?
I joined a group of people and they say, right, we all get a say and we all get voted. And I go in and everything that I ever want, I never get because everybody keeps voting me out. In the end, in the end, I'm going to say to myself, you know what? I like these people and democracy sounded good, but in this instance, it's not working for me because everything that I want, I don't get a choice because I just get overshadowed. So I might as well just go and be independent and look after my own. And that is the way it should be.
But that's not how it actually works, though, right?
People. Big up, Scatters, Dupes.
Big up. Time for you gone. Is that?
No, it's not the way it works. That's why we wanted to leave.
No, but that is how democracy works, right? So it's like basically saying that London.
Let me finish,
Jude. Because you understand that when it comes to the UK government,
it was too ambiguous because it covered too much of a wide range of people, and then just leave, have your own sovereignty.
Cool, but Jupes, do you understand, for example, right, in London, right? London typically votes against how the rest of the UK votes. You get that, right?
Well, that's probably because of the immigration.
Whatever reason you want to call it, you could call it that, right? So London typically votes across differently to the rest of the country. So should London say, you know what, because we're not getting our own way, we should just leave. Let's have London exit.
I think London probably do get their own way to the detriment of the rest of the country.
We don't. That's my point. And
I think the rest of the country would be happy for London to be fucking put a wall around it. And unfortunately, I'd end up inside that fucking wall.
I'm happy for that to happen too, to be fair, and then we can see what will happen. But the point is that I'm making is that London doesn't get its own way. But like you say, London does have a disproportionate say in the way this country is ran, even though it usually doesn't get its own way when it comes to votes. Most politicians, when they get the power, they realize the majority of the money that we make in this country, the majority of our tax credits comes through London, and therefore we have to give London a little bit more than we give our people because they're making the money for us. One second, let me finish. Please, Jupes, let me finish, yeah? Similarly to when we was in the EU, although we didn't have the majority of votes in the EU Parliament, quite often, whenever England wanted something, the UK got it, for example. So when they all went to have the euro, the UK said, "No, we're not having the euro," and they were like, "Everybody has to have a euro, but we're going to let UK not have the euro because they are an exception because they contribute so much to the EU. We can let them have their own." We weren't in the euro. One second, let me finish. He wasn't in the EU. He wasn't in Schengen. He wasn't in any of the big trade or the...
Because of Margaret Thatcher, not because of any decisions that are held in the EU.
you understand that Margaret Thatcher was the prime minister in the 80s, and we had the choice to join the
she
Euros in the 2000s.
deals.
And you know we had a choice to join the EU in the 2000s, and we didn't join it, right?
Yes,
that wasn't
I
Thatcher
do know that,
in the
Scattered.
2000s.
Talking over me doesn't make you right. I do know
interrupting
that.
me in the middle of my talking doesn't make you right? It just shows that you're afraid to let me finish my point because you know you're going to lose this argument. And that's what you've done every single time I've had a conversation with you, right? You never let me finish a point because anytime I get close to finishing that point, you know, oh shit, I can't actually beat this point. So let me talk loudly over him as much as I can, change the topic, change the what we're talking about so I could try and actually be on some stable ground where I could win. It's weak.
That's called railroading.
Of course, and you are better than that.
You do that monologue, so finish your point, and then I'll come back on your point.
The point that I'm making is,
she's
in the 80s, in the
you are one of
80s,
these
we did not have. In the 80s, so why are you doing it? You just said you were going to let me talk. You just said you were going to let me talk, and you're not talking. And you're talking over me. Are you
How
letting me
come
talk
you
or
don't
not?
complain that the Turk talks over you?
Because he's not talking over me right now. You're talking over me right now, specifically. Am I making a point? Yeah.
Go on, make your point.
So the point that I'm making is, in the 80s, we had a choice to join the Euros. We didn't join the Euros under Thatcher. In the 90s, we had a choice to join the Euros. Actually, we was being pressured to join the Euros at this point. And Tony Blair actually wanted to join the Euros, but he said he was going to do a test first to make sure that whether our economy would benefit or not. The test was failed, and therefore both him and Gordon Brown, mostly Gordon Brown, was like, no, we're not going to join the Euros. And the EU created new rules and regulations to allow the UK to maintain our position in the Euros without having to use the Euro currency. Similarly to Schengen, which was the freedom of movement across Europe. We said we didn't want to be a part of Schengen. They decided, okay, fair enough. For the UK, we're not going to let them be part of Schengen. This all happened in the 2000s underneath the Labour government, not under the Thatcher government. Point made.
Right. Okay. That may all be true, but they knew that it would be pointless joining the EU and having fucking getting rid of the pound because they'd already had the benefit of having the pound before. So they had something to look back on and reflect on when they made the decision.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, so France had the franc, but they still chose to go for the euro, and the franc was a thriving and good economy.
Then, don't it?
Huh?
But that means they were stupid.
No, it just means they made a different choice, right? And that's my point. Like, people in the UK thought that we was in the EU and we was getting dictated to and getting told what to do. And little did they know, they realized that actually the UK had the most benefits from being in the EU without having to follow the EU's laws, because we were able to tell the EU, we're going to do this bit, we're not going to do that bit. And the EU allowed us to do it. The problem with leaving is, if we were ever to re-enter the EU, we'd never get those same benefits again. If we ever
we knew that at the time. We don't want to re-enter. I don't want to re-enter.
I mean, I know you don't, but I'm saying that if you look at the polls, the majority of the population now wants to re-enter, and the majority of the population now regrets ever having left. And so, yeah.
Yeah, but that's only because we've not had a clear Brexit. If we had a clear Brexit, then people wouldn't be saying that.
I mean,
and I don't even know, and I'm only taking you on your word that the majority want to go back in. I don't know if that's true.
Well, you can check the latest polls out, to be fair, but what does a clear Brexit look like?
Well, it would have meant that we started rescinding the rules that we had from the EU. We started to take care of our own law courts instead of having a European Supreme Court. We should have got rid of that as well.
It's not the European Court of Human Rights. That has nothing to do with the EU. That was nothing to do with the EU, right?
Well, we should have left that as well.
We joined that separately, and that was Churchill, who was one of the founding members, because they were so appalled by what happened.
We should leave it. We should definitely leave it.
So you think Britain should just go around the world, creating all these global structures, and forcing other countries to live up to those global structures, and then when those global structures no longer are in Britain's benefit, you're like, we're just going to leave this?
No, that's a straw man. What I think is that things change, time changes, and circumstances change. And what was good 200 years ago or 100 years ago is not necessarily what's good for us now.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
What it means is that after listening to people like you for years telling us that the excuse that we should have for this unfettered immigration, which means that we can't plan, forget where they come from. That's a separate issue, all the cultural issues. But just look at the numbers. We can't pre-plan. We can't work out how much housing we're going to need in the future. We can't work out any of our infrastructure because we can't be sure of how much is going to be alive or dead in the years in front. We can't even make reasonable trajectories. So therefore, no, we can't, because we don't know how many are going to come in at Dover.
Do you understand how population science works?
Hold on, you're talking over me, right? Let me finish my point. So we can't make any of those lateral thinking ideas using trajectories or any of the numbers on the births and deaths, because we don't know, because we've got people constantly churning in at the shores. That's why.
But that's not true, right? So you have actual statisticians who can do and have done population projections at over the past 50 years, and they have been mostly right. So people are able to see how populations will grow and change and transform over time.
How can they do that then? How can they do that
I can tell you
when you don't know if it's going to be
they can
500,000 people in a year or 100,000?
Mathematicians have got algorithms that can work out the growth of bacteria on a petri dish. You're telling me they can't work out the movement of people around the world?
Okay, Khan, I'm going to answer you. That's because bacteria grows at the rate of the golden ratio. But people coming into the borders do not come in at the rate of the golden ratio. They're not natural.
We've got more information on movement of people.
What do you mean they've got more information on movement of people? Like how?
They can predict it better because they've got more information.
So they know in December exactly how many are going to come in before the next
correlates
December,
with the amount of global conflicts and global warming contributes to immigration.
How?
Because the people ain't moving just for fun.
Right, so when they blow up Iran, how many people are going to leave?
I'm sure statisticians somewhere will have a thing worked out for that.
And if they blowed up France, how many would leave?
Well, I think
they have statisticians that will work out.
I think what they do is they know how much
But they can't work it out. You don't know how many are going to get killed. You don't know how many are going to choose to stay and fight.
But they
and
know
you
how
don't know,
many that
because it all comes down.
You know they do though, right? You know they know roughly every time they get
individual choice.
Wait. They know how much they're legally obliged to take, right? So we know how many people working for us right now in Iraq. The same way them people hanging off airplanes when the planes were leaving Afghanistan.
Right, well,
we know exactly how many airplanes we need to get our people out of any British involvement anywhere. Right?
Yeah, that's going somewhere else, right? No. But when you say, yeah, but they've got a number which they know that they're
right?
Hold on. When you say that there's a number that they're permitted to take, that's bullshit as well. Because, Khan, yeah?
Go on, I'm listening.
These people wouldn't need to come across the waters. What are they going to do when they hit the number? Let them drown?
No, the number only changes by 1%. Look, how many people...
Jupes, respectfully, they're using immigrant gaslighting tactics against you.
Exactly.
You're 100% right.
Where's the gaslighting, though? Where's the gaslighting? All right, we're immigrants, but where's the gaslighting?
Triggered because I'm exposing you. You're triggered because I'm exposing you.
I'm just asking you to clarify.
Now, hold on. One mic at a time, please. Let's have some decorum. Now, Jupes, you are right, and we as Western nations, whether that's the UK or the US, we don't want any more immigrants. Go fix your own countries, settle your own problems. It's not our obligation to be your daddy and your mommy. Really. Stop running to your daddy in the UK. Stop running to your daddy in the US. We're not your pappy. We're not your father. Really. And Jukes, keep spreading the truth. You're doing a great job for your future generations. And I'm gonna drop down. Peace, family.
Jumped on with an accusation that he couldn't clarify.
More time.
Well, I do think you're gaslighting. I don't think there's a statistician out there that can coherently work out how many numbers are going to be on the trajectory in the future. There's no way because it's down to individual choice, and it's down to whether someone makes contact with some of these
let me just quickly say something.
These NGOs and everything else, and it's a lot of it's down to luck as well.
So you obviously don't know anything about predictive mathematics. How do they work out the weather report for tomorrow? Do you know? They predict the weather for tomorrow from today. There's maths that does that. Now they've got more information on people.
I don't think it's maths.
It is. I'm telling you,
it's all mathematics. Trust me, Jupes. But let me. The thing is, right? Because Jupes, you said that you don't believe it. I understand that's your perspective, right? But you kind of asked for it to explain, so you kind of have to give space and time for us to explain how it works. And like you say, it's done by some people's attention. But you understand when it comes to like people science and sociology and understand how people make decisions, you can do that, right? Mathematically. You can understand
you can make a guesstimate, but you can't make an exact amount. Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's agree on this, right? Like there is a standard deviation within which any things will fall, right? So people might generally will do this, but there might be outliers, as you're saying, that will go do something completely different, right? But within data, you take that into account. That's what standard deviation is about. Taking into account where those outliers are, how many they're likely are to be, and taking into account, that's why you have usually estimates where it says between 200 and 250,000. Right? They're not telling you exactly 200,000 people are going to die in a situation. And so when you're talking about a bomb going off, for example, and then immigrants leaving France, they know roughly the radius a bomb explosion covers. They know the population that lives in any particular area of a country, right? They can do calculations based on that as into who would likely get covered within a blast radius and who is likely going to be able to escape from that area and likely would leave and not return, right? And they could do that not only just based on these statistics based here, they could go back over the past 100 years of statistics and data to understand how humans have behaved in particular situations and create the algorithm off of that basis. You get that, right?
Yeah.
And so that is how they come up with a solution. And that's how they understand when they say that we've had this many boats arrive in the UK this year, and next year or in the next 6 months, we're set to see the number.
They don't ever say that though, do they? They act like they're no, they don't. They act like they're shocked and surprised, and they don't know where to house them. And if they were so predictable, then how come they haven't built the infrastructure to take care of them? They had to start taking over army bases. Then they started taking over hotels and bed sits. And then after the hotels, they've started issuing orders for people to move out of social housing, and now they're actually prioritising them in social housing.
It's not because they don't know the number, it's because they're expecting the people that come here to pay taxes to contribute to their own effect on the economy.
Yeah, but that ain't been happening either, is it? We've got over 1 million unemployed that have come in.
No, they always start off as unemployed, but on a long-term trajectory, they end up earning us money rather than costing us money.
No, they don't earn us nothing. They might earn the elite.
They do.
They might earn the elites.
But the country as a whole.
But they come no, because they end up giving it away to foreign aid.
But that's not the same thing. What? That's like me saying I gave you 10 quid to fill up your bath, and you're going, yeah, but half of it overfilled onto the floor. That's not my fault. You didn't turn your tap off, innit? I still gave you a tenner, and I want that tenner back. So it's up to you what you do with your hot water.
We don't.
If you've got overflow, if you've got overspill, that's your business.
Yeah, we have got overspill, and it's about time that we.
That makes sense. That's like me going to Iceland and going,
yeah,
I spent 50 quid on
so
shopping.
We need to turn off the tap.
20 quid of it went in the bin.
We need to turn off the tap.
What's Iceland going to give a shit about that?
We need to stop them coming in, and we need to send out the ones we don't want by removing the plug, and then we need to bring it down to manageable levels. And then we have to make sure that the community are cohesive and that the water's nice and warm, not too hot and not too cold, yeah?
Yeah, that's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like I'm saying, the people have to get here first, start paying their taxes, yeah? And then that money starts off the whole cycle of generating
I'm saying
wealth
they have to
that
stop coming. I know, they have to stop coming. We don't want them. And we have to get rid of the ones we don't want.
But they're a net profit. They're a net profit to the country.
I don't believe they are.
Profit to this country, whether they're students or workers.
No.
Of course they are.
The last figures show that they're not. The only people from Europe, only Europeans that have come into Britain. Anyone out from outside of Europe has been a cost to this country, not a benefit.
What about Indians?
No, one second.
But they're not from Europe.
Please stop for a second. Can you share the link for that data, please?
Not right now, I can't, but I have done before, yeah.
Okay, well, when you share it, then we can go on with that point. But otherwise, you're just talking out your backside, right? Because
it was all over GB News and Talk TV.
Everybody
see it.
Yeah, for sure. So I'd love to see the data so we can actually analyze who done the report and what research they actually used, right? Because anyone could do a regressive report and discount specific groups and then say, actually, when you look at this data, this is actually what it means. So let's actually have a chance so we can look at it and scrutinize it.
They even brought the same thing on here and spoke about it.
Like I say, let's have a chance so I could read it and scrutinize it for ourselves. You could be right. But until we can scrutinize that data, it's just somebody saying something, right? Because all the other reports up until this point has shown that immigration has been beneficial for the UK, right? Economically. But yeah, anyway, I think we've kind of gone off task because we were talking about Brexit, we were talking about economic.
She mentioned immigration
versus right wing, and the war against Russia. No, I'm not talking about this. I'm just about everything, Turk, Khan. I think we've gone off track quite a bit because I was actually agreeing with Jukes that we shouldn't be trying to go to war with Russia, but I was trying to point out how the right wing in this country, the Conservatives and others, have consistently pushed this sort of war with Russia agenda. And how it was fine, right? Like in 2017, there was a chance for this country to choose peace with Jeremy Corbyn or war with Boris Johnson. And to this day, people are still defending their choice.
I don't know why we're talking about part of the past when we're living in the present.
Because it's useful to actually learn from the past so you can make better choices into the future and the present, right? Most people like to learn from the past, I guess.
Yeah, but your idea of a better future would be to stay with the EU. And I don't agree with that.
I didn't say that was my idea of a better future. I was trying to make a point to you that your biggest issue was that if we voted for Jeremy Corbyn, we would have had to stay in the EU for a while he tried to reform it. Whereas what we done was voted for Boris Johnson and we ended up going to war with Russia. And now you're saying that blaming Keir Starmer for war with Russia. I'm like, but why didn't you have a blame for Boris Johnson or look at your own choices when you chose Boris Johnson because you thought Brexit was the most important thing, more important than peace?
Out of Jeremy Corbyn and Boris
Johnson,
was the better choice, not just because of Brexit, but
of
also
Russia
because
too, right?
Jeremy Corbyn is an idealistic failure who hangs around with terrorists. He is a
somebody who wanted peace.
I would not want a wokeist. He's not a peacemaker.
He is a peacemaker. He's somebody who actually wants peace. And then you have somebody like Boris Johnson who was actively campaigning for us to
I don't
continue
believe he is a peacemaker. He insulted millions of families in this country, soldiers, people who have had children that fought and everything.
How did he insult them? And how that
because he spoke about Hamas in a good light. For one.
Jupa, so I mean that had nothing to do with millions of people in this country, right? And Hamas hasn't offended people in this country, but you are again cutting me off, right, when I'm talking. And it's not really working out very well for us in terms of having a good conversation. So you chose Jeremy Corbyn.
Gaslighting again.
How am I gaslighting?
Because I'm not cutting you off.
What about when Nigel Farage? Wait. What about when Nigel Farage said "up the raw"? What about that? Didn't he upset a load of people that died for this country?
I'm sure he did upset people, but that was on a quiz show where he was paid to do it. It wasn't done in a what do you call it, serious light.
So if you're paid to do it, it's okay.
It was done under conditions that were comedic.
It wasn't comedic. He took it very serious. He didn't know what you're saying because he doesn't know the history of Ireland, and so he thought he was just being paid.
No, it wasn't.
Somebody paid him to make a comment. Right? He does this thing where he gets paid to do shout outs on social media. Somebody paid him to do a shout out. The person who paid him was being facetious and told him to say "up the raw," knowing it to be an IRA slogan. Nigel Farage, given his lack of education or knowledge around the history of Ireland, just repeated it like an idiot without thinking it, and later on had to say sorry about it. Right.
Right, well, that's your version of it, and if that is the case, even that version absolves him of any guilt.
I mean, I'm not saying that he's guilty. I'm just saying that he was faultless, right? He stupidly said "up the raw" for payment, for money. Yeah.
Ooh, saying Nigel Farage is stupid. I'm not his fucking wife. I couldn't give a shit.
Exactly.
It's not like he's stupid though. It's just that he's so detached from the normal people that he don't even know. I know what that means. But he don't even know what that means.
But the point is that you were trying to say.
Yeah, but what's your point? That's the point I'm making. This point scoring minute.
The point that I'm making is. The point that we're making is you're saying that Jeremy Corbyn offended people in this country by talking about Hamas, when Nigel Farage literally spoke about "up the raw."
Because Jeremy Corbyn did it as a political position. He didn't do it as a political position. You've just proved your own words.
If I get paid to do it, it's fine. But if I have a political position,
your own words, explained that there was no intent behind his words.
Yeah. Okay. So let me explain the point that I'm making to you, Jeeps. Right. If I get paid to say something that is offensive about people, you think that's better than if I was to go and try to create peace.
But he didn't know that it was offensive.
Yeah, that's my point, right? So I'm just
right. So if he didn't know it was offensive, he wouldn't have thought when he was getting paid.
Can you let me finish and stop cutting me off, please? You might understand what I'm trying to say if you've done that, right?
Yeah.
So the point that I'm making is, right, he was paid to make an offensive comment, and because he doesn't have knowledge or he doesn't really care enough, he made the offensive comment. And you think that's okay, and you're excusing that. Whereas Jeremy Corbyn, who does have the knowledge of the political situation in Israel and Palestine, has literally tried to make peace between the people involved in that situation, including Hamas. You think that is disgracing or letting down people in this country somehow? How is that letting down people in this country when it has nothing to do with people in this country? He's in another country trying to make peace between two warring factions, and he's talking to both sides of that faction. Whereas over here, Nigel Farage is getting paid just to say offensive stuff about people in this country. And you think that's fine?
Right. I'm going to answer you, and I hope you're not going to interfere because you say that I'm not allowed to talk over you, so I don't want you talking over me. Right. Firstly, when it comes to Nigel Farage, you set out the whole parameters and you said that there was no intent. Now you're setting up a whole question around the fact that you're saying there was intent. So you need to make up your mind. Secondly, I never said that it was okay. Not once did I say it was okay, so you're putting a false premise there. And thirdly, the difference between Farage and Corbyn is that Corbyn had a much higher political profile, yeah? And also, he wanted us to take sides with something that wasn't relevant to us, with terrorists, people that we deem terrorists in this country. I've never heard Farage say that.
Can I go now?
Sorry to interrupt the conversation. Let me just quickly say something, Scattered. Ain't Trump and Netanyahu right now, as we speak, making a deal with the same Hamas?
Sorry, Khan, you're taking us off topic, please. Let me respond to the specific questions that.
No, but she's saying Hamas are terrorists.
No, Khan, you can make that point afterwards, man. Chill. Let me respond to the questions she just asked. She asked questions. I'm going to respond to them.
All right.
Yeah, it's cool. So the questions you asked were specific, yeah, and I can't remember them. But first of all, you said you didn't. That I said that that it was intent. I didn't say it was intent. I said that Nigel Farage said it without intending it because he doesn't know. He's ignorant, right? He set up the role without knowledge. So I said,
so then don't set the premise that he is.
Let me finish, right?
There is no judgment to be made on him because he was
spoke
innocent.
And I let you speak, and I didn't interrupt you. And as soon as I start speaking, you want to interrupt me. You just heard me argue with Khan so I could speak and answer your questions. Let me answer your questions, please. Jeez. All right, cool. So first of all, that's not what I said, right? So I'm saying that he done it thoughtlessly because he doesn't know the history of this country. He was ignorant, and I'm saying that that's why it's bad, in my perspective. Maybe not from yours, but from my perspective, that's why it's bad to the people who fought and died in Ireland, because he's talking about a situation and giving a shout out to a situation that he is completely ignorant of, and he's doing it for payment. And for me, that shows that this is someone who will sell their own principles, clearly. But for Corbyn, you said that he was trying to get people in this country. He was one. You said he had a higher profile, and two, you said he was trying to get people in this country to back our foreign war. You're wrong on both points. When Corbyn was meeting with Hamas, he did not have a high profile. He was a backbencher MP. Nobody knew who he was. He rarely got interviews. Nigel Farage, for the past 20 years in this country, has been a mainstream politician, leading various campaigns from Brexit to UKIP to whatever the reform is right now, right? So he's been a mainstream person. He's maintained a much higher profile. And when Corbyn, one second, cool. And when Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party, he did not campaign in any way for Hamas or for anything around that nature. So you're talking about things that he said prior to becoming leader that were used against him.
Didn't he make a statement that Hamas?
Why are you cutting me off again? Why are you cutting me off again? What's wrong with you? You're just shook. You're shook to lose an argument. You're shook because you don't know the truth.
Gaslighting. I'm not frightened. And the reverse psychology will make me talk over you more. The reverse psychology and the silly little slight insult will make me talk over you more.
Take notes, yeah? Take notes. You can respond to me afterwards. Just be patient, yeah? Jesus. So Corbyn was not the leader of the party when he was making any of those comments. And all those comments that were quoted about him were comments that he made prior to becoming leader of the party. In terms of him wanting us to do anything to join Hamas during that period of time, can you show me any evidence of during his time of leadership of the Labour Party from 2014 up to 2017 where he was actively trying to get the Labour Party to support or be involved with Hamas? Can you show any example of that?
So Jeremy Corbyn actually at a later date said he regretted calling Hamas and Hezbollah friends. So he did do something wrong, didn't he?
Yes, but he done that before he was the leader of the Labour Party. That's the point.
So he called them friends.
Are you listening? Yeah, but before he was the leader of the Labour Party.
Literal terrorists.
That, right? You understand that was
terrorist,
before he was
though.
leader of the Labour Party, though, right?
Yeah, but that was
Okay,
literal
so
terrorist, wasn't
I'm
it?
not making. So the point you're making doesn't actually respond to anything I said, right? Like I acknowledge
Well,
that.
I don't know what the point is that you're making.
I mean, that's because you weren't.
Because you're trying to say that he didn't have more political clout than Nigel Farage. Yes, he did. He was an established party.
What does that mean?
He was part of an established party. Farage wasn't. He was an MEP.
I mean, he was part. He had his own. He led his own party, right? He was the leader of his own
Now,
party, which wasn't established.
Before
Party.
he was in UKIP, weren't he?
UKIP
He was in
was his
UKIP.
party.
Yeah, he was in UKIP.
Yeah, he was.
But
the
it
leader
wasn't a major party, was it? It wasn't established, was it?
But he was the leader of that party, and during that time, when he was the leader of the party and getting press coverage.
But it wasn't an established party like Labour or Conservative, was it? It wasn't as high profile. Put it that way.
No, it wasn't as high profile, but he as
Right,
an
there you
individual
go.
was
But
high
when
profile.
you're sitting here trying to make
He, as an
out
individual,
that
was
Corbyn was less
profile.
high
Do you understand the
profile than Farage, you're lying.
But how are you going to ask me a question and not actually listen to answer? Does that make any sense to you? You just asked me a question, right? You said that who was more high profile. I'm trying to explain to you. The Labour Party is more high profile than the UKIP, but Nigel Farage is more high profile than Jeremy Corbyn, right? Do you understand the difference? There's one that's a party and the other that's
I
individual.
disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Okay, so we
we'll
both
just
agree
have
that,
to
that
agree
Farage
to
was high
disagree on
profile,
that
yeah?
point.
So we agree that Farage was the most high profile, yeah?
No, I disagree with you. I think Corbyn was more high profile.
So before Corbyn became the leader of the Labour Party,
Even then, I believe he was more high profile. Yes.
Did you know who he was before he became the leader of the Labour Party?
Yes.
How did you know, what did you know about him?
Because I used to vote fucking Labour, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so and you voted for Corbyn?
No.
Okay, so how did you know about him? It's a specific question I'm asking you. I'm not asking who you voted for. I'm asking how did you know about
Because he was fucking part of the party.
Well, and he was a front bench.
All of the people in the Labour Party get spoken about.
Do you know all the members of the Labour Party?
No, but he was regularly involved in a lot of fucking activism, wasn't he?
What activism?
All different types.
CND.
No, I'm asking her. I'm asking Jupiter to tell me what activism she was aware Jeremy Corbyn was involved with before he became
I can't remember on the spot, but I know that he was.
Because if you're being honest, you didn't really know who he was before he became leader, did you?
No, I did know who he was.
But you don't know where you knew him from.
I told you activism.
She would have known. She voted Labour for years.
Bro, I voted Labour for years. I didn't know who Jeremy Corbyn was.
Don't be silly. How
Do you
can
know who the Labour?
Jeremy and Diane Abbott? How can you know these people?
Do you know who the leader? No, I don't know. Do you know every Labour MP?
Do you know who I met? I met recently, Neil Kinnock.
No, can't. Ask the question. Ask the question. Ask. Do you know who the Labour MP is right now? The current Labour MP is.
The current Labour MP for what constituent?
For Glasgow.
For Glasgow? No.
Yeah. Okay then, right? So how you here pretending like just because you vote Labour?
But if it was mentioned for going on activism, you would
you're
know.
From North London, you idiot.
And let's be honest about it. Jeremy Corbyn was tied up with Diane Abbott, and there weren't that many white men tied up with black women, was there?
I mean, you knew about that before. One second. You knew about that before he became the leader of the party, because that came out after he became the leader of the party.
No, it didn't.
No, everyone knew. Come on.
Everybody knew.
Everyone knew that he had an affair with Diane Abbott in the 80s.
Oh
he brought her in, bruv. He made her.
He didn't. What are you talking about? Do you know the history of the Labour Party?
You are the social media generation. When we were younger, everything was splashed on the front pages of the papers.
Should I tell you the worst thing about that, Jupes? Is every single newspaper is archived right now online. Go online and find me the friggin' headline. Go and find me that headline.
No, why do I need to?
Stop flipping lying. You're a liar because it's not flashed on any front cover. I'm telling you, I study politics and British politics. I am telling you that the affair between Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott came out after he became the leader of the Labour Party.
In the public eye, but we knew about it.
And how did you know about it? How did you know about it?
My mum knows Jeremy Corbyn.
And what? They used to go for tea and affairs together?
Yes.
Oh, your mum used to have affairs with Jeremy as well?
No, but she knew him very well, and she knew Diane Abbott as well, and everyone knew they were getting it on. It weren't a secret, bruv.
But
anyway, we're digressing. Let's get back to the politics.
In the 80s, in the 80s, or in the 90s, or in the 2000s.
Yes, my bro. They weren't a secret.
No, I'm asking you when then. When was this happening?
Yeah, in the 80s, yeah, when I was growing up, yeah. My mum was very active in the Islington Black Forum. She was the chairperson for it.
And she was the chair for Islington Black Forum.
Yeah.
And you're saying that she, in the 80s, saw Jeremy Corbyn and
They literally were, yeah, of course. What do you mean?
Cool. Have that. You can have that. You can have
But
that.
anyway, regardless, that's not even the point, though.
I mean, I know it's not the point. It's the point that you decide to jump in on, like you always do in the middle of the debate, and road
But
rage.
like,
It's some
it's
dumb
just
point. Like,
no, but it's not a dumb point. It's just like it's not really what we're talking about. Like Diane Abbott.
No, that is what we're talking about, right? And that's what I'm talking to you about right now. So one second, you said that Jeremy Corbyn. One second, Jeremy Corbyn came. That Diane Abbott got her job from Jeremy Corbyn. Is that what you're saying?
No, but he helped her career a lot.
In what way?
She even said it herself recently in an interview. She was like,
"No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you
because he was so driven. He was so driven. He was so like on it that just being around Jeremy, like you're gonna get successful, innit?
Who else was
on
involved?
the case.
Who else was involved?
What in their movement?
Yeah.
You ask my mum. She's right here. 1 minute.
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Oh Lord have mercy! You're talking the most.
Oi, mum. Who was friends with Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott back in the 80s?
Huh?
Who was friends with Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott back in the 80s? Oh, God, she was the Labour Party.
Yeah.
Ne did I do?
Diane Abbott.
Diane Abbott. But who's their friend? Like, who used to be around
Ask
them?
about the affair for me, Khan. Ask about the affair.
Did you know that they were having an affair?
Öyle bir şey vardı ya.
Yeah. All right. See,
Yeah.
you heard it, right?
No, I don't speak Turkish. I need to hear it in
She
English.
said öyle bir şey vardı. Yeah. She said, yeah. What?
Diane Abbott. Like bilin ya, they are too physical, too thinking. And
Oh, she was making it obvious. Diane Abbott.
yeah.
How come you never heard that? He's claiming her man. Yeah, Jeremy's a bit of a cold fish, isn't it? No one could clock from Jeremy's movements. He don't give nothing away.
And this was in the 80s, yeah?
Yeah, it's when my mum knew them all.
And who was Benny Grant around during those times?
Yeah, obviously Bernie Grant's Tottenham though. But obviously,
I'm asking
let me
the-
ask, do you want to hear her? Do you want to hear her live? All right, 1 minute. Mum, did you used to know Bernie Grant before he died?
Huh?
Did you used to know Bernie Grant before he died? Bernie?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, Scattered. Anything else?
No, I'm asking, was he around? I'm asking you about the time, right? So just tell me more about that time. So, because you're telling me that Jeremy Corbyn.
Let's get back to the conversation, bro.
This is the conversation. You changed the topic already, and this is the conversation we're having now, bro. I don't understand how you're going to change the conversation and run away from the conversation you started.
I met my man, what's his name? Bernie Grant, bare times.
And Boateng as well, Paul Boateng.
No, I never met him. I met Thingy. I see David Lammy, I think, a few times.
Well, David Lammy's a waste man, but I'm talking about Bernie Grant, Paul Boateng, Bernie Grant's wife, Miss Grant.
Bro, do you know how much people used to love Bernie Grant, bro? There's a
Yeah,
cheap man who's the
that's what I'm
mayor
saying.
of London.
This is why
Kiss his hand, bro.
This is what I'm trying to understand why you're
Who's
talking
the
about
daddy?
Jeremy Corbyn, like Jeremy Corbyn put Dan Abbott on when it was Bernie Grant that put her on. This is what I'm trying to understand.
I know, I was just teasing you. Relax.
Yes, it's mad. But anyway, you jump into the middle of these arguments and railroad them. Anyway,
all right. Anyway, back to the point.
I don't know what the point was now.
Everybody knew about their affair. Everyone knew about their affair.
You run the conversation now, Carl. That's what you do.
Apparently,
Ain't about
everybody knew.
winning. Ain't about
Everybody had
winning,
the
bro.
whispers
Who won?
of it.
Diane Abbott won. She came
I
out
didn't
on
say you
top.
winning. I said you were running the conversation, right? You took the conversation, you took it left. I was trying to have a debate with Dupes on a particular topic. You took it left. We went left.
I don't know why you take Jupiter so seriously, bro. To be honest with you, she'll say anything. She'll throw you a curveball.
I'll tell you why.
She'll
I'll tell
throw
you why,
Diane Abbott
Carl.
under
I
the
like
bus.
debating. I like debating
Huh?
with people who have opposite
But
opinions.
it's not a
to me.
debate if somebody's just
People who agree
saying
with me.
whatever they think of on the spot.
That's
It's not
okay.
really a
I
debate,
don't
is
mind
it?
that. At least it's a different opinion to mine. That
Do
I
you
can
mind,
actually
Khan? I am here.
I'm just saying, you was a card-carrying Labour Party member, was you not, Jupiter? Like
I voted Labour for many years and then changed.
exactly.
But that's not a
Exactly.
card-carrying Labour member. That's different.
I
right?
changed when they stopped sticking up for the working class. Yeah.
I hear you. But was you a member of the Labour Party?
No.
Okay, fair enough. That's what I was asking about. But yeah, I hear you. I understand. You said that you voted for Labour many times, but obviously, I'm not buying the idea
I
that
think most working
Jeremy
class
Corbyn
people
was a
did.
high
Most
profile.
working class. Now I look at them and think, oh my God, they've totally reversed everything. They're warmongers.
I mean, I agree with you. The Labour Party is a warmonger. It's not the whole Labour Party, obviously. Jeremy Corbyn's not a warmonger. Dan Abbott clearly isn't a warmonger. Clearly, there's a particular strand of the Labour Party, the right wing of the Labour Party. Keir Starmer, Tony Blair, what they call Blue Labour, for example, are definitely warmongers. Wouldn't disagree with you. We're both in agreement on that. It's just I also think that Boris Johnson's a warmonger, and the Conservative Party and Nigel Farage and the rest of them. But
that would depend. I mean, if they're fighting for our country, I would be all behind them. But they're not. They're fighting for Ukraine. I don't understand.
What does England have to fight for anymore at all? In all honesty.
No, I think we should have defences. I think we should have a military in case we're attacked. Yeah.
But what does England? What wars are there still that England need to actually fight? In all honesty.
Well, we don't know, do we? Till someone tries to attack you.
But no one's tried to attack you for 300 years, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's given. I don't know how long. I wouldn't know.
When was the last time anyone tried to attack England? Honestly, literally. England has gone around doing.
I mean, I wouldn't say 300 years because we had the Second World War within that time.
But Germany didn't attack England. England attacked Germany.
No, Europe got attacked.
Yeah, but we're not Europe, right? We're England, right? England.
Yeah, but we will defend Europeans. We will. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to Ukraine,
why is that?
Theirs is an internal war. If Poland started fighting itself, right, over land, I don't think we should get involved. If the same thing happened in Germany, if it was East Germany and West Germany, I don't think we should get involved, other than to try and make peace. We shouldn't be over there fucking taking one side over the other. And I think it's exactly the same when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, because it's Russian land. It was previously Russian land. It's an internal war, and we shouldn't be getting involved.
So when Germany invaded Poland, that's the only time when you think that's the line.
I think if another country does invade another country, yeah, but when you're fighting over land, you can't back up the people that have took the land away, and Ukraine took the land off Russia.
I mean, but there's a strong argument to say that then Germany could have a war with like almost everyone, right? Germany had to give up loads of territory after World War I and World War II, and after the ending of Prussia, etc. Right? They could argue that, say, actually, all of you guys belong to the Empire of Prussia.
Well, that would be again up to them. We would have to stay out of it, wouldn't we? It wouldn't be down to us.
Fair enough. So okay, I hear you. Yes, but World War II, we should have got involved because
obviously he was expanding. He was an expansionist. Hitler had his eyes set on. We would eventually have been attacked as well.
I mean, technically,
he was already setting up. He was already coming through Ireland, weren't he?
Was he?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the proof of that? I don't know this part of history. Educate me here, please.
He was all right with Ireland. He was going to set up bases there and stuff. The fact of the matter is, and I only know that because I heard Wendy and other people talking about it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm somebody that knows a lot of geopolitics when it comes to the war. If you want to know things like that, you need to speak to Wendy. She's much better at it.
Fair enough. But setting up a base in Ireland isn't necessarily attacking the UK, right? So the UK defended the rest of Europe because the belief was that Hitler wouldn't have stopped. Basically, he would have kept until he conquered all of Europe. Yeah. Whereas right now, that's what they're saying about Putin, right? He's not going to stop. He's going to conquer Ukraine.
But I don't believe that's credible. I'm only a layperson, by the way. I'm only a layperson. It's only my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking you the question. Why do you think it's less credible than Hitler?
Because I think he's only annoyed about the land that was taken from him to do with the Ukrainians, and because they were forcing the Russians that were still living there not to speak Russian. It was the way that the people were being treated.
I mean, okay, fair enough. I'm not gonna. Obviously, Hitler would have had a reason.
Imagine England, right? Imagine England suddenly took over Wales and then told all the people.
I mean, you've done that before, haven't you? You English, you've done that before, haven't it?
Yes, exactly. And they told all the people that were Welsh that they couldn't speak Welsh.
I mean, you've done that before, haven't you?
Yes, but that's not.
You know
now,
what's interesting? What's interesting is that you can't even divide the Scots from the actual Picts and a Gaelic, because there's so much British blood, English blood has gone up in there. We don't even know who belongs to the Celts still or not. So
I thought it was really nice of England.
You would know by your DNA.
I thought it was really nice of England to change the name of the country to Britain, because really they could have just left it as
They
England.
separate it. But yes, those things have been done in the past, and people have learnt from the past. So obviously, it's not a good thing to do it in the future, is it? And that goes for anybody. That's why I don't understand revenge politics from extreme blacks, because you can't come here and say it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, but we want to do it.
What revenge politics from extreme blacks? I'm not having that.
She's talking about reparations. Reparations. That's revenge.
Reparations is revenge.
Reparations.
No, I never said that. That's
reparations is repair. The root word for reparations is repair. We want to
Carl
repair.
is the one saying that I'm talking about reparations.
But you're saying black politics, but that's the only thing they're asking for is reparations. They're not asking for. They're not asking for land.
I've heard extreme blacks all over these channels, and I don't necessarily mean this one. I'm talking about in channels where they say we should be in charge and we should do this, and South Africa are right for reversing the politics
you mean in
over
Africa?
in South Africa.
You mean they should be in charge in Africa?
You don't think Africa should be in charge in Africa, Jeeper?
I think in South Africa, what they've done is revenge politics.
What have they done in South Africa?
And what they did in Zimbabwe, it was ridiculous.
What Rhodesia?
Let's do it one at a time.
When you start snatching land from white people, when you've got no idea what you're going to do with it, and you start raping and pillaging and being just as vicious as the people that you complained about doing hundreds of years earlier, then it's just as disgusting.
Oh, so you thought it was disgusting when the English did it?
1 second. So let's do Zimbabwe.
I do, but I weren't alive. Anyone that did that work during the time of colonization or slavery is disgusting. Of course they are, Khan.
So Britain was disgusting during that period of history, right? As a country.
Some British people were, yes.
I mean, the entire foreign policy of Britain, right? Like the president, the prime minister.
I wouldn't go that far.
The lords, the people who owned the ships. You don't think they were disgusting, no?
If it had been run as it was meant to have been run, it would have still been abhorrent, because you're taking human beings and turning them into subservient human beings.
That's my point. So those people are disgusting, right?
So of course it is, yes.
Those people are disgusting, right?
Yes.
All of them.
Slavery is disgusting, yes.
But let's focus in then on South Africa, or do you want to do Zimbabwe? Because you're talking about the land redistribution. So you think that the people who landed in those lands, who forcibly stole those lands from people, forced the people from those lands to live like in horrible conditions, and were able to take the wealth from those lands, parlay it back into Europe and into their own bank accounts and make themselves rich and wealthy, and the ruling class of Zimbabwe, to the point where they actually named Zimbabwe after themselves, after the white man, Rhodesia. You think that what the blacks should have done there was say, you know what, actually, it happened all a long time ago, and okay, you have treated us badly, and you have benefited from all of this badness, and you continuously treat us badly and continually benefit from this, and you continually deny our rights to rule, but we're going to let you just keep that land.
I think that what they shouldn't have done is raped and pillaged and murdered, burnt down places that actually were livable, and throw out farmers that fed the rest of the fucking country. Because all that happened in Zimbabwe was that they had to ask the white people to go back. I think if they were sensible, what they would have done is actually train up their people to be farmers, right? Brought in policies, actually compensated the white farmers, even if they wanted to say that they wanted them to leave the country. It would have been bad and abhorrent, but at least that would have been more civil, and then put farmers in place so at least the people didn't starve to death. What they actually did was pillaging, raping, murder, arson, and a lot of other stuff besides, and then they decayed their country and showed themselves to be stupid.
Can I just add on to that?
Any data?
Can I just quickly? Sorry, scattered. Go.
I just want to link to that the idea that Zimbabwe, once they took power, that they went around raping, pillaging, and burning down farms and killing off white farmers. And
I'm talking about within the country.
Yeah, in Zimbabwe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zimbabwe. Do you have evidence of that, or any documents, any reports, any news reports from the time? Yeah, please share.
I heard it in South Africa. I'm not going to lie. I did hear about some sort of retribution in South Africa, but it was quite interesting. Is that Donald Trump recently said we are taking migrants from South Africa, and we're talking about the white, and they point blank denied him, told him to basically fuck off. So that actually shows that if you lot are willing to talk about what problems are occurring, and you're always complaining, Donald Trump just called your bluff and just said, "Yeah, well, we'll take you into the most technologically advanced place," and they said no.
It says this movement was officially termed the Fast Track Land Reform Program. The predominantly white farm owners were forced off their lands along with their workers who were typically of regional descent, and this was often done violently and without compensation. There you go.
But I want some specifics on rape. And share the link as well in the chat so I could go look it up as well. But you said specifically about rape.
You only have to Google it and it's there.
Yeah, no, I've Googled it as well.
Can I ask her a question, please, Scattered? Sorry.
I'm asking for a link. Just wait, get the link, please. Chill. Can you share the link, please, Duke? I can go and look at it myself.
Share the link, please, Duke. And whilst you're doing that, I just want to know your opinion on the South Africans and Trump talking about taking people from South Africa as economic migrants. What was your thought on that?
Say that again. Sorry, I weren't listening.
Donald Trump just offered the white Boers in South Africa to come over as asylum seekers if they weren't happy.
I think that makes him a hero. I would have expected Europe to do
and
that.
And what did you think about their response? It was a categorical no. It was just the same sort of no. The response he got was the same from Canada when he told him.
That's not true. 200,000 have already tried to apply.
Well, from what I've got, he got the same reaction that he got from trying to talk about Canada being a 50-second state.
The local embassies. There was a news report on it the other day.
Yeah, but that's not the ones out of the prime territory. That's not the people in the prime locations, like the two-state solution type of thing. It's not even a two-state solution.
That as well.
It's just a land grab, and the people in the most I don't know, lucrative land, you could say, they're not going to move anywhere. Tubes. That would be people just sort of like excess dust from generations that falling in line with the pushback and the fact that they're not just born into just
well, I think
immeasurable privilege.
I think that
unequal privilege.
I think the fact that he offered it just makes him better than others.
I think the fact he offered it was good, but it's quite funny that if we hear in the last 20 years any other place outside of Europe that was complaining about black people was actually South Africa. They were the main people, and it's quite funny that the people up in the upper echelon will not be complaining. Yeah, they've got the best deal they could ever get.
Do you know in South Africa there is now more laws, right, that segregates than there was under apartheid? Do you know that? And that's what I'm talking about. If you are these honest people that believe that the past was bad, right? And I would agree with you, the past was bad, yeah? Then when you go forward in the future and you get power, you don't actually reoccur it, do you?
But that's if you receive reparations or some sort of like repairs. Like if somebody falls out with me and then they come and apologize after, I'm not going to get revenge. But if you fuck me over and then carry on trying to fuck me over, I have to do something. It's called justice, isn't it?
Mm.
Well, I don't call it justice. I call it stupidity.
Right? And
because then it becomes tit for tat and it just goes on for years.
Well, all you got to do is apologize.
And you can't preach.
Why can't we get an apology?
That they did get apologies.
I've not heard it.
Do you know what's called? You know what the West were crying? They were crying South Africans were xenophobic against anybody from outside foreign lands. But Theresa May was seen over there doing deals with the South Africans, and the next minute South Africans are going and being xenophobic. And no one wants to be labelled xenophobic. So England was simultaneously going striking deals and causing disruption and destabilizing parts of the world. They were also so they were supporting, but they were calling them out.
This was published on the 28th of February. Eric Hughes has family roots in South Africa going back years. Now he lives on a cattle ranch in the American state of Kansas, thousands of miles from his home county. The 29-year-old is one of 25,000 white farmers who have left for the US So that's not a resounding no, is it? Some will never return to the Rainbow Nation, okay, which is ransacked by rising numbers of murders and rapes, making it one of the most dangerous places in the world for anyone of any skin and colour to live. 3 of the 8 South African cattlemen on my Kansas farm have local brides and are settling permanently, Eric told the Mail last week. I work 7 days a week non-stop. For me, it's about better money. The pay rate is 6 or 7 times higher. Now President Trump is offering a refugee status to white South Africans who say they face unjust racial discrimination. Trump's closest advisor is the Tesla billionaire Elon Musk, who grew up in South Africa. Strict black empowerment policies put them at the back of the jobs in queues, in the job queues in the alien nation, which has an unemployment rate of 42%. So they're not exactly doing really well, are they? Only a fraction of adults pay taxes, leaving the nation in increasing debt with infrastructure in tatters. At least 20,000 Afrikaners have inquired at the US Embassy in South Africa about becoming refugees. The US president has condemned South Africa's recent Expropriation Act, which allows the state to seize land and property from private citizens without compensation, as racist. Even more white South Africans are expected to flee overseas. So you're saying it was a resounding no, but like I told you, 20,000 have gone to the embassy, and there's already a lot that have already left.
How many people are leaving South Africa for America, Jupiter? Did he say?
How many are already there?
No, like in the whole process, like how many are set to leave South Africa?
It says at the moment 20,000 Afrikaners have inquired.
20,000 refugees.
To be refugees to go to.
And you're
America.
saying America should accept them?
Yeah, he's offered them to go there.
Yeah, but why do you think that's all right then?
What's wrong with it?
Well, they're refugees going to America, and America's got nothing to do with South Africa. It's not their beef. It's not their problem. They never profited from it. Why
Well,
should they
I think it's blindingly obvious, isn't it? So they're being
What?
run out because of the colour of their skin.
Yeah.
And so I think that other people who have that skin colour should
Yeah.
actually been sympathetic and empathetic.
But why
towards
can't they
it.
go back to the country
And
they came from?
I think that Europe
Hmm.
Europe should have stepped up a long time ago.
Yo, later white skin. It could just be the Boers that they're after. Maybe if they see a couple of people from Iceland or Sweden, they're going to be like, okay, well, they're from Sweden. They're not like them Boers who've got an Afrikaans type of. They've got a distinctive language.
Yeah,
So
I
I
agree with
don't-
you. Most of
yeah,
them
I
are going
don't
to be
think that
of Dutch, but I do think the Netherlands do take some back. I remember, I'm sure I've read stories where the Netherlands.
But I don't think Jukes. I don't think it's fair.
I met some in England.
Hey, listen, I don't think that they're that
They were
arrogant.
ginger, though. They were ginger. I don't know if they're all ginger. I can't imagine Dutch people being, well, Vincent van Gogh was ginger, wasn't he? So maybe, yeah, maybe they're all Dutch. But they were in England when I met them.
But do you reckon they're going to be that ignorant just to be xenophobic to like anybody who's white just because of what the boy was done? Because I'd be interested to see that because I think they're just
Well,
a
if
little
people
bit
are being
more.
persecuted because they're white, then it would be any white person, wouldn't it? Obviously.
But it wasn't just because they were white though. That's what you're asserting onto it.
It is just because they're white, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was what the white.
Are
That's
they
what
taking
certain
land
white
off of? Are they taking land off of black farmers?
if they were part of that
Black farmers
invading
go and
force,
rob land. They didn't go
exactly
and rob land.
invading. If they were part of the invading force, then yeah, I would probably say that they would be
Well, they're not
more
part of
likely.
the invading force. They're generations later. They didn't do anything to be guilty
Yeah,
of.
but just the other day, you lot were saying Pakistanis should get deported.
I think
You lot were saying that
Pakistan
the
should
other
be
day.
magnanimous and take back all of the Pakistanis. Yeah,
Yeah, so what's the difference? Like they
if they feel they're being persecuted, they should take them back.
But
yeah.
can you not see, Jitch, that it's a bit of a double standard that you're trying to, like, do some?
How is it a
tweaks
double
here?
standard if I think the
Because
country
America
of
is just taking them
origin,
in because they're white. No
if
other
the
reason.
country of origin
Yeah.
or people that are connected to them genetically empathise with people that say that they're being persecuted because of their ethnicity? Well, how is that double standard?
Because you just made a really big reach and said that Americans are genetically related to South Africans, and I don't.
Well,
see
they are,
how.
aren't they? They're
How many Dutch went to
aren't
America?
Dutch Europeans?
Yeah, but how many Dutch
but don't try
founded
and
America?
no, you can't just add them in when you want to. You can't. People do that all the time.
So let me get this right. You're now objecting to white people leaving South Africa.
No, I'm saying you're taking them in. America's taking them in solely because of their skin
We're
colour,
not
because
taking
they're
them in.
white.
America is. I think Britain should. I think Britain should allow them to come back. Yeah.
Yeah, but just because
Oh,
they're
no,
white,
thank
though.
you. No, thank you.
I
Because
think
they're
all
white.
of Europe
No,
should
thank
take them. Yeah.
Fuck that.
Because they're white, though. You're saying they should get taken back because they're white.
Yeah, they should be taken. All white countries should show sympathy to anybody that is being racially discriminated against. Yes.
Right, so then what's the difference between that racist policy and Africans saying, well, leave the farms, pack your bags and go? Because you're saying that's racist, and I'm saying both of you lot are racist, and you're bad to each other.
Who say? I never said anything about that being racist. You only just brought it up. So
No,
who's saying pack your bags and leave the farms?
The Africans have said that. You said they told the whites to get out and not give them no money either.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's racist,
But they're
right?
only doing it to white people. They're not doing it to black farmers.
But
What the fuck? Come on, man. You're trying to separate invading forces from skin color. Just you can't do that, Jupiter.
No.
You're cherry picking. You are a
No.
bit.
But white people that are in that country were not the invading force. They might be generations later of them, but they weren't the ones that did it. They're innocent. They didn't ask to be white.
No, but they're
at
not
birth.
throwing them in prison
Hold on,
for being
hold
white.
on.
They're taking
They
back the same
didn't ask
lands.
to be white at birth.
But the
They
land's
didn't
the same
ask to be
lands.
born in Africa.
Exactly.
They
Oi,
just
tell
don't.
her, oi.
Slow
Oi,
down,
listen.
Tubes.
So what
It's
you're
the
saying
same land,
is
isn't
basic.
it? If your
It's
great
the
great
same
great
land.
granddad took a piece of land and 10 generations later I'm asking for the land back. I'm not asking for more land or less land. It's the same land that you took that we're taking it back. You lived on there for free, made loads of money, and now we're asking you to leave. I don't see why that's a problem. You robbed it in the first place, and now we come and took it back off you. Like, how is that wrong?
Nobody is arguing that. I'm saying that we should take them in.
But I'm saying that's racist.
I'm saying keep your land. Keep your land if
What I'm
that's
saying
what
is
it's about.
I get what you're saying, but it's still racist, though,
Europe
isn't it?
should take in these people. If
Yeah,
they
that
want
is
to
what
come
it's
out.
about.
But it's
Kick them in
racism,
up
though.
their ass. Kick them up their backside out the country.
Yeah,
That's
and
what they should
do exactly what
Kick them
Zimbabwe done.
fucking
Starve
straight
your
up
own
their ass.
people because you don't know how to look after yourselves.
Listen to that, how
Charming.
racist
That
that
is
is.
charming, that is.
You're a piece
That
of
is
shit for
charming.
saying that. Honestly, that's a piece of shit for saying that.
Well,
How
South
you try and
Africa
look at
don't know how to look after
how
themselves.
Keep it
how
civil,
you
keep
do
it
that?
civil.
How you do that? How you do that?
Let's keep it civil. Yeah, that's how
No, it's a piece of shit. I didn't say she's a piece of shit. It's a piece of shit thing to say.
How is it racist to say that South Africans
piece of
and Zimbabweans, which is
Don't know how to run their
proven
own country, you're saying.
proven by
What the
fact
fuck?
that they can't look after themselves because
Because you're saying
South
that's the white...
Africa,
'cause-
South Africa
Jupiter,
has got
What?
42% of the country unemployed.
Jupiter, have
yeah,
you heard about
and has
something
brought
called...
in more racist
Almighty.
policies than before apartheid.
Have you heard of
they're
something
no
called the
different
white
to the
man's
people they
burden?
complained about.
Jupes, have you
And
heard about this
Zimbabwe
thing called...
fell so
Oh my God.
drastically that they had to bring back white farmers.
Have you heard of this thing called the white man's burden, where white people are saying that because they're cleverer than everyone, they can do things better? That
I
gives
didn't
them a
say that
God-given...
though. I didn't say we're
No, I'm
clever.
just
I
saying,
didn't say
I'm just
white
saying...
people are
Wait,
cleverer
wait,
than
wait.
everyone.
I'm saying, have
I
you
said
heard about this
specifically
thing?
in South
Wait.
Africa and in
Slow it up.
Zimbabwe, they run out the clever farmers.
Right,
Which
okay.
just happen
But
to
I'm
be
saying
white
that
farmers.
justifies... What you're doing is justifying the fact that they went there and took over
Yeah.
in the first place.
No, it's
You're
not.
saying that they've done better than the
No, it's
actual
not.
people from there.
No, it's not. If you heard what I said to Scattered, I said if they'd have had any common sense, they would have trained up black farmers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not saying that black farmers are not capable. It's the fact that their leaders
Have you
are so
ever-
fucking stupid. They haven't got no foresight to plan or do
That's
anything
racist what you're saying.
appropriately.
That's racist what you're saying.
No, it's not.
You're saying people are too dumb to run their own countries, that they need white people to come over and do it for them.
No, I'm saying that if you know that the farmers in your country, you are going to run them out, doesn't matter what colour they are. In this case, they happen to be white. If you're going to run out the people that are doing the stuff, it would be like us saying, right, we've got all these factories up north, I don't know, run by, I don't know, let's just say Chinese. And we say, right, we want all the Chinese out, and we haven't trained up anybody to take the positions. It would be stupid, wouldn't it?
Dukes, it's like you doing a job, yeah, and I'm saying to you, oh, look, here's a trainee, train up this person, and when you finish training them, you're going to get the sack.
They don't have to train them. Why can't?
I'm just saying
why can't they?
you're
Why
saying they
can't
should
they
have trained
take
up
the,
their
one of
own
the
people.
farmers? Why can't they take one of the farmers' hands who's been working there for fucking years, who probably knows how the farm is going along, and why can't he set up a training school? Why can't they fund him? Why can't they have a little bit of foresight?
Because the people who train, the people who keep the farmhands, don't let them know everything. Like, if you're working for me, you're not going to get to see my books and how I run my business, are you? You're just going to do what the fuck I tell you to do.
Well, I'm
which is
sure
go and
there's
clean up
enough
that big
black.
pile of shit
I'm
in the
sure
corner.
there is some black farmers out there somewhere. I'm sure not all the farmers are white.
Yeah, but farming ain't really that difficult anyway. I'm sure that in time they'll work it out.
Well, they didn't in Zimbabwe, did they?
What, and they called the whites back in to sort it out?
Yes.
Well, shame on them then. They shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done that. That's embarrassing. I don't agree with that. They should have just suffered it out.
No, it's a bit of a lie. It's actually the Asians who holding up the economy in Zimbabwe. Yeah, it's actually the Asians. So I don't know where she's getting the whites from.
So
I don't know. The things
from
that
Al
happen sometimes
Jazeera,
is shocking.
so from Al Jazeera, it got so bad in Zimbabwe, right? So bad that what they actually did was they had to start repossessing land back from the black people that wasn't even farming it, because they gave them land and they didn't know what to do with it. So they had to start taking that back as well.
No, we need some Africans to jump on and defend this shit, man. You're getting roasted. What the fuck? It's embarrassing. But either either way, it's their country to ruin, isn't it? Like, they've got the, like, I'm saying to you about, oh, if you leave Brexit, it's not going to be good for you. And you're like, well, we don't care about that. I'm like, yeah, but you're going to lose money. And you're like, well, we don't care about that. Well, I think that the Zimbabweans have got the right to say the same thing. Saying, we want the whites out. Saying, all right, but you're going to lose money. And they're saying, well, we don't care about that. And
I think every country has got the right to determine what they want in their own country. So yeah, I'm not arguing with you with that.
Okay. Well, that's one thing then.
No, just like Israel. I think Israel can go to war if they want. I think Ukraine can go to war if they want, but they shouldn't involve everyone else. But if people are being run out because of their skin color, I think people that share that skin color should actually actively offer to take them in.
But do you accept that that's racist,
I think that Europe was slow in actively taking in these people that were being handed just because they had white skin.
But do you accept that that's a racist policy to take people based on their skin color? Is a racist policy.
When you've got a racist policy,
white people from this side and denying brown
when
people
you've
from
got
the
a
other
racist
side,
policy running people out, unfortunately, it's only going to be a racist policy that can aid them.
But that's not our policy.
No, it's not. But I think it should have been.
Now, what I'm saying is, you said earlier, regardless of why they're coming to this country, so if immigrants are coming here, let's not even get into why they're coming here. So in this same situation, we could apply that same standard and say, well, just because they've got a racist policy over there, doesn't mean we've got to change our policy over here to compensate for it. Doesn't make sense, because it's nothing to do with us.
Well,
how they choose to run their country, that's their business.
So it's nothing to do with us, yeah?
Well, you're using
if it's nothing to do with us, then I want to stop. I want to hear people stop going on about 200 and 300 years ago.
Wait a sec. They're turning up cap in hand, right? They're not turning up with money, are they? Right? They've been out in Africa for however long. These Afrikaans people, they're not trying to come back to Europe
some
with
of them
like
have got money.
wealth.
Some of them have got money, and I think that they'd be very helpful to our
the ones that are
community.
coming with money, the ones that have got money ain't refugees. The ones with the money won't be refugees, will they?
Well, they would be if they've got nowhere to go. Refugees isn't about.
What do you mean? If you've got money, the world's
your
your oyster. You can go anywhere, innit? But like I'm saying, the ones who ain't got money, the ones who've been asked to leave without getting any money for their land, they're the ones who are refugees. They're stuck in a trap that they can't get out of there because they ain't got no money. So America has to take them.
Well, it depends how you look at refugees. I see refugees as people being persecuted and unsafe regardless of what money they've got.
Or vulnerable people who can't get themselves out of trouble.
No, I don't see refugees as people that just happen to be poor living in a country. No,
Well, seeking
I see
refuge,
that
the
because I
word
think
itself,
I see
refuge.
this is down to
It's a clue,
values.
innit? It's a clue.
No. I wanna make this clear to you. This is down to personal values, right? Because money's not my god. Money's not my god. So I would prioritise safety
You've
and
got one foot in the grave.
security.
It don't matter. You don't care about money.
Hold on. I would prioritise safety and security over money. Right? That's just me. So
You don't
that's
understand what I'm
what
saying.
formulates my opinions.
I'm saying if you employ a colour
Hold on one
based,
sec. Hold on one sec. I've got to open the door. Hold on.
You know, it's funny, that kind of resonated with me, Con. I think I've got one foot in the grave.
do you know what I mean? We all have though, innit? We're past it,
Yeah,
innit?
to a degree.
We're not going to be
You know,
millionaires at this age.
it depends, but I wouldn't say that. But we definitely have got one foot in the grave, I'd say.
I'll say I've got one toe in the grave then.
Yeah, a couple of people could resonate with that. Right, yeah, the farming thing is quite an interesting thing. I think it's quite open and shut. I think.
Yeah, go on.
I think.
Sorry.
I don't know, man. Go on.
If you're employing a colour-based system of who gets to come back and who doesn't, then that's racist. If you accept that it's racist and you're saying, well, I'm racist and I don't give a shit, then I can't argue with you. But if you're trying to tell me that it's fair and it's not a two-tier system, then I'll have to argue with you.
What I'm saying to you is that if there's racist policies in other countries, okay,
Yeah.
that are actually throwing people out based on their skin colour, and they're European and we're a European country,
Yeah.
and other countries are European, that they should bring them in. They should allow them in. If you
Well,
believe
you're
that
saying
that's
it's based on-
racist, I'm saying it's only become that way because of the policies from the original country.
What I'm saying is, anytime you employ a race-based system, it's called racism.
Yeah,
If
it's
you're
true. It's true,
accepting-
Jukes.
If you're accepting that it's racism and you're like, well, it's racist, but we don't care, then no one can argue with you. But if you're going to try and tell me that it's fair,
What's
that
racism?
somehow
What's the
people who left
racism
this
part that you're
country,
talking about first?
she's saying that they're getting kicked out of Africa.
I'm
because they're
saying that if white
so
people are
white
kicked
countries
out
are
of
obliged to take them in based on their
South
skin colour and their
Africa or
genetic
Zimbabwe, I'm
connection to
saying
them.
that Europe should have stepped up and said that they would take them in.
But that's not racist,
I would-
though, is it?
Yeah, it's
I thought
kind
the
of.
argument was that it's racist.
It's racist if you're saying certain people can't come to my country, but yet these lot can. Oh yeah, because they're white. Then that becomes racist policy.
Sorry, say that again.
His point. What he's saying is people are moaning about immigration and saying there's not enough room, but within the same breath, on a different conversation and topic, people are saying, well, actually, the British should have been said, okay, we'll take in the South African farmers that are getting kicked out. But
yeah.
So Khan is saying, Khan's basically saying, you're saying you don't want Muslims and all the other people coming in, but you're happy to have South African farmers that you feel are being oppressed. That is what Khan is saying, if I'm correct. Am I right, Khan?
Okay. So my position is this: I'm not against immigration. I'm against illegal immigration, number one. And I want to reduce the amount of immigration that comes into my country. I want them to be more of a security cautious. I want them to know exactly who the people are coming in. And actually, I would give preference off of people that came through the legal route rather than an illegal route. Right? So that's me. But when it comes to the South Africans and also people from Zimbabwe, I do think all of Europe should have took these people in when they were being persecuted for their skin colour. I would say the same about Muslim countries. I think Muslim countries should take in Muslims when they're being persecuted for Muslims.
So they should have been able to
African countries
keep control
should take in
of South Africa and
black people
Zimbabwe.
if they're being persecuted.
No, but wait, this is why it's weird with the arguments that you make on stuff like this here, because if any of those countries were European countries where the people had been removed and then they kicked the people out of those countries and reinstalled Europeans in those countries, yeah, you'd be cheering. Look, it's good that they've done that. But when it's the other way around, you're saying it's like it's a bad thing that they've taken their country back. But then the week after, you're going to go up on the main road and say we want our country back.
It's not even just that, Veli. When I just put something in there as well. I see it as this, right? There was a system in place within South Africa that was extremely racist also, yeah? Where people were missing out, losing out, wealth, etc., land, etc., at the hands of people that were benefiting from an extremely racist system, yeah, where people were downtrodden. All of a sudden now that these people are turning around and saying, well, actually, we got a bit of power now, we gonna take back our shit. You've got an issue with it, and it's a racist thing, right? But in the UK, people can say we want our country back too. Why are the Africans not allowed to say we've been downtrodden by these people? Because we're not talking about some people that's come in and lived peacefully with them and they're taking the land off them. We're talking about people that were brutalized by the people that own these lands also, right? Yeah, there was a disgusting system. Yeah, like, let's not act like we've forgotten about that disgusting system and why South Africa was sanctioned for so many years on both the sporting and business field. Like, why are we forgetting all these things? All of a sudden now it's racist. So what about the racism that was going on before? These people are victim to stuff that they've gone through for flipping decades.
I can't speak for anyone. I can't speak for anyone.
We know you can't. We know you can't because you're only speaking from a European side.
No,
you should be better. You should be looking. You should stand in the middle. You should stand in the middle and say, do you know what? That is wrong. But also, those people were victims of disgusting crimes too.
Right. I went on anti-apartheid marches. Did you? Yeah.
Did I?
I signed up and gave funds when I was 18 to anti-apartheid. So when you sit here and you open your mouth, you don't know
when
me.
you was 18, we weren't even allowed to be in
You don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean?
When you was 18, I was a kid. When you was 18, I was a kid.
We weren't even allowed to be employed, bro.
Yeah.
You're trying to say that we should be out on.
No, we weren't. No, we weren't.
When you was 18. When apartheid
no, I said no, Juba, not you.
The people that you're complaining about not doing work was in primary school, bruv. What are you talking about? So we're supposed to be doing apartheid work in primary school?
No, Juba, you said
I went on anti-apartheid
went to anti-apartheid march, and you said, what did you do after?
And we're saying we were kids.
Right, when you was 18, we was in primary school.
Oh, I see what you're saying based on your
yes, that's what I'm saying. We couldn't work. Yes, you could. We couldn't.
But what I'm saying to you is that you're making judgment calls here that are not correct. I don't think apartheid's right, whether it's run by a white authority or a black authority. That's my whole point. My whole point is
no.
No, but you're putting the apartheid on. You're making it like the guys having control of their land is a same thing as an apartheid state, and it's not.
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you is this: you're calling out the treatment of the farmers, but for someone that loves the word nuance, yeah, you seem to reject any type of nuance when it comes to this situation here within South Africa and the anger, upset, whatever. Listen. What do you mean? What is the nuance? I'm explaining to you the people that are now in charge in South Africa and have been for the last however long.
Yeah.
They have been victims of a system which has left them
in Namibia,
which has hung them out to dry. You understand me? So they're unhappy with the system. The people that now there's Africans have power in their homelands. They're now saying, well, actually, we're gonna concentrate some of our wealth back into the Africans. There's nothing wrong. I don't see there's not anything wrong with that. In the same way, I don't see anything wrong with Britain doing it. Yeah. My point is, all the history and stuff like that, you just forego and say, oh, it is a horrible thing for people to be uprooted and taken from their homes that they've built, etc. It is a horrible thing. It is a horrible thing. However, there are nuances to this. Some of these people have lived by.
You are never going to convince me that raping, murdering, and pillaging people in South Africa is okay just because
did anybody say it's okay? Did anybody say it was okay?
Well, this is what
Did
you're
anybody
doing
say
to
it was
me.
okay?
She did put
That's
that on
what
the
you're
straw
doing,
man.
straw
I've
man
never
in
heard
it.
a straw man
No, I'm
that
not.
bad.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Now you're clutching at straws because your argument don't make sense. I'm saying to you, there are a people who are having a reaction to a brutalization and treatment for years, like to a point where and Skyworks, stop being stupid. You know, go and speak to a white South African and a black South African
How long
that
has
were a couple.
ANC been
Hang
in
on, hang on,
power?
hang on. Go and speak to a black person and the white people that were a couple in South Africa and let them tell you what would happen to them and how they had to cross the road and not walk with each other and so on and so forth, and their children to look like orphans if they were mixed race and so on and so forth because of how the European government would treat people that were in mixed relationships, bro. Please
There
don't
was
act
extreme
like
colorism
you don't
as well
know
as
these
racism.
stuff. Don't act like you don't know these stuff,
Look,
Skyworks.
that
This
was
is why I
years
say that you're
ago.
not an honest
And now it
person. You're a
happens
pussy,
because you've got
Skyworks, man.
because you've got black people in charge. There's
Uh-oh.
more. Yeah, let me
Incompetent.
try
Yeah,
and-
but you're pointing out an incompetent thing about Zimbabwe. Yeah, I mean, like, if you can, quantify that shit, huh? Yeah. No, if you could quantify that, that'd be cool. Like, if you could just explain what that means, people aren't competent.
She said she's not saying the whites are clever. She just said the blacks are dumb. That's what she said.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest, like, crazy
No,
shit
I
that
didn't
I've
say the blacks are dumb. I said
biggest load of shit.
Zimbabweans and South Africans. See, this is where you got to be
Oh,
truthful.
sorry. But Zimbabweans are black people, though, isn't it?
But why are they dumb?
Sorry, my
Why are they
mistake.
dumb?
My bad. They
Why
run the
are
country
they
to the
dumb,
ground,
Jukes?
apparently. That's called the white.
Oh, to the gov. Oh. Listen. People, that's the way I see it, is those people with whatever intentions they had. I could argue that they had good intentions for their people and didn't have a clue on how to go about doing those, fulfilling those intentions, right? That's what I would argue. There may be some good intentions there. They may have done a bad act with good intentions. They may have had good intentions and miscalculated. All of that stuff is there. Yeah, I can agree with that part. To call people just categorically dumb, no.
That was harsh.
If you expect, for example, that's like someone saying, well, the average working class Brit that's not working in central London in offices is dumb because why would they need all these? Why do they? Wait 1 second, Carl. 1 second. Why do they need all these immigrants to come and do cockle picking and all these other menial jobs that don't require any intelligence, right? So somebody could then argue that. Why have you got Chinese coming and
I
picking on
don't
beaches?
understand why people were making out that I'm saying something that I'm not saying. No,
No,
so
I'm not saying that, Jupa. I was just questioning. No, Jupa, I was just questioning why you said the people were government
is dumb at the moment. My government is dumb. So I don't understand why people were getting up in their arse about that, for a start. Secondly, I made it perfectly clear that I don't understand why the government didn't do implementations to train black people in their country to be farmers if they were going to throw out all the white farmers.
I agree. And do you know what? I agree with that. There should have been.
And white people into forced
no,
labor.
I wouldn't even have done that. I would have said, listen, European farmers, we are going to pay you to take on the same way they do here to take on an apprentice. Yeah. A black farmer, an indigenous farmer, yeah, to take on apprentices from the indigenous so they can learn to cultivate the land, etc., right? That's what I would have done. But that's me sitting here in England looking at what went wrong, right? I'm not on the ground making those decisions. And I might have made the wrong decision whilst I'm on the ground. It's because I have the benefit of being outside and looking at it and saying, well, actually, that's gone wrong. You could have done this, you could have done that, right? So we can all do that. We can all do that, you know. But I do agree with you. They should have been able to train up the farmers or the potential farmers before they took away the land. Or maybe there's other land they could have given to other farmers to farm other things. And do you know what I mean? Because the populations are growing. So getting rid of one farmer to replace him with another, ideally you probably want to have 2 farms. You understand me? And then 3 farms doing the same thing. So ideally what you do is, if you wanted to encourage more black farming, you should have been training the black farmers rather than just getting rid of people. But again, I'm privileged enough to be sitting in England to be able to say that.
Also,
you
though,
feel me?
Mosh, the people that was, say, in the farms or whatever, they could have been refusing to take on or to even agree with any of these conditions and so on and so as well. Like, you know,
Yeah,
it's always
they
been put
could
on.
have. Yeah, they could have been, but I'm not going to suggest that. Yeah. I'm not going to suggest that that's the case, but that is a possibility.
Yeah, well, the point I'm making is that the black and white explanations of things is never really the actual how it goes, right? So there's a lot of grey areas in between the what happened and where we're at today. And like you're saying, looking back in hindsight, we can always give the perfect answer when you're looking back in hindsight. But we're under pressure at the moment. Would you be able to give that same answer? Are you going to say the exact same thing? I would say the majority of people probably wouldn't. No. Let me finish. Yeah, the majority of people that would be under pressure probably wouldn't make those decisions or whatever. So, or wouldn't make the decisions that they're trying to speak about. They would be making in hindsight scenarios where you know what exactly what's happened, and you can say, yeah, well, I would have done this, that, and the other, and made this happen. That.
Keir Starmer said, Banksy said Nigerians eat dogs. Some do. There are some tribes out there that do.
What do they call it? Bushmeat, isn't it? It's like
so do the Chinese.
Yeah, it's true. People eat dog, innit?
I think you should stop these generalizations. No. Listen. Certain tribes in Africa eat dogs. Certain people in China eat dogs. Not Chinese eat dogs, not Nigerians eat dogs. Yeah, let's have it right, because there are people that follow Christianity. No, 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother, please. 1 second, brother. It's people that are Islamic, Christians, and different faiths that don't agree with eating those things. So to just put it into just Nigerians eat dogs is a fucking bullshit, and it's not. It's an incorrect statement. Yeah, but neither with the Muslims either.
Yeah, some do that.
No, I'm not saying you. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying in response to Banksy's comment of Nigerians eat dogs. It's just a whole encompassing statement, right? And we're not looking at the different cultures, the different religions, the different belief systems, and all the different kinds of things that go into play.
Yeah, but in terms of like, there's people that
in terms of Banksy was so triggered yesterday. He's like spazzing out on Nigeria for no reason.
Yeah,
for no reason. He just hates
like he's like guy mad on Nigeria for no reason, bro. Like,
you get me, Skyworks. Not everyone washes their head with cow piss. You know what I mean? Not everything. You know what I mean? Like, you have to look at it like that. There are cultural differences even within Africa, and a place like Nigeria has just so many different cultures. To typecast them all into one, to say Nigerians eat dog, that's just fucking disrespectful. And it's your way. Somebody was spazzing out and
that's what my man was doing yesterday,
and cause hurt. That's what it was.
That's what my man was trying to do yesterday, though, right? Remember, is that fucking what's it? Nigeria's just some shit old mud hut country.
Yeah, but that ain't true.
They had no civilization.
And you have to go out there to see
they have no intelligence. I'm saying to him, bro,
we're not arguing that it is.
I'm not saying that it is. That's the whole point. I'm not saying to him, yeah, that's true or whatever. Yeah,
don't get me wrong. There are villages that are made with mud huts.
I was saying to him,
but no,
I was saying to him, but is that wait? I was asking him. Listen. I asked him, yeah, was the Kingdom of Benin and this Sokoto Caliphate and all them sort of stuff there. Well, all them man there, mud hut shit old tribes and blah 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 and all this that.
Big kingdom.
Big kingdom. They're all shit. Hey, cuz you know your brethren Hector's from Nigeria, right? I don't care. He can be a proud Nigerian. It's still a shithole.
I think right. So him trying to be insulting is bang out of order. But the fact of the matter is that even in Britain there's shitholes. Let's be honest about it.
Right. I like that piece of honesty there, Jupiter, because I was gonna say that there's concrete shitholes in England. Do you know what I mean? There's concrete shitholes in Scotland. There's concrete shitholes in Ireland. There's concrete shitholes in America. Like fuck. Was it the richest country in the world?
Yeah, man, wait, hold on. This is the difference that we're making right now is that you're saying that there's areas that are shitholes within the UK. He said the whole Nigeria is just one mud hut shithole.
No, it's
don't care what end you look at. That's what, are you mad? Wait, Motion, you was here yesterday, right? Motion, you was on the panel at the same time when you were saying this shit. You was here when he said the same shit, yeah?
Yeah, so Banksy, what I will say to you is actually save the money because it is expensive. Save the money, go to Nigeria and you'll find better hotels than some of the best hotels in England or to the same
Really?
standard.
Well, have they got
Yeah.
five-star
Damn
hotels
right.
in Nigeria?
Yeah,
listen.
there's some beautiful
That's what
parts
you
of
man have done when
Nigeria.
you say
Like,
stuff
Jukes,
like
rep
that. Man have done when they
Nigeria.
say stuff like that.
Hey, Muma Jukes, represent Nigeria, star. Joking, man.
No,
And
seriously,
they've
I
got
mean, I
like
can't
big
talk
ass
for any other country.
hotels.
Although
and
I
all
will
that.
say,
Yeah.
because we stopped off, we went to Ethiopia, we stopped off there. I never realised how much higher
Beautiful
rise
it is as
buildings.
well.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Thank you.
and
Yeah.
and the lights that were lit up and everything. It is nice. Yeah, it is.
And Ghana,
I
there's
think
From
plenty
what I
places.
saw,
Plenty
the
places.
capital
Yeah.
where
I think Turkey
the
built all
yeah,
that for Ethiopia.
yeah, it is.
Turkey built all
It
that.
is. So yeah, you should go and have a look for yourselves. But what I will say is that Nigeria, if you anything that you've got over here, you can find in Nigeria. Depends on what part you go to.
And I believe per capita there's more billionaires in Nigeria than there is in most other countries.
Anywhere else in the world, in all the world. Yeah,
It's
you're right.
fucking, it's mental. Like, don't pair with that little country there, you know. You sit there and think,
Issue is
they're
though,
all rich, though.
they
They're
are
extreme
one of,
inequality
they are
between
also,
the haves and the
yeah,
have-nots.
Yes,
and
there's
they are also one of them.
Once they,
yeah.
once that, that's what I'm trying to see. Like the countries that are south of the equator, if they are able to sort their economies, yeah, where the haves and have-nots are able to get on more of an equal footing, and they don't have extreme poverty, then you know you see a lot of people from northern equator countries trying to make their lives in these southern equator countries. You know, it'd be beneficial for them to do so.
But they do, bro. Listen, you see Uganda. Bro, Ugandans are always in South Africa. Asketi will tell you. I'm a lie, Asketi. Ugandans are all over South Africa and different places. But that's where money is. So they go there and they go there to work. You get me? Own shops, own businesses, etc., etc., or even just for trade, to go and for wholesale. They'll go to South Africa, order stuff from South Africa for wholesale and stuff like that. You get me? We need to stop this whole man I got camel trains and man I ain't got no this and no that and no this and that. It's just stupid and ignorant.
I would say it's all about understanding how to look.
He called it Iran a shithole as well, anyway, to be fair.
When if you look in Britain, right? If you
The
look
only
in
place he
Britain,
didn't call a shithole was England.
well, that's mad. I don't know why he would think that. I think
He
there's
said
beauty,
Iran's a shithole.
there's beauty all over the world.
trolling.
If you look for it.
Obviously, I didn't ask him if he thinks Jamaica's a shithole, innit? I didn't ask him.
Because you know the answer already.
What's interesting, yeah?
Well, once I've been to Jamaica next year, I'll tell you, Velly, because
Do you know what? Jamaica's not a shithole. Jamaica's similar. Jamaica's similar.
Extreme inequalities there as well.
Extreme poverty. They got the extreme poverty. And you know the worst thing is? You know the worst thing is? Don't think.
Who can imagine
Don't
Hexa in
wait. One
Jamaica?
second. Don't think because you see a zinc. Don't think because you see a zinc roof, yeah, as well, that people are living in extreme poverty.
Mates are
Yeah?
Jamaican.
One
You don't know us at all.
I'm just
one second,
joking,
you.
calm down.
1 second, man. I'm saying to you, yeah. Don't think because you see a zinc fence in Jamaica that everything in that house is absolutely poverty stricken. You go and see a zinc fence and walk in that house here, and they got marble floors and all that. Trust me, and you'll be like, wow. Do you know what I mean? Like, trust me, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, there is extreme poverty, but don't think everything you see is just poverty stricken. There will be people.
If you know
that are
do you know what the most beautiful building in Spain?
You know what the best places to go to would be like, you see, like, depending on what area you go to, you see that the market stalls where they have the markets and so you'll get an actual authentic experience of what the place is like and what the attitudes of the local people are like. You'll see the people actually quite friendly.
Yeah, I forgot Spanish Town Market, man. St. Catherine's we are dealing with.
What you're doing and blah blah blah, you know. So
tell them very. I said Catherine's you have to deal with. You get me? Talking about Spanish Town, you know. Yeah, talk about.
At my age, man, I'm not leaving the hotel.
Why? That way you don't see nothing.
I'm just like I'm a lazy cunt. I would just be sit by the pool. I'd just be by the pool all day, mate.
But you see the worst part is,
we done it in all them North African countries we went to. My dad just said, "Alright, come, baby. Let's get the bus."
If I had 100 grand spare to get a mobile home,
you mean get the local
I'd
bus
have
to the
Hector
town,
driving
man?
us around
I'm
the
on the
world.
block. You mad, brother? Marine Pikers. Go anywhere, fam. Ain't that this? I'm a fucking world citizen, cuz.
Hey, bro,
I'm a citizen of the world, bro. Man.
There's nothing like going. There's nothing like going and meeting local people. Yeah, and I'm telling you now, local people in a lot of countries around the world. Yeah, when you go and experience their culture, they appreciate that, and they will try to.
I was in the bus
for the
in
most part,
Tunisia,
they attempt to show you the best part of their culture. You know what I'm saying? But that's people in
I
general.
was in the bus in Tunisia, yeah, and I was saying that, yo, this is mad, yeah, that I'm in Africa, yeah, and I'm the only black person on this bus. It's mad!
He's a nutter.
Yeah?
Say that again, bro. He's
Man,
the
they're
only
looking at me on the
person.
bus like,
What?
yo, wait, hold on a second. Man, they're looking
What,
at my
in
girl on
Jamaica?
the bus like, rah, what are you doing here? Yeah, man, they're looking at me on the bus like, rah, you in the right part of Africa,
No, you're funny. You're funny.
you in the right part of Africa?
Oh, North Africa. You say North Africa? Yeah, that was. Where was that, though? In
Yeah, I
North
was in
Africa.
Tunisia.
Oh yeah.
Luke said he was on a bus in Bulgaria and someone tried to pickpocket him and all the other Bulgarians started hitting him.
You see what I'm saying? Because they're like, yo, you're making us look bad.
Yeah,
You see what I'm
man,
saying
you're
to you?
fucking up the,
Yeah?
You're fucking up the
Right.
optics of the country right now, fam.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's what I
listen,
realized.
yeah. You'll go around some gully ends in Jamaica, yeah. Oh, there's a Just Stop Oil March in central London still. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, there's you'll go around some gully ends in so and so. You'll see a Japanese tourist with some big camera, some two marga little Japanese tourists, some big camera snapping up bare pictures, cuz. Like, no English, cuz. What do you mean?
No English. And you say, yo, Miss Hutchin,
No
Miss
English,
Hutchin,
cuz.
you get me?
Talking
Yeah.
about
Miss Hutchin.
Tivoli Garden. Tivoli Garden.
Who see
get me?
Modine when they're in
Mark Penn
Jamaica?
Lane.
You see Modine in Jamaica was jokes, bro. Hey gal, just walking up to random women. Hey gal.
Yeah, he's lucky he didn't get
That's
boxed
it.
up. You would have got it.
Yeah.
True lives like
Yeah.
a corner, he would have been alright still, but you know.
Yeah, he's lucky. Yeah, he's lucky because
he got
the
boxed up
Jamaican
still.
women don't play. Yeah, they would have punched you. You'd have got punched up by a girl live.
Punch
You
his
get me?
mouth,
Make him
yeah.
stay. He said, boy, I talk to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to. You'd have got rushed by a couple beans.
Yeah, he would have got traced.
You would have traced him and rushed him on the
You'd have
spot.
got
cuz,
a
you mean?
beating, bro.
So what did you do?
Hey, you know what would have been mad?
I think some chicks moved to him in a chicken shop though.
I
Tried to
was
beat him up.
I was trying to explain to him that, you know, like, although you claiming to be a patriot or whatever, but, you know, like, because I was born in a place called Greenwich Hospital, you know, and it's a wonderful experience. Like, you know, like, they even class me as English sometimes when they're doing some government documents, and then he went mad. Yeah. You're not fucking English.
Do you know? Do you know the piece? Nah, I'll tell you the bit. The bit that got him. The bit that got him, Jupiter, was he was mentioning about indigenous English and so on and so forth. And my point to him was this, and JA was that I can prove that, and it's documented history that there were people from Africa in this country before some of the tribes came over, right? So how are you able to tell him that these people are quintessentially English?
I see.
and the
Jay was
people-
claiming Anglo-Saxon, right?
Yeah.
And most
Yeah,
of
but-
there was Africans here before Anglo-Saxon.
They'd probably be
Romans
white
were
by
here
now.
first, which I didn't even know
They'd
that.
probably be white by now.
But this is the
I
thing,
said,
right?
I'm
So
English.
that
He went mad.
So that
Oh
was the
my
point.
days. I
It's
done
not,
a
to,
thriller
it's
on
not
him.
to say that we weren't trying to claim English. We weren't trying to claim English DNA to say that we have English
Yeah, that
DNA.
DNA.
We was just saying that we basically just saying, how can you say you can't be in this place when we've been here before some of the tribes that are classed as
English,
indigenous?
Facts.
Do you understand me? And
Yeah,
that was it. And because they couldn't
That's a good
disprove
argument, man.
anything,
That's a good point.
they tried to disprove the article. They tried to belittle the article and whatever. And it was like, bro, you can't. They couldn't even read the article properly. Do you get me? Yeah. Because they didn't want to. And as soon as you force them to start reading the things properly, then you're gonna start spazzing out now. Africa's a shithole. You're not English. We didn't claim to be English, bro. Didn't claim to be English.
Yeah,
Get
you
me?
took
I
it
just let you
hard.
know I'm born
That's
here.
it. What I did
took
say
it
to
real
him was
bad.
that on some government documents, they would write down that you was English. So that's what I said to him. And he's like, on your passport, he don't say that. And I was like, whoa, calm down, man. I just said some documents, like, I didn't even say which ones or whatever. Like, I didn't say, like, my ancestry is English and I've got 25 grandfathers born there. But that's what he was going on. He was going on like his name was John Smith the Fifth. you know what I'm saying? Like,
It's true.
from the long line of
He
jobs.
jumped off the panel.
Yeah, but
He
I
jumped off
don't
the
think.
panel and went and had a rage
I
wank.
think I like Banksy, but sometimes he does go too far. I've told him this before, and he don't help sometimes. But the fact of the matter is that I don't think anyone's sort of like sitting here saying people that are born in this country who've got a legitimate right to be here, if they're melanated, they've got to get out of the country. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't agree with that at all. So I think people need to understand. That's
Yeah, but you have to understand this.
Yeah, but what it is, yeah, is that he keeps saying that he's holding up a mirror, yeah, and I keep saying, well, you kind of got a shit mirror, bro, because every time we hold up the mirror to your argument, you start spazzing out. Like, when you keep saying that, rah, these people can't complain about nothing in the UK. And I said, well, but you went on a march against the government literally 2 days ago, yeah? You were speaking on the stage at one of the marches that is anti-Labour government, the government of the day. You're against some of the policies that the UK has and laws and so and so and so and so. So are you actually speaking about yourself when you're talking about foreigners going against British this and British that and so on, English this and English that? Are you speaking about yourself, bro? He didn't want to. He don't want to accept that.
And
obviously,
that's the part, right? As someone that was born here, lived here all my life, paid my taxes. My father fought for this for the British in the army, served in the army. Yeah, I feel I have a right as much as any other Englishman or any Englishman or Briton to criticize the things that I believe the government are doing wrong. Now, if I criticize them, I shouldn't be told, oh, we'll go back to where you come from. Well, actually, I was born here. I don't know nothing else.
Well, it's not like you're even criticizing. You're just asking for equal rights. It's not like you're saying.
No, I'm saying even if I was criticizing the government, even if I said Keir Starmer, Boris Johnson, whatever, nobody should turn around and say nothing because I grew up watching you guys riot in central London. I grew up watching you guys riot in central London over the poll tax. And things like that.
Me personally, I do think you have a right to complain about infrastructure, the way the policies are going and things like that. I think you do. But I think that it's harder for people that have got outside heritage to understand when the culture of Britain is being attacked. That some will understand it, they'll get it if they've been raised within British culture, but if you've had an amalgamated fusion, it'd be harder. I would imagine it'd be harder for my mixed kids, to be truthful, even though they've been raised by me exactly the same. They've had the input of their dad, and so they might not see it through the same paradigm as my white children.
Jupiter, why did you say to Banksy that he doesn't have a drop of English spirit in him? What did you mean by that? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I can't remember. When
Because
did
he
I
likes
say
to
that? The other
speak like
night?
he's very patriotic, very British. But then he said that
Oh,
if the shit hit the fan, he'd run away to America.
Okay, because British people, indigenous British people, most of us have grandparents that fought in the war, and people like Motion, people that are born here, you know, had grandparents that fought in the Second World War, and they would know that it's kind of honourable to your grandparents that we knew that they had to. There was nowhere for anyone to run. The best that they did for children and women in this country was they put the women to work, sent the men to war, and the children were sent up to the countryside. They didn't flee to other countries. They all suffered. And so because of that, there's a sort of thing in us that says, well, I'm not going to run. My grandparents didn't run. It would be disrespectful to them. But I don't think...
But in those terms, though, England, like Germany, wasn't actually on British soil, putting in, like, had foot soldiers on the ground, innit? They was bombing from the sky rather than having, like, an invading force on the ground or whatever. Like, well,
yeah, but there was
like,
great...
in Holland... Wait, hold on. Like, for example, in France, in Holland, German soldiers were on the ground in it and ran people out of town. So people left Holland and France because they was invaded by the Nazis at that time. Some people signed up with the Nazis in France and Holland as well, like so, as they do. And obviously, you know what Italy was like as well. Yes, it's not. I don't think that's a fair comparison to one of the. Say if you're making a comparison to one of the countries that are having people with invading forces on the ground, having to ship people out or people actually leaving or decided not to leave, innit? Because like you said, the Palestinians, most of them didn't actually leave. They
I
just
don't
moved
think
from place to
even
place.
even if there was
on. Are they the hazards?
even if there were boots on the
That's
ground, I don't
indicator, innit?
think that our country en masse would see all the men run into another country and leave the women and children behind. I don't see that happening.
But that don't happen in most countries, though. In even any of these refugee crises, it's the
Well, I think
frontline
it
soldiers
does.
or
If you
whatever.
see the amount of people
It's
coming
not.
in
The
at the shores
frontline
of
soldiers
Dover.
are on the majority of people actually in the places. The majority of people that do leave go to the country next door, and it's really the stragglers that end up becoming these asylum seekers in these third nations, fourth nations, or whatever. That are like.
I'll be back in about
across the
40 minutes, man. I've
continent
got a
or
quick
other
appointment.
places.
I'll be back shortly.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
that bears up, really, because a lot of them, once they get permanent status, they send for their wives and kids. So, but what I will,
But that's
Jupiter,
again, that's
can I
not
ask
the
you a
majority.
hypothetical
Sending for your
question?
wait, hold on. Just sending for your family though is not sending for the whole country, right? Like again, that's like,
well, it depends. Some of
them
them are sending for fucking in-laws and the whole fucking shebang. But whatever.
Jukes, if there was a draft, let's say, and everyone got roped into the army and Banksy dodged it and went to America, do you think that his whole family should get deported? Because I think that would be fair.
Oh, that's a bit wicked. No, I don't. I don't believe. I don't believe in. No, I believe every individual is responsible for themselves.
But like his
That's what
citizenship
Banksy
should
was trying to
definitely
draw me
get
out
revoked, though,
yesterday.
innit?
Yeah, he's on
They
the panel
can't come
talking
back
about belly,
after he
belly,
dodged
belly,
the
belly
army.
every 2 minutes. But then when I come and bun him up, now he starts barling about Nigeria.
You know, but obviously you upset him by saying that he wasn't born here, so that's why he went on full scale attack. But I don't know. But I don't understand why he attacked the Nigerians when you're Jamaican. I'm gonna have to have a word with him about that.
He threw everyone under the bus, mate. Everyone was going under the bus. He went
Threw Iran
nuts.
under
He
the
was
bus as
spazzed,
well.
full on spazzed, like one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Threw Iran on the bus. He was going mad. I'm like, hey Banksy, you know this is recorded. This ain't even past 12
I'm
hours.
just gobs.
This is
I
under
don't
12
know.
hours. This is like a rewatchable back stream. Like this is like, I think the stream was like 6 hours or something like that. Like, people will actually watch that again. Yeah, Banksy was
I'll have to watch it tomorrow. I was in and out.
Yeah, when Banksy starts, you don't stop, man. Shit. I've been like that before myself. I mean, we just.
He was really good on Jupiter's channel, though.
Because I was saying to him, bro,
That
you
was an
keep backing
excellent
it for
stream.
what Malata was saying, yeah. But Malata was going to turn around and call you a million crackers in 2 seconds, bro. Like, so you be careful what you.
Yeah, but
what side
Con, I
you're trying
don't
to
want
stand up
trolling no more. That's why I don't want no more trolling. I just want people to try and be honest with each other and talk normal. I can't take the trolling. I can't take the trolling no more. Not because
I told everyone about that from the start, bro.
I could.
From
It's
the start, I was telling
easier.
them
It's
about it
easier to
personally.
go into that mode, but it's not productive. Everyone just starts attacking everyone, and I just don't like it.
I think
Funniest thing I ever heard
from
on
the
your
start
stream was-
on G Block here, when I was trying to tell the people them that obviously to host discussions between people that disagree, you have to try to make there be no personal attacks or whatever, because
really?
you know it's easier to go down that route and start doing this, that, and the other or whatever. Yeah, I try to let people them know that from.
Over, when you got a minute, yeah, go and listen to the last 20-30 minutes of Jupiter's stream. It was so funny. Like, Base Luke's on there going, bring back the British Empire. And he's like, we should go and fight for Ukraine. Yeah. And he's like Danny Roscoe's going to him, yeah, but you know they're Nazis, isn't it? And he's like, what? I didn't know that. No. Has that been proven? Oh, it was so funny. He had to retract. I was thinking, if this is how the British Empire is going to start, like, ain't going to be here, is it?
I don't think he said that. I don't think he said he wanted to bring back the empire. Do you know, Khan? You interpret things your way, right? And you always
No,
have a
he
little
did say
bit of a
that.
remix on. You exaggerate a little bit.
No, but take my word for it. He did say that. He said, bring back the Empire.
Oh, I don't know.
I can't. You want to be careful, you know. Luke's making drill tracks now
Ask him
still,
that.
man.
Oh,
So
he's
he
in
might
the
make a
thing
drill
now.
track about you, cuz.
I don't really care. He's in the thing now. Ask him. He's in the chat now. He said it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Basically,
Luke,
Luke.
calling for the British Empire to come back, yeah?
Basically, Luke, Khan is saying, will you come up and play?
No. I'm asking him, did you say bring back the Empire?
Yeah, did you say that though, right? That's an important point.
I don't think.
And that's worth a discussion or debate, you know.
He did say it.
I don't think.
I'll have to go and check, but I don't remember.
I don't think they would have been able to catch about that much.
Listen, if I go on Google, listen, if I go on Google and see the amount of dead bodies that the British Empire dropped on the floor, it'd just be ridiculous.
Why would you want to go and do that? That's weird.
Well, I mean, someone else's champion, someone else's killer, isn't it? So at the end of the day, to some people, they've like saved people. To other people, they ethnically cleanse. You know, you've got to look at it like that. So I'm not saying it from my point of view. I'm just looking at statistics. If you look at the statistics,
where did they ethnically cleanse anywhere? The whole reason that we've got
what's
people.
interesting, Jukes, you said earlier on that the British Empire have been attacked.
Let me make.
They haven't been attacked by no one. There is nothing to.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point, please.
Yeah.
The very fact that we've got descendants of slaves asking for reparations tells you that no one got genocided. When in fact, if you went into
that don't mean
Arab
that genocide doesn't mean that.
slavery,
Wait,
you got
Jupiter.
castrated
Genocide
and they
doesn't
wouldn't have
mean that
even
they
had
wiped out
children.
the whole people. No, Jupiter doesn't. Genocide doesn't mean that there was nobody left. It means that there was a specific group was targeted to be attacked and
That's
killed.
not how I've always understood genocide.
It doesn't mean that the whole thing was wiped out. So there could still be descendants of people with, like, again, with the Hutu and Tutsi in Rwanda. There's still descendants of Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda.
Yeah, but they went
It's just
out of
that
their way.
the war stopped.
Yeah, but in that war, that was a genocide because they were actually trying to erase
Yeah,
people.
because they was one side was genociding.
Yeah, but during slavery, they weren't trying. They were abusing them, but they weren't trying to erase them. They were trying to. In fact, much to my disgust, and I never knew this until there was some.
Genocide doesn't mean that it was
What's
trying
his
to
name?
erase them.
Tariq something or other. He did a documentary, and I remember Turek come and said, "Oh, watch this and review it." And me and Hector reviewed it, and they had stud farms in America. That's absolutely disgusting. I never even knew that.
And in Jamaica as well.
Oh my god.
Caribbean.
Yeah, that was shocking.
Fucking Luke here. Luke chat shit, bro. He don't even British, bro, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's come on to have a go at Luke. Luke,
Hey,
get up
Carl.
here. He wants to have a go at you.
Am I fucking?
Can't even hear you properly as well. Your mic sounds a bit
bad.
bad.
Yeah, come from Italy, bro.
Yeah, we can't even hear you, man, Ravi.
Hey, Carvey,
Carvey,
we
sorry.
can't hear you properly, man.
Ravi. Carvey, we
Can't hear you properly, bruv. Your mic sounds mash up. Sounds like you're in the toilet. Supposed to clear.
Jupiter, what happened with the big thing, man? The big debate. It didn't really go down well, did it, the debate?
No, but you know what? That little
I like
shit
your
pulled
3
it.
strikes and you're out rule, though. That was good.
Listen, that little shit pulled
Go on.
in the numbers. Pair of them pulled in
Yeah.
the numbers. At one point, I had 180 people there to see Base Luke and Esau have a debate. I was like,
They didn't
what?
have a debate. They weren't even a debate. That was crap.
I know. I was like, what? Fucking hell.
So who won the debate then, Jupiter?
Luke calling himself British.
Luke did, hands down.
He calling himself British.
So,
Italian, bro.
also, I'm hearing that you was biased towards Luke and didn't let Bysore get his words in or whatever. Do you
Yeah, I
accept
did.
that charge, or you just?
Oh, really? It was so
No.
emotional. They were both being
Bleeding
so
Art come
emotional.
up and said that to me, and I told her it weren't true.
Oh, it's fucking
It
Mario.
was full on emotional, man. It
Bysore's
was like a
mummy.
bitch fight. It was a bitch fight. That's what it was. We're in a debate.
Yeah. Hey, wait a sec, yeah. Hey, have you seen my first meme? Let me show you it still. My very first meme. I'm well proud of it, man. One sec. Let me find him. There it is. Let me show you. What you think of my meme?
I don't know what it's meant to be a meme of.
I think that's
tell
going
who
to
it
be
is.
our Dookie.
Can't you tell who it is? What, I Dookie, yeah? Is that who you think it
That's
is?
what. No? Who's
Looks
it then?
it looks a bit like Sean.
Sean, yeah?
No, that's Thing. What's her name?
Sick lot, man.
I don't even know.
One sec.
Leprechaun. Sean.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, you can hear me now.
Oh yeah, look.
Can't have debate you on Palestine any day. And you'll do the same as Esau. You'll be like, yeah, but you support genocide. That's all you do. You don't add numbers or facts like I do. You just cry like, can't.
But he asked you about when you said you would kill children.
I never said that though. I replied to him. I said I never said that.
You did. You even admitted.
Can I respond to you? 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 Thank you. So I said I didn't say that. I said that what I said is I'm the wrong person to ask and be put in power because if you fuck with my family, I'd nuke the lot of yous. I didn't mention women and children. The same way when I said that your daughter's a slag, you went around saying that I called a 3-year-old a slag when you don't even have a daughter. Full stop.
I never said that.
Big fat turkey.
I never said that.
You backed up those when you did it.
That was so gossipy.
Everyone knows I ain't got a daughter. I never said that. Someone else
did. You're a turkey pig. You rely on emotions and you lie. Now, where's this little terrorist who was calling my name? Cavi.
Why is he terrorist? Because he's brown.
What do you want, terrorist, Cavi?
You're a terrorist, you IRA terrorist.
I've heard his incel fucking spur guards. The guy's a terrorist. The guy's a terrorist to women. Or full stop.
Fucking Italian wannabe. Go make a pizza or some shit, bro. I can just tell why you talk. You're some Italian.
We can't really hear you. If you're gonna diss me, then at least let me hear it.
Shut up, man.
Hey, why do you sound like you're spying on your neighbor from your bathroom, man? Come on, can't get to your mic.
That's what I mean. It sounds like he's in fucking bath, like Esau.
I got a new. Oh man, let me do my settings.
Settings? You need fucking head setting, right? Not your computer.
Yeah, this is a bit too gossipy, man. What was the last topic? What was the last topic? I'm high, man. I just say I'm high.
The last topic was me. Clark was speaking about me. Then this little terrorist in corner was, and then Jupiter said, "Jump on, Luke. Have a conversation with him." So I've jumped on to have a conversation.
Alright, is my mic better now? Is it better?
I don't understand why he turned up gunning for Luke.
Another one of these obsessed little freaks. Like
he hates Luke. He's hated him. I noticed that yesterday. He proper hates Luke.
Luke is an extremist, bro.
You're another one, Clark. You're another one who hates me. The fact that fucking Veli has no panel,
You're an extremist. That's right.
He wants to bring back the British Empire. He's fucking extremist, bro. Who wants to do that? He's not even British. He's
British Empire did good for this world, and I believe that if the British Empire was to come back, it would be nothing but a positive impact to the world. Yeah, bingo.
Yeah, okay, you gotta fucking make an empire, bro. Go and do it on your own. Fucking.
No, I'm glad we don't have no like Pakistani empire or fucking.
Fucking Jesus.
Korean empire, but then it'll be used to fucking rape kids and women and children and shit like that. I'd rather it be the British one.
What are you talking about? I don't fucking rape. See, how you putting me down, bro? Like,
so if you listen, I'll tell you. I am all for a British Empire.
Transparent, man. You're fucking you.
In the face of other people trying to gain empires. But if there was an Afghani empire, then no, I'd much rather have a British empire than an Afghanistani empire. If there was an Israeli empire,
so would I. To be fair, that's called natural bias. Everyone's allowed to have a natural bias to the way that they've been brought up.
Big up the British.
Yeah, but how are you going to be British until
Islam and Islamic extremism?
That don't make sense, does it?
What? Say that again.
I said, how are you going to tell, as an English person, how can you tell an Indian person that the British Empire was a good thing? It would be a bit hard to kind of make that case.
Listen, I'll tell you, the British Empire was a fucking good thing.
What
if you want to cry about it,
I have an opinion. No, but I'm saying for India, is it good for India?
I don't care about India. I'm not Indian. Why would I care about India?
But wait a minute. Before the British got to India, India was responsible for 1/4 of the world's GDP.
That was in the past.
When England left India, they couldn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of.
Not anymore. India can't even ensure that
it's not funny, but it's
true. Now, fast forward to 2025, India can't even ensure that their children don't die of fucking famine.
Yeah, but you put them in that position, but you're trying to tell us.
No, we never. They're sending spaceships. They're sending spaceships.
How did Britain do good? Tell us.
How do we tell them?
How Britain done good?
Send your spaceship. Can't stop overspeaking everybody. How do we say to them, right? We will give you money, we'll give you aid, you can spend that on fucking spaceships. Meanwhile, in these little remote villages in India, you've got fucking kids being raped and being fucking starved of
Yeah,
either
listen,
no
yeah,
fucking
you
water,
shit,
no
but
fucking
listen,
food,
yeah,
or being
but
passed
Britain,
around by
that's
fucking men in these
Britain,
little
but
That's
Britain,
capitalism.
Yeah, but
That's
remember, we've
capitalism,
got
bro.
we've
Catholic
got
Church-
women
the
fucking
Catholic
shivering
Church
in the
did that too,
cold
though.
while
That's
they give money
capitalism,
to
man.
and that's
someone
Britain's
studying
fault. And that's
prawns.
Britain's fault. Why don't you fucking
Yeah.
Pakistani brothers
Nah,
who
that's
got
capitalism fault.
who got
That's
into
not just
trouble
Britain's
helping
fault. That's whole.
Pakistan?
That's capital. That's a capitalist society.
Why don't the Pakistani
Of the
man them who got
extreme
into trouble
wealth
help out your
and
Pakistani
extreme
men,
have-nots.
your Indian
But
man
man,
there?
look, why is your hate for Pakistan getting involved in this, bro? Why are you talking about your hate for Pakistan?
He was calling
I don't know what
mentioned
you're talking
Pakistani
about, man.
brothers
Like,
when he said that we got him into trouble, or the
listen,
girls
you're
got him into
irrelevant
trouble.
country, bro.
So
No
I'm
one
You
doing
say
a
we,
Uno
you yourself
reversal.
as a woman.
No
I'm
one
doing
cares
an
about
Uno
your
reversal
money,
and saying you
bro.
can go and get your help from those
Listen,
Pakistani men,
no
can't you?
one cares about your aid, bro. You've got
You
America.
do. You call me up. You call me up panel,
They're
Pavi, you
six
little
players, bro, and no one cares about your.
Hey, you know what's funny? Yeah, the way you used to throw
She's
shots at each
gone
other.
cold,
Yeah?
I'm
even when it's hard to
wondering
do, you little
why.
fucking Jim. Look at you.
No,
But don't forget, Veli. This is the way the British Empire made it out to be. They invaded Pakistan. They fucked Pakistan up.
Good. We should
Yeah.
invade again.
That's
We
India.
need to
So
invade
listen,
terrorists.
no,
India.
but listen.
Create Pakistan. And
Yeah, but I'm saying Pakistan. I'm saying his country. His
Yeah,
country
you just said we
specifically.
invaded Pakistan. We should do it again. It's a terrorist state. We
I don't know why did
So
like,
this is no. I'm just saying this is the result
Pakistan end up
of it.
with
This is
nuclear
meant to happen.
power?
Would you say,
Why did
Willie, say
Pakistan
that
end up
again?
like, with nuclear power capabilities?
Because they had
I
some
don't know.
genius
I actually
scientists.
know about the British
They had a
Empire.
genius
Yeah,
scientist who
and
worked it
I
out for
know,
himself.
I even know, what the red and blue stands for. Yeah, actually, it was my people that made the red and blue color. Yeah, the British.
What are you going on about now?
Red and blue.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
because
yeah,
wait, hold on a sec though. Yeah, but because if there was any inkling of any nation allegedly developing nuclear capabilities, they was invaded by one of the other world powers, like one of the European ones, American or whatever. So that's what I'm saying. Like, how comes Pakistan was able to develop?
Hold on a minute. He
nuclear
said
power
he invented blue.
capabilities?
The Egyptians invented blue. In most other
Oh,
countries, they didn't even have a word for blue.
You know the British red and blue, yeah.
I think it was the
actually know what it
Phoenicians.
stands for, yeah. Actually, no, because we actually invented that red and blue, yeah.
It was the
I thought the
Phoenicians that
Phoenicians was
invented
purple.
blue. Vermilion, wasn't it?
You know
Vermilion.
the British and the American red and blue. That's actually the colours, yeah. That we made it. You know what it stands for?
No,
yeah?
you lot invented black pepper and curry powder. That's what you
Actually,
invented.
what? Actually, it's the truth, yeah. What red
They
and blue.
invented fucking child marriages and mutter marriages. That's all about it. Child marriages and mutter marriages where they can get their end away for an hour before and getting
This is a
and
fucking
doing it behind
lie,
fucking
people,
hours
man.
back.
It's
Like,
fucking
fuck off with your
irrelevant.
fucking
It's
moralistic
like-
bullshit. Take over fucking Pakistan and get
Hey,
rid of terrorists.
hey, it's Missia. The Sunnis do Missia. They'll do Lucha still.
Missia then.
The Sunnis do Missia.
I'll keep child marriage in there, but I'll swap mutter for Missia.
You're such an Italian, bro. You're always whinging and whining as Italian. I can tell you're Italian, bro.
I'm not Italian. I'm about fucking 5% Italian.
You're always whinging and talking shit, bro. You're always whinging, whining, talking shit like he's Italian.
British.
No, if you've seen him, you know he's not Italian.
I'm British through and through.
No, he's not. You're an
What is
alien.
he then, according to
He's
you?
an alien. You know the geezer from Deep Space Nine with no
I'll be an
ears?
alien in Turkey.
But he's fucking Mario Luigi, bro. Trust me.
So wait, are you guys still guessing who that picture
I'd
is?
rather be Mario and
You still
Luigi
don't-
than
the picture.
Megan.
You still don't know who it is?
And I'd rather be Mario and Luigi than know that my mum got into a marriage that wasn't happy with. She was forced into it and has been shagged throughout her life, knowing that she's not been happy once.
Oh,
And you don't
right,
do
I'm off.
anything for
I
her.
don't
You don't do
want
anything
to
for
Wait,
her.
wait, wait,
Why
come
don't
on.
you-
Come on.
I'm doxing Shamey. I'm doxing Robert. I'm doxing Seaman. I'm
You
doxing
can't dox me.
the gay Klingon.
They can't dox me either because I've got my name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
My
I'm
middle
doing it
name's
to amuse
Thomas.
myself. Would you like that?
Yeah.
I don't
Does it
mind.
sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his
Oh,
name and
right.
everything like that. I'm going to do the whole
Do you
obituary
mean my
thing.
dead
Why not?
nephew?
How about?
Before I fuck you in the arse, you cunt.
Well, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking
Simon
time under
Savage.
your various soccer
You
cans.
wish.
Savage.
You fuck
You
you,
wish.
piece of fucking shit.
You
Do you want me to send you
little
some up-to-date pictures of
Wow.
everyone bleeding?
cunt.
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date
Deliberately.
ones of I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
Because
out,
you're
yeah.
not getting it.
I can help
I
you out.
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right.
Failed.
How's Amy a weirdo? She's actually quite normal.
Jesus. You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but
That was a bit creepy. That was a bit creepy at the end there.
Well, Amy was getting terrorized by that lady, bro. She was terrorizing Amy.
Pick up Amy, man. I love Amy, man.
The big chin.
Yeah,
Big
that was
chin
that
with
thing,
a big
that
spliff.
Yeah, that one. Why did Jukes jump off when we started playing her mate? Ah! The girl gang, innit? That comes higher than any religion or political movement. It's all about the girl gang.
The girl.
That's good. He said Luke's a racist with a Wu-Tang Clan album. I don't even have the Wu-Tang Clan album.
That's actually funny, so you gotta laugh. I said Luke's a racist with a Wu-Tang Clan album.
I've got a Seal CD.
That's funny still. Sorry. Sorry, I had to laugh.
Oh yeah, you are just talking about him. You know who's my
It would have been funnier if Vasquez would have said it in his accent still.
I was speaking about you know who's, and my internet went off.
Well, Veli, you was rating Luke's little rap, weren't you?
Yeah, Luke's rap. His rap. Yeah,
Not rate.
I think
Only haters don't rate
Yeah,
it.
go on, man. He's doing he done his thing, innit, on the drill thing, innit? I mean, so.
Oh.
And I'm saying that.
I just got my internet turned off by.
This is what I'm trying to say, cuz, man. This is how fucking deep it is on the in the drill game out here, cuz. Like, man are trying to send diss tracks for me, cuz. I don't even need to reply nowadays, cuz. You mad? Trust me. Man, they gotta get me featured on the remix. Man. Oh, man. Yeah, man. So.
Well, you big in the game like that?
I need to pick up my pen and a pad. And do a
What are you
drill
saying?
remix.
Response, yeah.
No,
Shoot.
so I used to do piss take
back.
songs, but Wisdom did a diss track, so I thought, right, let me try and do a diss track. I've never done grime before, so I thought, fuck it, let's dive in. That's on the screen.
You still haven't done grime.
Yeah, I have,
I
and I'll do
haven't
one on
done
you.
grime
You'll be crying for a month. Carry on, I'll do one on you,
I
Turkey Pig.
haven't done
That's
grime
true, that's true.
before. No, you still haven't done grime. Let's get it straight.
Turkey Pig's neck goes gobble gobble, like your belly goes wobble wobble. Carry on, Con, I'll do one on you.
Oh shit! That sounds like an old. That sounds like an
Turkey
old
neck
woman.
goes gobble gobble, like his belly go wobble wobble.
No, you said that like an old woman though, still eating crumpets.
Oh yeah, there's a few old women.
Wisdom like cats, but he don't like pussy, no. Little dream team pussy hole. Heard it through the grapevine that man like Wisdom has a session with blue lines. I ain't lying, man is a pussy, yeah, like a lion. Give it 2 weeks and I come back crying, no more dream team or that G-Black flying. Next up, I saw Dr. Face and Rapping Second, he's an eyesore. You and I both know, boy try while I know where he's a coco. Is he feeling niggas up and down like a yo-yo? Don't wanna have a go though, collect no dollar, just pass through go-go. Big chick on a mission, give her 2 clues and she'll go off fishing. Fanny gets wet when she knocks little kids, but it's not her fault, that's a shitty disposition. An admission, dirty older brother knocks a niece in the kitchen. Bleeding upstairs on the PC bitchin'. Wisdom likes cats, but he don't like pussy, no. Wisdom likes cats, but he don't like pussy, no.
Meow.
Wisdom likes cats, but he don't like pussy, no. Wisdom likes cats, but he don't like that pussy. Wisdom in a dress, but it ain't no playboy, no. That man is a bachelor boy. What Aki thinks cool to wear his mum's dress, that shit's not natural. Dropped on his head, must have damaged all his brain cells. It's no gangster online like his cartel, sooner or later getting bombed in a jail cell. Hey, Ducky, heard you only charge $5 for a sucky. If you really want to get lucky, clean your bathroom room, it's ever so mucky. Panic stricken, sitting on your bed eating cold butter chicken. Keep on your mouth and you know what's coming. A great British back slapping an old school kicking.
Pure bars. I don't even say it. I don't care if I lost myself.
Was you offering to suck a dookie? Was you offering to suck off a dookie there?
Say that again.
Pause.
You said,
hey, Ducky, I heard you only.
Wait. I heard you only charge a $5 for a sucky, and then you turned around and said, if you really get lucky.
Then you need to clean your bastard room because it's ever so mucky. What girl's going to turn up to a shithole? Why are you making men about this? You're gay as fuck you.
No, it sounded like you wanted to
Bro,
suck
imagine
his
a gay
dick.
man picking up on a gay thing. Fuck me.
No, but
Yeah,
you're
I
gay
mean,
though.
No, you're gay though. We all know you're gay.
How
Everybody
are you
on this
making
channel
gay
who's
diss
straight.
tracks about
And
Shahid
listen,
when you're
I've
gay?
never pretended to be straight. I've always joked that I'm like 3 or 4% gay, me. But you've like
3 or
pretended to be gay,
4%?
pretended to be straight for God knows how long now.
What does
But it's
that
quite
mean
clear,
though?
Carl.
Wait.
Carl,
Let's
it's
clear
quite
this up.
clear. You've got
What does
not
it
only have you
mean
got
to be
Carl,
3% gay?
Carl,
Does
I
that
was
mean you
turning my
only let
phone
him
if
put
you're
the
going to
tip
interrupt
in?
me.
You
I was
only put
turning
the
my
tip
phone
in,
up.
yeah?
So it's quite clear, Con, by your rhetoric, and you always pick up on gay things. You've got this 100% working gaydar. Like any situation
I
where
don't
you
know.
can make
Spotted it. It was
something
Relly that
gay,
spotted
you will
it. It was
do.
Relly.
Now, who's the
Listen,
gay one?
1 minute. I never spotted it. It was Relly that spotted it. It was Relly that spotted
No,
it.
it's you
Thank
who's
you.
got
It
issues.
was not
You
me.
always bring up gay
No,
shit
we
because you're
listened
gay.
to
You
it
can't help
yesterday, and
it.
Relly
It's
spotted it.
embedded in you.
Relly said, "Pause on that." He said, "What is that bar?" And he
No, you're
rewinded
gay,
it.
Con. And the reason
I
why you're
never
gay is
s-
because you.
well,
Wait,
alright,
let
if
me
I'm
respond
gay,
to
then
you.
Relly's
Stop
gay too
interrupting,
then.
Con. I'm responding to you. So the reason why you've chosen to
I've
be
not
gay
said
now in
anything to
the
you.
later years of your life is because your dick's so small it's now inverted, and the only way of you having sex is getting mashed out by a man from back end. So that's what you do. You let men line up behind you and they smash your back turkey fucking backside in, and that's the only way that
You're
you can get
just
sex.
so gay. That's disgusting.
That
You are gay.
was
You always bring up gay shit.
that got blocked out. It got blocked out.
We
Semi.
could be talking about fucking knickknacks and nice and spicy
Stop
knickknacks,
it.
and you'll
Stop
say,
it.
"Yeah, but they
Stop
look like
it.
a dick, don't they? Yeah, but
Stop
no, you don't.
it.
You
Stop
think
I was
it.
just
knickknacks
thinking about the
look like
sunshine.
a dick?
I saw
But
the
what
sun.
is this
Gay
guy
stuff.
on, man?
The
He's just
sun
not
was
well. He's not
but
well.
the thing is, it was cold as well at the same time. So the sun was up, but it was cold. At the same time.
There's no, but Con can never be cold. He's got too much body fat. He's like a fucking walrus.
So Luke, is there any men you find attractive with your 3-4%? Is there any like do you have a celebrity crush or
See,
anything?
just the other gay person to pick up on that and get
Now, I
curious.
was wondering
now.
because I don't
gay.
think more
I say I'm
fair
4%
question,
gay.
though.
This guy gets curious.
No, but that's a
why you
fair
defend
question.
it,
That's
bro?
a
You
fair
told yourself,
question.
innit? Exactly, bro. Why
No,
do you defend
I've
it?
let Con suck my dick. That's the 4%. I've let Con suck my dick. That's about it.
You let clients suck your dick.
Yeah, I won't let you though.
That's
You
good.
filthy little
I don't think either of
scumbag.
us will take you up, though. I don't think
Filthy
either
little
of us will take you up.
bastard.
Con, let's get it over.
Tuesday, this is Billy's show.
It's
You know,
degenerate, bro.
I do feel like because if I jump
It's
off,
degenerate. It's degenerate.
then I feel bad.
Wait,
But if I
one
get
minute,
left
So
on,
you put up gay shit.
then
Now
I
we're
feel
talking about gay
fucking
shit.
weird.
Degenerate.
Man,
So
man
Con
goes,
brings up
man
gay stuff.
fancies about
He wants to
British Empire.
Con wants to
People
talk about
sucking his dick.
stuff about
Yeah,
gay.
I've been here for a
And
while,
then
and
he
is there
talks about
no
gay.
conversation? I'm
And then
just
he
gonna
wants
end
to
up bouncing.
You need to stop smoking, mate, bro. Luke, I'm telling you, bro. You need to stop smoking that. Like, come off it for a little while.
Smoking what dick? That's what gay people do. Wait, so you want to talk about gay shit, and then when we talk about gay shit, you all get uncomfortable. What's the problem? I thought you were straight. I thought you was confident when you said
But you just need to stop fantasizing. I'm trying to talk to you normally.
Aren't you confident in your sexuality? Don't you hard gangsters not apologise to nobody, boy. What are you doing here? What are you doing, guys? Oh, Con's man. So Con's only brought up gay shit, and then he's ran. So now we can move away from gay shit. So what was your problem, Cavi? You were begging my name about 10 minutes ago in chat. Cavi.
Yeah, I don't really have it. I don't really have a problem, bro. Like, yeah,
You did. You said that fucking bass flute. You started getting angry and everything.
I don't take it that serious. I just say my.
Well, now that I'm here on the panel, you don't have a problem. But when I was in chat, you did. So what's your problem, little bitchy?
I ain't got the energy for you, bro. The fucking Super Mario.
Oh, you don't have the energy.
Mario,
You come on here. You complain about fucking women.
Mario, the one on the computer, he don't talk back. You know, this fucking Mario.
So the British Empire. Can we name 5 things they did good for the world? Just 5 things, like quick shot.
English language.
Okay, so they spread the language.
Telling telling families that it's wrong to fuck families, so we don't get inbreds anymore. The ending of the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. The importing of British values to other nations that were savage beasts who would sell the children for fucking tusks of elephants. And trade. If you want 5 more, what I think we can achieve in the future, probably that's very similar.
I'll just say, I would like to say, obviously, that's stacked in it, but first of all, I want to pass it on to Cavi, but for the first thing you said was put in English language.
giving English language to everybody. That obviously that could be debatable because it's against people's will or for people. Yeah, so it's quite debatable. It's like a, but so that's not really clear.
I mean, all these lefties complain. All these lefties like want a one world kind of fucking government and want everybody to be able to have free movement and travel wherever you want. Wouldn't that be easier with one language?
What's interesting is that if you noticed a value for English people, what they've done. If you notice, it's always involving what you've done to somebody else, and it's never actually something you've manifest for yourself, like materialized and created, cultivated, just like, do you know what I mean? Like something that's come internally.
Oh no, we're home of the Industrial Revolution. Lancashire alone was like very.
The thing is, you can't
was there at the very front of like the Industrial Revolution and the cotton wheel, the spinning wheel, all that kind of stuff.
I'd agree with that. Okay, I would agree with that. There's Industrial Revolution.
So you talked about the British Empire. If you want us to now speak about what Britain and England have provided to the world, fuck me, we'll be here all day. We'll be here all day.
I'll tell you something here. I'll tell you the truth here. Like I know about the history of the English and the British here.
Big up the English, big up the British.
The reason for the English Empire is historical, and they don't have the ability to do that again. They don't have the skills or the ability. That I know because actually it was my people that gave them all the knowledge to become world power about ships and trading. We gave it all. They'll copy us everything here. They always copied us here, and they don't have the ability for it anymore. Everything they did was copying us here. Even when they had the empire, it was a naval empire. And you know the red and blue, the naval. We actually invented the naval.
Right, we're not talk about colours. Talk about that actual achievement.
A long time ago, we invented it, and they just copied us, and now
colours, though. Like, even if I was to believe you talk about like colours of a flag. That's not really like meaningful, is it? Khan was saying that. Khan was saying that I was calling for the British Empire back. Man, the conversation that I was having on Jupiter's was that there has to be a world power. Currently, at the moment, it's America who's like the world power. I call for that to be the British Empire, and for us to get.
No, I don't think so, bro. I don't think you're smart.
American being charged. I believe that if any one country or one nation wants to bring the world forward, I think we will have the best.
Well, listen to this. Look, Tavi, look. For one, we can't really hear you too well. A modern day military and technology and weaponry, you do understand that you could just go and like take down a nation that's not really too protected and has got too much diplomatic immunity.
So the thing is, it was said in the past year, that the world will be taken over by a Messiah.
I'm not going to fucking conspiracies with you.
The Messiah, but you know what they said about the Messiah?
Go and have a chamomile tea or something and calm yourself down. I ain't getting into conspiracies. We're trying to speak about facts and that, and you're want to go into fucking messiahs and shit.
Why should you, the British who's not even the most highest intelligent people around the world, though? All you have is these people. You have nothing for. How you
give up our power because unfortunately, and I said this is a bad thing.
You live in Scotland.
We have given up. I'm answering you, Kevin. I'm answering you. So we've given up a lot of our power, and yet the empire isn't what it used to be. It's nowhere near what it used to be back in the day because there's not a need to have those empires. If you have a look at why the British Empire was formed, it was to fight back from the Spanish and shit.
Is there anything
there is a need for it. There's not a need for it anymore, especially as we are protected by America, for instance. But if it ever got push come to shove and America didn't protect us, then I would encourage Britain to do what it can to encourage all the Commonwealth nations to be fucking part of us even more and to push back against America.
Bro, do you can underestimate
that British spirit
to lead the world, bro? Honestly, do you think that you're good enough to lead the world? Are you serious? Like you feel that there's enough talent in your little team fucking lead the world.
Of course we are. Why have you moved? Why's your family moved?
Represent
the world. Why's your family moved here? I wouldn't move to a country that have bad representations of the world. I'd move to countries that are going to offer me something better. So why did your family come over here, Cavi? Checkmate.
That's not the question I was asking you. Anyway.
Checkmate. Because we're a fucking good nation. We offer good fucking opportunities to every person regardless of skin colour, race or religion. That's why your fucking mother said we're going to come to here and we ain't going to go to fucking India, we ain't going to go to Syria, we ain't going to go to fucking Palestine, we ain't going to go to America, we're going to go to Britain, Great Britain. Now checkmate.
I'll checkmate you, You know when Britain, England went around the world, they wanted to bring people from India and of all other countries, yeah, Africa, everywhere, yeah.
You want nothing ever? You wanted to bring people in from
Yes,
India?
they wanted to bring, but come on, man, like, what are you talking
What, when we first went into India?
They were
No,
the
we never.
first European country to bring people from these different brown and black people to this country.
Yeah, but get the
They were
like.
first European. Why?
But you're walking down
You
like
know
the
the fucking
timeline.
talent,
You
bro.
you
They
paint
knew
that as
the
like
fucking
we went to
talent.
India and
They
brought people
knew
back.
the talent of
What
other
happened?
races, yeah. Look, I tell you the truth here, bro. Yeah, you man can be racist, yeah, but your government, yeah, your king, yeah, he knows the talent of other countries, bro. He knows he ain't got the fucking talent. That's why they start bringing people in, bro. Even Pakistanis, they start bringing them in, bro. Bro, Indian, Pakistan,
You're just saying.
bro, they brought them in, yeah. The king of England.
Who brought him in? The King Charles? I don't think King Charles brought anybody in.
All of these like different races, even the public was saying no, yeah, and they're saying they're racist, yeah. They just brought all these people in because they know.
Are you
yeah,
against that? Are you against these races coming in?
But all I'm saying is, yeah,
No, you're not, because that's how you got here, you silly bastard.
Your government brought everyone.
How
in,
your
bro.
family got here by our kings and queens, or how you're wording it. I'm going by your words here. Opening doors and inviting these people in. That's how you and your family got here. Checkmate. Don't complain about
You
it
know
now.
how people got here, bro, man. Like everyone moving around India to be honest, yeah. The English also moved around. They came here as well. You know, they took over this country.
Of course, yeah, of course. Listen, back in those days, it was invade or be invaded. Like, I'm glad we got fucking the foot in first. God, I'm glad we ain't speaking Spanish. I'm glad, the same way. I'm glad we ain't speaking Spanish. The same way I'm glad we ain't speaking German. Like, history doesn't really change, you know. In future, there might be a threat that we speak Russian. I'll encourage everything and every single fucking common sense person to push back so we don't speak fucking Russian.
Actually, you know, English here is a good language here, but people should speak multiple languages. But yeah, I think everyone should speak English here in the world. That would be good for like global.
But if you had to become a dictator now and everybody had to speak one language, what language would you choose?
No, I wouldn't do that. It has to be multiple
No,
languages.
if you had to, you didn't have that choice. Well, I hate when you ask somebody like a question like this. You give them a very clear question, a very clear yes like answer, and they go, "Oh no, I can't do that." No, you have to. You have to choose one language in the world. What's going to be?
I can ask you a question here, like some.
No, you can't answer it, can you? Because you're a fucking stuttering Mongol. Answer the fucking question. If you was in charge of the world and you had to choose one language for the entire world, what would it be? Why is that such a difficult question? Would it be Gujarati? Would it be English? Would it be Swahili? What language would you choose for the entire population if you had to?
Like obviously the problem with that is that other countries.
The guys can't even answer a question.
No, some countries won't accept it. They can say, why should we?
You're a Mong. Why can't you answer a question? I've asked a direct question there.
It's getting more complicated. But you're too stupid, man. You don't understand.
No, you're too stupid. I've asked you a question. I've even laid it out for you. Like premise and everything, and you can't answer it.
I swear, man.
If you had to choose one language for the entire world to speak and you had no choice, you had to choose one, what one language are you going to choose? That's so simple.
I mean, obviously, it's English in the sense.
Thank you, checkmate.
It's already there. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, bro.
So stop bitching and whining about us. Get behind us. Join us like you say you are. Don't fucking come over here and then start fucking trying to tear us down from the inside.
Wait, so that's a good enough reason. That's so you know, spreading the language. But honestly, do you think that people that have got power, that have like basically got control, yeah? They got control of their nations and they're taking over. Do you think that they're not gonna they're not gonna be fallible? They're not gonna like break the rules themselves whilst they're having that power, having complete dominion, like have control of.
Yeah, so the way I laid that question out was just like a simple. If you had to choose one language for the rest of the world, which one's it going to be? And
but then you say get behind us.
Yeah, but love your life. Just let me explain. So, from an intelligent person, I'd expect the answer to be English because the majority of the world already speak English. They know it's going to be good for trade, and it's not going to take much of an effort for us to achieve that. So that shows intelligence. If they turned around and said something like Swahili, I'd see that no, you're actually biased. So there was a point for me asking the question. You're not speaking on intelligence, and you're not just hating on England for the fact of it being England. You would actually encourage people to speak English because you know the majority of people do anyway, so it's just the easiest option. It shows whether you're biased or not.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was thinking the same thing.
You're born here, innit? It makes sense. That's true.
I mean, the thing with me is like,
English. If you're going to say, "Oh no, I think we should all speak Gujarati," then I know you're not being intelligent. I know you're not being honest. I know that you're just like, You're biased there. It's not an honest conversation. I don't think the world should speak English because I'm English. I think the world should speak English, if we had to, by the way, because the vast majority already do, and it's going to be the easiest option for the humanity, for the world.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, yeah, when I was watching this Trump Zelensky thing,
I can barely hear him, man.
When I was watching the Trump and Zelensky thing, like, and other world leaders, you know, sometimes they say that English is not their first language, and you know they can't communicate so well. So obviously Trump doesn't speak Russian or Ukrainian, right? So, you know, if all the world leaders spoke English fluently, it would help in it. Imagine these guys are probably getting lost in translation and shit, bro. Like they probably don't even half understand what they're saying. You can see that Zelensky can't really speak the same English as Trump, so it puts him at disadvantage. And if they want to go into, you know, have international discussions and stuff, then, you know, someone like Zelensky, you know, other world leaders have to speak English at the same level. Otherwise, they're at disadvantage, you know.
So what's the best route for that? Should Trump learn Ukrainian?
Obviously, you know what I'm saying.
Zelensky improve his English.
Yeah, they have to improve the English.
Thank you, checkmate.
It's not checkmate. What the fuck, bro? Like, what's this little checkmate shit? Like,
that's another thing that we give to the world. Checkmate.
Yeah, actually, you know.
Exactly, I'm walking you into it. I'm walking into you answering the questions that you've asked me. Luke, what has England given to the world? Okay, I'll tell you what. Language, linguistics.
Calm down, man. You calm down here. I'll tell you something deep here. You know, English here, actually English here, a long time ago, yeah, it was made, it's like Iranian language, it's like an Iranian language, and it was made to finish, you know, the Sanskrit system, Proto-Indo-European, the Aryan system,
First, we barely hear you, man, and then I'm sure you mentioned 3 languages with a space of 3 seconds then. You mentioned English, Yiddish,
Sanskrit. There was this, like, Sanskrit, Aryans, Indo-Aryans, there were Aryans.
Aryans ain't, I thought Aryans were, no, we've had this conversation before, they are, you've gaslit me. Aryans are not a theoretical race. I'm not speaking about things that don't exist with you, and Aryans. That's what fucking Hitler was talking about, you silly bastard.
You know,
Sanskrit is like the first known written language, I believe. That's the only relevance that it really holds. It's got no relevance to the English language.
You don't know what
Aryans, then we're going now.
You know, a long time ago, the Sanskrit system. Actually, you know, your people, the Italians, they're close to, you know, Rome, they were very close to the Sanskrit system, yeah. You know how
Sanskrit's close. Sanskrit looks like Arabic. It looks nothing like fucking Latin.
Yeah, very similar to Latin. Yeah, actually, they have very.
It looks nothing like Latin. It looks like Arabic. What are you talking about? Just talk shit, man. Have you ever seen Sanskrit? It's all joined at the top.
Like
very closely related to Arabic, my friend. It's a Semitic language of type.
Is it Sanskrit? Yeah, I said it looks like Arabic. Yeah.
You're stupid, man. Just shut up, man.
It's definitely not Latin.
Yeah, and that's the foundation of the language, and then you'll get a bit of
Sanskrit is not.
Like I said, it's all joined. Sanskrit look like it's all joined at top by a line. If you take away some of those lines and put dots, you kind of get Arabic.
You're too stupid, bro. Yeah, let me just talk here. And then what happened here? The Sanskrit system. That's where your people, white people, come from. Yeah, you know, white people. They come from the Sanskrit system. Europeans. Yeah, they come from the Sanskrit Aryan system. Yeah. But you know, a long time ago, yeah, we made another language. Yeah. Shut up, man. Let me finish, bro, man. We made another language. We made 2 languages. Yeah. One is Semitic, Arabic, yeah, and one is Iranian. We also made Iranian, yeah, and we from that the German languages and English, and we finished the fucking Sanskrit system, bro. We flooded the world with like this Iranian, like German, Scandinavian.
Wait, Iranian, German. We're going all over the fucking world.
We fucking flooded the world here with this.
Right. I don't know what Iranians are.
But don't forget, you're mixing genetic. No, you're mixing genetic. Where genetic migration with language.
Yeah, it's all mixed up, bro. Yeah, we fucking flooded the world, yeah, with these with these Iranians, yeah.
Because you're talking about Iranian,
Germanic, Norse, yeah, all this other stuff, yeah. And we finished these Aryans, but we destroyed them, yeah. And they had horses and chariots.
Who's we?
Destroyed their horses and chariots.
I'm fucking lost.
And you know the English here, they used to love the Sanskrit language here. The ancestors of the English, they used to love the Sanskrit language here. But we finished them, but we made them speak English as well. Yeah, we actually made the Germanic English language here. And we finished the language, but we finished everything.
Wait, Imran, wait, you're making loads of points. Can we please try and address a few? So
Imran, are you talking about the Asians or are you talking about Pakistanis in particular?
Yeah, but you just said that Sanskrit was in England at one point.
Middle Eastern, Russians, all of them, that region, yeah. Central Asia, Middle East, Russia, all of it, yeah. From there, yeah, that's where these people were there, innit? These white people, yeah. and they were
Imran, so what's Sanskrit ever in England like you just said it was?
They used to be warriors. They used to be tough warriors.
This guy's fucking tapped.
It's like
You just said that Sanskrit was in England. I'm asking you, was the language in England that you just said it was Sanskrit?
Yeah, but you know the English here. They should speak Sanskrit. But they were
Right, so you're saying that
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit was a written language in England?
No, but at that time, the
I don't believe that. Is that
No.
What are you talking
No,
about, Imran?
they use the language has come from somewhere, hasn't it?
Exactly.
Some people say it's Latin. Some people say it's Latin.
They were not here.
But Latin is not the only halfway.
All the people that's here in this island, they all came from like the Middle East, yeah, Caucasus. They all came from there, innit? Yeah, because before there was Western hunters, before there was other people here, like farmers, Western.
Before the dawn of language, I don't think Sanskrit was around.
They came from like Central Asia and the Middle East yeah. And then a long time ago, they speak Sanskrit, yeah, and they
No,
speak of the whole world,
no,
yeah.
I don't
So
even
warriors,
languages.
yeah,
We all
they thought
probably
they were gonna
fucking
rule the
smashed
whole
up
world.
together and shit. What are you talking about languages?
They thought that they were going to rule the whole world, but we made one concept, yeah. We call it the fire in the water, yeah. It was called fire in the water, yeah. Like Prometheus fire.
Fire in water, it'll go out.
And this fire in the water, yeah, it had red and blue, yeah. It had red and blue, yeah. The red is the fire, and the blue is the water, yeah. And we made this flag, yeah, with red and blue, yeah. Fire in the water, yeah. That was a new thing, yeah, that came from the Middle East. They didn't know about this shit. It was ships and stuff, yeah. These men were warriors, isn't it? Sanskrit warriors, yeah. They're on Central Asia. They didn't know about ships and water and stuff. We made it red and
So
blue.
what's your point though? So you're saying they did. What's your point? So before you're saying that they didn't know anything before they met basically the Middle Easterns and the Pakistanis and the actual Central Asians.
Yeah, what we done is that we just flooded the whole world. Yeah, that's how all these empires.
What did you flood it with?
All these. I tell something here. You know the flood. Yeah, the flood is mentioned here.
Yeah, but now you talk about an actual flood. You said you flooded the world with people, and now you're talking about an actual flood.
You
You're fucking
the flood, yeah. Noah's flood.
It's talking about Arabians and that. I can't.
You know the great flood, yeah. We flooded the world with people and languages, yeah, and wealth. And that's how all this Rome and British Empire happened, yeah. Because we flooded it, yeah, and we just flooded the whole world, bro. Like big fire, bro. Trust me, yeah. Crazy.
So we flooded it with fire.
We made a big.
So we, Imran, the audience want to try and understand what you're saying. So we're going to ask some questions here and there. Please answer them. So what did you flood it with? Fire, people, or water?
But everything, bro, man. Population.
Everything. All right. It was an explosion.
Technology, wealth, trading, languages, farming. We just flooded the whole.
And where did this come from? The Aryans?
Like we pushed it from the Middle East, yeah, basically out there.
It came from a bush in the Middle East.
From Caucasus, from the Middle East.
Caucasus.
Like where the waters are, like in Arabia, then Iran, especially Iran, yeah, like the Elamites, all that stuff. You know, Sumerian, Elamites. We made all that stuff, yeah. We be there like 10, 15,000 years ago, yeah, 20,000 years ago. Our name is in everything here, in the Middle East, yeah, in Arabic, in Hebrew, fucking lightning, yeah. It means lightning in Hebrew, yeah.
So what happened now? Because a lot of those places are shitholes.
Yeah, because we flooded the whole. See, that was a prototype, yeah. That was a prototype, yeah. And then we pushed it to the whole world, didn't it? You know what I'm saying, bro? That when we first made a prototype, yeah, in the Middle East, we first made the prototype, and then we pushed it to the whole world, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question. I just asked you a question there.
What?
I just asked you a question there. So yeah, that was in the past. You mentioned something like 25,000 years ago at this point. What happened to those countries? Because those countries now are like shitholes, and they're all like they're either selling the kids, they're marrying 4 wives, like the blowing themselves up for the name of a fake god. Like, what's happened to those lands if they were?
I tell you, there's two things that happened. Yeah, the two things that happened. Yeah, firstly, yeah, obviously the wealth was meant to go west, yeah, because there's more in the west, yeah, in the Mediterranean, in Europe, there's more fertile land, yeah, there's more green. If you look at the map here, it's all green here, yeah.
Green doesn't mean dominance. Oil at this point means dominance.
I'm talking, look, it was all green here.
Do we have more oil?
Civilization will come to Europe, yeah, because it was all green there, yeah. So the plan was that at that time Europe was not. It was a wilderness, yeah. It was just a green wilderness, yeah. It was Europe, yeah. And then we said we're going to make this into a blessing, yeah. We're going to make this big powerful, yeah. And it took about 20,000 years, yeah, like 10,000 years, and it all came from the Middle East. And obviously, after everything went to Europe, the Middle East went down. And then basically because of Rome, yeah, Rome, yeah, they destroyed the Persians. Islam came. When Islam came, yeah, that region became much worse, yeah, because that time the West after Islam came here, that part of the world just went down, and the West went way high. It was just completely like the two separated completely, and then the West is gone. This from Rome. This is before Muhammad here. From Rome, time when Rome defeated the Phoenicians, then Rome managed to defeat the Persians. But the Persians were really old at this point, and it was getting poor in that part of the world,
Listen, you're making some sense. I get what you mean. I get what you. But what point are you making? You've gone through about 10 different points at this point. Like you've talked about the Phoenicians being defeated. You've talked about the Romans. You've gone from like what are you actually trying to say, man?
Nothing. But
something that we can address. Something that we can respond to.
I'm just telling you, like what happened.
Yeah, all you're doing is poorly and like rushing through history.
He's rushing, but some people can pick like stuff that they,
Yeah, that's what. So I'm picking little bits out, but I don't know what point he's making. At this point, it's just like a little horrid history lesson. I really
like he's doing a historical recap.
Yeah,
but if it's accurate, it's accurate. I don't mind listening to it. I think it's in.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the point then? So are you just teaching?
I'm encouraging him. I just wish he'd speaking to his mic, and you would like maybe have some stuff to. Try and build on what he's actually saying. But I feel it's because you don't have much to say, and neither do I, because he's being very like.
No, so I did the first. So if you want to explain history, that's fine. First of all, explain that, because you've gone from talking about Aryans, and from my understanding, there's no facts about Aryans. There's no evidence. It's all like theoretical, from my understanding. You might know better. Love for Life.
The Arat. So Arat, Aryan. 1 second, bro. Arat Mountain is a place. Aryan. So that.
Yeah, but he's talking about the
I'm
Aryan
giving you
people,
the most earliest time of where we could say where Aryan people came from and where it came from. The offset. It's a
right. So if I just read this, then I'll prove you both wrong. The Aryan race is a pseudo-scientific historical race. Checkmate.
Yeah, but how can you not see that connection?
I'm asking him why does he talk about Romans, who are a factual, we can evidence that they existed, and then why is he mixing up with Aryans? Like, if it's a history lesson, stick to history. Don't add conspiracy.
Basically, what it is, this the connection is this year. You see the Romans. Right, they had this at that time in the world. There was two powers in the world. This you don't know. There was two major powers in the world. One, we were the oldest power, but we were in Pakistan, in India, in the Middle East. We used to do stuff in the south. So this is like basically in India, Pakistan, Balochistan, Pakistan, Iran, India. We used to be around there. We the old tribe. And afterwards, this other tribe they were more in the north. Right, in like Russia and stuff, they used to be in the north, and both of us are like old tribes here. Now we're doing more farming stuff. We're in the south, and we're doing more farming stuff here. Now we got bows and shit. Like we go to the Middle East, we do farming.
The Asians, yeah.
Yeah. So this is like kind of, even though we're in India, we're connected to the Middle East, where all this like farming stuff comes from, And we don't live in the Middle East here, but we managed to control this Middle East region. So this is lasting for like 10,000 years. So imagine all the kingdom that's coming here. This is like the Phoenix. We wrote about the Phoenix. Like it's always
the Seleucids or some Seleucids. What was it underneath the S? Because with the S, isn't it? The Seleucids.
I don't know about the S but it is like we wrote about the Phoenix because like it keeps coming back here again and again because like we were there for a long time here. Like the Phoenix keep coming back in because we were on the side. So we made all this stuff in the Middle East, and then after the plan was to push this farming stuff all across the world. And in the north there were our enemies. They didn't like farming.
How's it going from Phoenix to farm?
In the north, they
what
were our
the
enemies.
fuck is going on here? You've gone from Phoenixes, which are a mythological creature,
and the people in the north they wanted to take over. They were copying us. We were all the most advanced. People in the north, the Aryans were in the north the Aryans. But the Romans didn't call themselves. But they came from the same group here. The Romans and the Aryans come from the same group here, and they were the other team basically. They were like the other.
What's the Phoenix got to do with that? And what's farms? What are you talking about? You're winding me up.
So we were against them, These Aryans and the Romans, they were our enemies, And we were backing the Phoenicians and like the Middle East but
You repeated yourself. You repeated yourself. You better get to the point.
Yeah, but you know the other team, yeah, the Aryans, they were the majority population in the whole world. Yeah, that was the biggest system. Yeah, and we were a minority because that time like 80% of the world yeah, was from that system. Yeah, like a Sanskrit system. Everyone came from that system. Yeah, so they were the majority. So they were ruling the world. Yeah, and we had to finish them. Innit? We had to like finish these guys. Yeah.
Who's
And
we? Me and you. Who's we? Who's fucking we?
Like we,
Who is
like,
we?
like we were in the south.
He's on point though, because what he's talking about is the Vatican. He's talking about the Vatican, but he's not saying it. But go on. Because the Vatican was putting so.
Well, it's very simple, yeah. Like there's all these in the world, yeah. There's all these warriors, yeah. There's all these warriors. There's military people in the world. They have horses and chariots.
Sugar and lemon for those out there, but we're never going to get around to fucking pancakes at this point. Sugar and lemon. Go on.
And then there was all these warriors in the world, Aryans. Yeah, they had like a thunder god. They used to be warriors. They used to sing songs. Yeah, this lot to sing songs, and they were like nomadic. They were like nomadic. Yeah, they had horses, and they were like Scythians and all these people. Yeah, like you know how English people had the horseback. They were all these nomadic warriors. They used to just go places. Yeah, and they didn't do like they didn't make stuff. Yeah, there was so much of them in the world. We had to finish them. Yeah, we had to like our plan was we were gonna finish these guys. Yeah. And then, like, we just finished it, but we just flooded the whole world. We just flooded the whole world, yeah. And we made a big fire, man. And that's when all this Rome shit happened. Everything happened, yeah. After like what we done, but yeah, like then we lost in it, like Persia, all that stuff went down afterwards. Like Persia went down, then.
What the fuck? Listen, what is the point of this conversation? What is the point?
Yeah, but where was the turning point? though? What was the turning point? Was
you must understand at this point. He's gone from fucking Aryans to he were now Persians. Where are we going with this?
What was the turning point? Then?
Yes, the turning point. Interesting, man. I'll be honest, you know the Bronze Age, yeah. You know the Bronze Age, the end of the Bronze Age, the Iron Age.
Fucking Bronze Age now. What the fuck?
No, he's got a good point. He asked me, when did the West become more powerful? Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, when did we?
Finally, right? We know where we're getting to. How did the West get so powerful? Please try and explain that, Colin. Fucking.
I'm never finished, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Let him finish. I've been fucking collecting my pension by the time he finishes. I'm fucking 35.
It's a good question, bro. Yeah, I'll be honest. It's a good question. Turning point. Yeah. Now, when this happening, yeah, it's like you know the Bronze Age. Yeah. In the Bronze Age, we made a kingdom in Afghanistan. Yeah, called Bactria or Margiana. Yeah. This is and from that, you know the Persians. Yeah, their basis is that. Yeah, basically. So what you think of as Persia, Iran. Yeah. That whole power, yeah, the whole origin of that is this kingdom we made, right? In the Bronze Age, and we made the Silk Road, and we even invented bronze, yeah. And we kicked everything. That time there was loads of warriors there, yeah, in that part of the world, yeah, in Central Asia, Bactria, in Afghanistan, yeah, in Pakistan. There was loads of these Sanskrit people. We kicked them all out, yeah. And we made like a kind of Middle Eastern kind of city states, like farming and stuff like that, yeah. We kicked them all out, yeah. And we wrote about this in the Iranian book, yeah. Like that's when we made that Zoroastrian after that, yeah. It's written about, yeah, in a big book, yeah, of Persian history, yeah, called Shahnameh. It's super famous, yeah. But that country, Iran, is under lockdown, so no one knows the story because no one knows Iranian culture, yeah, because it's a completely under like a wall from the West. Yeah? So this has similarities to like a Germanic culture and Germanic myth and Greek myths. It's deep, yeah, the Persian book, yeah. But we made a massive civilization, yeah. And we kicked out all these like warriors and stuff, yeah. But it only lasted like 1,000 years, yeah. After that, like all this money is now gone to the West, yeah. And we put all this stuff there, we push everything out. Everyone's gone West, yeah. Everyone's gone to the West, yeah. And we put more stuff there, yeah, more new metal and stuff. Then Rome started getting more powerful. They took over Rome, they took over Greece and Rome, yeah. And they started fucking with us from Greece and Rome, yeah. They went down to Greece and Rome, and they started fucking with us that way. Then, like in the Iron Age, there was a massive war, yeah. It's called the Bronze Age collapse, yeah. It's like a massive war we had with them, yeah. Like at the end of the Bronze Age, they call it the Bronze Age collapse, yeah. Like we destroyed so many. You said that 3 times. We destroyed so many of them. You know, we destroyed the Mycenaeans and the Hittites and the Egyptians. We almost killed them. Yeah, they just survived.
You've said that. Can't. Kaveh, listen to me right now. All you're doing is wasting my bastard precious moments by repeating the same shit 5 different times. I'm listening to your story. I'm fucking following along. But instead of saying that there was vicious, destroyed all this, and then saying that 7 times in a row, just by changing a few words around.
Okay, all right, look, let me finish it. Then basically what happened here is like It was a Bronze Age collapse, yeah, and everything went quiet. Like we changed the whole world at the time. This is when the Abraham story.
You said that how many times? We changed the whole world. You said it about
listen there. This is important point. I'm saying important stuff here. I'm saying important stuff here. So at the end of the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the whole Middle East got reshaped, and then the Babylonian exile. Okay, we brought the Jews to Babylon, okay, and we started writing different stuff in the book. Now we started writing the Abraham story. We start updating this to do with Zoroastrian. Now, if you look at the Zoroastrianism, and Hebrew, Jewish religion, there's very much similarities, So this Babylonian exile, that's when we put the Zoroastrian stuff into the Jewish book, and we.
Hey, what happened? What happened there? I was listening to that.
Oh, stop there, cunt. I'm about to put fucking Keckle on for us all. Carry on.
Is he what? Has he gone dead for me? It's gone dead for me.
Oh, I hope so. I went out to put Kettle on. Fucking divine intervention.
And then that's when after that we couldn't beat them. After that we couldn't Rome became too much, we couldn't defeat them. But that was at the end of the Iron Age, basically. After the Iron Age, the Romans defeated the Phoenicians, they defeated the Persians. Muhammad actually, he finished off the Persians. He finished off the Persians. When he finished off the Persians were holding the border region of Central Asia to India, Pakistan, Iran. The Persians were keeping it stable, like from Central Asia, where there's nomads. The Persians were able to keep it stable. That when Muhammad came and
3 times, no, you're doing it on purpose now, Imran. You're doing it on
point, it's important point,
That's why he went. That's why he went on mute, because he was laughing his fucking head off because he's trolling me. And then you just repeated the same thing again 3 times. You're not speaking anymore. No, quiet. You've had your fucking time.
But there's someone else listening, though, Buff. So why are you trying to overrun the thing when there's someone else here?
I'm not trying to overrun anything. I am trying to get the conversation.
Have you asked me whether I'm?
Listening to a fucking Mongol version of horrible histories. We all know that horrible histories is made for kids.
How can you not hear what he's saying?
I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, you can give him. You ain't got. That's what I'm saying. You need a bit more patience.
Patience?
You're not exercising patience right now.
Different times. I'm not a monk.
You're not exercising patience right now.
No, I'm not. You're fucking right about that. I ain't. My patience is very thin. I save it for things that require patience. This cunt does not need patience when he's repeating the same shit, same fucking sentence 3 times in a row. He's doing it on purpose.
But that's because that thing is important. That's what I'm saying.
And you're allowing it.
But that's because that thing is important. What I'm saying, the Persians keep.
No, I can't. I ain't got no opportunity because you just keep on talking.
Let me fucking tell you
keep on talking.
Fuck's sake. Do you have a pension?
Yeah, and then after basically after that, the whole of India got overrun. When
you'll be fucking collected by the time this cunt finishes whatever fucking theory he wants to make us understand.
Basically, when the Persians got destroyed by Muhammad, they lost control of Central Asia, and that's when India started getting invaded by
around the year 660.
And then after that was finished, after the Persians lost, India got invaded by Mongols and Turks and all that stuff. The Turks invaded Turkey. The Turks after the Persians
invaded Turkey.
Basically, so then that's after that, the whole of India, Pakistan, Iran, it just got invaded. Do you know what I'm saying? Then it was finished. That time we were finished. That time, and then the West. Then after that, England became Industrial Revolution. They got all the power. That's when the biggest. And then they came to India and they took over as well. Do you get it?
Yeah.
They took over India. Yeah.
So what's the point?
That's the world history, bro.
After all that, love your life. You better fucking pray that he's got a point because you've allowed this conversation to on. What's your point?
So you're working from him to me. Like, have you got some sort of social?
Because I've been trying to hurry. I've been trying to hurry this conversation.
You've got some sort of social complex thing, though.
Yes, I do. I have been trying to hurry this conversation up the best to my ability, and you have impeded on that.
Oh, what are you on? You just need to go on mute.
What do you think? Well, 6 story in it.
Just go on mute.
Do you actually think that this guy's made sense with what he's spoken about then? Do you actually think that? And you're going to expect me to see you as a
way more sense out of what he was saying.
Intelligent person.
What he just did there was way more productive. If people want to rewind and listen again, and turn it up, if they do want to listen to history, but like all you were doing were complaining, so you weren't actually even bringing anything productive.
So I was
for that last 10 minutes.
I told you I was following.
All it was just like a nagging, moaning noise. Come on, man, you can't hear yourself.
Don't be personal. Don't be personal. If you want me to be personal,
I'm telling you what you were doing. I'm telling you what he was doing. Look, he's just on a. He just don't stop. Look,
why are you not allowing me to respond to you? You made a statement. Let me respond to you.
Listen
So
to it.
I follow this history. It was very much probably a lot in the wrong order. My issue with him, and if
you were not listening,
me call him out.
You were not listening.
Don't interrupt me.
You were
my
not
issue with him
listening.
is that he was repeating the same shit about 4 or 5 same times in a row.
You act like you're.
I was expecting him to hurry the conversation up because it took about 20 minutes for something that should have took about 3 minutes. And you loved every minute of it. You backed him up. You licked him up about it.
15.
He was willing to sit there because you spend your life in a wheelchair and you understand that you don't have patience. You don't have a lot of patience. I fucking don't.
Okay.
I don't have patience for people to start pushing me around. I have to fucking get going.
You say stuff like a million miles per hour. No one can tell you anything because you just black that
Not
out.
many people can. Especially
you tell people secrets. You're a gossip.
Secrets.
Yeah, because or just you tell people personal information and shit.
So what secrets have I told?
You don't stop talking. Like,
no, you just said I tell people secrets. If you make a statement that I've told people secrets, then that indicates that you've known a secret.
No, I'm just saying generally you're lying. That type of personality.
Some reason that you just put the fact that I've told him to hurry up the conversation. Do you not believe that we should try and get the conversation?
It's been deceptive, and then there's been someone who's a gossip and just tell everybody you sink ships like that. You try sink ships.
Aryan race.
You sink a billion ships. Every person's ship you jumped on, you would sink it.
Like him.
You would sink that shit because you just don't stop talking.
Yeah, you'd suit fucking Mongol conversations. I appreciate why you wanted that conversation to go on for another half an hour. Because you also backed up his idea of Aryan race. I have to tell you.
Actually, before, I was the person who couldn't sit down and listen to a lesson being taught because I used to beat people up like you.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. How do you do now? How do you do now? Do you want them over? What do you do now? Do you want them over? Yeah, you can't beat him up now, can you?
Beat him up.
I'll push you off your wheelchair, you silly cunt. Then you're beating up. You're only beating up the floor, you silly cunt.
No, I'm not. Listen, calm down, man. It's only a little thing.
Calm down.
I'll beat you up.
You silly cunt. I'll push you down the hill.
Look how extreme you go. So what? You're worse than a terrorist. Then are you a terrorist? You're an incel. You called him an incel.
I'll tie a bomb to your wheelchair and push you down the hill.
You're an incel. You're straight. Actually, you're gay and an incel.
How can you be gay and an incel? Oh yeah, actually no, you could be gay and an incel. That's true.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You're doing it. You're doing it.
That vision of if anybody.
I'm surprised you just broke out into that just uncontrollable, maniatic, lunatic, like fucking ramble.
That's what should we talk about then? Should we talk about earlier?
You sometimes quite
do you think this guy?
Should we talk about if you have a decent conversation? Let's have one. Let's talk about Irving.
My mind's turned to soup. My mind turned a little bit to soup.
Jelly.
My mind, he's got Dunning-Kruger, bro. He thinks he's gonna take over the world. Like he thinks he's gonna rule the world. Like, bro, he can't follow a fucking one little story. Yeah, like people in the comments can follow it. Yeah, he can't follow nothing. Yeah, and he thinks he's gonna rule the world. Bro.
I want to contest something and then have a proper contest or like refute or like challenge what he said, but I couldn't even hear properly. Huh? Even Asketi, when he comes on and he's sometimes a bit drunk, I can hear him.
Who, me?
He's still, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Drunk? I don't drink.
No. When some people like do some rapid fire thing. And you can understand them a bit, but man, that was just like you would like make it anyway. Because now I'm talking about you.
What point you make?
And it's like first of all, all the energy and focus goes.
Yeah, I've always had this energy.
I've always had British Empire.
You even remembered me. I've not spoken to you in about 3 years.
You know,
and I have no idea who he was until somebody mentioned that he was the person.
And then it goes on to you, and it's like, all right,
I have no idea who he was, but you remembered me. So you must remember me.
I'd way more be interested. I know, but bro, I don't know exactly what
I
you're
haven't
saying.
changed you up. You're the one who's changed, not me.
You're talking at me. I'm talking to you. You're talking at me.
You're not.
But
You're
it's
not.
alright,
So when I'm responding to you, you keep speaking. So you're not speaking at me, to me. You're speaking at me. Checkmate.
No, but
Yeah,
because
I just
you're
tried
going
responding
off
to you
the
and you continued.
rails. No, I just responded to what you said. You're going off the
No,
rails.
I was
so
responding to what you said, and you weren't allowing it, so you continue speaking. Which
No,
means that
you
you're
are trying to overtalk me before I
I'm not
finish. So
speaking to you.
that
I'd rather
is
have a
your
conversation
whole
with
thing.
you about his
You've
area.
literally done that to him this whole time.
No,
So
I
you
just
haven't
said
had a
I'd rather
conversation.
have a conversation with Imran. Again, when I start speaking, you just speak. So I'd rather have a conversation with Imran about his Aryan fucking bullshit instead of having this personal conversation back and forth with you. Now, if you want to have a personal conversation back and forth with you, then take your brakes off your wheelchair. Let's go. If not, let's have an honest conversation, a civil conversation. Let's talk about Aryans.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Go on, you teach us all because
Wait,
he
what's
was
your
trying
Imran
to.
about
But
Aryan?
go,
So
oh, you can't say shit. Now you're putting it on Imran. All right, so there you go. All right, so now when it comes to you actually telling us something and teaching us a little bit what you know,
I don't.
you don't because you haven't got the time.
What's live? I'm answering you. I'm here to learn.
Yeah,
you
well,
two.
exactly. So you can't shoot down the fact he's trying to teach. You're trying to shoot down. He's trying to speak. Wait, bro. Do you see what you just did there?
You're being rude now.
Did you just see that?
I was being very humble, and I've said to you that I'm here to learn. You two was. Why are you just laughing? You're just being rude now. So you don't want to.
Because you're shooting down what he's saying, but you're here to learn. Can you see the?
You're listening to what I'm saying. How can you say I'm shooting down? You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
The dichotomy.
I am here. I am humble. I want to learn. You two was talking about Aryans. Go ahead. Let me learn. Go ahead. Speak about Aryans.
So you're picking and choosing what he speaks about and how he speaks about it.
Right, Imran, can you please teach me about the Aryan race? Go ahead.
I'm just trying to know because I like psychology. I'm not doing it because it's a personal thing. I don't want to chat to you. I don't really want to chat to you. I don't know you other than this. It's psychology behind it, but you're not even trying to.
So be quiet. I want to learn about Aryans from Imran. He was talking about Aryans. He's the one who brought him up.
Apparently you don't. Because you kept on stopping him, you dumbass. You fucking dumbass.
You fucking little wheelchair
pushing Mongol. Stop cutting him off then, you twit. Stop cutting him off then.
Get your wheels changed.
I'll fucking slap you the next time I see you.
Anybody, silly bastard. I'll push you down. I'll push you down Whitehall. I'll push you down Whitehall. You couldn't slap anybody. You'd have to turn your entire body to slap my fucking waist.
Calm down.
Who are you slapping, you silly dog? It'd be a miracle if you could. Right, Imran, tell us about fucking Aryans.
I don't really know what to say, but to be honest,
So you brought up Aryans. I asked you whether there was like a real people. You said yes. He backed you up like a Mongol. I googled it. He said there's the pseudoscience. Can you please like educate me?
That's a bit too close to mongrel. What are you trying to do?
Mongol.
I know
you're Mongol saying there's an Aryan race, Mongol.
I'll be honest, it's like complicated. If I start talking, it's going to be like a monologue. I'm trying to slow it down. Like,
if you want to go ahead and monologue, we'll allow it. At least I know where you're going with it. At least I know that if you try diverting away from it, I can try to bring you back, even though this cunt wants you to fucking rant.
My brother, you got no negotiation. Just say that, bro. Just slow down, Imran. When you're saying it,
in a wheelchair, and you've got all
I'm
the
not saying
attention.
nothing. You spoke most. I said most.
I want to speak to Imran.
I've said no. I'm just up here facilitating conversation if I can.
All you're doing is
but
ranting.
listen,
you're trying to get somewhere.
Just slow down a bit, Imran.
Yeah, I am doing. If you be quiet, then I won't have to.
No one's talking to you, batty boy. Listen, hold him out. I'm talking to him.
So be quiet.
Just slow down a shush. Just slow down a bit.
Do we have to put that
slow down a bit, Imran?
Somebody put his content corner, put his brakes on so he can't move, so I can try and have a conversation with Imran about
it. He's a peasant. I can tell you're a peasant.
There you go. So you don't want a conversation, you little batty crease.
Just talk.
Shut your mouth, batty crease. Batty fish. Just be quiet. Let me have a conversation with Imran. Right, so Imran, please can you educate me on the Aryan race? Thank you.
This fucking big Godzilla.
He can't, can he? He's a batty crease. He's a batty crease in a wheelchair. He's a little batty crease in a wheelchair.
Your great granddad was called Mr. Tennant. He's a trollop, a fucking peasant. So go on.
Great grandparents
he's a fucking trollop.
He's a Quakerism.
He's a fucking trollop.
Great grandparents founded
so come
Quakerism. Checkmate.
Go ahead. Continue.
I just checkmated you. You said they were peasants. I said they founded
He's a
Quakerism.
peasant.
My
I can
great
tell
granddad
because
was a
the way
multi-millionaire.
you're talking, you ain't got no fucking chill, no respect,
My
no
great granddad
relax.
moved over from Italy,
You're just
founded an ice
fucking a
cream
peasant.
company, and
You're
also
just
was a
a peasant. You're
multi-millionaire.
another
So
fucking peasant. There's so
now you're
many
in a
more
wheelchair,
peasants
and now you're in a
than
wheelchair
anything
crying about
else.
the NHS. Who's a peasant?
When it comes to the fucking
Who's a
UK,
peasant in a
it's
wheelchair
full of
crying about the
fucking
NHS?
peasants. Fucking
Yeah, have you got an electric wheelchair or is it manual?
there's so many.
Yeah, talk about peasant. You can't even afford fucking
Why don't you
wheelchair.
leave? If you lot all need to leave the country, there'd be no one left in the country.
Right, there'd
be no one left. There'd be basically just
I
a
actually don't want to get
fucking
into this
couple
back
of
and
people
forth.
with a bit
I
of
actually want to
money.
learn about Aryans.
And they ain't got the whole world on top of their shoulders
jump
and
off Love Live.
illiterate.
I can jump off. You,
So that's
you,
the only
you charge
reason why
wheelchair
there'd be
up,
half
Imran can
decent
speak
people
about
there
Aryans,
to
and then you
talk
can
and
just be like, this is
communicate
forever,
with,
happy
or
ever,
consider
after
or even a breathing
moment.
partner.
Or do you just want to be
Because
quiet?
most of you ain't even got any
Has
fucking
he turned
intelligence.
the volume down so he can just
Peasant.
rant?
No one
Yeah,
wants
he's
anything
turned
from
the
you.
mic off so he can rant.
And the thing is, that's it. You're jealous. Just
Wow,
let
this
people
guy's a
talk.
fucking mongo on all levels.
Just let people talk. I don't know.
So
I'd
can we,
rather
so can we have a
head-
conversation, Love Live, about
head
Aryans?
in the fucking my cat litter tree. Let's
Why are you
shut
crying?
up.
Come on, man.
Love Live, why are you crying for?
They're both, yeah.
Why are you crying for, Love Live? Why are you crying for?
Luke, yeah, you can
Why are you whinging like a bitch? You're being gay as
Alright,
fuck.
Luke,
You
shut
I
up,
just
man.
want to just tell you who you are. You just I just say shut up. Shut up. Listen, shut the
I'm in a
fuck up.
wheelchair
Shut up.
and there's nobody to push me to Tesco, so I can't go and get a Red Bull.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna have to go on Uber
fucking-
Eats and pay
you're a-
£12.50
you're
just
an
for Red
idiot.
Bull because I need to include fucking delivery fee. I won't
This
allow
man's
Luke
got-
to have a
this man's
conversation
getting
about
benefits.
Aryans
This
because I'm a
cunt with two
miserable old
legs.
bastard in a wheelchair.
This cunt with two legs. This lazy bastard. He's fucking
Lazy,
getting
you're in a
benefits.
wheelchair. Get up.
This piece of shit fucking wankstein. Look at him. And he's rubbing his fucking mouth. Just
shoulders,
carry on.
knees and
My
wheels, knees.
Pakistani brother. Carry on,
Head,
please.
shoulders, knees and wheels,
Shut
knees
your
and wheels,
mouth, man.
with eyes and nose and ears and wheels. Head, shoulders, knees and wheels.
Look, this is the mentality, isn't it? Do you
I've
believe
been
in
trying
God?
to have a conversation with
Do
him,
you
man. You
believe
won't
in
allow
God?
it.
What happens to you when you die? What happens to you when you die?
We all, I don't know.
friend?
Nobody knows, Mongo.
No, wait, but what do you think? Look at
Checkmate.
you.
Nobody knows.
Be an individual. Be a fucking man.
I certainly won't believe
Stand-
leaving a wheelchair in my will,
What
will
do
I?
you think? What happens when you die?
I actually don't
I
like
don't know.
you don't
don't
know
If you
pretend to
want,
know
let's
either.
have
I'm not
conversation.
Mongo
I'm
like
trying
you.
to have a conversation with you.
Well, now you want a conversation. I've been trying to have a
The
conversation with
fucking
Imran, but now you want a conversation. The second that I
Do you
start
want to
singing
hear
Head,
him
Shoulders,
talk
Knees and
about?
Wheelchairs, you want a
First
conversation.
of all, you don't want to hear him. Now you want to hear him.
Right, we do.
And then
Right,
you don't
now
want to
that
hear
I've
him.
established, now that I've established you want to move on, I'll
And
take
now,
the break,
come
I'll take the
on.
breaks off your wheelchair. Let's have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, let's talk.
Well, that's cool.
See, and now he's just mocking the accent. Oh, I can mock your wheelchair.
We're talking about
I can mock your wheels. I can mock your Michelin star fucking wheels.
Come to London. Get your life sorted.
Yeah, I'd have to come to London, wouldn't I?
Get a
Because you'd
job.
have to fucking get on
Get
about
your CV
17 fucking
together.
Mongo buses.
Get yourself a fucking job. Go to the gym and fucking sort your life.
I've got a job. I've got 2
out.
days off because I'm now doing 10 days in a trot. I've got 2 days off.
Good. You got too much energy. How the fuck are you working?
Oh, come on, man. Let's allow this, bro, man. This is getting a bit childish.
Yeah, I
I've
know.
got too much energy. How are you working? Says the cunt who's
How are
on
you
PIP
even
with
working?
no energy and no fucking ability
How
to work.
you-
How dare you
How
judge
you guys
me?
doing this, man?
You lazy bastard. Go on.
How can you call me lazy? You've got
Yeah.
additional wheels.
You're
How can you call me
fucking
lazy
lo-
when you put wheels on your body?
You're a fucking shut up.
He's calling me lazy, yet he's adapted to wheels. Like,
Hey,
it's just-
bro, this guy, I've got stuff to say. I'm waiting for him to finish because I'm
I've got
kind of
communication
interested.
to take.
Make a point, bro. Come on, man.
You can say something. I'm not
Right, so
stopping you
what's the
from
conversation
speaking.
about? Are we having it about Aryans or are we having it about me?
Gay, man. This is fucking gay. Like, what you guys doing?
So what's
bro?
the conversation about him, man? Is it about
that, man.
Aryans and shit like that, or are we going to have it about me?
That's
what I thought. So let's try and get back to Aryans, Batty Creases. Don't talk about next man.
Yeah, stop talking about bums and all that neck stuff as well.
Yeah, come man.
Yeah,
All the
podcast
time.
wheelchairs. And let's move on from that and talk about.
Say it once in a while, maybe, because it's some part of the English whole culture now. We talk
Right, so
about.
can we speak
teaching
about?
women
So can I ask
bum
him
hole
about his
and
Aryan
all of
theory?
that. Fuck me, that's too much for even my style. I might have a little poke and.
You don't have a standing. You can't. You don't have a standing. You can't. stand.
Chichi talk.
Can you guys like stop interrupting?
I'd rather have a Chi-Chi than Chitty Chitty Bang Bang wheels. You got Chitty Bang Bang wheels, you silly con. What are you talking about, Chi-Chi? Hey,
Yeah,
oh, chitty chitty
I
bang
might
bang,
have a
chitty chitty
pop
bang
out
bang,
little
we love
Gigi
you.
man.
Hey, oh, chitty chitty bang
I
bang,
don't
chitty
even know
chitty
But
bang
about
I
bang.
talked about the ooze. I talked about the ooze, and my
Yeah, your
internet's
fucking
gone.
wheelchair's called chitty chitty
Fucking
bang bang till they come.
the fucking invaders. Yeah, I spoke about some
Invaders.
invaders, and my
Invaders, you
internet's
force
gone off.
people to put fucking ramps in
Shush,
fucking
shush.
places that don't need them because you can't
I'm
fucking
useful.
stop them.
I,
Who you talk about invaders and privilege?
huh? I actually do something where I move to, where my genetics
do.
move to. We
You
actually
drive people
make
up
things
walls,
happen.
seriously. Literally. Drive people up fucking walls. Now, can we talk about fucking Aryans?
And to the other side of the bed as well. But you don't know
can't.
about them things yet.
Bed, you need a fucking, you need a crate, you need a lift to get you off it. You need a curver to get you off it. Did you curve it to flip you over? Did you flip curve it to flip you over so you can get bumped? Now stop with the personal.
You were
Now let's stop
specifically
now. Let's
explaining
let's have a conversation.
why a man would have to take things in his
Don't talk about
backside.
Chichi. If you don't want to talk about Chichi, you need to talk about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and those fucking wheels that you're riding all day.
He's just on crack. There's something he's
Right,
taking.
so,
that's
right,
making
so I'm
him
asking you
turn
now.
into-
Listen, Enough Life, I'm asking you.
Sorry,
Shall we
you're-
continue the
you're-
personals or should we just
no,
try
go
and have a
on,
conversation about something?
Like, I've been telling you, shut up, man. Stop trying to control the
No, I won't shut
situation.
up. You're
Shut
not,
up,
who
man.
are you, my mother?
Stop
Who
trying
are
to
you?
control the
Shut up.
situation.
Now you shut up.
Why are you directing
you
it? You're not even being
Now you shut
nice
up.
to him to even
That's what
want
I'm
to
saying, so
like
let's try
why,
and have a
and then you're
conversation
trying to control it as well.
Now I
How
say,
are you
shall we
trying to
try?
control
Shall
it
we
and be
try?
rude?
So shall we try and have a conversation?
Shut up, man. You don't mediate as
shut
well. Just
up.
shut up,
Now
man.
you
Just
shut
go
up.
on.
Now
Just
you
shut
shut
up
up.
and go on mute.
Just take your breaks
Just
off
go
your
on mute,
wheelchair.
man.
Shut up.
Just go on mute.
Honestly,
Shut up, man.
if I was anywhere
Shut
near
up, man.
a fucking mountain right now
I
and you were
can't.
with me, I'd push you
I
straight down
don't
the
mind if you don't like me or
down the cunt, no
whatever,
bubble
but
up.
like allow the conversation to flow.
I am
That's the
trying
only
to
thing
have
I'm
the
going to tell
conversation. It's
someone.
you who's not allowing it, and we can
To
all
check-
see that.
The only reason why I'm going to tell someone to shut the
We
fuck
can
up
all
is
see that
because
it's
of
you who's
That's
not
the
allowing the
one
conversation
thing.
to move on. I have
Because I'm telling you, I'm giving you a
evidence.
beat down.
I've spoken to this
I'm
Imran.
checking you for
asked him
about
how
10
many
minutes.
times now about the Aryan
I'm
race.
checking you
Even
in
when
your
I'm trying to
face.
speak now,
I've
he's
got my
interrupting me.
fucking.
The chitty
I'm
chitty bang
right in
bang
your
boy.
fucking
And
face,
now,
bruv. I'm right in your
right, so
fucking
I'll ask
face
again. I'll
right
try
now.
again, guys, so you can all witness
Yeah,
it.
that's
Imran,
right.
can you please educate me on your theory behind Aryan race?
I've got
I
you
bet
by the
you've just got a
scruff of the
chitty
neck.
bang bang wheelchair boy.
I've got
interrupt.
you by the scruff of the neck, you know. I'm
There you
grabbing
go.
you digitally
I'll
by the
fucking push it down.
scruff of
You'll be able to
the
get me.
and
I'll
I'm
be behind
ragging,
you.
I'm
I'm holding on to handles.
I'm ragging
The
you
only
back and
human
forward
being I
as
know with
well.
handles.
I'm going to talk about the area.
Yeah,
Over there, fat people.
fucking grabbing. I've got you
Right.
by your.
Look at Aryans,
I'm going to talk about the area now.
This man's
so
like,
basically
he's
what happened,
getting fucking Hot Wheels on us all. Get up on the highway.
Luke, this is what the area is. Yeah.
Right, go on.
This is what the area is. I'm talking about your ancestors, bro. No joke, yeah. I know you're English, Italian, yeah. You're R1B, bro. I know about your ancestors, bro. I know about these Italian, English. I know about their ancestry. I know where they came from, yeah. You get me? Yeah. I know where the Romans came from. I know where all these R1B, haplogroup R1B, very, very old, yeah. I know where it came from, yeah. Like, long time ago, yeah, there was a system. There was like the system, and they had a fire. Yeah, it was like a symbol of the system, like the fire. It was a symbol of the system. Yeah, and they were living in Central Asia, Pakistan, and from there they went across the whole world. Yeah, these people, yeah, they went across the whole world, and they speak Sanskrit. They speak Sanskrit. Yeah, they were like they still like warriors and stuff. Yeah, they were quite big people. They were like tough guys.
Yeah, but see now look, I'd be more specific. The Scythians, right? Then you've got the Romans, the Jews that went to Rome, the Russians that went to Rome. Like you've got to be maybe a little bit more specific about certain, because the Scythians were took out the Assyrians. So when the Assyrians were huge,
I
during
I'll help you out.
So
there's people in the back belly.
if you can pick up like different tribes, then that would be a bit more, and just slow down a bit, innit? That's it. If you want to.
Yeah. So basically, what it is, this is like a long time ago. Yeah, this is like a really long time ago, like a long time ago. Yeah, before these Romans, I'm talking about like 20,000 years ago. Yeah, so these lineages like R1B, the lineage of like the Roman and the English and R1A. R1B is here since about like 15,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. Yeah, it's in Italy already. Yeah. So this is from like these same like lineages here. They go back about 20,000 years, right? A lot of them, the ones that like the Jewish and Arabic, and they have like J like J1. Yeah, like the farmers. They're in the south. Yeah, they have J1, but they all come from the same. Yeah, in the north, yeah, they have R. Yeah, like R1A, R1B mostly. Yeah, The Italians, yeah, Romans, a lot of them have R1B, yeah, and the English and Europeans have R1B. R1B is really old, yeah, especially in this part of the world, and in North, yeah, like Central Asia, yeah, and Pakistan as well. They have it, yeah, Afghanistan, they have it in all these places. They even have it in the Middle East a little bit, yeah, R1B. But this is most like English and like maybe Celtic, a little bit, yeah, also like Italian, yeah, like Roman stuff, yeah, and. But all these languages, they'll go back about 20,000 years, though, 15, 20,000 years. So, like,
okay, so we're talking about, so just to confirm, this is to identify who's Aryan out of these European races, and you're saying basically it's all down to how much genetic markers they've got in them when it comes, yeah. So when it comes to that, right? So
so basically, this thing about Aryans, yeah, it's not a race thing, yeah. What it is like, you know where these people came from, yeah. Like afterwards, yeah, those people call themselves Aryans. So imagine they come from like one part of the world, yeah. Then later on, that part of the world, the people call themselves Aryans, yeah. So it's not like an Aryan. It's just like people just use the word Aryan to talk about this big ancient group, but they never used that word. Like the Romans never used that word.
I thought the Aryan was like a perfect race. Like, from my understanding, I don't know much about Aryan. I believe that Hitler believed in it, and he believed like the white, the blonde, Aryan perfect person.
I'm talking about what's real in it. I'm telling you what's real in it. Yeah.
But you're not, though. That's what I'm asking you. Explain what Aryan is first, so I understand your definition of Aryan.
Basically, yeah, in this Sanskrit book, yeah, and the Persian book. There's a word called Aryan, okay, and it's like a political entity, right? It's like an identity, like a political entity. You create new ones, and you can create like Americans, you can create new countries, you can create new religions, new names. Yeah. So this is like a new name, yeah, for this part of the world. But the people that was from that system before, they already gone to Europe, yeah. So they don't use that name. So, but like Hitler just used that name. He just appropriated it. He just took
they hold. Wait, one second. They hold similar genetic markers. So they're basically a nation, you could say, a nation of people that are the area. But they now are these nations of people nomadic at certain times that form like most war bands?
What it is, yeah, is like there was a Sanskrit system, yeah. Now this Sanskrit system was in Pakistan, right? All the Europeans came from this system, right? But they've already left this part of the world, right? Like. Because it's going for 10,000 years, right? 20,000 years is ongoing here. So people have already spread out. Now, this home of this place here, the Pakistan region here, the Sanskrit region, this is the home of this system here. This is like the place where this is still the richest place here in the world. Like so.
Did Sanskrit come from Pakistan then? I thought it
from Pakistan, yeah. So this part of the world here,
from about to Asia, somewhere near Asia.
Wait, yeah, you got to stop ranting, like. Let's establish things.
Yeah,
questions and you're addressing it within like a split second and then zooming straight past. So where was the language Sanskrit founded?
So let me tell you how it is. Yeah, let's say about 10,000 years ago. Yeah, about 10,000 years ago, right? There's all these people like that sort of nomadic here, but the origin of these people where they're expanding from is in Pakistan, right? They speak Sanskrit over there. Right, that's the original language of the system. But people have left. Yeah, they're nomadic, so they're moving around here. Some have gone to Central Asia, some are in the Middle East, some have gone to places in Europe, some have gone to Ukraine, some have gone to other parts of Pakistan, some have gone to Africa, right? But everyone's expanding from this big system. Yeah, the original language, Sanskrit, is spoken in Pakistan. Yeah, they're nomadic warrior culture. They sing these Sanskrit songs. Yeah, it's gone across the whole world. Yeah, like. Afterwards, these people, they call themselves Aryans because things are changing all the time, right? Like different names and stuff. Yeah, like obviously it's a natural system. Yeah, they call themselves the Aryans. Yeah, like these nomadic people in that part of the world.
So look, so one second. So guys, I'll clarify what he's saying. It's called Indo-European migration. That is what we would say modern day. Now that Aryan you could class Aryans as that. You could class fucking. You know the travelers that go the what they called now, the Romanians are part of it. What they called now?
They're not really part of that.
They are kind of. They're Indo-Europeans, bro. They're Indo-Europeans. Yes, they are. There are a lot of people in Romania Indo-European. So and you can see there's a lot of these travelers. What are they called now? Gypsies. And gypsy is actually a blood.
The
specific.
they actually came as slaves, so they came more recently. They were not the Aryans. They were like
No, I know, but they would
it's not
you
about
would class them as a
it's about
trap.
it's about the whole.
Okay, so we're culture. No, I'm saying so. We're talking about culturally. So culturally,
Romanians. There's nothing to do with
hold on. Nomadic is a culture. Is part of your culture. So you being a nomad was part of your culture.
Look,
So that was the most similar thing that connects people that are nomads. And 1 second,
what is the point to this? Can I just
so there's
ask?
a groups of people are classed as nomads or Aryans or Indo-Europeans or just people that have like migrated out of
Right,
their
and they
homeland.
spread that into Europe, yeah? So what's your
Yes. So there's a
point?
number of different groups of people over different periods of times, and that is basically see now Aryan class themselves different as they say white people, or they do, and they have specific different. But what I've noticed about Aryans is that they're actually people that have come from places that have got some sort of origin.
But this is the thing, this is the thing, this is the important thing, You know that Sanskrit system,
of having some sort of monarchy.
The Aryans came from. Actually, everyone came from that system. Even like Jewish and Arabic came from that system, like a long time ago. Even like Middle Eastern, like.
So you're trying to say that you're the center of the universe, basically. If you
Basically, so everyone came from that
humanity.
System. Like all the people in the world came from that one system.
Yeah, but that's not what genetics show us. Genetics show us that everyone come out of Africa.
Africa, yeah, that's what I thought.
No, but after Africa, they went to India.
He's trying to steal the African fucking.
So it's like a couple of ethnicities that have come together, and that's what it is. It's not so they can't even say that they're from a race, like one group, a tribe.
From Africa, they went to India, right? And they came out. That's what they say. They say that from Africa. They went to India.
From Persia, they came out of Persia. So they were basically lighter skinned people with lighter, more paler that come from Persia, parts of Asia, from India, and that's but don't forget there were people that already had come in there that were European anyway.
I've got a theory to this, but it's not backed up by science, though.
No, that's what I mean. The science says we come out of Africa. The pseudoscience is what.
No, but it's after Africa,
I think the reason that white people came about isn't because. I mean, it's obvious that it's because the genetics mutated over time. But I think the reason that they mutated is because they were living underground. I honestly think that there was a time in ancient times where people were living up in the mountains and underground. And that's why we've got so many mountainous regions, especially in Turkey and places. Because they say the blue-eyed gene spread out from Turkey, didn't they? The Black Sea region.
My Italians at one point, they lived in caves.
Yeah, from the Black Sea region. And I think that it's because they were living... Because don't forget, in Turkey is where they found all those underground cities and stuff.
Yes,
well, I think it's, you know what, it's not to do with environment, it's selective breeding. Yeah, that's more of a conscious thing. That's more selective breeding from humans seeing that or people have preference over white skin. Now, there would have been ideology.
No, because the mutation had to come in the first place.
Yeah, so like we know like the ginger gene, for instance, that was
mutated. But how did nations get formed? Sorry,
vitamin C, weren't it?
But how did nations get formed?
Well, originally we were all dark-haired with dark eyes.
Yeah, I think I know what happened. Yeah, so basically, the people who live in caves. It's written here that people who live in caves. It's actually written in some of these books here. Like,
well, you know Fritzl. You know his daughter when he captured his own daughter, the dirty bastard, and he put her in a dungeon.
Yeah.
When she came out, her skin colour had changed. It had gone greyer, naturally. And her hair colour had changed. They said her hair had changed. It was really...
I know hair is used to gain nutrients and shit from the sun. And
yeah.
That's why like the Scottish people, like the ginger gene in Scotland is high because they get very little sun. And this hair colour helps them get... like equals out the amount.
So I think there might be actually something to that. I mean, it's only just my theory. I could be completely nuts. But no, I didn't say they came from caves. I said that black people actually their genes mutated because for some reason they went underground, a certain group of them, for some reason, maybe because of infighting or religious beliefs or maybe there was an impact. I don't know.
But the thing is, yeah, between black and white, the transition happens from Asians, from Indians and Pakistanis. That's when people go from being black to white, bro. Like every shade in between black and white goes through India, Pakistan, and that part of the world. So
yeah, but how did he get to white in that first place then? How did white come about?
Where it's coming out of this region, you can even track it. You can even see the people that.
Well, they say it's a mutation base, but
you can actually see people going from.
Is it not
so
like
what do they say Babylon is? Babylon back in the day was where? Iran. And where's Iran full of Asians? So they were doing something that was wrong. They were doing something that was wrong.
Some of the like Syrians are
and that's no offense.
And Afghans can be light skinned.
Listen. Genetics can change from what you do within your environment. So if you're not like eating the right foods, you're interbreeding as much, too much, or you're doing some stuff where you're playing around with some fuckery, some chemicals or whatever, you can mess up your whole genetic pool after that. So there would have been stuff that where I'm not saying that they're saying trying to demonize, but they're saying Babylon was Iran, and Babylon is not a positive thing. That's fucking depravity. That's like the lowest form of human being living. And
but what if people take the piss out of Babylon here? But the thing is this year, but how people take the piss here. But the thing is, people living in cities and towns was the future of the world. That's why everyone today living in cities and towns. So some people take the piss out of Babylon in the Bible and stuff here, but they don't understand the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel was a prototype for the world that the world was going to follow this model. It was a prophecy from God it was the highest prophecy, the Tower of Babel, because today everyone lives in a tower in the big cities. Everyone wants to build a tower.
The tower where? In Sky?
Yeah, like in every city, people now live in cities and they live in towers. There's a symbol like the Twin Towers of America. There's a symbol in it because
nobody lived in Twin Towers a day. I thought it was just
Twin Towers is a symbol of civilization. The Twin Towers of America and the Tower of Babel is the same story, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh no! Don't.
There's a prophecy in it of the civilization of the Tower of Babel. Yeah, it was a prophecy of the civilization, and the Twin Towers is a sign of that prophecy. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying, bro? Like,
no, I don't.
It was already written, bro. Like, it was already said. Yeah. Wow, man.
Iran or Iraq? I think it's Iraq or Iran. Well, either one of them. I think it's Iraq. But Iraq is that same type of. If you notice, there's a lot of Syrian blood that sits on these lands. But I feel like they may potentially come from that genetic pool, but I don't know. I'd have to see the DNA tests and stuff.
Is there a specific theory as to why we have white people, brown people, black people? Is the theories to? I understand like it's a process of evolution and it's like is it habitual, environmental? We've come from one creature basically.
Basically, I've got a theory of the universe. It's so sick.
We moved across the earth and then into the climates and stuff.
I've got a theory of life here. I've got a theory of life.
So basically, if you look at Cake, what's your name, bro? Sorry, the one speaking. Sorry to cut you. What's your name? So Imran is basically your father.
Basically, I've got a theory of the universe.
That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
Look, he's your father.
Yeah, all of it.
I always get that cheesy joke. I could tell you what Star Wars. That's not a good thing, by the way.
No, I'm saying that he's your father race. That is your father race. Is him? Well, and his father race are only the South Indians.
No, because he's a descendant as well. The most he could be is a distant cousin. You idiot.
But he can't. If he's claiming to be Aryan, which is.
And then the South Indians. Now, without the South Indians, based on some people's science.
If you looked at his genetic makeup, it would not be exactly the same.
I'll tell you what, because I've got my DNA on GEDmatch, and that gives you like.
We could say they come from Africa.
Origins.
Some of them. Some people say they come from Africa.
I've actually got similarities to Africans as well, because some of my race is different, so we have some.
That's debatable.
So, we got some similarities. My race is really old, Like we first put people in Europe. We were the first to put people in Europe. My race is the oldest, and the Europeans.
Yeah, all right. You can be the first European. We don't care. I don't know why it matters.
Europeans also.
Yeah, but I don't know why that matters. It only matters to people that feel like they don't belong.
and then all these people, yeah, they came from my race. Yeah, we actually made them. Actually, you know, in Hinduism.
Wait, hold on. You lot were genetically engineering people, so the Indian man then. The Asian, wait, hold on. That Pakistani brother riding a fucking Mercedes Benz down the road in East London was the man who concocted stuff like. So who's it? I'm like an Asian, an Indian, a Punjabi, Einstein. Wait, hold on a second.
I can't believe these two are arguing over
A Punjabi Einstein. Just put together like lurch.
As the European, all of them. Listen, Pakistani is only my race is different. There's no other Pakistani.
Yeah, you're Pakistani, yeah? You're Pakistani, yeah?
It's not other Pakistanis and Indians, yeah? Like,
so what you're saying is that the original white people were not ever black, they were Pakistanis.
They came from actually my race. We pushed them. It's like the Caucasus.
Well, what's your race?
Billy, can you have the screen, please?
My race is really ancient. It's my own unique Eurasian race. We're very ancient. We don't have.
You're Eurasian, yeah, but what specifically?
Like my race is a race of Prometheus, basically. We're the first of humans, yeah.
You're a race of Prometheus. What the fuck?
Yeah, basically, in what it says in Hinduism, yeah, it's like first from the flame came Brigu. They call it Brigu. Yeah, my race is called Barik. Yeah, Barik. Brigu. BRG.
Barik.
Not that
oh shit! Oh no, that's taking a piss. You dumped on that. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah,
we're now saying that all us English are related to Borat.
Yeah, that's it. Nah, she's mugging it. She's mugging it. Get her.
Yes, mesh.
Basically, in Hinduism, it says like first from the flame came Brigu. Brigu came first, yeah, from the fire. Yeah, that's what it says in Hinduism. Brigu came first. From the fire.
He's talking about this fire again. Belly, if you can hear me.
Nigga, why are you whispering like a guru though, man? Oh, I swear you need to talk.
Okay, can someone, Jem Wallace, can you come up and explain what is going on about?
Like you're at least 5'6" or something, man.
Jen might be able to sort of like interpret some of what you're saying.
Yeah, put some bass into your voice, my G.
So Brigu was a sage, okay? So
my man's you got your hat on. You got your teacher's hat on.
According to their beliefs, the first person who came out of this fire was a sage, yeah?
Nigga, you're teaching like you're a guru. Come on, man.
Are you like, no, come on, this
you need to speak up.
Science.
It's like he's in his bathroom, man.
But humans were around before fire was invented, Kathy.
You sound like the brokest Asian brother on the fucking ever to have lived on the panel because you're
actually we've been the ones that invented fire, yeah. Because our name means fire, but then poetically, it's poetic. It says.
How can you invent fire if you didn't exist? Because the first person out of fire was the sage.
No, but it's basically the sage. It's not. Brigu is older than Hinduism. Yeah.
Wait, before the black man. Wait, hold on a second. Let me check that. Wait, you not created. Let me do a 9-4. You not created fire.
Used to be black as well.
Are you dumb?
Used to be black as well.
Are you dumb?
Oh, he's now saying he used to be black as well.
No, she's my girl. Hey, listen, my man's got a bit curly hair, man. Don't worry.
Was that before or after you come out the fire?
The hair gets frizzy. They got frizzy head piece. They got frizzy head piece. Listen, let him be. He's a black man. He's a brother there.
Yeah, honestly, we used to be black here. But we've been around for a long time, man. Like when the story starts here, we used to be black here. When the story started, it's from the time of the fire.
Right, so you used to be black. Was that when you invented the fire?
So the man sexed up so many white women that you lot turned a bit paler. What happened?
And then we invented fire, yeah. And then we invented fire.
You sure it ain't just the ashes from the fire?
How the fuck do you invent fire? Hold on a second, just say it properly, bro. Because you're not 5 years old. You're fucking teaching us. And we're going to listen to you not even be able to say that correctly. So you didn't invent fire. You discovered fire. You made fire. But you didn't, listen, you didn't bring fire to the world. It was a black man.
Yes, we brought fire to set
it was black people. Yeah, okay, so you're black people. Okay, okay.
I mean, we invented fire too.
Sorry, I'm getting it confused.
Yeah, it's written in the world literature that we brought fire.
Yeah, but he said the first person to come out of fire was the sage, but now all of a sudden there was black people before the fire.
They were burning.
Listen, hold on a second. Them man in Pakistan, do you reckon that they were putting that piece of wood in the floor and go? People in that part of the world were doing that and creating fire. at the same time as there's black people in Africa doing that?
I reckon somebody was carrying 2 big rocks, fell over. The rocks, like, obviously cracked against each other. A spark flung off.
No, but this is known in science. Yeah, that basically, the
Listen,
fire,
when there was people getting kicked out of Africa, there was a particular group getting
the
kicked
thing
out.
about
Some
the fire
I've
this
seen
year,
about
like,
people.
the thing about the fire this year, it says in science, yeah, it took like a long effort, yeah, to bring fire to the world, yeah.
Right, finally, Genzia, she'll be able to translate.
Oh, here's my DNA. Right, can you tell me what I am then, Imran? If you look at this DNA here, what does that tell you about my?
I don't know what she's using. This might be G25. What is this? Is it G25 or?
Oh, you got North Atlantic. What you got there?
Obviously, North Atlantic, 47.87%. 21.9.
What's that Indian? You got a bit of Indian in you.
It's you Indian in it. Let's have a look. West Mediterranean, 12.75. West Asian, 6.1. East Mediterranean, 6.65. Red Sea, 1.55. South
Who'd
Asian,
you do this with, Jed Match? How much
American.
it cost to do this, Lou?
Oh, it's free. You just download your DNA from like.
Listen, if there's no African in there, you're just all Indian. You're just all derivatives of an Indian. So if you're not you've got no African in that club, you've got all derivatives of Indians just from different nations. They go there, they call themselves English. They go there, they call themselves Germanic. They go there, they call themselves Welsh. They go there, they call themselves Celtic. They go there, they call themselves Roman. They go there. So but they're all from. Come on, you're all from.
Does that mean that I've got like a little
derivative.
bit of Indian in me?
You're all from derivative from Indian. Yeah. Indo-European. That's what it is. Because it wasn't European Indo, it was Indo-European. So the Indo comes first. So when we talk about Aboriginals, that's everything out of Africa's Aboriginal. Everyone, they want to create this. Oh, we're that, we're this, we're that, we're this. You're that,
We've got black people in India.
Another report. So on GEDmatch, there's like 100 reports, Jupiter. Best one for us is you or G.
Okay, I might do this.
I'm just testing my mic. Can you guys hear me?
I think I might
Sorry.
have to do another DNA test. I don't think they stored mine. I think they had it so long and they got rid of it, I think.
No, they don't. No, they shouldn't do. You should be able to download
Check,
it somewhere.
check.
Oh, okay.
Mic check.
Yeah. we can hear
Hello.
you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I got a new phone, so I was hoping that the settings were messed up. What's up, you guys? How are you? How's everyone doing? Hi,
At the
Jukes.
moment, we're looking at Luke's DNA because
Oh, nice.
Imran has told us about some bloke who got out the fire and invented all of us white people, but now we're confused.
Looking at
So
this
how
DNA,
did, I don't know how he follows. Brigu Ji was a Saptarishi, right? Created by Brahma Ji, right? Kavi.
Yeah.
Grateful.
Yeah, Jai Shri Krishna, Kavi Ji.
I don't know what it is. Like the previews, is really ancient lineage, and in the Middle East, we're known as BRK. It's not a G. It's not like Brigu. It's like BRK in the Middle East. So Barrett.
But is it a group or is it if he was one stage? Or
No,
you mean
basically, yeah,
from
like-
his lineage?
So you see in this Hinduism, like there's these names of like rishis, right? So in Hinduism, has
Yeah,
and in
Saptarishis, there's
Hinduism,
7.
like, they basically refer to a tribe, right? So you got like Angiras, Kashyap. You got all these like rishis. They're from this like Sanskrit system, this old they're like the names of tribes, basically. They're the names of tribes. They're like the names of big tribes, and they just call them rishis.
Someone said you speak fluid dot, Jed. And guess what? It wasn't a white person who said that, by the way.
Thoda Hindi mein bol raha hai. Theek hai.
Listen, if the Pakistanis were sending out loads of people during how you sort of painted out that history, my bro, and how is it that they're beefing? They ain't got no control now. Pakistan ain't got nothing. I'm not going to agree fully with Luke, but I'm just going to say they're not going to.
We are the previews, This is about This is all about the previews, like what Jen's talking about, Like Jen will understand what I'm saying, There's a tribe in India. We are one tribe in India, Pakistan, We are one tribe, Like one group of people, and just one small group, And the rest of the Pakistanis and Indians are just like others. They're just like not the same as us, They're others, They're like they're another tribe, They're the Indians, the Pakistanis, the others, But we were just controlling most of these regions and a lot of the world in the past year. We had like trade networks and shit. We used to go all the way to France and stuff like that, with like farming, tech farming, Mediterranean. We used to go all the west, And we done stuff in India as well. Yeah, we're known as Breed in India, but like afterwards we just lost, like, you know, because we went up and down, and then we just lost power, like in India. Pakistan. The Persians, we used to control the Persians, so they kept things stable for us, like. But when Muhammad came, yeah, that's when we lost big. I told you the truth in it, yeah. Like, because the Persians at that time, yeah, they were okay. They were competing with the Romans. They were equally rich as the Romans, the Persians, yeah. At that time, we didn't lose that bad, yeah. We were losing though, yeah, because that part of the world is getting poorer and the West is getting richer, right? Then afterwards, when Muhammad came, yeah, and they destroyed the Persians, and we lost completely. We lost all control of India, Pakistan. We lost all control of everything, yeah. Then we just completely lost in it at that point. And we completely lost everything here. Yeah.
Please stop.
So at that time, what was Africa like? Yeah, wasn't that getting? That was okay. That was kind of untouched.
Yeah. So with Africa, yeah, like the stuff was happening with the Phoenicians. They were doing in North Africa, yeah. So the Phoenicians, yeah, they used to trade in North Algeria, Morocco, Beirut, those kind of places, yeah. The Phoenicians, they used to trade from there in North Africa. In Africa, like Nigeria and stuff, yeah, we used to go there and do business here and stuff here in Africa. Like, our name is there as well, yeah, like Burkina Faso, or like Barack Obama, he has our name Barack, because our name Barack here, we put it in Africa as well. Yeah, we put it there. We used to do stuff in Africa. I told you, we were close to black people. Yeah, we were involved in banking expansion. We were involved in a lot of stuff. Yeah, our name is big in Africa. Yeah, like Burkina Faso, we got countries named after us. Yeah, and our name is big, Barack. Yeah, that's why Barack Obama used our name in it. Yeah. Because we used to do a lot of stuff in Africa, though, yeah, long time ago. We used to do a lot of stuff there, but like, you know, they used to be there. But
yeah, but Imran, what does all this mean? Is this just your way of sharing knowledge that you know?
So what this was about was tradespeople who took up the trades, the merchants who took up the trade routes along the planet, and at that stage, it was run quite smoothly, and the most poorest, what we see as the most hard up continent, was actually the richest, because it's stuff.
What continent do we think is the poorest?
And it wasn't getting robbed. Well, right now there's more poor people in Africa. That's how fucked up. That's how much they're shitting on the land.
Was it not Asia?
Then in India has fucking been shit on so many times, and really they haven't got much wealth after they pulled all the silver out of the floor, so they really shouldn't be doing as good as Africa. So when we look at it,
that you have to blame the people
they're actually suffering more than people that don't have no resources. That's crazy.
Right, either two things happened. Either a great big cataclysm happened and people lost all knowledge, right? Because only half of the world got affected, which was that half, which was previously more developed. And this half developed better and went over and rediscovered it. Or there was people that, even after the cataclysm, managed to still have the knowledge but didn't pass it on. Because how could Egypt and all these other places have all this beautiful stuff and not even know it was there until the British turned up and found it? Or the rest of Europe? I don't understand.
No, so
they did know, but economy. Then just nobody else knew. Like they knew, but the information didn't get out until other people came in, right?
Yeah, but they didn't look after it, because even in India, there's beautiful temples and that just
because if you've got like if you pass that information onto the world, like, you may be willing to die with that secret, so in order to protect the secret and because people might use it against you then, and when you're no longer here to protect it. So yeah, I understand why people take things to the grave sometimes, especially like skills and stuff. They might pass it down to their own people, but
I understand that. They didn't even look after them.
So yeah, I think a lot of technology in the past has been like lost and maybe refound and stuff like that. I think Egypt's a good example of that.
And if we went back to sort of like the 12th century, like, I think, who was it who's just wrote that in the chat? I think it's Foster. Yeah, we went back to then, everybody was sort of like living pretty much the same. Even over in England, when people like Banksy laugh at mud huts, well, effectively that's what we were building in the 12th century, isn't it? Weren't we building straw thatched houses out of mud?
Yeah.
pretty much the same all over the world.
Do you know what I was saying earlier on, that if you look at all the most like exquisite buildings across the planet, they're all post like pre any other civilization you can name. Like it's like stuff that people go and build. That's like before the rulers got there, and it's like but they'll take like, if you look at the most, I think it's the most symmetrically like the most symmetrical building in Spain. If you look that up, it's like it's the wonder of Spain basically when it comes to infrastructure.
The best monumental buildings,
and that was created by black
they
people.
don't know who built them. They say,
it's from black people, but they don't mention that. They won't.
They
mention
don't even know that. They don't even know that.
Yeah. So when you actually look at it without like them giving kudos to anyone or trying to sort of,
the probability is that they're black because
what you can see,
we're supposed to come out of Africa where all the black people were, and we're supposed to have.
Yeah, but have you seen these buildings, though, Jukes? These buildings look like
buildings are way old. We
but
don't even
but
know
listen, they look modern day. So you would think that it was modern day people that built it. That's how symmetric.
Yeah,
like, they can't even build it. Like the Spanish can't even build that building in Spain today. From what I can see, is that
Sagrada Familia. Have you not seen that big church in Barcelona? Like that's monumental. You can't say they can't build past.
There's I forgot what building it is. I have to look it up now. This is don't reference me on like the name or anything.
Yeah, but you can't say that the Spanish can't build that now. Like they've built that. Well, they're still building it. That Sagrada Familia, like the monumental like church building. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but it's.
Well, they can do stuff like similar. Yeah, you wouldn't really notice the difference. But when in terms of the accuracy, it's like pinpoint. It's that's a complete difference. You can never tell just from your eye, but when you come up to the actual mathematics and science they're using, they can't. This is like the unexplainable type of thing, or it's hidden. People do know, but they're saying they don't know how they're building stuff like in Egypt, in ancient Egypt, but they definitely are.
In India, there's concrete that they use that nobody knows how to remake it.
Or there's that one temple that's like cut out of it's dug down into the ground, like it's cut from the rock. Like how there's no way that they had technology to do that. They still don't know how those were made too, with all the details and like all the fine.
What it actually looks like is that there was a civilization that none of us know about that pre-existed.
Yeah, but they might not have had like cutting tools and stuff, but I believe like force and impact can have similar effects to like cutting rock, for instance. Or they might not have had tools? Did they just not have a different way of being able to?
Yeah, but we're talking about intricate cutting, and they say it's so precise, Luke, that they can't even replicate it today with the diamond cutters.
What building we're talking about?
There's loads of them. I think Göbekli Tepe, is that how you say it? Göbekli Tepe. Then you've got the ones in, I think Göbekli Tepe might be the ones I'm talking about. But it's just outside Peru. You've got some of those. There's quite a few of them. They're so precise.
Yeah, but
Kailash Temple. Look at Kailash Temple. That was wild.
Looks like a.
Someone got the internet. Have you got the internet?
Yeah, have we got? We all have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on my laptop though.
Yeah.
Looks
like
yeah, all these old buildings, man. I was going to check the one in Spain. That some building in Spain is like the most popular or like famous building in Spain, and then just have a look at that.
And is it 100% cut rock, or could it not be like compressed rock that's fossilized over time to look now? Because this, what I'm looking at here, it looks like sandstone, or it looks like a very soft rock anyway.
No, but nothing that grows natural is going to be as precise as the way they're. Because when you turn the temperature up on stuff, it creates compounds and back reverse into that. It takes away stuff from, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it affects
and that's what
Yeah, so when you have a certain amount of stuff and then you do put temperature
Yeah,
on
look here. Yeah, it does look cool.
yeah, it separates certain materials from certain. So then you can have things that are quite precise. I don't know. So I've seen certain things what they do with this science, and I'm telling you what, the patterns and stuff that it
Was
creates
this
is
before,
just
this was before like the iron. So
that's some high level shit. Huh?
So this was built before like ore and blade, for instance.
The ore and blade, is that some sort of spirit level type of measurement thing?
No, ore and blade. So before we had like ore in order to make blades, so then we can cut rock.
Iron, he's talking about.
Iron, yeah, before the
Oh,
iron.
the iron. Well, depends. Europeans' iron's age was way later than.
Well, no, yeah.
Africa knew about iron from before we can recall. They had all this stuff down, man. You know, we can't say that they built them pyramids and they didn't know the basics of metal, you know, welding and soldering and stuff. That you know. And,
well, they reckon the pyramids are a lot older, aren't they? They reckon that the Egyptians
smelting iron
made them and said that they were tombs. They used them as tombs, but they reckon they were older than that because they reckon that 100 years ago we thought there was only pyramids in Egypt, but actually there's pyramids all over the world. There's even pyramids in Europe. Do you know that? In China they've got loads, but they won't let you dig them up. They've covered them in earth. They won't allow it.
Right.
Yeah. In the one that's in Europe, they reckon there's a frequency in there as well. They went in there with all these, I don't know, meter things, testometers, whatever you want to call them. They went in there and they found some sort of frequency that they believe actually can change the vibrations within the body that can heal you a little bit. Yeah. Just look that up.
What's interesting about what Imran was saying is that them Pakistanis from people from Asia went out. They colonized a lot of the known world, and they've all been betraying each other ever since. You know, even but they know that they all came from the similar like beginnings. You know, so
yeah, back in the day, there wouldn't have been this need for like global domination, or it was basically a fight for survival. So as long as your little area, your village is content, so you've got enough food and water and stuff, then you're happy. It's got to the age where I think greed has ruined the world.
There has been some beef in Asia. There has, but there hasn't been that much compared to the whole other.
Are you having a laugh? They're always.
There has been, but there hasn't been. No, compared to, say, you know, Rome. If you look at Rome, you look at.
If you go to the Sumerian story, they say the last demigod and last god was in India, Inanna.
Persia.
She's meant to be the last full-blooded god creator / creator.
There has been
not the god, small g god / creator on this land. That's if you believe the Sumerian versions.
But they say a lot of religions have come out of Asia, though, innit? Like most of them, the known religions in the world.
Yeah, the Vedas had all flying machines and everything. They reckon that's where Hitler found all his stuff, and that's why they reckon that the first UFO sightings were roughly just after the war, weren't it? Because they started rebuilding it.
And he spoke about the Aryan race, and that's like a doctrine from.
What's interesting is the maths the mathematics that come along with it. You know, the fact that if you look at the pyramid, you can get the circumference of the earth and all that from the circumference and all the rest of it. So it's amazing. The fact that it lines up with Orion and everything else.
It just shows that before people went around and established themselves with weaponry, proper weaponry, these guys ruled the planet. But look at how they were. It's just normal, no real fortification, like real strong infrastructure. They haven't got real, presence of an established military. You know what I mean? It was just people that
Well, I think at one point everybody was living, because at one point all the earth was together, wasn't it?
Well, there were people living in captured cities, which were these.
No, at one point all the earth was together. It was all one
A
piece
lot
of
of
earth.
Asians. Well, there was a time when a lot of Asians ruled over captured places that they'd gone into, and if you were weak enough to be,
Yeah, but I think you can go further back than that.
Well, we only call them Indians now because that's what we refer them to, but they've always been written around that landmass, no? That particular group of that dark skin, straight hair, and Asian person, yeah, they've always been there. They've been there for a while, but they've changed. I believe their hair have maybe gone a bit straighter because they've been in the melting pot and they haven't ruled where they've lived. So they're almost like the Brazilians, where they're Brazilians. Most of their hair is kind of, it's African, but it's still, there's a little bit of it. You know, you can still see there's a bit of European blood in there. But
I think humanity is all connected. We know that, it's been proved scientifically.
Yeah. But it's interesting to talk about. I didn't bring it up, but I think that's Imran. I was stuck on that.
But I think because of individualism, people have decided to live in their own way. And some people, just like if you took a handful of anybody from anywhere, some would like to live indoors, some like to live outdoors, some like to live with an open roof, some like to live with a roof over them. You know, you're never going to get people all agreeing. And what's happened is that people have collectivized to the lifestyle that they like. And over time,
like nature, though, like we see it even in like the animal kingdom, where you can get different breeds of certain species, and in the end they might get along with each other, but they do fight at first and they're uneasy of each other. Like I don't know, it seems like the more that we've moved on. So I believe in the we all come from like one kind of there's no such theory as like races. It's like a created theory. We all are one person. We all are one race, and we've adapted depending on like our environments and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think it's natural that as you progress and we do pick up different characteristics and we look different. For instance, the initial response when we do see like other races is like uneasiness, or it's just not that comfortable level, or it's not as natural as it feels. I don't know. I
don't think it's uneasiness unless you're sort of, unless you're overpowered by a sort of like really outnumbered and it frightens you. But other than that, I don't think it's uneasy. For me, it's curiosity.
Oh, I mean, at the very first, so like when when a white person first seen a black person, or vice versa, it would have been very uneasy. Like obviously now we're adapted to it, we've changed. Like humanity's grown to it and adapted to it. But I think the natural response to us initially was uneasiness.
Only if you're talking.
I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that.
I suppose you'd be cautious. You'd be cautious, wouldn't you? Because...
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like a natural. It's not something that you're in control of. It's natural, and it happens with animals. It happens all over the world. I don't know. I think like we're prone to be defensive, especially to like what we perceive as our own people. And the same with animals.
Yeah, but I think if you were to put somebody in a room full of strangers, even if they were the same colour hair, same colour eyes, same colour skin, even if they spoke the same language, if you might feel like, okay, at least I can converse. So the language barriers are probably a very big one, but you still are not going to trust them as much as your own family or friends, are you?
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, as the world's developed into this like universal, everybody's trading, traveling and stuff, we've adapted to it. But initially, like everybody was happy just with their own tribes of people, and it was and that's where everybody was equal. I think that's probably the only time where equality actually existed, when people stuck to the tribes. Like you said, they built these little pyramids in like, whether it's dedication to their gods or something to do with the stars or whatever. And then as humanity moving forwards, we've kind of encroached on each other and pissed each other off.
No. Before, when this man was talking about, or when they're back in the day when people were left to their own devices and Asia was Asia,
bringing in a quarter or whatever it was, whatever stat Khan so kindly gifted us with. And you know, when Asia before they got invaded to now compared to after, that was run by people who had actual sovereign. So we can see that Africa were doing right. They weren't invading nowhere. What I can see, and I know you guys, you know, debate me on it. And then you know, and because I can't remember them being invaders.
Wow.
And yeah, so from then, so there was a stage where people were actually thriving. And what we can see is that there was trade going on, there was diplomacy, and there's always been, you know, people in between in the country that have actually, even the nomads have been some sort of peace. But, you know, there's been, and if you know what, the countries in war is one thing. It's a person who takes over different nations and it convinces and brings everybody to their rule and takes over the world. That's a problem. You know, that's what we've seen with the rise of the people who wanted to involve in enslave Africans and people who thought they were better than Africans and just wanted to probably to rule the world and just be sinister. But then, as he said, they took people out of slavery, they put people into slavery, took them out of slavery. So, you know, they righted their wrongs.
Can I respond to you?
That was until the 1900s.
Can I just
you don't really have that much
in the back? I wish I'd seen that at the time. So, Jen Wallace, when I asked you to join, it was because you do have knowledge on Seeky, and I actually wanted to hear what you had to say because.
So when we look at the allies have only properly dominated since
you got to
the fall of.
Keep ranting. You got to let us respond to you.
The Ottoman Empire, because that was why they went first. So they were so interested into that. And
So
actually, you know what? I'll be honest with you. Listen, I'll be honest with you.
When we stuck to our individual tribes, it was okay. Like everybody got along. It's when these tribes
Spain dominated 1600.
I don't think he can hear us.
The Spanish Armada dominated 1600s.
Oh, he's doing what Cappy did earlier.
The 1700s. No, I'm just saying.
Right. So can we respond to you?
And no, but listen. Then
No,
who
you
took over the-
you can't tell me to listen when you're not listening yourself. We've listened to you. You made statements. I want to respond to you. So I said, my initial point was that when everybody stuck to like their own tribes and stuff, everybody that's when we finally had equality, or only had equality. It's when these tribes started moving across different lands and started encroaching on each other that other people started getting pissed off and started fighting each other. You mentioned straight away about nations invading other people and taking them as slaves. You forgot to mention that these tribes also took on other people's tribes and took them as slaves and sold them to these nations. So you can't just put all the responsibility on like European nations or other countries, for instance, going into other countries, enslaving these people and taking them over when your own people was doing it to your own people, tribes. So my point still stands.
So Jen's saying, look at the petrol waterways. Are you still in the back? Do you still want to come up, Jen?
Yeah, she went back. Yeah, she just said I went back. Belly,
Jen's in the back. I don't know who this idiot is in the back chat telling Jen to get off. That's stupid.
She had a phone call. Jen will get off.
No, I know she said that she came off because of a phone call, not because of what was written. But you think what's been written in the back? Ridiculous. Crazy.
As long as you see there's a Vikings, there's been a lot of invaders that have tried their luck.
Yeah, there is
trying global domination. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about. I mean, you can go around
Jen Wallace is in the back.
The different empires.
Yeah, but what's your point? Luke's right. What's your point?
He's trying to make a moral argument that invading other countries is bad, but what I think is worse is taking your own people and selling them to those countries. I think that's 10 times worse. Taking your own people, who you recognise as your own people, just different tribes, capturing them as slaves, putting a price on their heads and selling them to the white man. I think that's more immoral.
Yeah, but Luke, we have to be fair. That happened all around the world. See, this is what.
I'm saying, like, Yeah, if you want to take into account things that have happened, let's do that. But the way that he's
How can you put your own people
I think he's got
prisoner of
bipolar.
war?
You'll have a
So
decent
you-
conversation for 2 minutes, and then next thing you know, it's all about the invader and the white man.
You know what? It's not just it's prisoners of war from other places. It probably wouldn't have been.
Yeah, they
from
did it all
their
over the
own.
world over. They
Yeah, but
even
you
did it
can't say. So
over
the British
here.
people go over to Africa and start enslaving people, or was they part of the slave trade purchasing Africans that was enslaved by Africans?
They were stealing a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, but they
weren't. They couldn't steal them. That's the lie.
Transatlantic slave trade. Transatlantic slave trade.
We're Africans enslaving Africans.
Africans were capturing people and set.
But
and
we're enslaving them. This guy's so biased.
No, these were prisoners of either war or they were criminals.
Slaves, and they were slaves, and they were sold. They were sold for pittance.
What are you talking about slaves? You don't need slaves when you got everything. What do you slave for? What?
It was in the tribes. It was in the tribes in the dead of night.
Hey, listen, black people are not lazy. Black people are not lazy like that.
Taking them
They're
straight
not as lazy as the English. They might be a bit lazy. They might be a bit lazy. They might be a bit lazy, but they're not. They're not as lazy.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! He's got no care for his fucking.
I'll be honest with you. Well, I'm not. Well, I'm just talking history. Don't get hurt because historically, the English have piggybacked off of every single nation that they've had to piggyback off of. Why not? They don't want to work for anything. They put the tools to dominate. So why not? You don't want to work if you can dominate.
These African tribes don't want to work. They just want to kidnap.
Can
other
I
black
ask you
people
something,
and tell them
Gold?
shit. That's what they want to do. These black people.
Have you had your eyes checked? Because one eye looks like it's got a pupil and the other doesn't, which could indicate something.
And that's the thing. Look, it doesn't matter. The British got enough weapons and they went across the world and dominated. They didn't want to work. They didn't want to work for their goods. They went and stole it. They went and fucking
when you
stole
ignore the fact
it.
that, like,
Shut up! Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth! Sorry, shut up! Sorry, excuse me.
You fuming that the NHS fucked your life up.
Hi, Lily. Oh, that is King Gold. Hi, King Gold.
Yeah, it's good to see him, isn't
I'm
it?
just-
He's gone for a long time.
Yes.
Why are you turning against me with the racist Luke all of a sudden? Just because I'm.
I'm not turning against you.
Oh, I
Where's my
hate
turn
you.
against you?
Oh, yeah,
Maybe,
The truth is that the world over, every country,
it's all about me. Go on.
every country othered
mental.
the criminals, right? And tried to expel them, and they had different forms of doing that. So in Africa, they would expel them to another tribe or even to another nation at times, and they were to carry out servitude there. Over here, they put them in penal colonies or over in bloody Australia and other places. Yeah, everywhere's done it.
I got a video for y'all. Who's it?
I used to eat Billy Burr ham for tea, and I hated the black
Bro,
man.
that has got to be the most boringest shit I've ever fucking heard in the little.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous.
Let me play it, man.
I will
No, it's facts, man. It's all facts.
That's
Big
a
up
fact,
my
okay, but
brother.
what's the point? I'll pay you, pay you, my
Preach,
brother,
my
it's
ginger
not fair.
brethren, and let it play.
Belly,
How you mean?
on the
Ginger G. I want them feel like. Rise up the ginger man, them.
Yeah, but Trump this
Pause.
time round got the most black voters out of any Republican candidate before him.
Man, shut up. No, you ain't,
Ignoring,
man.
like, all
The most
who
black
voted. Not
voters.
black
The
voters voted.
majority of black people didn't vote for Trump, man. Get out of it.
No, I didn't say
The
no.
majority of black people in America
The
didn't vote for
majority of
Trump.
Americans voted for him.
Rise
The
up,
majority of
ginger. Wait,
Americans.
let me play the rest, man. Hey, you mean? Ginger man, let it play.
Belly, no, don't do that.
Abraham
No,
His,
Belly,
the guy down the road.
Belly.
That flag.
You know what he's doing is white supremacy right now. Luke, can you
The
just
majority of black people didn't vote for no
Belly,
Donald
why
Trump
you
in
race
America, man.
Belly, why you race baiting?
How is it race baiting, man?
Why do you want to
Race baiting like a love right now.
This is exactly what my ginger brethren's talking about. Yeah, when you're trying to slap up white supremacy and all that sort of stuff, you know, the man them want to start doing kung fu and that.
Belly, why are you running?
Running for what? Running for what?
Exactly. So let me answer. Let me speak, and then you know what you're running for. So I didn't say that the majority of black people voted for Trump at all. I didn't even mention anything to do with that. That's one of your twists because you always do that. I said that Trump got the majority, the most black votes than any other Republican before him. So if you say it,
Why? Because he tricked us, man. Because he tricked
this
people.
guy's not saying about the Republican Party. He's saying about Trump. So you need to explain how more black people voted for Trump than any Republican Party before him, and why did they vote for white supremacy? White supremacy.
He's lying, man. He's lying, bruv.
Yeah,
it's because they don't trust the
like
Democrats.
I said, the majority. Wait, hold on a sec. Like I said, my point still stands. The majority of black people in America didn't vote for Trump, did it? So I don't care how many black people. Yeah, but bro, listen. Your point was that Donald Trump got more votes than the average Republican.
No, tell me why did so if
than any other thing. So why did they vote for him? And I'm saying I don't care why they voted for him. Because the majority of black people in America didn't vote for no fucking Donald Trump.
But I don't care either because I don't live in America. I don't understand why we're
did
not
these black
bothered.
people vote him in for white supremacy?
Yeah, of course they could.
Okay,
What, you think there's not black people that you think that there's not? Well, hold on, bro. Listen, we got a whole bumper clout. Wait. We got a whole bumper clout. Danny Roscoe right here talking about the blacks. Yeah, with his fucking black dad. What are you talking about, bro, man? You think there ain't no black people that's anti-black? Behave yourself, man. Stop it.
All black people.
There's black people that are anti-black too, bro. Come on, man. See, wait, hold on, wait, Luke. You say, wait.
There's white people that are anti-white.
Wait, hold on. Exactly, that's what I was going to ask you. So, Luke, is there any white people that you would class as anti-white?
Not anti-white.
This guy speaking in the video is anti-white.
Yeah.
I heard you speaking about. Wait, hold on.
I want to say. Dominic, that's another remix. I want to say he's voting for black supremacy, would I?
How is it anti-white? All you said that.
What is black supremacy? What is white supremacy?
Well,
that's going to be anti-black, right?
Conversation.
Yeah, but bro, listen. If voting for white supremacy is going to be one of the things that will make you an anti-black person as a black person.
Supremacy, especially a black person voting for white supremacy. To me, that's just stupid. I don't believe that. That's why the black people voted Trump.
Of course, a black person could vote for someone that's a white supremacist.
Yeah, well, that's your opinion.
Because it's already happened.
I can show you black people. I can show you black people being.
People had babies with bumper class slaves. People got married to fucking former slave masters. What are you talking about?
What we'll do, me and you will set up a conversation like I did with Vsauce the other day. I'll show you black people in the street being interviewed on why they voted for Trump, and you've got to find one that said, I voted for Trump based on white supremacy. If you can't find it, then it's
behave yourself, man. Behave yourself. That's not a checkmate at all, man. Behave yourself, man. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. It would be a wait. Hold on. That would be a checkmate, yeah. If you will be able to do at the same time, find a white person that says that they are. Listen, I voted for so and so because I'm anti-white.
I didn't think to it now.
Exactly, because no one's gonna come out and say, "Yeah, I'm anti so and so." You man labelled these people as anti so and so. I'm labelling them as anti-black for voting for someone that's a white supremacist.
Say that they're anti-colonisation and that they believe white people are colonialists.
Belly, that's why I said I will show you videos of black people being interviewed in the street, giving reasons why they voted for Trump.
Bro, no one's gonna say they voted for Trump because he's a white supremacist, are they?
Belly, why are you not letting me finish?
No one's gonna, bro. No black person's gonna say they voted for Trump because he's a white supremacist.
I'll be less than 30 seconds, please. Just let me finish.
What white person would say that?
I will go out. I will find videos of black people in the street being interviewed on why they voted for Trump.
Bro, why is black people, man? Why always black people? Talk about Latino sign up.
I guarantee that none of them say I voted for Trump based on white supremacy. If you're saying
I bet you probably won't find any. I bet you probably won't be able to find any white person that voted for Trump. Wait, bro. Listen, would you be able to find a white person that said they voted for Trump because he's a white supremacist?
What are you talking about? I didn't make that statement.
What do you mean, bro? Listen, what do you mean? I never made the statements that they voted for him and said that he's a white supremacist. That's why they voted for him. I said he's a white supremacist and they vote. No. I said he's a white supremacist and they voted for him. Behave yourself. Don't try, man. But bro, you're donut, bro. You're trying to say that because he hasn't labelled himself as a white, because I've labelled him as a white supremacist. Now I have to find, bro, stop, listen, bro, stop running. Yeah, you literally just, bro, you're joking right now. You don't even let me finish my sentence. Yeah, you won't even let me finish, bro. Listen, yeah,
Stop running, stop jogging, yeah? You're saying, yeah, because I said Donald Trump is a white supremacist, yeah, and there's fucking black people that are probably anti-black that have voted for Donald Trump. That means that I have to find someone that said, I voted for Donald Trump because he's a white supremacist. How does that even make sense? Can you find a white person? Wait. Let me finish the thing, Bob, yeah? Can you find a white person that will say, I voted for Donald Trump because he's a white supremacist? And if you can't, why would I have to find a black person that said
Can I respond to it? I think it's going to be a lot easier for me to find a video of a white person saying, I voted for Trump because I want to kick out all the blacks.
Never seen that, man.
Black
Stop
person
lying, man.
who voted for Trump
But
saying
look,
that I voted
I've
for Trump.
got some good news for you.
All right. Wait, hold on. So, wait. So, all right. How's it?
I'll go
Bro, you're putting your...
mountains and I'll find them for you.
You find that video. That'll be good as well, yeah, because that will prove the point that I'm making, innit? Yeah, but wait, hold on. Listen, bro. Listen. Why would there be any videos of any white person saying that I voted for Trump because he's going to kick out black people or others? If he's bro, if he's not, brother, stop running.
I'm answering you directly.
But no, you're not answering, because how could you answer? You haven't even heard my question.
You said where you
No. I haven't finished the sentence. Let me finish the question, bro. Don't reframe the question. Let me ask my question. I didn't get to the end of it. Let me get to the end of the question and then answer. Yeah, I said, how could you be able to find any videos of any white dude saying that they voted for Donald Trump because he's gonna kick out black people if he's not a fucking white supremacist, or if they don't think he's a white supremacist?
You know? Thank you. So I'll take the Appalachian Mountains, for example. They have the internet there, they make videos. I can show you live streams that are in the Appalachian Mountains. I can show you where people are very much willing to display racist rhetoric on camera, knowing that they are protected by, is it the First or the Second Amendment? I can't remember which one it is. But they've got freedom of speech over there. So it's going to be a lot easier for me to find a video of a white person saying that they voted for Trump based on some form of racist rhetoric than it would be for you to find one of a black person saying that they voted for Trump based on white supremacy. Check.
Listen, give me 1 second.
Wait. Stop.
Who has suffered the most? The black community.
Stop. How the fuck can that even be a checkmate, yeah? If your point, first of all, was that I need to go and find a video of a black person saying that Donald Trump is a white supremacist to prove that he's a white supremacist, when you're saying you can find videos. Bro, stop. To say that when you're saying that you'll be able to find videos of white dudes saying they voted for him for racist reasons, that literally doesn't make sense.
No, you're remixing it. So you said so this guy here, he's making out that the only reason Trump's in power is based on white supremacy. I said that that's not correct, and if that was the case, then you need to explain why Trump, out of all the Republican candidates in the past, received the most black votes. You said because black people will vote for white supremacy. I said, well, if that's the case, you need to show me, because I don't believe that. I don't know any black.
You said,
can I just show them?
No. That's not. No. I said a black person would vote for a white supremacist because they would be an anti-black person would vote for a white supremacist.
Where are these people who vote for? Where are these black people who vote for white supremacists?
Who the fuck are the black MAGA people, cuz? What are you talking about? You think these black MAGA people are fucking out here hugging up black people and doing things that are beneficial for black people? Or are they, wait, bro. Are they calling for policies that are going to remove fucking other black people and others out of their country and even make it harder?
It's not there.
Make it harder for other black people to get on within their country. Like, that's what a lot of Trump's policies were.
What policies are you saying?
I just want to say
something. Any of his anti-DEI policies, yeah, any of his fucking anti-war.
DEI. You talk about DEI. You talk about the department where people just get like given jobs based on the skin color. I think that should be stopped.
No, the deficiency of is it diversity, equality, and inclusion.
Diversity,
equality, and inclusion.
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking shit, and it's there's stats out
Why
there.
Is it bad that that's gone? Why is it bad that that's been removed?
I think
because
it doesn't. It's more targeted.
Bro. Yeah, because they had to have diversity, equality, and inclusion in the place because they was excluding people in the first. Why would they have that if they wasn't excluding people? If there wasn't people that was excluded, if there is no wait, hold on. So wait, are you now claiming that there's no marginalized groups within the United Snakes of America?
Oh my God.
Well, you don't even let me answer. You're asking different questions.
There's marginalized groups in
No, but
every
that's
single
marginalised is
country,
part of
but
the
the
DEA.
thing is countries
What do you
take
mean? But
steps
how
to.
is that an answer?
Can I answer?
Okay,
That's not an answer.
Can I answer?
That's
then?
not an answer to
it is
there
an
being
answer.
marginalised groups in
I can't
the DEI.
Historically, we have yes. Historically,
Both
you have to
answer
take
the
historical America.
question.
Yeah,
How's
can you
that
not
work?
hear me?
Yeah, I can, but you can't hear me. You've raised a point. He asked a question. You added to it. And then now you two have gone a bit back and forth about the same question without even letting me
All
answer
right,
it.
go for it. Go for it, Luke. Go for it.
So the reason why I think that DEI is not really what it is on paper, it's been used and abused, especially by like the entertainment industry, where it's now been forced that every single TV show has to have some form of representation, even if it's not representative of like the age of which the TV show is trying to portray. It becomes so fucking woke, and I think if you need to,
Can you show me anything in writing that shows that?
entirely. Now, like when I said that, I'm speaking from a British person here. I don't believe that companies need to get to the point where it's between two equal candidates, and then the only reason why they should vote for another person and give them the job is based on the skin color. I think that is completely ridiculous, and I don't believe any nation should be acting that way.
Lenny, can I just say
It's
something?
beyond skin color too, right? It's sexual orientation. A lot of this. Can I just make a point?
I don't want to know whether you're gay or not to get the job. Like, you shouldn't have to tell
It's
me.
minority purposes, yeah. But wait, listen, yeah. What it is that within these companies, within these people that was employing you, and I'll let you go next, Jen. Yeah, within these companies and within these people places that was employing people or whatever, if there wasn't people being excluded from jobs just because of color, sexuality, what gender you are, and all that sort of stuff, they wouldn't have to have these things implemented in the first place. Like, why was they implemented in the first place?
Yeah, I understand why they're implementing in the first place, but I say we've got to a place now where.
So why are you going to get rid of them then?
Down to race, and I don't. And if an organisation
Because we've historically moved past that, and it's not needed anymore.
Right,
It's
so if
not-
a company
It has,
Show us how
and
it's
it's
been
been
moved past.
abused.
Where?
What's going on here?
How has it moved
Just
past?
getting triggered over no reason. It seems like you're on the same page.
Bro,
so
bro,
when-
I'm answering. Bro,
when one of you
chill out,
asks a
man.
question,
Stop. There's
allow
two
me to answer
people.
it.
Bro, there's more than you on the panel as well, Raf. I said Jen can go
You
next
two
as
on the
well.
same page,
Let
so
her,
when you
bro,
raise a
bro,
question,
let her answer. No.
you can
She made a point that was against what I'm saying. Let me reply to the point, and then you can give your point. Like, let me reply to the point, man. Like, so Jen was saying about the like basically racism's ended or whatever, inequality's ended, or people being mistreated, or not being allowed, not given employment because of whichever marginalized group that they might fit in has ended. And I'm saying that's not true, because it hasn't ended, and people are still treated bad because of what race, which gender they are, which sexuality, and all them sort of stuff they are.
What happens when
not
they're treated
given
bad?
jobs and all that sort of stuff.
If I'm an employer now and I'm interviewing you, and I show clear signs that I'm racist, and you know that you've not got the fucking job because of my racist tendencies, what actions do you have, Felly?
Yeah, there's actions to take someone to a tribunal,
And
to
you can
even
walk away
get
with
your
big
case
money
heard
back,
or whatever.
yeah.
You might be able to get some.
So it
bread
shows
or
that we
whatever, all
don't agree
sort
with
of stuff
that.
there.
It shows that
Yes,
the
but
system that we have in place
bro,
do not allow that.
these places-
and to further encourage, I believe like policies like DEI causes division and causes even like like positive discrimination. It gets to the point where you think, oh, I'm going to have to give this person a job based on the skin color, and that to me is not. It's playing into racism. We're trying to eradicate racism by
it's the opposite of
bringing in
racism.
racist policies. And I
crazy
don't
that
believe,
man's saying
I
that
believe that especially in Britain, we've taken like a natural occurrence, and it's taken a while, yes. And your parents and my parents were all fucking part of it. But I feel like we've got to a point now where we don't need these policies.
That's literally the opposite of what you're talking about. It's mad that you could say something like adding inclusion to make sure people that wasn't being able to get flipping jobs, housing, flipping roles in this, that, or the other,
Who employs people,
whichever.
somebody who does like interviews.
Yeah, bro, from you employ people, yeah. You can only speak, bro, but you can only speak for yourself when you're giving your own interview skills on what you're looking for, innit? Like if you're looking for a specific candidate or whatever it is, it needs to match the team. You've got loads of bro. Listen, if you've got loads of women on the team and you need to get a man to join the team or whatever, and there's two candidates that are equal thing, and one's a woman and one's a man, who are you going to pick?
Yeah, but why are you interviewing a woman if you need a man?
But who are you going to pick though?
Right. So no, I'll answer that.
So you're saying wait, hold on. Then you would advert out saying, all right. After you answer, I'll ask you another question after that.
So if you're saying that you need a male in the job, which you just did, and then there's a female and a male candidate, then you've already set yourself up for failure, basically. You might even set yourself up to be fucking sued. What you should have done, and there's only certain jobs that you're allowed to do this, where you're allowed to specify that you need a male role. There's ways around that, even though it is discrimination. There's ways that you can be protected and require a specific male person applying for the role.
So
if you've not done that as an employer and you've allowed a female to apply for that, then you've opened yourself up for litigation. That woman can literally sue you because you've allowed her to interview for a role that she's not even allowed to get, and there's no chance. That's why those policies, like the DEI, that might protect that, are fucking worthless. Just have common sense.
In your explanation, you literally just use the DEI thing of the way to say that you could advertise a role for a specific person that you're looking for, like for a specific male or whatever.
DEI,
like,
no.
Literally, it's because you're saying that you can. So what you're saying that it's you're legally allowed to put an advert out saying
so
that
only
you only want.
Yeah, very rare jobs. So
like a job that hires male and females, and you want a male on your team because you've got loads of female employers or whatever, and you want to equal out the thing. You can put
job application. You put that a male is required, and you're allowed to do that for specific roles.
Yeah, for things like actors, you need a male lead role, right? You need modeling. People need male models. You have brand products that people want.
But that's male modeling. I'm talking about a job which a man or woman can apply for, or a job which both all people, or even a male role that all men could. Wait, hold on. Even if you want to take it that route, wait, hold on. Yeah, even if you want to take it that route, then a specific male role that's being advertised or whatever, and you've got like loads of males from one place, and you want to attract other people to come to the company, so you want to employ a male from a different race or whatever. Ain't that part of what the DEI thing was supposed to be able to protect? Or really and truly, it was really the other way around, that it was that people had the skills for the job, was going for interviews in the jobs, but because their names or their look didn't match the rest of the people or whatever, they was getting refused for jobs. That's the real reason why these things came across in the first place.
There's no I might be wrong, but I don't think there's any facts on that, whether that was the case. I think that might have been based on for you. Listen, I'm speaking from somebody who does do interviews and takes.
It's factual.
Just let me finish, please. Looks at CVs and decides whether. If I see somebody with a foreign-sounding name, the first thing I think in my head, and it might be positive discrimination, but the first thing I think into my head is that they probably come over here. They want to make the best of it. They're not going to be out partying every single weekend. They'll probably be picking up overtime to boost the wages and stuff. They're like solid workers, so I don't discriminate. If anything, I do, but it's positive discrimination. I'll give them the fucking interview based on that.
What happened though, was that there was a TV program, I think it was on BBC One or Channel 4, where they were sending out the exact same CV, one with an African sounding name and one with like an English sounding name, and they showed that most people was getting calls back on like just the European sounding name. They also done one for sort of housing, people being able to rent places and all that. They done set up a fake thing where they sent two people to the same property and like to see if they was going to be able to rent, and then they sent the black person in first. They said the space is taken or whatever. They sent the white person in to do a viewing and whatnot. They let them view the flat or whatnot. So
yeah, right. I've got
that's the sort of stuff that has actually been happening. It's even on TV programs or whatever.
So these policies have been in place for a while. Even in this country, we've had policies like that don't allow discrimination based on name, race, all that kind of stuff. So the policies are in place doesn't mean that big companies aren't going to breach them anyway. And if they want to display racist rhetoric or bias, then they will do. Pontins, for example, Pontins. It was about 4 years ago that they got exposed that the staff were given a list of Irish surnames, mine including, that if you try and book over the phone with them and you had one of these Irish surnames, that you would be declined a booking based on the fact that you may be a traveller. The Ward surname, W-A-R-D surname was on there. I've got black mates who were Wards. Like, that's how discriminatory it was, and they still wouldn't have been able to get a Buckaroo, for example. Fast forward to, I think it was September 2024. They've now been forced into an apology. They've got to go through like a year's form of like, they've got to be monitored, I think, by the ECHR. So there is policies that are in place that prevent this from happening. And if it is exposed as happening, then those people are encouraged to do it. They're punished for it. But my example of how we're allowed to discriminate for like certain jobs, especially like male, female, or even like down to religion, a mosque can offer a role to a male imam to do the call of prayer, and a female cannot sue that place for discrimination. So these DEI policies are all really bullshit, to be fair. Like, they don't actually protect people; they just woke as fuck.
No, but it's really the DEI policies are really supposed to be for the.
Yeah, I get American needing it, Billy. I get maybe American needing
it. No, but
even
in the UK as well, because it was obviously we use America as a great example or whatever. It's easier. It's like arms left and right rather than in your own house, isn't it? Yeah, but it's happened in the UK as well. And like I explained earlier, there's been multiple TV programs showing the difference bits, whether it's been employment, education, in renting houses and all that. So, do you know what I mean? That's the reason why these policies come about. And you know what, as well, yeah. On the opposite side, yeah. Okay, if in my eyes these policies never have an effect on me personally or whatever, then you can see why someone would think it's bullshit or it's all rah. But when it's used, that's getting affected.
No, but this policy has an effect on me.
Can I just say something, guys? Come on, man. But I just want to say this, yeah?
I'm going to leave you on the phone.
I'm saying
no, before you go, I want you to hear this as well, brother. I want you to hear this because my time is coming up, yeah? What's it called? Black people who voted for Donald Trump are suffering the most in America right now. The culture of Doge, Elon Musk, all of these sanctions.
And all it can do is lead to further discrimination. I feel like we've got to...
Yeah, man. Always with his white supremacy, bro.
No, this doesn't lead to... It don't lead to further discrimination when you're trying to make sure that people are treated equally. I don't get how you see that measuring out, like you said, yeah. They stopped. Wait, hold on, bro. Listen, You gave your Pontins example of them not allowing people with certain surnames being able to rent places or whatever, and obviously that's discrimination, Irish, right? So
yeah. No, something that back to Irish. So these policies.
So that was something. Wait, hold on. But that was something. Wait, that was something that was stopped. So it meant that it was equal opportunities for people to be able to rent a chalet at Pontins if any time they wanted to go, as long as they had the money to rent it. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you.
No.
Of course it was.
I don't think. Right, so let me make my statement again, and then you'll know where I stand. So we've had policies in this country that don't allow discrimination based on your surnames, based on your sex, your religion, your race, disability, anything like that. We've had these policies in place for a very long time. In 2020 or just before, Pontins were found out. Yeah, we've had the Equality Act for decades. Pontins were found out in 2020 to have a policy in place, even though the government has said it's illegal. Pontins, which is a massive company, had a policy that barred Irish surnames, a list of 20 Irish surnames, which is clearly discriminatory. And I'm saying that even though this policy was in place, this Equality Act, the Pontins.
But it's the reason why they're people. But exactly the reason why they're.
Please. So my point is that if people are wanting to discriminate, they are still going to find a way to discriminate. I'm saying that we need to allow common sense. Clearly, these policies that enforce it might have a little bit of change, but it's not going to change people who have got genuine bias. I'm saying that common sense needs to do that. And as time goes on, the more that we have
policies that have to do
power and shit, the more that common sense is going to prevail.
It's policies that do that. It's policies and laws and legislations that do that, Luke. It's reason why people don't break into people's houses and all them sort of shits like stuff like that, because obviously like someone will, like the police force will enact violence, come into your house and put you in jail for those sort of stuff there. Like so it's the laws and legislation that stops them sort of things there. Like with same thing with the
in the future, if we all had equality and we all had £1 million, then crime rate would drop massively. Thefts will probably come to a seat because there'll be no need for theft. So yeah, I understand at the moment when there's a need for theft, then you're going to have legislation in that prevents it or try to stop it.
But bro, listen, there's still
then you don't need the legislation.
But there is still people being mistreated within the employment.
Yeah, but you don't need the legislation.
Common sense will prevail. Within housing.
So the same
No,
with
but bro,
racism.
brother, you're just thinking that everyone's
you're
just
not-
gonna
you're
be
just arguing
like
with me for the sake of
thinking.
arguing now.
No, but bro, you just said common sense is gonna prevail,
Yeah,
for.
and I'll give you another example. I'll give you another.
Wait, hold on. Let me give an answer to this. Yeah, you saying common sense is gonna prevail, and I'm saying no, it's not. It's the laws and legislation that make people like have to change. Yeah, and then start to make the difference of now they won't be doing this. They will be doing that, or whatever it is that the law has now implemented or whatever. Because if it's just left down to people to think, why are they going to change their shit? Like if they're able to get enough customers and it just says no dogs, no blacks, no Irish on the door or whatnot, and people still go in there or whatever, why would they change? Yeah,
Right, so
hey, do you know what?
my-
My battery's gonna die. You know, it's like
So
I
I've
can't
made
even
this
see the
argument for a
screen
long
right now.
time that it's been down to like the work. It's not been the governments and legislation that have eradicated racism. It may have helped it, but it's the working class and it's like council estates, I believe, that's helped that. So very imagine like a black person moving on to an entirely white council estate when Windrush first happened. Yeah, they probably would have
People used to get run out.
Right.
People used to get run out of estates.
So can I finish?
Isleworth and all that as well.
So can I finish? So these black people would have faced racism. I don't think it would have been the police that said, "All right, yes, neighbours, you need to accept him." I think as time went on, and as these white people realised that these black people aren't actually this threat that like the media or whatever has portrayed them to be, then common sense then kicks in, and then they start welcoming them in. And then next thing you know, these black people are going around fucking white people's barbecues and eating fucking burgers with no cheese and no butter. And they're saying that they're having fun for the sake of diversity. I feel like
Bro, that's bollocks, man.
One minute, please,
none of
Billy,
that-
let me finish my point. Let me finish my point then, and then you can interrupt. I feel like we, the people, are the ones who ensure that this shit moves forward for the better. I don't believe legislation is needed for it. I agree that in some it might help it, but I don't like the example of burgling houses. Yeah, we need legislation at the moment because people are burgling houses. If it got to the point where people had enough that they didn't require to burgle, obviously only greed's going to kick in then, but it's going to reduce the numbers massively. We won't need that legislation anymore. We can get to a point where common sense has kicked in. I don't think legislation is the answer to everything.
But you're just expecting people
I don't
to
believe
just
it fixes everything
live by
either.
common sense, yeah.
It
When you know
might
that,
tick a lot of
when
boxes.
you know that, when you know
Yes,
that
you
your
do what you
next
want,
door
Danny,
neighbour
so you
doesn't
won't
think
disagree.
you're exactly the same as you.
So I can implement
Say
it.
again,
Listen, this is how easy it is, Billy, right? This is how easy it is for me to discriminate against you. So all these policies are already in place saying that I'm not allowed to turn your interview down because of if you've got an African sounding name, for example, right? I can pick up your CV, see the African sounding name, and then make up another excuse in my head as to why I don't want to interview you. But in the back of my head, I'm not interviewing you because you're black. Legislation is not going to stop me from doing that, but common sense may.
Brother, that's what actually happened though. Like we've got
Exactly,
cases,
it will still happen.
study
Legislation
cases
will
of
never
these
stop
things.
that, Billy. Legislation will
These
never
things
stop that.
actually, bro.
Common sense,
Legislation has lowered the amount of these things happening, innit? Like
I
if there wasn't no
accepted that.
like
I
you said,
accepted
bro. Listen, yeah. If you trust in common sense so much, yeah, you should take away your employment contract, rip that up, and just trust your employer to do all the stuff that they say they're going to do. You actually wouldn't do that, right? Because you know that then if you don't have a contract that says that you're entitled to certain wage,
you're moving
certain
the
sick
goalposts
pay,
now.
certain
I'm talking
days
about-
off, and blah blah. Wait, hold on. And you wait,
No, that's very intricate, though.
And
That's
you do,
those are
bro,
very.
listen.
those are detailed. I'm
It's
not
the
talking
same
about
thing.
like-
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's not.
It's the
No, it's
same
not.
thing,
You're
yeah,
talking
but
about
it's just a
surface
different
level
situation.
racism. Like
It's the
skin
same
colour.
thing, but it's a different
No, it's
situation,
not.
yeah. Because you're just saying that common sense is just going to prevail, isn't it? Like, right, but obviously
will.
it's
In the
it's not
future.
because that's why they have things like
Listen,
employment laws,
yeah, Max, let me
contract
address
rights.
that then. Let me address that, Billy, please. So common sense might prevail with
Hey,
employers.
listen, I
in
got to
the
jump
future.
off, man, because I need to go and do
it's
some
going
work,
to take
man.
a lot longer for employers to not rely on legislation. I don't think we're anywhere near that. But I think racism, I think we're a lot closer to eradicating racism to the best of our abilities I think we're a lot closer to that than we are employers not requiring contracts. You can't just like move the goalpost and add that. I'm saying that.
No, bro.
No matter what,
bro. Let's stop. No, it's not moving the goalpost at all, bro. Like you're talking about. Just wait, hold on. Bro. Listen. Yeah. You're saying that the laws and legislations around racism can be faded out because common sense is going to prevail. And I'm saying, well, if you feel like common sense is going to prevail in a situation to deal with laws and legislation, why aren't you campaigning to have contracts and workers' rights and all them sort of stuff to remove? Because obviously, you know, like just common sense, people should expect people to have a couple of days off when they're if they're sick or whatever. Should they expect to have some holiday pay, sick pay, a decent wage, and all that sort of stuff there? Like that's not going to happen, though, is it?
Can I answer you? The same way that I don't advocate for murderers not requiring legislation to be sentenced. We're not quite there yet, Veli. I've already addressed that. I've said legislation may help reduce the numbers. But I'm saying when it comes to racism and bias, I don't believe any further legislation is going to stop that any quicker. I believe it's now down to us as a people and common sense to achieve that. Legislation clearly does not help. And I proved it, and I've told you, I'll give you an example. That I can pick up your CV and see an African sounding name, and in the back of my head, the reason why I'm not giving you the interview is based solely on racism. But I don't have to fucking tell anybody that. You can't prove that. So I can still be racist even though all this legislation's in place. Fuck me, it's common sense, go to the toilet.
But so what if, bro, so you're saying here that if there wasn't legislations in place, people wouldn't turn up or take advantage of the things that don't
it's helped reduce the numbers, but it's not eradicating it. That's my statement.
Brother, so if it's helped reduce the numbers, then it has worked. Then it's something that is needed to be in place, brother. You're proving the point yourself, man. I don't see how you don't even understand that. Like, how can you say something needs to be taken away because the common sense is there, but the legislation has lowered and reduced the numbers of these certain things happening? That actually don't even make sense, brother. It's making my mind think. I don't know what you're talking about, cuz I don't get how you can make such a statement, man. So, but listen, I got to jump off though, man. Like, I don't know, Jen's still there, Asket's still there, Luke's still there.
I gotta have to say something, bro. Can you guys hear me though? Really, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Echo. But what I was gonna say, why black people have suffered the most by voting for Donald Trump is because of Elon Musk. You know, we all know black people are third of a human being in America. Yeah. So when they thought Elon Musk came with, let's cut off social security for these black people and put the rent up, get as much money back from the poor, yeah? And it's not only black people, Latino, you know, people underprivileged, you know what I'm saying? So who has really suffered the most, you know, when Luke and I are talking about black people, the best for black people in America was Donald Trump.
There's been
Elon Musk has messed them up, and this
so Elon Musk has raised rents for minorities. When
we know what he's done. He has done the most. They want something about $1 trillion, a week or something a month from America, you know, for money to come back. So Elon Musk.
All he's doing is calling out what Americans have been wanting to do for the longest time and stop frivolous spending.
Yeah.
So when they cut spending on freaking DEI programs for countries that aren't even ours, why does this is something the taxpayers been complaining about for years. Then when people finally do it, everybody's up in arms for it. So like everybody was bitching about all the money going to Ukraine. Oh my God, why are we spending money on Ukraine? We just gave $5 billion to Ukraine. Oh my God. Then when they're like, okay, Ukraine, fuck off. Everyone's like, oh my God, you just told Ukraine to fuck off. What? Like,
if Kamala was in and she did
wait, hold on, Siri. You guys now support.
She'd be the savior. She'd be the fucking savior of everybody.
You guys support Putin or Zelensky in this thing, innit? Because I
don't support either one. I support America. I support American tax dollars going towards American interests.
America's enemies are Russia.
Our government.
You can't say you don't support either, because one's an ally and one's an enemy, innit?
We haven't been enemies since the Cold War. Like, that's a thing of the past. We don't have to remain enemies because of historical things. We once were enemies with Germany as well. We're not enemies with them either.
Exactly.
So it doesn't like.
Wait. America. Wait, hold on a sec. When did the American Ukraine? Wait, sorry. When did the American and Russia? Wait, hold on. Let me ask Jen. Let Jen speak for a sec. When did the American and the Ukraine? Oh, sorry, the American and the Russian relationship become cordial or
after the Cold War,
or at least
right? After Gorbachev.
So after Michelle Gorbachev, so you have America hasn't had no issues with Russia since Michelle Gorbachev was in power.
Since the Cold War, like, I don't believe we had any major issues with Russia, right?
Yeah, that's not true.
They lied about one with the Biden laptop. That came out that it was all fake. It wasn't Russia.
Russia are definitely enemies to the UK. They've killed Russian citizens on British soil or whatever.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them our enemies. I encourage that. If there was and I'm not agreeing with I'm using this as a universal like kind of stance that if our government send people that they needed to take out in another country to like say their excuse was to secure our safety, then I don't think that's waging war with that country. I think that's what loads of countries do. It's like that's why we have our MI5 and Mossad and all these agencies. It's like
no. Deutsch. Who is Deutsch? We want to find out more about Deutsch and Elon Musk. Can we speak about Elon Musk and Deutsch? Why is
listen, I'll be back in a sec. Yeah.
Money's been
hold on. Big up, bro. I'll give you a chance, yeah.
Big up you, man. Big up Jem. Big up Luke. Big up Askey. Big up the people that in the chat. Keep typing.
Give me 1 second. What's his name? Luke. Give me 1 second, yeah.
Is legitimate.
No, bro. We've been listening to you all day, bro. And I swear I'm going to give you 20 seconds.
Save money for the taxpayer.
I'll give you 20 minutes, bro. I'm cooking food, bro. Give me just 20 seconds, yeah. Before I forget the point, bro. Yeah. America. They said, bruv, I even forgot the point. Carry on now, you ruined it, man.
Don't cut your fucking chicken Kievs.
I've got a point for you.
I don't get why
I hear there's 3 spots in Spots Bros in Preston for Ramadan. Why don't you go stand in a queue over there?
I don't like potatoes. I only eat beans on them.
But I swear, ain't it the best thing of Ramadan at the moment for you?
Hey, listen,
Your town is getting 3 spots.
Listen, right, I'm asking you a question. Why would so if, for instance, so we've been complaining that a lot of like African nations are corrupt and the governments are just pissing money up the wall. They're taking the money. They're buying fucking mansions even there and everywhere. I encourage all countries to have a government department like Dodge that is focused solely on seeing where all the
push, mate. He's a liar, man.
And then if you can reduce it without affecting certain things, which Dodge has said, by the way. Don't forget when it first came out, everyone was saying that
Dodge, my friend? Why Dodge? Why cryptocurrency name? Why a cryptocurrency name?
Nothing like that's happened. They had to come out and specifically say we have specifically said that no form of like benefit system is affected, and people who are on food stamps are not affected.
But it has. Let's be honest, Luke. It has. Black people cannot afford to survive and live and eat normally.
I want to know where the money's going to.
No, they were living much better life.
Askety, shut your mouth a second. You said that you were fucking. Or all these fucking hundreds of millions that are being pissed up in fucking foreign nations, like being sent to India in foreign aid. Yet India are sending rockets up, so clearly they don't need fucking money for foreign aid, do they? So if they
but did you see that, Luke? What the money was for? The money was to facilitate a regime change in India. That's what that money, a lot of that money was for. They just called that out too. Why are we spending money to interfere in other people's elections? Then we want to cry
that's what you
about.
People have been calling
that is for United States.
That's what Doge is stopping. That's what they're stopping.
No. Because okay, let's hear this. Why was there no Deutsche when Donald Trump was in power 2016 when US aid was providing all of these insurgency like Al-Shabaab, these so-called, these hedge people in Palestine, all of them, Boko Haram, wasn't exposed just like a month ago or something. US aid was going to fund insurgency and keep instability.
We do that all the time. That's what it's not this is what they're trying to stop, right? This is what they're, at least in from what I see and what I'm not real I don't know, my opinion is only my own, right, of the situation as I see it. But yeah, but the thing is like, this is what they're trying to stop. This is what they're calling out. This is wasteful
It's not
U.S.
really what's it
spending.
called? I understand that, but it's not really that for the, because Donald Trump, his biggest agenda is minerals, right? Minerals. And for America to benefit of minerals, what do you have to do? Instability. So
listen,
don't think you have a clear path at the moment.
But we don't have to do that. We
It's
don't
only gonna
have
get worse for all of you people.
Okay. Okay, that's cool.
I want to ask you a question. Right? So, what country is it? What country are you from again? Is it Somalia? Tell me what country you're from, please.
Exactly. Why was US aid funding Al Shabaab in Somalia?
No,
Go and explain that. Why was American taxpayers money funding
You're being
terrorists?
now. What country
No,
are
because
you
you don't
from?
want to answer. You just mentioned my country, but I want to find out why.
I'm
US,
trying to
United
get there,
States.
Askety. I'm trying to give you an answer. What country are you from originally? What's your home country? What country are your parents from? Tell me, please.
Horn of Africa. Anywhere in
Horn
East
of Africa,
Africa.
right.
I don't believe in this white man giving me a label of where I'm from.
You're a fucking retard. You're a retard, Askety. If you're not fucking pissed, you're fucking down. You've fucking been dropped on your head at birth. You've been fucking smashing your head against wall ever fucking since.
I'm from United States of Africa. United States of Africa.
Look, there's no reason to do all that. Chill. Just chill out. The whole point is that, like, this is what people have been complaining about. Now when people are stopping it, they're all pissed off. They're stopping US aid to go to certain countries in Africa when the people over there are complaining about neo-colonization and American influence. So the American influence is going to stop. Fine, fuck it, stop it. Do it for yourself like you guys have been wanting to do. And then, like, I don't understand why everybody's all pissed off about the stopping frivolous spending on other shit that does not benefit America. There's ways to get minerals that it doesn't involve regime changes. There's ways to get resources from other countries that doesn't involve all the bullshit that.
No, since when has America
today?
They haven't, but maybe they're starting to now.
What are you talking about? It's not your nature to do that.
Because things can change, like governments can change.
You are an American. It can't. It's impossible.
Oh my God. The way the government functions can change.
I can assure you that if Kamala Harris was one presidency and she said that I'm going to implement fucking Doge, which is going to look at corrupt money being spent in places that we don't want to be spent in, fucking his ass would be batty clapping like this.
People would be pumped. People would be fucking pumped about it. They think she's a freaking god.
But
exactly.
It's a black woman who's done it. Go and fuck yourself, Askety, you fucking fake.
It's just.
That's what I'm saying. We just said that. They're saying low IQ Luke. Yeah, did you hear what we just said there? So how can basically what Luke is preaching is black versus white, and this is what we're leading to. You know, it's gonna be a massive war where it's gonna be brown people standing on one side and you minority, which is unfair. But Luke is preaching that on a daily basis because he always comes with his white supremacy, white privilege, over talking people. It's me first. But bro, nobody cares. The world has woken up, and right now you have a good president right now who's exposing you way more for who you are. No more democracy, no more Obama, no more a sleepy Joe, no more mixed race Kamala Harris, no, a white supremacy called Donald Trump, who's gladly will speak the way you feel. So bro, it's only a matter of time. You're not gonna be in power forever, mate. So that's what I'm saying. But keep helping him, Luke. Think he's your leader.
They can't be in power forever. They have 4 years term. This is his second term. After 4 years, he's done. Then comes the next Democratic candidate and the next freaking loser Republican candidate. The thing is like, we only have to work with who's they give us for candidates, right? The majority of America felt that this candidate wanted to do the best things for this country. And he came in and he started doing things that benefit this country. And maybe it's to other countries' disbenefit, but obviously, like he said to Zelensky, that's not our problem anymore, right?
Facts.
We have our own problems to worry about. So if they want to stop US aid, if they want to stop regime changes in other countries, if they want to stop funding bullshit like they did in Bangladesh and all these countries, then it's a good thing that it's stopping, but people are still complaining about it stopping.
No more wars.
I don't want,
Isn't that what you wanted?
yeah, I don't want America to facilitate regime changes. I think it's wrong. It's immoral. It's a waste of money when we can just go and trade on a front-to-front basis without having to do all the backdoor bureaucracy that we've been wasting millions of dollars all these years on doing. It's just, it's unnecessary.
I can assure you that that's the next thing to come to Britain. The next party that's coming into Britain will have some form on the manifesto. They'll have a Dodge type department that they want to introduce.
Good. I think all countries should do it.
Money, see where it's being pissed up. They look at foreign aid, and that alone will get them into fucking power. I can assure you. Because why? It's common sense. Common sense is winning
for you to be able to exploit minerals for third world countries. So we take away that
we don't have to. We don't have to. We purchase them. We purchase them.
We don't need to. We don't need to.
We want to move away.
How long have you been robbing Congo? For how long? Before we're talking about lithium or lithium, what was it? Something else in Ukraine. You were in Congo, but nobody cares about Congo because they're black.
Right, but we're not anymore. We're not anymore.
We don't. You have to pay for what you've done. The damage you have done. All of those
reparations, right? You get back at queue for reparations.
All of those. You know how much land
paid 10 times over in different ways that country leaders have freaking pissed off.
For 1 billion, making a leader a billionaire, does that mean you have paid back to the whole community of Congo? For how long have you not been in Congo? But
that's not that's not our problem. What their leaders do with their money is their problem. This is what I feel like needs to be.
When you look push back, it's only going to eventually be that black people are going to turn against you eventually.
It doesn't. I don't know. I don't believe in the whole race thing like you guys do. Whatever. If that's your opinion,
now you
then
got
that's
a supremacy in power.
You're telling Luke that he's wrong because of race, and then you're going around and doing the same thing. Make a decision.
You got a white
Getty.
supremacist and a disabled guy.
That's Getty bases everything on race. Of course.
Nobody, that's the thing. He's saying we're racist, and on the other hand, promoting race wars.
He's one of the biggest racists here. He said that he'd look to line up black people and shoot us all. Like the guy's a racist.
That's fine. Then let him think that. I don't know. Who cares?
Exactly. Yeah. I don't call cry about
whatever.
Race either,
that's fine.
But yeah, Getty, you're stuck it past. We want to move forward. And Trump is basically saying that, might is right, and we could invade countries and start taking the minerals. But you've been complaining about that for God knows how many years. So let's try a new way. Let's try taking all of our fucking soldiers out of other countries. Let's try making trade deals with these countries. Let's start having a bit of peace and let's move forward. That's what you've been asking for. But it's the fact that it's Trump and he's white and right is why you got a problem with it.
Mate, what I'm saying, look, you can't do all of this damage and these crimes and say, let's move forward. It don't work like that, mate. You haven't even apologized. You can't even be a good enough human being to apologize for. So you think
but apologizing isn't gonna do shit. What are words? Who cares? I'm sorry.
Hold on.
If they say we're sorry, so what? Like, what is that? What change is that gonna make?
If that's all he wants, Jen, if that's all he wants, we'll get it.
Make the changes that make a difference. Saying I'm sorry and apologizing isn't going to do nothing for nobody.
Yeah, but we don't want to look in our business moment.
Sorry as well.
And guys, I hope I haven't sweared. It's Ramadan, yeah? I've been trying to avoid swearing and racism. No.
You shouldn't even be on here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just debating for the sake of humanity.
You're not a Muslim. You drink beer and you eat pork. You're like the shittest Muslim club going. What are you talking about?
No, Luke, don't do that. Don't start.
True though,
but it's unnecessary. Just why bother?
I'll respond to his racism by calling him out saying that he's not a Muslim, he's not pious, he's not moral at all.
So ask Getty. Also, Scientific is here. Hi, Scientific Method.
Oh my God. Good time.
Hi, Jen, you alright, mate?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Donald Trump. He wants to hold.
Yeah, very well, thanks. Very well. I'm trying to follow the conversation, but I can't really work out what's going on, so I'm just listening.
Yeah, so I think like it also, Askety was asking about Doge and Elon Musk. And granted, okay, maybe they're going about it in a harsh way. They're going about it in ways that are not, people are not used to. They're not really going through the, Congress and all of that stuff. But I think this is a lot of why our country gets held up. You put something through Congress, it takes years for them to even look at it, right? So, like, yeah, some of these executive orders, they might be shocking. They might be, kind of, how do you say, besides shocking, abrupt or...
It's a big change at once.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we need that. We need that. Right. America needs that. They need to stop because all of those people in Congress are corrupt as fuck. All of those George Soros funded DAs and freaking judges and all of this have to bypass that if you want to make any moves, because it just gets hung up and rejected. So, I mean, yes, it's shocking. It's different. But if it's taking us into a right place with less foreign interference, that's the part I think is a good thing, right? People have been complaining about American influence in other countries for so long. Now, if these guys want to stop it, I fully support that. Fully support it. What's wrong with that?
People have been asking for like a change in the system, and everything's corrupt at the moment, and no matter who you're voting, the same backs get scratched and the money still gets pissed up a wall. This is like a
right. That's why he's doing things differently this term. Last term, he did everything by, went through the steps. And where did he get? Fucking nowhere. He didn't get to drain the swamp because he got caught in the swamp by trying to go through the swamp. So this time he's like, fuck the swamp. Take it, and hopefully that will get cleaned up too. It's not just other countries. We're cleaning up our own countries. Wasteful federal jobs. People sitting on their ass at home don't have to do shit but log into a computer. Why are we paying? Why is our tax dollars paying this stuff? This is
still getting pensions.
Everything people have been complaining about. Everything people have been complaining about. And now when Trump stops it, they're like, oh my God, he's a dictator. What do you do?
They found like a veteran who was still getting, because people say, oh, they're stopping veterans' monies. No, yeah, they're stopping.
That's not true.
People who were like 150. They found somebody who was 150 still getting benefits.
The thing is a lot of the things that the military order included stopping sex change surgeries for army people. Why so if a Navy person has a son who wants to become transgender, then our tax dollars are going towards that medical to pay for that kid's freaking hormone treatment. I don't think that most taxpayers agree with that. I don't think that we agree with joining the army just so you could get a sex change and then you do your 4 years and you leave the army. That's bullshit. Who goes into the army to become a woman?
And then meanwhile, some poor kid in Brooklyn somewhere, not a pot to piss in, falls off his bike, breaks his arm, and his mum's got like a $5,000 bill that she has to pay.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So, like, yeah, if you're taking money from these spending, I don't know. I haven't met one person who has disagreed with that cut about the military, medical things. They're cutting funding for soldiers. No, they're not. They're cutting some sex change services, some different type of things that even people outside of the service don't get for free, and our tax dollars are paying for that shit.
Yeah, it's common, and like I say, I don't see what people aren't looking as well, and they would do if this was a left decision. The left would make the argument is that they're going to stop pissing a lot of money up the wall and pay for things that don't need paying for, and they're going to divert that money into like maybe that kid who's fell off his bike who currently is having to pay $5,000. Maybe we can introduce a new scheme where that's covered with the money that was being pissed up a wall. It's not going to
the money that would be going to promote a DEI play in freaking Uganda or some shit like that. Why are we interfering? Why are we forcing DEI on other countries? Like, that's freaking wrong. We're interfering with other countries' cultures. Like, see, Askety, some things I agree with you on. I agree these are all wrong things. But I feel like this is the only person that's shown any kind of care to change.
Yeah. And for his own people, regardless of skin color. Like I said, stop funding the like DEI policies in other countries, and that money can then be put into like impoverished schools or whatever in cities or towns where racism is rife in America, and hopefully the education.
Exactly, Americans help with the people we have here, right?
Common sense. Like I said, the year 2025 is literally the year of common sense. It's just like
these are common sense policies. And the DEI that Veli was talking about before, that's been abused by the rainbow community and, you know, weaponized. We've already had hiring practices. We have laws against hiring, discriminatory hiring practice on the basis of race, religion, et cetera, et cetera. There's no reason to now, again, give companies tax breaks for having diversified work staff. It's not, this isn't what we should be giving tax breaks for, right? We should be giving tax breaks for, you know, small businesses who pass it down to their children. We should be giving tax breaks for the businesses who build and bring jobs to the community. Not
I'm for that.
And who they hire should not be the focus of why this government money or state money is getting funded to these businesses. There's so many things small businesses need that they grants for. But no, you're going to give a grant because you have a gay on your team? Like, who cares? Who fucking cares?
Hollywood have taken it and then now turned it into if you want your TV show or your movie nominated for an award, then you got to have a certain number of white people, black people, Chinese people, gay people, trans people. You've got to have these certain buzz phrases that are put in every now and then. You've got to have like non-gen. Like you've taken the natural occurrence of things, and like everything becomes fake and like predictable. So these legislations, as much as they agree that they may have helped in reducing certain things, but at this current moment in time, I think they're a hindrance to like common sense and.
It is. It's when it's weaponized to go against merit of people, then I think it becomes a bad thing, right? So like taking out affirmative action, taking out things like this, like has brought back merit. So you get the job based on what you can do, not who you are, right? It doesn't matter if what color, what this, what that, what race, religion, or gender. If you're the most qualified for the job, that's who should get the job. Why is that not common sense? I don't understand it. I don't get it.
And if the company's genuinely not employing you based on racist decisions, then
there's so much legality you can take towards that. You can sue the fucking pants off of them.
Sue him so you don't have to work for 5 years and just count it as a fucking blessing in disguise, because I don't think you'd want to work for a racist employer.
Well, that, and you can literally, like, if you can prove that they've discriminated, you know, against because of who you are, then you can literally sue the fucking shit out of them. So
but at the moment, Jen, it was in paper the other day, there was a guy going around Britain. So these policies have been used in the opposite way. So he'll apply under a certain name, for instance, and then he'll turn up as like a transgender, and then he'll be refused a job, not based on his the fact that he's a transgender, but he will use that, and then he'll be able to claim some money in a court case. And he's done it about 12 times so far.
And that's an abuse of the system.
Like, we need to protect companies. People, these same people who argue about dogs being bad also argue that we shouldn't encourage like even tax breaks to corporations, for instance, like new corporations that are coming into this country. Like, they bring employment, they create employment, they get people off their fucking ass into jobs. They're paying tax. So no, I'm all for like capitalism, mate. Big up capitalism.
Right, and I'm for capitalism too, but what we have here is not true capitalism. We have some kind of weird, I don't know, some kind of capitalism. Like true capitalism would be like our medical system wouldn't be fucked up if there was true capitalism.
You broke up. But I think if anybody's going to fix it, though, and if anybody's for true capitalism, it's Trump. He's going to get. And capitalism, I do believe, is the best ideology for humanity to move forward and progress. It's capitalism.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You've just come back.
Can you hear me? Oh,
now,
okay. Yeah, my phone was ringing. Yeah, so like anybody should be able to start a pharmaceutical company and sell aspirins, at the price that they set for. Right now, you're not allowed to do that here.
Oh yeah, you're saying too much control. Yeah, there's too much corruptness and shit. There's too many again, but that's policies, isn't it? That's policies. So policies aren't always introduced to have like a positive effect. Policies have been put in place on like pharmaceuticals, and that is affecting us because the company who might have the monopoly on aspirin, for instance, may charge 5p a tablet, 5 pence or 5 cents, where a new company maybe outside, we could do it for 1 cent, but they can't do that because of legislation. It's not the best always. It doesn't always lead to good things, legislation.
Right, and that's not true capitalism, because true capitalism, you should be able to, sell it for 1 cent if you wanted to, if that's what's profitable for your country. So we have some kind of fucked up capitalism. I mean, I don't know too much financial stuff, but
ours is better than yours. But do you not think Trump is like the best?
No, that would be the opposite. In true capitalism, you'd be allowed to charge whatever you could force people who needed it to pay for it.
Yeah, but they're saying that in America, they have legislation where you can't, any old person can't open up their own aspirin company. It's already protected by the pharmaceutical companies.
No, but you can.
The prices are regulated.
If you meet the standards, to be able to do that, of course you can. Anybody can.
That's why I said we're different, because over here in Britain, I think we can. But I don't know about America.
No, anybody can
but
anywhere.
The FDA monitors the price. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's like saying you can't open up a restaurant unless you satisfy the FDA's approval for safety and hygiene. Of course not. Same with anything. You can't invent a car without qualifying criteria of safety.
So if the FDA was the ones who qualified and said, yeah, you're able to and you're legitimate and you're not going to kill people basically by tablets, I'd agree with that. But if they then set the prices of it, then that's not true capitalism.
Right. There's some kind of market price where it has to be like a minimum price. You can't just have a pharmaceutical company get approved by the FDA, whatever, make things, go your and everything, and say you want to sell these for 10 cents. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, because of the government.
There's the thing is, market minimum or something that they set prices for things.
All right, let me check.
Yeah, I understand that. And like I said, if the FDA was referred to qualify the companies whether they can sell them, then that's fine. But if they are setting like a minimum price,
yeah, that's fine. But even the FDA is corrupt as well, because the FDA approves stuff to higher paying pharmaceutical companies. So these harmful hormone drugs that they're giving to children are all FDA approved, just like things like, should I say, certain vaccines that were for a certain illness that we recently went through, that they knew were harmful to people, but because they were these top Pfizer pharmacies, they could pay to get the approval, etc., etc. Where the low man who
wait, what are we talking about? What was harmful?
Yes, I understand. So what she's saying is basically
corruption of the FDA.
Yeah, the world of capitalism, especially in America.
What harmful drugs were pushed forward? What harmful drugs are we talking about?
I don't want to get his. I mean, so some of the
that's all bollocks. Come on, that's all bollocks. People can't be saying that shit about that stuff now. That's complete nonsense. Like Pfizer vaccines were pushed through because they paid for it.
Puberty stoppers.
There's different drugs that are harmful. I'm saying the FDA approves harmful medication.
Yeah, but everything you disagree with, you're going to say is harmful, isn't it?
What she's saying is that the FDA
medically harmful.
Yeah, and the FDA have got themselves into a position now where any form of capitalism lives under the umbrella or the dome of the FDA, and they're the ones. And if they're also saying that hormone blockers in children are good, but then fast forward a few years and we've got the science that says actually they're not, and it doesn't harm, then it is a fake persona of capitalism, and it's governed by the FDA.
Yeah, but who's the FDA to say that they're good unless they have scientific backing in the first place?
Well, that's what I mean. The science always changes from to put.
Well, then that's a matter of how science
realistically,
works.
realistically, they're not going by science. But all the time,
that is a matter of how science works rather than anything else.
Right. And if we were only based on the science, I think it would be less corrupt, but it always isn't based on the science, right? There's personal relationships between pharmaceutical companies and the FDA.
The minute you enter a human being into a situation, you have now opened up the possibility of corruption by millions of %. Yeah, machines.
Right. So if
machines don't do corruption. Machines don't do corruption, yeah? It's human beings that do it, yeah? So, I mean, you guys have a very, simple-minded idea of, Trump is going to solve all problems. You have no idea. Just because you agree with...
No,
hang on, can I speak, guys? You lot have been chatting a lot for you. I've been listening for 30 minutes. I've hardly said anything. And I've listened to every single thing you've said, yeah? So what I wanted to say to you initially... What I wanted to say initially, Jen, was this thing about, because I asked you what was going on and you told me, but then you guys just carried on. And what I wanted to say is don't you see a problem in people circumventing the political process? I mean, America is famous, and American intellectuals are very proud of their constitution, and they keep going on about how this process, this system is what will help to stop corruption. This is what will achieve the land of the free and opportunity and everything for everyone. And people go on about that intellectually. Now, I don't say it's perfect, but obviously it's, got some benefits for sure. Now, you're talking about a president who's basically deciding to not go through those procedures and end up with just forcing through what he wants to be the case. And because you agree with him about a couple of things, you're happy with that. Now, when that changes and he starts forcing through decisions that you disagree with, you're going to scream, no, he needs to go through Congress, he needs to go through the process, he needs to do things properly.
But making executive orders is within our... 1 second, Luke, please. Making executive orders is a part... He's allowed to do that. It's within our Constitution. He's not doing illegal or unconstitutional acts by making executive orders as a president. Presidents have the power to do what he's doing, whether I agree with it or not.
You broke up, Jen. But yeah, previously, obviously, again, I'm not so clued up on American politics, but they have the House and the Senate, and this time round, they won the majority.
Yeah, whether I agree with it or not. Let me back on. I gotta take a phone call. You can let me back on, Simeth, right? Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
All right. But yeah, science. I think what it is in America, they have the House and the Senate. This time round, Trump won the majority, so he does. Previously, if he wants to enact a legislation, it then had to go through the House, and I think the Democrats at the House at that point. Now that the Republicans have it, so they have ultimate power. Basically, that is literally the version of democracy. That's how the system's set up. I agree. It can be, it's open to corruption, like a lot of things is. But I think him speaking about being anti-corrupt and those being one of those things that's focusing on corruption and where money is being spent, I think that's a good sign of him not being corrupt. Again, I agree. In 2 years' time, it could do something completely radical that we would disagree with. I don't have a crystal ball, but anything that he's done so far, I feel that it's just massively backed up by common sense, and I don't get the argument that a lot of people have behind it. A lot of it's based on fear and what he might do, and not what he actually has done.
Still talking?
You're breaking up the door now.
I mean, I can't hear Luke speaking anymore, so I don't know if he's still talking. It might be a reception thing, it might be mine. I don't know.
He's broke up. I can hear him, so it can't be me. Science, if you can hear me, tell me, do you think that...
I mean, what I would say about the Trump thing is, at the end of the day, just because he's decided or thinks along the line and agrees with you about some things, I can't believe that people genuinely like Donald Trump. He is genuinely one of the horriblest people out there. He is a disgusting piece of shit. He is an ignorant moron. He is a corrupt and selfish, greedy businessman. Hello,
yes.
Luke. I couldn't hear you for the last 2 minutes. I don't know what you said.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah, I could hear you. You
Yeah.
can hear me.
All right. I wonder
Yeah,
what
right,
the people could hear.
Right, so take away Trump and Elon and that. Do you not think that Dodge? So if our country was to introduce like a government department that was focused on where taxpayer money is being spent and where we can reduce it and then divert those funds into better resource, do you not think that's a good thing?
I mean, of course it is, but like, yeah,
So why
but
is everyone
that's all.
against
That's
it?
all quite subjective, though. That's all subjective. Somebody's still gonna have to decide the definition of a good thing and a bad thing, and a justified thing
Yeah,
and an
but
unjustified thing.
we've not even seen that yet. So Trump hasn't come forward really yet and said, right, this is what we found. That at this point, it's all investigation and seeing where the money's being spent.
No, I
And I
know, but
agree
look, what I was saying, yeah, sorry to cut you, but what I was saying, yeah, is that look, let's be honest, yeah, Donald Trump is a horrible, disgusting piece of shit. Yeah, the way he behaves about women and what he says is absolutely disgusting. Yeah, you know he's got serious issues with women. His business practices, he is a well-known, selfish, greedy, corrupt savage. Yeah, selfish, greedy, corrupt savage when it comes to business. When it comes to intelligence, he is the most ignorant buffoon I have ever seen on the political stage, ever. Yeah. Now, put all these things together, and just because he happens to agree with you about a couple of things, can't you see that this moron is going to cause the world a hell of a lot of problems? Yeah, like I said, those three things. He's an absolute misogynist. He is a horrible, disgusting businessman who is corrupt and greedy as hell. And he is ignorant as shit, meaning he knows nothing about any intellectual subject whatsoever on the planet. So all of those three things, don't that tell you that this person is not somebody we should be giving so much power and control to? He's a worry.
No, I respond to that. No, because he's been in power for 4 years before, don't forget. And I think the world was a lot better place when he was in power. If he was this monster and savage that people are making out to be, then he wouldn't have made the world a better place in the 4 years that he was president. And people of all race and creed and color within America were at a better position when Trump was in power than when Biden was in power. So that tells me that he's actually doing good. He might. I've acknowledged that he's not the best politically. He's certainly not politically correct. He doesn't say the right things. Misogynist. I mean, people can make the argument. I actually make the argument that he's not a misogynist. If you look at New York, for example, city of skyscrapers. If you look at the first woman who was given a contract to build a skyscraper in New York, it was given to her by Donald Trump himself, and that was in the 70s. Actually, I can make the argument that he was ahead of people when he was given because so that kind of makes
that's just one occasion where the money side of it was worth more.
I think you're basing that on the fact that there's this claim that a woman that he sexually assaulted a woman in the middle of Macy's back in the 70s and she only reported it 40 years later. It might be based on that, or it might be based on the recording.
No, it's the things he said. It's things he said about women that I've heard. It's things I've heard him say about women from his own mouth.
I'm finishing off. It might be the thing that he said when he said about grabbing the women by the pussies. But again, all of that aside, if you want to focus on that, then yeah, I can agree that can paint a bad character. But if you just focus on his political policies that he's implemented, especially in the 4 years that he was in previously, and especially the 2 or 3 months that he's been in power since, for God knows how long we was calling for common sense, and we was pretty much outraged the fact that men were able to call themselves females, enter fucking boxing rings with women and beat the fuck out of them and take the medals off them. Trump, within 3 weeks of him being in power, came in and absolutely put a stop to it. It's all about common sense. Now, if you want to focus on his personal life and his personal things that he said or whatever, then yeah, I agree. You might think he's a bad character, but I don't. I focus on his political policies and I think he's a boss.
Well, what about his political policies to do with lockdowns and vaccines and his advice that people should drink bleach? You don't think that's a problem? A president of America going in front of millions of people on TV and saying, "Oh no, how about we try drinking bleach to get the vaccine, the virus out of our bodies?" You don't consider that is a serious, massive fucking problem?
Yeah, but he didn't say that. He didn't say we should drink bleach. He didn't say it like that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Can you bring it up then? Can you bring that video up?
What about his comments about the chloroquine or whatever?
Yeah,
no, he's the guy who said hundreds of things which are absolutely stupid as shit.
There was some science behind it. So if you want to, he didn't just
No,
say
there wasn't science behind it, bro. Don't be stupid.
No, you're being silly if that's what you took from it. If you thought, listen,
What? There was science behind you. Bro, come on, don't talk rubbish.
Why are you so angry? Like you're saying something. Let me respond to you. So if from listening to that, that's why I've asked you to bring the video so we can see whether you're stupid or not on spot. Because if you take from what he said as go and drink bleach, you're stupid. Unfortunately, that's not on me. So
no, he did. He said maybe we should drink bleach. Would that solve the problem? Asking like, how could you even how could you even if it's a rhetorical question? Why is he saying such stupid things on such a platform? Yeah, if he had the question of maybe it's a good idea to drink bleach, he could ask his advisors that in private before he comes out into a stage in front of millions of people and ask that question rhetorically.
Yeah, listen, I've already acknowledged that he says stupid things. But what I'm saying is even more stupid that if you're sat there at home watching that and you think that you should go and drink bleach as a result, then you're more stupid. Like,
But you don't think there's stupid people in the world? You don't think there's children who might hear that? You don't think there's people that...
Result of it, then?
Come on, man. Bruv, come on, Luke, you're being silly now.
As a result of it. It happened. He said it. Who drunk bleach as a result? Tell me.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that he should not be saying things that fucking stupid, bro. That's ridiculous for a president of a country that powerful. Should he not know that bleach is not a good option for viruses?
Now Kaylee's inside chat. You've got what you asked for. Well done.
I don't want Kaylee. I don't want her in the side chat.
Well, you could speak about bleach and not with.
That wasn't what attracted her, mate. I think it was you. Jen, I told you that I can't let you on. I haven't got mods done, love. I ain't got... So I said I can't let you on, but I think you had me say I can let you on. And then you jumped off. But I was actually saying I can't.
Belly, people in back.
Yeah, so shout Belly, but let me shout Belly then.
Pick up Trump. I think he's very commonsensical. I think it's logic and reason. And yeah, I agree. He doesn't say the right things at times. And not every conversation, especially when it comes to foreign affairs, should be had in the public atmosphere. I agree completely with that. The one that witnessed the other day, I just loved that for the drama of it all. I'm not going to lie. The gossip in me loved that. But overall, I do think that, especially for if we're talking about like peace, the advancement of humanity, common sense, all that kind of stuff, all the good stuff that the left have been begging for years, I think it's probably the best representation of it and the best hope for it. Like I said, I hope in 4 years' time when we get a new vote, that whoever's running and campaigning has in the manifesto a Dodge type department that is going to focus on taxpayer spending and where we can and cannot save money and where we can and cannot divert money. That's just a good policy to me, regardless of whether you're on the left or the right. Like I said, it's just the fact that Trump's done it who's on the right. That's why it's an issue. If this came from Kamala Harris, fuck me, everyone would be batty clapping. Big up Kamala saving the American taxpayers' money. Kaylee, stop, go away. Yeah, but silence, that's like people are looking into the future there. I'm looking at Trump's previous 4 years and the time that he's been in office so far, and I see nothing but good. You can't look at future and say, oh, Trump's going to grow wings, turn into a dragon and start breathing fire, everybody. Like, that's something that could happen in the future. There's no proof that's what's going to happen. That's your opinion. That's your assumption. I stick on what he's done. And there's been 4 years and 3 months to base that off. And it's all been positive. Pretty much all been positive. Is it back? Is it Jen again? The bleach thing was retarded. See, like I said, I didn't really watch it all in that. But that's why I'd like to watch it. Because if he's turned around and said, right, everybody, I've heard this about this bleach, whatever, go and drink it, then yeah, that is fucking stupid. But from what I remember, like, it was like either a question that he heard, or there might have even been some satire into it, or there was a conversation that was being had around that. It wasn't his like recommendation. And the left twisted it, which the left are very much prone to twisting things. But yeah, the only good we've got out of speaking about bleach is fucking, it's not good, it's bad. Kaylee's here. She's not in back though. Fairly, there's people in back. Jen Wallace. Ascari is an idiot. Sometimes like you can have a conversation with him, but it's fucking very rare. It's difficult as well. So Luke doesn't remember the George Floyd riots and January 6th insurrection. You can't put that on Trump. That's like putting COVID on every single president or prime minister or king or queen that was in office at the time of COVID. You can't. There's certain things that will happen during people's presidency or term in office that unfortunately are not really within the realms of their control. No problem, Kaylee. I'm glad we're giving you content. Scientific Method hates Trump, doesn't he? Would you fight him, Science, if Trump came to England? Which is coming, he's getting a second state visit. Second state visit, that's monumental, that, Science. There's nobody in history that has received a second state visit. And Trump, the fucking racist bastard's got it. Does that hurt you, Science? Does that make you want to punch a wall or two? The fact that Trump's getting a second state visit. We're going to roll out red carpet for him. Can't wait. It's going to be monumental. I wonder if we're going to have YMCA playing red carpet. King Charles shaking his hand. Welcome, Mr. Trump, to your ancestral homeland for the second time officially. He's pardoned the rioters. Yeah, Biden pardoned his fucking son. I don't actually agree that anybody should be pardoned. I think that power is a bit too much. But if the power's there, innit? Maybe the American people need to take that up, because yes, that can certainly be abused. Certainly be abused. That it can be used for good. It can be used for bad. Fucking Biden got pardoned. Fucking Hunter Biden, his naked capsule and laptop and shit. Both like hanging in fucking water. They all do it. No, I didn't see how. I hope he bowed. Did he bow, Donna? She said, "Scruffy bastard." She went, "Luke, did you see how Zelensky greeted Charles, scruffy bastard?" No, I never. I hope he bowed. If he didn't bow, then you ain't getting any more money. Oh, he didn't bow. Who does he think he is? Midget dwarf. To be fair, if he'd have bowed, he'd been fucking on the wheel, wouldn't he? No, that's no way to greet our king, especially in our country. Nobody cares, Kaylee. Nobody cares. You're boring. You're a disappointment. You're like a broken record. You don't spin nobody right round, baby, right round. You spin yourself mental. Science, I know for a fact that if Kamala Harris was in charge now, President Kamala Harris, and she introduced DOGE, a department that was focused on reducing taxpayers spending money in shitty, unnecessary ways, you'd be fucking doing backflips, cartwheels, clapping your hands, saying, "Go, Kamala, it's your birthday. We're going to save taxpayers' money like it's your birthday." But because it's Trump who's done it, you've got a problem. You've got angry orange man syndrome. You see orange man, you get triggered immediately. You're like a bull. You're like a bull who sees red, but you don't. You're like a man who sees Trump orange, and you get triggered. Try not to get triggered when it comes to Trump. Try and focus on his policies, not the fact that he grabs women by the pussies. So if you don't grab women by the pussies, then that's probably why you got an issue. Don't have an issue with other men who grab women by the pussies. A lot of women do like being grabbed by the pussies, regardless of whether the left have told you they don't or not. a lot of women, I'm speaking consensually, like, a lot of women do enjoy getting grabbed by the pussies. They like a lot more than that, scientific. A lot more than that. Don't stop at grabbing. Let's not pretend that people don't have locker room talk and conversations. And let's not pretend that that type of talk that you may have at one point is a complete painting of your character or a display of your character. I think I'd grab Esau by pussy right from behind and fucking chuck him over at wheel. Get over at war, you cunt. Exactly, Donna. Millions of dollars, did blame Russia. And it was all a fucking lie. And what did Biden do? Pardon him. I don't think anybody should have the power to pardon. I think it's very problematic. The problematic power of pardoning. I'm going to fucking write a book about that. Written by Basic UK. The problematic problem. Oh, it's the same thing, that, isn't it? Problematic problem. Hey up, Jen, you're back. Oh, you're back finally, Jen.
Let it play. Walk on.
I'll do.
Yeah, man. What's going on, man?
Right, Billy.
Fuck Trump all day.
I think everybody. Oh,
Big up, Jen.
Man, fuck Trump.
Hi.
Billy, I want to ask you a question, Billy. Before I go, I've only had like a bacon butty today. I need to go and get some food and shit. So before I go, I want to ask you one last question. If Labour was to introduce a department that was focused on where taxpayer money is being spent, and their intention was to try and reduce it where it's being wasted and potentially increase it where it requires more, would you genuinely be against that?
No, if what they was doing was actually being able to prop up the people that actually do need support, and not like what sort of looks like it's happening is that it's really going to be the millionaire and billionaire class that's going to just be able to render the benefits. Like the same thing with the COVID payouts. They gave out bare dough. It's really the wealthiest in society that ended up grabbing that dough.
Yeah, but I think that's capitalism. Anyway, I'll leave Jen to argue back with that. I'll be listening inside chat. I'm going to get some food. I'm starving.
Trickle down economics hasn't worked. It still isn't working, isn't it? So, if trickle down economics really worked, then there wouldn't be as many homeless people. There would be homes for citizens in these different countries. Like people, like America wouldn't have an insurance-based fucking healthcare system. Like, god damn, and people were getting shot and getting driven in the back of cars to the hospital because of the bill's going to be crazy and all that. Like this, capitalism is bullshit. I lie. We've had austerity.
So you don't think
1.0, and it fucked up. Well, austerity. We was under austerity for 14 years within the UK, yeah, and that was contributed towards some of the biggest decline since then. Like that start from 2008 crash, austerity, COVID, Brexit, nailing the coffin. Britain's dead. So.
But if they can, do you agree with the stopping of foreign aid and do you agree with all that, like the frivolous spending, do you agree with what they're doing with that? Like, don't you think that's a good thing for America?
For, innit? Like, if it's like for, like, okay, so they could do things like the citizens, like they could still do the aid for the countries that actually need aid or whatever. And what would be better was that, like, obviously, if any of the skullduggery tricks that's going on behind closed doors, which means these countries have to keep receiving aid year on year, fucking tax year after tax year after season after season after administration, if that sort of shit had stopped, then like again, there probably wouldn't be a need for as much aid. But in that terms, places like America and Europe, the European Union, and other countries aligned would lose the grip and the power that they have on the rest of the world. If you guys are willing to give up that, then.
But I don't think like that grip necessarily needs to come with corruption, though, right? Like we don't need to like make regime changes. Like we found out that, just like one example, right? That so many millions of dollars went to some political parties in India and news propaganda to kind of make their government leader look bad, right? To put out negative propaganda in this past election, right? So like we don't need to do that to have control or influence, and we could do it strategically, like by having strategic business partners, by doing things, you know, in a above the ground way, instead of all these like below underground backdoor freaking bullshit bureaucracy, which costs more in the meantime than just having, you know, a flat trade deal. So I don't
If people
think
could
that
be trusted
things
to
like
do
that.
trade deals in those terms, Jen, the leaders that do these deals to make these deals in those actual terms, then there probably wouldn't be a need for any of the racial equality acts or any of the aid going out or the extreme inequalities with the haves and have-nots, and certain communities get treated on one level and the next communities are level down and that, you know what I mean, until it gets to the lowest community and all them sort of stuff. Like there might be, obviously there would be inequalities in it, but like the gap in inequalities with the have-nots could be closed up a bit, and then obviously that, for me, in my opinion, would have that would be the real trickle down economics, isn't it? Yeah, because then.
But how's that
if
going to
people-
happen? How does that happen? Are you talking about
by
like
the big wealth collectors, owners, and so on. So first of all, them paying their fair share in income tax, capital gains tax, national insurance revenues, and all these different bits and pieces.
Yeah, I
A lot
agree
of
with that.
offshoring capital, where obviously poor people have to pay. In the UK, we've got a thing called inheritance tax. If you've not passed your property down within a trust, you could get
We have that
charged
too.
inheritance tax, and it's quite a lot, yeah. But the
Yeah.
richest people in society don't have to pay inheritance tax because obviously they know the loopholes. Like if you put your house in a trust and you hand it over 7 years before you die, so people just usually sign it up to a trust and just leave it in the hands of a trust, and obviously the trust doesn't pay capital gains tax or whatever. But most poor people don't really have that knowledge, innit? Like it's just only where maybe say some of these people that will jump on panels like these or whatnot, other people will be able to give them that sort of knowledge. They might even be able to spread that to their parents and find out of a way of them being able to save money. But things like that, innit, like are basically the working class, the middle class, the upper middle class, and extremely have-nots, like the benefit collectors, claimants, or whatever. It seems like they always get the brunt of the bad deals in every situation. The bankers crash the thing, well, people on benefits get the fat deal. If there's a worldwide epidemic, people on benefits get the bad deal. Like it's like it was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like most of these issues ain't caused by these people.
So what's your solution then?
Yeah, 'cause-
Communism.
But there ain't many. Yeah, nah, not communism, man. A better version that we're living in right now, innit? Yeah, because like it's always got to be the extreme end of it. Like, right, everyone has to have exactly the same, and no one can have a different style or nothing. No, it ain't got to be that extreme or go wild or nothing. Like, is it making things more equal, making society more better? And like JD's putting in the chat, yeah, over I don't know how many houses in London are worth 125 grand. There ain't many flats in London that's worth 125 racks right now. So like places that people were calling shitholes and shit areas, they couldn't afford houses in those areas. Name a ghetto in London and then go and look at the house and flat prices there. Yeah, and then you'll see that raw. Jeez. Them are saying it's a ghetto, but yo, if you want to be a property owner in that place there, you know?
Yeah, but I think that's every major city has that, like, city, even New York, right? You can't get like a project apartment in New York for less than like 2 G's a month. That's just because of location. Yeah, it's location, right? But I don't know.
But what they fucked up in the UK, yeah, Jen, is that instead of spreading the power bases between the other big cities through the UK, making decent transport links between them, it's like been concentrated on London, and then really the main wealth concentration is in the city of London. The outskirts of London might get the breadcrumbs, and the dons in the southeast that might be city of London people that are second home dons and blah blah blah, they work in the city and then they go out to the outskirts over the weekend or whatever. That's really the only dons that are really being able to make it there. Like, if they spread it out, because they started doing a thing called the cross rail, where they was gonna do cross rail one, what was going to the Midlands, and then another cross rail that was going to the north, like Manchester and all that sort of stuff there. So if they make the transport link between those cities and areas better, then them areas could start to thrive with obviously better economies, businesses, and all them sort of stuffs that happening, wage levels rising. But yo, still, it's not happening, mate.
I agree with like rich companies and whatnot paying their fair income tax and things like that. I think that's kind of counterproductive. I don't know, with these guys being millionaires, how much they would favor
that. There's no way that you're gonna offer up money that you don't have to offer up, right? Unless you. That's why I was saying about the things with legislation and laws. Like, people ain't gonna do stuff that they don't want to do. Because there's a punishment for said things that people are, even if they want to do it, they're thinking twice. Right, maybe I shouldn't do that because I could get some sort of backlash for that. If they want no backlash to give, you think like you see like some of the lunatics that are on this YouTube, because their lives are so shit and there is no backlash if they do anything wild. They can say the wildest shit, do the wildest things in the world, and jump back on tomorrow. There's no backlash to what they're gonna do. It's never gonna affect. They haven't got a business that they're running. They're the face of a company, or they're not the owner of this so and so that can be affected on the stock market or blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, so when you can say wild shit and do them sort of shit, they're like fucking lunatics.
So we need to bring back social shame then, societal shame.
I don't even know what and how, where, when. Yeah, I just know that the inequality gap's growing, and instead of people pointing fingers in the direction of people that actually have control to make these changes actual for the wider society and the wider communities, they're attacking people that are in worse positions than them instead. That's bad. Right, it's punching downwards, man. We should start punching upwards.
Oh,
So, that's how
yeah,
it go,
I'm gonna
man.
jump off. I gotta go on with my day here. Get going.
Say less, man. Let me run my video back because I didn't even get to finish it. Yeah, man.
That
Big up the ginger gang, though. You get me?
The self-hating white man, the lefty white man that was complaining about white people. Run that shit, Belly. Aw, you're chopping up. I can't hear you. Belly, we can't hear you, I think.
I don't know. Hey, Lee, can you hear me? Is it my mic or Jen's mic?
Now you're back. Yeah, we couldn't hear you for a minute.
Hi, how's everyone? You okay?
Yeah, big up, big up. Hey, but before you go in, Leaks, yeah, let me ask Jen this question. Like, do you think that because that guy is speaking about racism that he grew up in, and he thought was normal, and they tried to normalize him and that he's broken free from, that makes him a anti-white? Or white hater?
I think his personal experience and where he grew up does not reflect the larger white society. So I think he's speaking from his personal experience and trying to apply it to all white people and all white Americans' experience.
No,
so I think it's a little... How he said from where he grew up,
he was speaking
this
about,
is how he was influenced.
He was talking about the white supremacist groups that he was formerly a part of, that would have heard the Trump dog whistles that would have made them vote for the things that, because like he was saying, like the things that Donald Trump was doing the dog whistles for, are things that people in said communities had beliefs on anyway. You know what I mean? Like the great replacement theory and the foreigners are coming to take over, they took our jobs and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like those are the points that them man already had in their head already. So once there was a Don that was coming in to say, yeah, this is true and this is really happening, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs and all that sort of shit there. That's what he's saying. Like, right, obviously these men already had them ideas in their head. This guy is just speaking to the thoughts that the man them already had.
Yeah, but his people had, like, there's other people who have never grew up in areas like that or had those kind of experiences, and he's trying to portray it like this is the white experience in America, when I think that's a little unfair, because it's not the white experience in America. That's his personal small town, southern Appalachian mountain white experience, which is a very small percentage of Americans.
But that's what he explained it as. That's what he explained it as.
So then you should try and
his experience or whatever, and his experience of people that he grew up around, like his dad that was shot in the weed and had a job, and was saying that these men sell drugs, whatnot, and they're lazy or whatnot, even though the guy gave him food stamps for the weed that he was selling to him. He's like, so he made it personal. I don't know how much personal he could have made it without thinking or whatnot. Like, so that means, wait, hold on a sec then. So if any black person speaks about anything to do with, like, I don't know, black people not doing what they're supposed to be doing or whatever, is that like black self-hating?
No, it depends on the kind of framework that you're coming from, right? Like he's trying to portray it like white people are bad because of white supremacy, and white people are bad because not everybody acknowledges this, his outlook of supremacy or whatever he has, right? And that's, I don't think that's a fair assessment to apply it to the wider American white experience, because a lot of us don't have that. Like we didn't grow up with you know, white supremacist groups, or even a thought about like this word white supremacy. Like I feel like a lot of white people didn't even know about it until the recent kind of race things, and George Floyd especially kind of set that whole.
I'm not too sure about that. I'm not too sure
They
about
didn't know
that. I feel
what
like
white
enough
supremacy
people.
was in America.
Enough
That's a
people
bit
with
naive of
yeah,
them, then,
nothing.
isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, man. That's a bit of a reach, Jen.
Do you think that like white people are born in America and like you're automatically taught about white supremacy? Like half these people don't, most of the people don't acknowledge or it's not part of their everyday experience, like as a white person to see like, oh, I have white supremacy. It's
Oh no, I understand it's the generational thing, and it obviously was dying out, but it has now reared its head again, hasn't it, within the US? I mean, you know, to say like when we think about Frank Sinatra, I mean, he's relatively modern, isn't he, considering? And then you think of the help that he gave to who was the black guy? He was Jewish and he was a tap dancer. What was his name?
Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of, he went to Vegas, Sinatra, and was like, listen, my fellow Rat Pack has to go into the servants' lift. What's going on? We're in the 50s. So it's not that far removed, but it does seem like it's a whole generation of people have forgotten the prejudice that people hold. And I just think it's rearing its head now in modern society. And I don't know why.
I think, Nig, you're working on the assumption that they were ignorant and they didn't know no better and things got better and it'll never go back to how it was. But in reality, we need to accept the fact that that's the way they like it. They want to be able to walk around with an air of superiority, looking down their noses at everyone and making you feel like you're not as good as them. And that's all it is.
I don't know, Khan, because I agree that's an individual thing, isn't it? You know,
who wants to walk around like that, Khan?
Yeah, I mean,
white supremacists. White supremacists.
So the supremacists of a certain community, but I mean, that's, you could say that there's other people the rich people walk around with their looking down their nose at poor people, right? There's other divides besides just racial, and to apply that to the larger thing, I just think is unfair. That's all.
Let me play it again in it here so we can hear what he's saying and see if your allegation is correct or whatever, really, because I actually don't think that he was saying that just all white people believe they're white supremacists or whatever. He was speaking about the white supremacists that really hold those thoughts ready. That my members giving dog whistles to people that was in those circles or in those worlds to be the person that they want.
It's
they
like
wanted
a
to have in
revival
power.
of it all, isn't it? In a way, a revival of these undertones that have never gone away, and now someone's given them the legitimacy to come back to the forefront. That's how I view it.
But that's what I thought he said. The guy said. I don't think he was saying like, right, every white person is a undercover white supremacist, and that's why they voted for Donald Trump. Right? He was saying that people were saying that people have been hoodwinked by Donald Trump into voting for a lot of the policies and so and so, and he was saying, nah, people already had those thoughts and feelings because he comes from a family that held them thoughts feelings himself that would have been voting for Donald Trump on a lot of the dog whistles that he was calling and shouting about still. And he started talking about his little background story about some white supremacist area. His dad had a job, didn't have a lot of dough, used to shop weed on the side. And even though he was calling people that were drug dealers lazy and good for nothings, he was selling weed to someone for food stamps. That was another white supremacist. So it's, yeah, he was showing that. I think he was saying that. Alright, let me just play it. I'll just keep explaining it, right? Playing the shit. You know the slogan, fam. That right there for a sec, yeah, because what my man's explaining literally happened last night on the panel, innit? Yeah, like Banksy was telling us that English people are being oppressed in the UK or whatever, and I was saying, well, is it okay if you like produce a report that states that sort of stuff's happening? Because all the reports that we produce to you state that it's minorities that are being oppressed and that are being mistreated and whatever, and then when we do show you these reports, you tell us they're bullshit, some left folk cuckold bullshit reports or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like, so
well, the Department of Education did do a report on learning, and yeah, white working class males are not doing very well. So, but then you can't.
They don't need to. They've got jobs waiting.
Hold on. Then, but you can't then use that as the measuring tool as all education then is bad. It just means, why isn't that child applying itself when it goes to school? That's how I would see it. Why is that child going to school and not applying itself or why isn't the family saying, listen,
Lig, I know I'm not English, yeah, but I've spent a lot of time.
Hey, wait, hold on, yeah. You see, hold on, yeah. You see in I was gonna say, you see in
what? No, I was using that point to say that if white UK people were being oppressed, there would be a study.
No, but wait, hold on. Yeah. I'm saying that even though there's been a study to find out who is being oppressed or whatever, you can say that they at least measured to find out what are the groups that are being oppressed and who are they or whatever. And then when they've come to the conclusion, that's when they've made the decision that, oh, it's these people that are being oppressed here because the stats here shows that they're receiving subpar services from any of the services and the rest of the people are receiving services that are above a certain level or better or whatever. And that's where they're able to show it. So
Belly, your stream got cut. Belly.
Hey, what?
Your stream is down on YouTube. Your stream got cut.
Ah, yeah, it must have been that video still, man.
Oh, shit. All right, take care, guys. I gotta run. I might come back if you come back up.
But I can see what the gentleman's saying, that if you don't break it, you're just building upon it within the home. And that's what I'm saying. You got to be... when I was younger, you weren't really... My parents were talking to other adults. You were told to actually go to the other room. You weren't really allowed to sit in and listen to them talk.
Yeah,
that was my household. So if there was adults talking, you were like...
Lig.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day when university was free, yeah? Did the white working class people wake up and decide, wait a minute, let's educate our children and fuck working at Ford Motor Plant and fuck working for fucking Murphy's blah, blah, blah. Did they do that? No, they didn't. Why is that? Because they don't value education. So if white kids ain't doing as good as other kids at school, it's not necessarily for the same reasons. It's because their families tell them, and I've seen it with my own eyes, What do you want to go university for and get yourself into 30 grand, 50 grand debt?
Well, that's now, but back then, yeah, I don't know. I applied myself when I knew it was free and done one. But, you know, not everyone, you got to, well, look, you know, all these things, not everyone is academic. So, yeah, when you've got
but it's
the government cutting all your apprenticeships, all the courses. I mean, I think when I was at school, there was woodwork going on. There was loads of things that you were learning.
You can't do a degree in woodwork. You can't do a degree in woodwork.
No, but you could have then got, but you do need a qualification to become a carpenter, don't you?
Well, no, you need an apprenticeship and you need
well,
a job.
whatever it is, you still have to study it.
Well, it's not whatever it is, because I remember growing up, all the council workers were all fucking English, all of them. They had the job for life, you might as well say, all of them.
Where?
Lig,
all of them had the job for life.
They did cut down. Yo, can you hear me? Yeah, they did cut down on polytechnics, apprenticeship schemes, YTS, youth training schemes, sort of, and closed.
There was working man colleges that you could go in the evenings. They did mechanic courses, loads of things you
adult
could
colleges
have done.
About you could catch up on your GCSE grades and all those sort of shit if you ain't got none. And then loads of them are closed down as well now, man. So it's mad for people to get back into or grab skills, new skills, especially as an adult. If you get past the age, you have to put some bread in out of your pocket to pay for your.
Well, they're called internships, aren't they? And what's happened is if you want, which is basically working for nothing, and the only people that can afford to do them are people with money. So if you're like a fashion student just in Liverpool, but you got an internship down in London to work in some fashion house, how are you going to afford it? Because they're not going to pay you a wage. They'll pay you your fares and your lunch.
Your parents can't fund you, innit?
Yeah, so it's literally just wrapped up in terms of, you know, nepotism. Look at it. Come on. I love the sidebar of shame in the Daily Mail. There's like every other Tom, Dick and Harry's kid now is a model. You're like, what the... So you can see...
Get a lot of opportunities that others don't. And then there's the Nepo class, the private education class. Then it's just like different tiers downwards till you get to that working class and below working class.
Well, I think, you know, since... Look, I hear of my parents in the day were going, you could walk out of a job, walk into another one the same day in the 70s in London. Then all of a sudden, you know, industries were shut. We created a benefits class because we couldn't give people work, men, mines, everything shut in, whatever. You created this benefit class and it's never really recovered from that. They've never put any money up in the north for... Pardon?
It seems like the people that were affected the most from that are now celebrating the people that created that scenario, like Thatcher and others. Like, that's a Thatcher situation that created them long benefit queue lines with shutting down British industries and selling off like British Gas and British Steel and British Telecom and blah 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 and privatising the railways and all that sort of stuff there.
I don't know, but we're all in the same boat, and I think, you know, you all stick together to try and get out of that boat. But if you start fighting when you're in the boat, it's going to sink, isn't it? Rather than you all trying to work together to get off it, tread water and make it actually quite successful till you're swimming. I mean, that's how you can look at it. But no one sees that. Everyone's like, I hope that person drowns.
Say we got a bad captain of the ship here. Say we got a bad captain of the ship that is giving us directions and we're going round in circles. Like, instead of saying like this captain's shit and not giving us good directions or whatever, people were attacking the other crew members or people that are lower down than their role. That's what it seems like is happening in today's scenario.
Well, I don't think it's just today. I think it's always been the way, you know, and it's designed that way. Once people feel, I mean, at the moment, I don't really, believe it or not, I don't, the Ukraine, all of it, I've just like, I tune out in that respect because, you know, there's how many, I've gone through Bosnia, you've gone through Rwanda, you've gone through, I mean, everyone goes on about the Congo, but that was happening before. So it's like, you know, you just see it all the time. This fight in Yemen, everyone just in conflict all the time. It gets you down. So I just think, you know, why is it still happening? Why are politicians and people so quick to throw their citizens into such wars and unnecessary conflicts when they know they could make it better for everyone? Yeah.
Stranglehold on resources that reside in other people's land. The people of the lands that are taking advantage of their resources are doing whatever they can to make sure that there's no sort of trickle-down economics from the advantages they're being able to take from their resources. So it's like,
but in a way, we're all sort of I think we unconsciously are hypocritical because what they need for us all to fire up our computers and these screens and everything are the minerals they're all fighting of today. And we all partake in it, don't we? So in a way, we all play our part in them.
yeah, well, no one's
wanting
willing
these
to
minerals.
pay 10 grand for £1,000 part or phone or whatever, right? Because if it meant that the people that were doing the work to get the minerals were paid fair wages and all that sort of stuff, yeah? Instead of losing or making the money trickle down properly from the top to the bottom or whatever, yeah? Instead of making the money trickle down from the top to the bottom, yeah? They'll just raise the price of the you know what I'm saying? They'll just raise the price of the whatever it is you're trying to buy or trying to purchase. They ain't gonna take any of the money from the shareholders or the bonuses that they're gonna get. They'll just put the price up of the stuff that people are gonna buy.
I know it's ridiculous, the prices nowadays, isn't it? Things.
Yeah, because see, yeah, in 2006, yeah, you could have got a brand new M5 kitted out 30 bags. 2025, a brand new M5 kitted out is going to cost you like close to 100 racks. Might even be more if you get fully all kits added on it. This pack, that pack. So
But it is interesting, as you said earlier, America has now teamed up with Russia. It's just like it was always
bad, isn't it? It's always
suspicious of each other, and now all, you know. And then, but then again, you know, you've got the UK teaming up with the Ukraine, who then was on the German side. It is just, you just see it for what it is. And if you get strung out on it all, you know, but that is what it's designed to make you all fearful and, you know, suspicious of your neighbour. Oh my God, they're doing a bit better than me. How the fuck? You know, they haven't got the same coloured skin. I should be doing better. Or they're not the same nationality. I should be doing better. But no, you've got to apply yourself to do better in anything in life. Nothing just falls in your lap, does it?
And anything that you've got that was worth having took fucking hard work for you to get put in place and for it to be you to hold on to it. You know, like, so.
What's Carnito got to say about it all?
To be honest, Liggy, I personally think that things like racism and nepotism and all these things that we talk about, it's just different forms of corruption. And corruption isn't good for anyone. So, you know, when we say we want to do away with racism and make the world a meritocracy, people think we're only saying that because we're the foreigners. Whereas if we was in our own countries, we would be like them and want to pull the ladder up. But that's not actually the case. The case is it would be better for everyone, because when you're in a corrupt system, right, you're involved in that, you're invested in that corruption. So then, like, when you look at the video, what the geezer's saying, he's saying, well, we're doing all right, but at least we ain't, like, well, we could be doing better, but at least we ain't them lot over there. And I don't think it's just a black and white thing. It goes with every culture, every class of people look down on other people and make themselves feel better. But that is corruption.
They can't listen. A meritocracy could be fair, yeah, if it starts off with people have the access to the same level of education in it. But a meritocracy in this system is kind of unfair at the moment, because, like, again, if you can pay for your children to be in certain circles, that's what gives you the access, rather than the grades that you're getting at school or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, right, so you might have gone to
networking and connections.
Yeah, you might have gone to so and so's college. Like, now you know what you had to do to be able to get the internship with so and so's uncle, who's a big investment banker at Citibank or whatever, Barclays or whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Oh, Veli. When I was younger, yeah, I used to think to myself, why do all English people drive Fords? Because Fords are shit. They don't even give you color-coded bumpers. They're so shit, right? And then when I grew up, I realised, yeah, because I went to a car dealer with my ex, right? My ex was Irish, and you know, Irish love their Peugeots. So we went to the Peugeot dealer, and I realised that the geezer you chat to at the dealership could knock off a good couple of grand off the price of the car, right? Yeah. And he's just a fucking salesman. He ain't nobody. Off his own discretion, he could cut off a good couple of grand off the price just by you asking him. And then I realised, wait a minute, that's why. That's the reason why. Because the geezers that work at Ford, their whole families work at Ford. They got a Ford plant in Enfield. They got another one in Dagenham. These lot got a job for life, and they all drive Ford cars. And it's an English thing. It's an in-house preference. So when they send their family members down to buy cars, and they tell them, yeah, my Uncle Jim works at Ford, they get a good £3 discount just off the top of the price. So that makes sense now, that why do all certain people do certain things is because of corruption. There is a corruption going on. Yeah, that Ford can get away with making shit cars without color-coded bumpers, without fucking sensors, without nothing on them. They're the shittest cars. Yet everyone's driving around in them. That is what corruption does. That's the whole point of the corruption, is that they're making you feel that you're getting a better deal because you're getting the car £3 cheaper than the black guy that lives across the road from you, or the Turkish geezer that wants a brand new Ford Cortina. You're getting it £3 cheaper than him, so you're happy to go and buy a Ford, right? But really and truly, you've been sucked in as well, because you're just getting a shit car. They don't need to compete with no one to make better cars, because you're buying their cars because your whole family, your whole race works down at the fucking plant where they make them. So that's what that is what nepotism and corruption does within a society. That's why, if it's not fair, if Ford don't need to compete with Peugeot to make better cars to sell them to you,
yeah, right? But isn't the car salesman on commission? So that's why you think they're knocking off the price.
They still get their commission. No, they still get their commission.
Yeah, but they set their own commission. So they see you come in, think, right, I'm going to go 7 commission, but I'll knock off 4. They think they've got a bargain. Where if he started at 3, you'd go, well,
no, they can't be. No. No one's going to take money out of their own pocket and give it to you.
Yeah, but that's a sales tactic, Khan.
No, what I'm saying to you is, that they have got discretion on giving discounts to people.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
not too
mean that
sure
the
if
money's coming out
that
of their
shows.
own pocket.
That's the biggest fucking trick in the book, Khan. They all use it.
That's a salesman trick rather than
You're so lucky. Even white appliances, you know what they are, your washing machine. They'll go, yeah, you're lucky you come in today because not only would I knock off 100, but you get a 15 discount, blah, 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 blah. It's just all sales. Because they're not department stores.
There's a price what they can't go below, innit? So
they're not
that will start you higher.
department store where it's all regulated. They're their own businesses, so they will set a commission. See you come in. Some people won't even ask, "Is there any commission? Is there any could you knock a few quid off?" A lot of people would be embarrassed. So it's up to them. Or you'd go, "Oh, could you do us a deal?" They're thinking, "Yeah, I've set my commission a bit high. I'm not going to lose that because really, commission is whatever."
Bonus, yeah.
Do you understand where I'm
Unless
coming
you're
from?
commission based only. But
Yeah,
again, in
You're
them
saying there's no
showrooms,
actual
them
discount.
man are
It's the
selling
whole thing
cars
just
that
a
are worth
scam. It's just
minimum
a
100
confidence
racks
scam.
anyway.
You're
Yeah, I
saying
think
it's
it's
just a
all
con,
Look,
but it's not.
here
a
comes
sales technique.
here comes the world citizen to put us all to rights. It's
Oh,
the
here
world
we
citizen.
go.
Much love, my
Here we
black
go.
friend. How you
Let's
doing, my black friend?
let's have a checkmate session.
Checkmate.
Can we
Yes.
change it to snap? Bingo. Bingo.
That was funny. That was clever. But I wanted to address the DEI discussion, and I know I missed it, so I apologize
Yes,
for
bro.
backtracking. But just to be brief, I'll make it brief as possible. Now, DEI being abolished in the U.S., that benefits descendants of U.S. chattel slaves because according to the Bureau of Statistics, only 3% of DEI hires were black. And of those blacks, they were mostly black immigrants. The majority of DEI hires were Caucasians, LGBTQs, Hispanics, and Asians. So it benefits the descendants of U.S. chattel slaves to abolish this DEI because DEI allows immigrants and Caucasians to benefit from what descendants of U.S. chattel slaves fought and died for. And additionally, in closing, because of DEI, you had Black American-owned businesses and mulatto American-owned businesses that were forced to hire immigrants and Caucasians because we did not want to be fined or held legally liable for violating the equal opportunity employment laws that existed in the U.S. So now the Black American businesses and the mulatto-owned businesses, we can hire entire Black American staffs and mulatto American staffs. We're no longer forced to employ immigrants and people of other races. So it benefits us that DEI has been abolished. Really, it's a great thing that it's gone.
Yeah, in the UK, the Equal Opportunities Act, obviously the rights, the workers' rights, and the things that do with discrimination and all that has been beneficial for people of colour in the United Kingdom. There's been a few cases where they've won money in court because they've had these laws in place. That there was, I think it was Hyde Housing. There was one of a position that was quite high up, director or CEO or one of them sort of positions there. Yeah. So when they offered the job out, there's 3 people went for the interview. One person got the job and they was underqualified or whatever, and they was able to win payout because obviously it was inequality reasons why they got the job in it, because the other person was more qualified, like the black lady was more qualified than the other person for that role in it. And the reasons why they gave them for the role, for giving the other person the role and not them, I can't remember exactly what it was still, but that counted towards the findings in the case that led to the person being able to get a payout on those circumstances. So it's like, and basically, in the UK, without laws and regulations and all them sort of things, there people would take advantage of, like they already do. Any of the loopholes that are available to take advantage of, people are in their positions to take advantage of, are taking advantage of, and will take advantage of them. So
Yeah, because what I've noticed when I was younger, to join the police force, you had to be a certain height.
yeah,
Now you don't have to be that.
yeah,
Have you noticed? So
yeah.
in a
I
way,
don't
were
think that
they
was to do with the
discriminating against sort of average height and
fucking
smaller
fat people
people?
and short people.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's all round. It isn't just a white black issue when it comes to employment and why they put them forms out. I think it's to I don't know, if you walk into a boardroom and it is just, say, even just all male white and you're a female, yeah, that could be intimidating. But if there was more of an equal, what you would see if you was walking down your average high street, which is loads of different people within that setting of a top job, you might all feel like there's an even plane, if you know what I mean. Because you've got to remember, there's people that have moved to the UK that could have a prejudice against someone that they were having a war with back home that's applying within them jobs. It's so vast, and that's why they brought it in.
That's a great point you just made, and that's one of the reasons. And when I say this, I'm not trolling, I promise. But what you just said, and I'll repeat what you just said, as far as immigrants bringing their internal rivalries to the host countries that they move to, that is something that we have been experiencing in the U.S. with the Muslim population and the people that are of Jewish ancestry and practice the religion of Judaism. There are many incidents throughout the U.S. where you have people that are pro-Palestine at odds, engaging in violence against people that are pro-Israel, and people that are descendants of the founders of the U.S. We're tired of it. We're tired of foreigners bringing their issues to our country. Now, I also have to admit, the
Now,
U.S. government.
Malasa, I'm going to ask you something, right?
All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Prior to what happened in New York, yeah, what attack had you like? I mean, I know you had your war, your Pearl Harbor, etc. But in modern history,
Oklahoma.
Yeah, but that was a homegrown. That's what I'm saying. Other than your homegrown, what other nation had done a really serious attack on your soil? Not many. So what I'm saying is, I think that did create this fear of others within America.
Well,
and I think I all
No,
think you've got PTSD
no, let me
from it,
respond
because
to that.
you're just like, you know,
Let
you
me
all
respond to
forget
that,
you're
though.
all pilgrims from every corner of Europe.
Let me respond to that, and it'll be brief. You're speaking about a time where there were less immigrants. You're speaking about times where there were less immigrants in the U.S. So I agree with you. When there were less immigrants in the U.S., it was a more peaceful society. But as far as all Americans being pilgrims from all throughout the world, that in itself is also inaccurate genetically, because descendants of the founders of the U.S., when we take DNA tests, not only do we have European ancestry, and that's undeniable, not only do we also have African ancestry, and that's also undeniable, but we have U.S. indigenous ancestry. Now, some of us are upwards of 30%, over 30% Native American ancestry, and then some of us have minimal amounts, 5% or less. But regardless, all descendants of the founders of the U.S., have U.S. indigenous ancestry at this point due to the race mixing and the ethnogenesis that took place in the U.S.
Can I just stop you? Can I just stop you for a minute?
Yes.
Are you going
Don't
by
accept your
Columbus
ancestry
or
results unless
so
I see
you
them.
think Columbus? You didn't think so? Who went there before? Sort of
Well,
Columbus opened it
Columbus
up
never.
to the west. Who was there before?
Let me answer that. Columbus never been to the U.S. Let me just start with that.
Where
But you
was he?
also
In Canada, up in Newfoundland?
no.
Was it up there?
No. Columbus went to the Caribbean. That's where he
Who's the
came from.
one that founded it then for the UK? Riley. What was his name? Sir Walter Riley. I'm trying to think.
Well, are you referring to? Are you talking about Leif? Are you talking about Leif Erikson?
No, I'm just trying to think about the history I know of the creation of America, what it is now.
But what is your question?
Because as I said, it is a new world, isn't it? It's a new world country. You haven't got much history there.
Well,
you
hold on.
eradicated that because you got
Hold
rid
on,
of
slow
all your
down, Miss,
indigenous
please.
sort of Native Americans that were
That's
there and
what I just-
whatever,
well, Miss,
and the
but-
Mexicans, and you just threw them all, and the Inuits.
Hold on,
You
Miss,
got
slow
rid of
down.
them all. So what are you talking about,
Well,
Mulatto?
hold on. Mexico still exists, and Mexicans are not indigenous to the United States.
Yeah, but
first of
Mexico
all.
went right up to nearly San Francisco at one point.
And they stole that land from the indigenous populations there.
Who did?
Mexico did. Mexico.
What's the indigenous population that was?
Exactly.
I'm just
in there?
trying to work
Who
it
are
out.
they? Who are they?
Let me answer that.
He's
you
gonna
know?
make up a name. I can't.
No, I'm about to tell you the actual people that the Mexicans committed genocide against. And anyone listening, you could look up the Mexican versus Indian Wars. That's when Mexico stole California.
Hey, Mulatto, you haven't got any DNA from Mexico in
hold on.
you.
Do you have ADHD, Miss? I'm trying to answer your first
No,
question.
I do have a bit of it.
All right, so mute up for a second.
Yeah,
Control
no, I'm
your
just
impulses.
asking you. You know DNA
All right.
from Mexico then? Because
No,
you've quoted quite a few of your DNAs, but you haven't got any
Yeah.
Mexican.
No, I have no Mexican ancestry.
Oh,
No.
okay then.
All right, but to answer Veli's question about who the Mexicans stole California from and stole New Mexico from and stole Texas from, that was literally the Apaches. That was the Comanches. That was the Navajo. The reason New Mexico is called New Mexico is because Mexico colonized them.
Who stole it?
I just told you.
Who were fighting over it at the time? I think
Literally.
it weren't just Mexicans, was it? I think there was other pilgrims that were wiping
No,
out
What's that place
no,
called?
it was
the
Mexico.
natives.
What's that place? What was that place called that you said? The Mexicans stole.
They stole Texas, they stole New Mexico, they stole Arizona, they stole California, etc.
Yeah, right up to right. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, you know, and yeah, you're forgetting you are a new world.
No, I never forgot that. You're
I've
not
been
listening.
a few times. You've got no history anywhere.
Miss, I
It's
think you have-
like,
I think you
where's
have
the
comprehensive-
history of the gaff? You've wiped it
All right,
out because they didn't build
All right, no, Miss, I'll let you finish.
monuments, you know, they lived very differently. They didn't bring concrete jungles.
All right, I'll let you finish your statement. Can you let me finish mine without cutting me off? It'll be
They
brief.
had buffalo. They had a completely beautiful way of life that you destroyed.
I agree. Now, are you denying the fact that there are still U.S. indigenous tribes that currently exist to this day? Checkmate.
Ain't you got your bingo? Haven't you got your reservations that they've all had to?
And most
then
of them-
and then that's where your gambling came from, and that's where your
Yes,
Italians
exactly.
moved in, and your gangsters, and your Vegas, your Nevada. I know the history of America.
So you agree that
I studied it.
So you agree that U.S. indigenous people still exist, correct?
No, because I don't think that.
All right.
Listen,
No, just checkmate
if
right
you've travelled
there.
as a pilgrim to that country, and you lived there, right? How long are you living there now as a pilgrim? Come on, you know your history of America. You saying you then, when there was people prior to you, they're like haven't got as much say because you've built it into a concrete jungle.
Yes, and
I can't find nothing about a Native American Mexican war. I can only find a Mexican
Hold on,
America
slow
more.
down, brother. So if you type in Mexico versus Indian wars, you're saying nothing pops up. Checkmate.
I mean, when did Russia give
Hold
back
on,
Alaska?
hold on.
When
I'm
did
trying
Russia
to
give back
dialogue with the host.
Alaska?
Mexico.
Hold on, I'm trying to
All
dialogue
right,
with the
let me see
host.
this.
You type that in. You type it in.
I
Mexico.
would like to add that
Hold
Malato's
on,
right.
hold
So
on.
I want to agree with
Let's
you for
sort
one
this
Yeah,
out.
second.
when did Russia give
There
Alaska
is
back?
there is a
Let's sort
misnomer
this out.
amongst us that
Now, Valley,
Mexicans are indigenous people, but they're not.
they're not. Mexicans are
But
not indigenous to the U.S.
but for some reason we've been educated in that way that Mexicans are like the original Americans, but they're not though.
Exactly. You've been lied to. Now,
Yeah,
Valley,
agree.
speak about the search results. Go ahead, Valley. Checkmate.
Okay, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, still.
Yeah.
You see, Apache Mexico was. Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
No, I said the Mexican versus Indian wars. Apaches versus the Mexicans is part of it, but the Comanches also fought against the
That's the
Mexicans.
only one that's the only one that's come up in the list of thing. Well,
You're lying. You can literally. It's an actual war
wait.
called
That's a bit extreme. You're lying.
Yeah, you saying I'm lying? Yeah, well, I'm
It's
gonna.
a bit extreme.
You know what? Do you know why you're unlucky today? Yeah, because you know what StreamYards has done. Yeah, they've done able where you can show pictures right now. Yeah, so I'm gonna screenshot right now. Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I'll show you.
Well, just look.
Who's lying.
Now look, watch this. I'm gonna put a link in the back chat. You gonna post it?
Bingo.
Yeah. All right, just hold on 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
For that, you can see there the screenshot of the page I was talking about. See, it says Mexico versus India war. Who would win a war between Mexico and India and why? List of wars involving Mexico. Comparison of Mexico and India military strengths. Apache Mexico wars. India versus Mexico. Military stats compared. Trump's trade war kicks off. How will it affect other China, Canada? Stock markets fell in US. So there's the one thing that says, and that's on the Wikipedia link. So let me click on that Wikipedia link there real quick. Apache Mexico wars. Apache Mexico wars, or the Mexican Apache wars, refer to conflicts between Spanish or Mexican forces and the Apache people. The wars began in 1600s with the arrival of Spanish colonists in present-day New Mexico. Now, but we're talking about the native dons, man. They used to that, like, even that's there. That's talking about the Spanish dons.
But the Mexicans are the Spanish dons.
No, but there's no native Mexicans, like the native actual Mexicans that was Native American.
There were some
to the land.
There were some tribes. There were some tribes.
Yeah,
the same way.
Who were they?
They were
Those
Mexican.
are the native Mexicans.
No.
But those are the natives of that area.
No, they were the Mesoamericans.
No, there was. You had your as you said, you had your
you had the Aztecs. No, they were the Mayans.
Inuits.
Let me answer
but then
that.
they moved downwards. So therefore, as they're moving downwards,
let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. They were the Apaches, the Mayans. Pardon me, not the Apaches. The Apaches was from the U.S. They were the indigenous Mexicans.
The Aztecs and the Mayans.
And the Mayans, exactly.
Aztecs, Olmecs,
and the Olmecs,
Mayans,
yeah, all them.
Zapotecs,
exactly.
Yeah.
And none of those groups. And none of those groups.
Chichimecas.
And none of those groups. And none of those groups are indigenous to the U.S. Literally, Mexicans are not indigenous to the U.S. That's the point.
What's that? Aztecs are not indigenous. Olmecs are not indigenous.
Not indigenous to the
Mayans.
U.S. You're not.
To the US.
Now you wanna. Nah. Bro. You know what's mad though? Yeah, it's like you're using today's lines to count.
Exactly.
To
just
count
like
through
Cherokee.
like
Just like
the US didn't exist. Bro. When the
Go ahead.
there weren't no such thing as the United States of America.
Exactly. Now watch this.
It was one place.
I hear you. Now let me respond without being cut off. Are the Cherokee indigenous to Mexico?
No.
No. Checkmate. Checkmate. The
Well, who
Cherokee.
are they indigenous
Hold
to? Up
on, miss.
towards
I'm trying to
Canada.
have a dialogue with the host, please.
We're not talking about the Cherokee, though,
Are they
bro. We're
over
talking about the
Canada
Aztecs,
then?
the Olmecs,
No,
the Mayans, the
but Valley, the
Zapotecs,
point is
the
this. Hold on.
Chichimecas,
Exactly, I heard you. And none
other
of those.
indigenous groups. Look,
Exactly.
Are they going up
Amazongo,
towards Canada?
Taurus,
You can
Cocopucas.
keep listening. None of those groups
Bro,
are
there's
exactly. And none of those groups
Pardon?
are indigenous to the land that is now known as the United States. Checkmate.
So what part? How far?
Exactly.
Wait. No.
I'm trying to
You're
answer your
gonna
question.
uncheck yourself now. Wait.
No,
You're gonna
that's
uncheck
checkmate
yourself
right
now.
there.
Wait. Hold on. So what was the original territory that Mexico or the people, those indigenous people of Mexico, was inhabited? Was California in one of the
Let me tell
places?
you. No, it wasn't.
Hold on.
No, it wasn't.
Was
Yes, it
California?
was.
Was California in the original them indigenous people's territory?
No.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
it was.
I can answer that. I can answer that. Those people that you just named, and you can pull up a map of where their indigenous territory is. All of their indigenous territory is south of the Rio Grande, outside of the U.S. Checkmate.
No.
That's
It's a
checkmate right
desert. It was a desert, that area.
Exactly.
So they built up the
Yo. So it says here, yeah. Let me just read this out in it because it's too big to screenshot it in it, yeah. So it says. So there's a list. Other indigenous groups in Mexico: Amazugo, Chorus. Is it Chuchapopos? Mate, I can't even say the other one. Chatinos, Chichimecas, Chiniantacos, or Tanex, Cholis, or Chontales. If I've pronounced that right. The indigenous population of Mexico. Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me read it. Wait. Let me read it out. The indigenous population of Mexico has been vulnerable to marginalization, discrimination, violence, land grabbing, and lack of access to decent housing and public services. But it's got a map here. Yeah, let me just click on the map.
Yeah, pull the map.
Quick. Oh, mate, I can't make it go too big, man. It's going off the screen. The Aztec Empire. One sec.
Yeah, share that screen, please, for the viewers.
Aztec Empire. Britannica, Mesoamericans. That's better, isn't it? Fuck with a Britannica, right? Real fucks with a Britannica, B.
What we looking up?
Yeah, because he's acting like none of the what's it called was in America, man.
What, America?
No, I said the United States. America is a continent.
Yeah, but but that's what I'm saying.
Yes, exactly.
You're all individual states. When did it all get
Exactly. Exactly.
So what I'm trying to say is,
say United States and America like it's two different scenarios or whatever, yeah. But the time that you're claiming United States, there was no such thing as United States. It was only just
Mexico did that.
Americans, whatever they
Hold
call
on,
it.
slow down. Mexico was created by Spanish colonists. Checkmate.
yeah, but they were
Checkmate. There's no way around
They were
that.
there
talking
before.
about the indigenous people
Hold on,
of
the
the
Spanish
place,
were
The
there.
Pilgrims. That's what everyone's saying from Europe. They were there before.
They were
Spanish
colonists. They were colonists. Yes.
Conquistadors were
Exactly.
there
What he's saying,
before.
man.
Exactly.
He's saying that the
colonists.
Mexicans are the descendants of the Spanish who
Exactly.
bred up the indigenous people and made a new country called Mexicans.
Checkmate.
No.
That's who they are.
That's checkmate.
No.
Yes,
No.
that's
Yes,
the
it's
truth.
true.
The Spanish
I just looked it up.
conquistadors went there and they brought chicken pox or smallpox and wiped out the indigenous people. That's as simple as it
Smallpox
is.
blankets.
Yeah.
Yes, but it didn't kill
I
all
can't
of the
take a
U.S.
picture of this, man. It's not let's take a picture of it.
Hold on, well, one mic at a time. Now, definitely, smallpox blankets were given to U.S. indigenous peoples, but it didn't kill all of them. Checkmate.
Bingo. They
Hey,
just
wait,
moved out. And not only was
Traditional.
there-
Wait. Hold on. Let me read this here. The territorial unit that has prime importance for most Mesoamerican people is
What did I say? Mesoamerican.
municipio, a unit roughly corresponding to a county in Great Britain or United States. Each municipal. Sorry, I read that wrong. Still, I thought I found something still, but I
Yeah,
thought
nigga,
you were talking
read.
about the people
Comprehend what you're reading,
that
bro.
was in the.
Yeah, nigga.
That was
My
in
point
the.
stands.
I can't go. You want to just carry on with this out because it actually don't mean nothing, can it? It's just talking
Exactly.
about
That's my
the
point.
different
My
states.
point.
But it says
Yes, go ahead.
municipal centers where most civic, religious, marketing activities take place. In modern patterns, this center is the largest settlement in the area.
Brother, my
In
point
the
still
area,
stands.
the
Mexican.
screen's small, man. Sorry, I'm making it bigger still.
All right, brother.
The usual
Mexican.
elements,
Go ahead.
which vary according to size and importance of the community, are laid out according to standard patterns imposed by early Spanish administrators through New Spain, a public plaza surrounded by
Exactly.
a public edifice, church, chapel, curacy, jail, perhaps a school, and a meeting place
Yes, brother.
for
Okay,
civil
okay. Can I
authorities.
ask a question now
That's
to
what I was trying to tell you. It don't
Minato?
even mean nothing, man.
And
About
the point is, Valley. Let me just say this, and then Jacinta can speak. Valley, my point still stands. Mexicans are not indigenous to the U.S. And brother, Valley, why are you cheerleading for Mexicans?
I'm not cheerleading for Mexicans. I'm saying
No,
for
I'm
the.
just going to
I
ask
was
my
talking about the
question.
native,
Let's
the
end it
native,
there, bro.
bro. The Native American people that was already there, that was in Mexico.
They're
That's what I'm
not
talking about.
Mexicans.
Them dons
Check
there.
me. They're not Mexicans.
Them dons
Check me.
there. Yeah, well, the Mesoamerican dons there. Them man's
Minato,
there.
can
That's
I ask
checkmate.
my question
The
now?
pre-Columbrian civilizations of the area. Them
No, they
man's
weren't.
there.
Not Mexicans. Checkmate.
See, but Mexicans
Mexicans.
descend from.
Bro,
Mexicans
but
were
the
here
people
by
that reside in,
checkmate.
they're the people that the
Belly.
Spanish
Mexicans.
wiped
No, they're
out that
not
was
the
in them
same people.
places.
No. The
This
Belly.
Mexicans went and fucked a
the
load of brown
Mesoamerican.
chicks and made a new race of people, bro.
Exactly. They're not
Listen,
indigenous to the U.S.
Mulatto, can I just ask this question? Can you remind
Oh
me
my
of
God.
your
Go ahead.
DNA makeup again quickly?
No, we're
Because
not
I've
getting lost into
forgotten.
that. No, we're not
No,
getting
no,
lost
because
into
it's
that.
important because
We're
It's
not
not
getting
ruled
lost into
important. Why is it
out,
important?
you've ruled out the
We're not getting
Yes,
lost.
Mexicans,
it is important.
even though
It's
they've
important
been there
still.
quite a long time in
He's not
your
going to be able to tell you the
DNA
same one still.
makeup. But you've added everything you liked and support in your DNA makeup.
All right. Next question, please.
What is your DNA makeup? You've said it enough
I
times.
said
Why
it
wouldn't you?
exactly. You could just go listen to previous
Yeah,
streams.
no, I
and pull
can't
it
be
up.
bothered. Why would you
All right, then.
why
Then
wouldn't
don't
you
be
say
bothered.
it now? Why
And
wouldn't you
don't be
say what
bothered
your
because
DNA
we're talking
is
about something
now?
different right now.
No,
If I bring
I'm
up, hold
talking
on.
about
All right, let me
you
answer that.
calling yourself mulatto,
Yes, yes.
and you've identified with all what you think is the positive races that have
It's all
mingled together
positive.
to
Yeah,
create
it's all
you,
positive.
but that doesn't involve any Mexicans. Is that
No,
what you're saying?
yeah, I have no Mexican ancestry. Checkmate.
Mm.
Yes, and the point is
Bingo.
this. The
Bingo,
point
you
is,
can't even say
I
your
said it multiple
DNA.
times. You already
Yeah,
admitted I said
but
it
you
multiple
usually
times.
scream it from the rooftops, but
Yes,
now
and
you're getting a little bit shy.
no, I'm not shy at all. But if I mention my
You're
DNA, we'll get
getting a
lost.
bit shy.
If I mention my DNA, we'll get lost in that again.
The man saying he
Get
ain't
drunk.
Mexican, he
Don't
ain't
blame me
Mexican.
on the
Like, what the fuck?
sunshine. Don't blame me on the moonlight.
Yeah, I think
Blame
you're
it on
drunk.
the boogie. Yeah, I'm
Somebody
taking
come get their drunk
drugs.
auntie. Can somebody get their drunk auntie off the panel, please?
Yeah,
We're
see,
trying
you're
to
getting
we're trying to
embarrassed
focus right
now.
now.
Is that the insult that I'm drunk because I've asked you
You
about?
don't sound sober.
I tell you what, your DNA, you have screamed
Yeah, so why
from
didn't
the
you remember it?
rooftops.
So why didn't you remember it? I said it
I'm
more than once.
asking you again to remind me.
So you could get
But
lost
Liggy,
in
what's
that?
the resentment though, Liggy? So what if he said his DNA? So what? Why are you resenting that? What? Because you're just white mixed with white mixed with white?
Her
No,
grandkids gonna be
I'm
mulatto. She
saying
mad
that
about it.
he's really down on Mexican people.
How
Yeah.
am I
He's
down in them?
American. He's
I'm not down them.
American.
Well,
That's
you
like me
are.
asking
You keep going
How
on
am I
about
down in
you're
them?
not
Hold on. Let me have the
happy
dialogue with
of
her.
Englishman, why do you hate
certain
Germans?
bits
Hold
of
on,
That's what I'm
America.
saying.
hold on. Now, how am I down the Mexicans by saying they're not indigenous to the U.S.? It's the truth.
in your mind?
No, but look at the evidence on the screen.
What map from
Checkmate.
what era are you looking at? That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm
you.
speaking about. As a matter of fact, even Veli just read about the Mexican versus Apache wars. That was Mexico stealing land and committing genocide against the Apache, a U.S.
Yeah, the
indigenous tribe.
same as
Exactly.
the
So hold on. So let's have
European
a dialogue.
pilgrims. But you won't have that. You're
Exactly.
like,
And
oh no,
I'm
that
glad
didn't
you
happen.
And I'm glad you said that. Now watch this. Just like you admit that the Pilgrims are not indigenous to the U.S., why won't you also admit that Mexicans are also not indigenous to the U.S.? Checkmate.
Because we're not taught that, Mulatto.
So you know the Native Americans
I think
the Native Americans that you're related to, yeah? God damn, you know the Native Americans that you're related to? Oh shit, it's dropped me
You
out.
know the
Can you hear me?
African you're related to? Let's talk about it. Not Shaka Zulu.
Yeah, you know the Native Americans that you're related to. You know the alright, you can hear me still, yeah? Alright, you know the Native Americans. Wait. You know the yeah. Alright, yeah. It's back on that, yeah. Wait, hold on. You know the Native Americans. Wait. You know the Native Americans you're related to, yeah?
Alright, let's see if it's funny. Go ahead. Let's see if it's funny.
What tribes did you say they was from again? What was
Bro,
the
I
Native
said it
American
multiple
tribes?
times, God damn it. Cherokee,
You never, man.
Lumbee. All right, I'll say it one last time, God damn it. And listen, everyone listening, I will never break down my DNA once again on this panel. I did it enough. But yes, the Cherokee, the Cherokee, Piscataway, the Lumbee, the Chickasaw, and there's somebody else in there. Fuck. Oh, that's enough. Fuck it. I named some tribes. What's up? What's your point? What's your point?
So was any of those tribes native to California?
No, I never claimed they were. Checkmate. I never claimed they were.
No, I never said you claimed any of them. I'm just I asked you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just asking.
Well, any of them, innit? Just asking the question still.
Yes, but the point is this, and this is with all due respect. Now, the U.S. indigenous tribes, when they go to Mexico, they don't say.
So there's U.S. indigenous tribes.
Hold on, brother. God
That are
damn it.
Mesoamerican.
Can we complete sentences before being cut off? Let me ask you that. You're the host.
Mesoamerican Indians.
All right. So this is the sentence I'm gonna make. When U.S. indigenous tribes go to Mexico, they don't claim to be indigenous. When Canadian indigenous tribes go to the U.S. or when they go to Mexico, they don't claim to be indigenous. Mexicans are not indigenous to the U.S. just because it's in the continent of North America. There are different tribes and different nations that have different lands that they are indigenous to. But go ahead, Valley.
Yeah, Mesoamerican Indians. That's who we're talking about, though.
Yes, but all
Mesoamerican. You want to try and slip away with.
No, I'm speaking about Mesoamericans.
Slip up when you know. Yeah, but that's who we were speaking about. We were speaking about. That's who we were speaking about. The Mesoamerican Indians.
All Mesoamerican. Let's talk about it. All Mesoamerican indigenous people are not indigenous to Mexico. You know, Mexico is not the only part of Mesoamerica, right? Checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay then, brother. So just because, let's say you're indigenous to Guatemala.
There's no checkmate, man. Stop saying that, you dummy.
I know you're a pussy hole. You know I'm getting under your skin right now.
You're a pussy. Hey, man, wait, say that again. Say that again.
You're a pussy hole.
You're a dickhead.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. Let me say this: the brain is talking to y'all because y'all so ignorant. They need to increase their education system in the goddamn UK. But I will say this: just because they're indigenous, watch this. Guatemala is also a part of Mesoamerica, but an indigenous Guatemalan is not indigenous to Mexico, right? Just like a person indigenous to Mexico is not indigenous to the U.S. or vice versa.
Yeah, but aren't they below? Aren't they below Mexico on the border?
Exactly. You just said it. They are south of Mexico. Yes.
Yeah.
They're a different country.
Yeah, exactly.
But much love to you all, Veli. Thanks for having me up. I'm gonna drop down.
Are you running?
Anybody got a question before I leave?
Yeah, don't run though,
man. I got a question for you.
All right, go ahead. This is the last question.
Did you know?
Checkmate.
Did you know that your Chinese or Asian ancestry was more likely to come to you via the American Indians rather than the Europeans?
I've heard theories about that. I've heard theories about the Mongols.
We'll talk another day.
Yeah. All right. Much love, family. Y'all be safe.
Take care. Yeah, it's very weird in America.
Mesoamerican influences could be seen throughout the trade and spread of crops in Texas. Yeah, you better fucking run, man, you little rat. Yeah, you better, yeah, you better run, B. Oh shit! You know why my man's so sneaky? Yeah, because you know he's trying to be a gatekeeper for finding out any more information to do with Native Americans and you know what I'm saying? Wait,
What are you suggesting? He may not be Native American.
Yeah, he just pretended he's a citizen of everywhere, so he can argue from every angle in it. But I
Yeah,
was
but
saying
he isn't, 'cause he
Mesoamerican
don't
influence
like the
can be seen
Mexican. He won't have that.
in
will he?
Texas. Yeah, through trade and spread of crops. The Aztecs and Mesoamerican civilization were powerful in central Mexico around 1200 AD. How Mesoamerica influenced Texas? Crops. Mesoamerican crops like corn, beans, squash.
Well, I
Spread to
think
Texas. Trade.
I think what you find
Archaeology.
is the
Items
Ice
in
Age created quite big sort of gaps
So is
between
that
countries that you could have maybe sailed or got across. So I think he's forgetting all that. And movements
is
of
like
people
New America?
migrating out of this sort of Middle East.
You see the Gulf of Mexico, yeah? How is that? How far is that in what's it called? Checkmate.
Yeah, bro, you saying my name when I'm gone. Let me cook you right quick, bro. Now
Checkmate, you bitch ass mulatto.
you said, and you look, ask your wife if I'm a bitch. Checkmate. Ask your baby mother if I'm a bitch. But let's get to it, bro. Now you said,
you're a big bitch.
let's talk about it. Now
You're a
you
big
said,
pom pom.
but let's get back to the issue at hand. Now you said that the Aztecs did trade in Texas. No one will ever deny that. But the Chinese do trade in the U.S. Does that mean Chinese are indigenous to the U.S.? Checkmate.
No,
Simple question. Just because the
that's not a checkmate, man.
Aztecs,
That's
I'm
dumb.
asking a simple question. Watch you run from it, because you're a poom poom star. I'm asking, just
Pom
because
pom star.
you're a poom poom star, just because,
What's that? I don't
just
even know what that
because
means.
Yeah, but you're talking
you're a
about
donut hole.
interlocking terrains, aren't
Let him
you?
answer that. Hold on, because I got
That's
one
a
question.
donut
And I'm
hole.
gonna drop down. I'm gonna drop back down. I know you're gonna talk shit when I leave. I'm asking a simple question. Just because the Aztecs did trade in Texas, nigga, does that mean that the Aztecs are indigenous to Texas?
Can you stop using that word, please? Because
Yeah, run
you're not
from
like
that. I'm
us.
asking a question.
Yeah,
Checkmate.
Hey Drake, calm down, man. You're not like us, bro.
Dave Chappelle.
Hey
I'm
Drake.
asking a question. I'm asking him a question. Dave Chappelle. I'm asking. Just because the Aztecs did trade
Joe,
in
allow
Texas.
it, cuz, man. Well, I said FBL on you. Behave yourself.
Mulatto,
I'm gonna call
can I
immigration.
just
Right, go.
can I just check if
I'm
you
gonna call the border force on you.
Mulatto,
Yeah,
can
go
I
ahead.
check if you've got information on the subject, man? Because it's quite interesting to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was America populated from the top down? Like, did the
Make you
Native
read it,
Americans from North America migrate all the way down to South
cheerleading in the
America?
background. Uncle Batman.
I would say it was migration both ways and across the Pacific, as well as you even have some evidence of migration to the Americas
So
from
Mulatto,
across the
my
Atlantic.
real question is this: if that's the case, then why was the North American Indians like nomadic, and then when you look at the South American Indians, they had like huge civilizations, like cities, you know, like the Aztecs, they had like huge structures built and whatever, but the North
Yes.
American Indians didn't. Why is that then?
Well, that's not entirely. Well, and I'm gonna make that the last question I answered, and I'm gonna really drop down. I know y'all gonna talk shit when I'm gone, but actually, what you're saying is not entirely true. But I get your point, and I understand why you asked that. But in the U.S., one of the biggest civilizations we had was the Mississippian Empire, and anyone listening, just look it up. They built mounds. They were called mound builders. So it's untrue that we didn't have civilizations, indigenous civilizations in the U.S., I think the main difference is when the British, the French, etc., the Dutch, when they came to the U.S., well, the land is now known as the U.S., they destroyed the majority of the civilizations of the indigenous people. Versus in Mexico, they tried to race mix with them and integrate more than outright destroying what they built. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
They can't.
originally put it down to the difference
They
in the
can't.
terrain. I thought
Hold on a
maybe
sec, brother.
some of the terrain weren't suitable for farming. Go on, really.
I can't. Hold on a sec here. Mesoamerican is a historical region and a cultural area that begins in the southern part of North America and extends to the Pacific coast of Central America. So is North America, the southern part of North America, is that a part of the United States of America? 3Ks in
Yes, and I already answered that. Mesoamerica. No, this is checkmate right here, and I said it more than once.
Checkmate.
No, this is checkmate right here. No, this is hold on, watch this.
Looney.
No,
hey, that's my one.
You gotta
I'm
show-
rolling with the yardies. Looney. That's what I'm gonna say from now on.
Yeah,
Looney.
you got to troll.
How we are trying that bus 6 like Looney.
Now it.
That's
watch
what
this.
you're doing with your body.
All right, go ahead. No, go ahead, twerk some more. We listening. Go ahead, twerk on the microphone. You twerking right now.
How we are trying that
Go
bus
ahead,
6
twerk.
like
You
Looney.
twerking. Pay attention.
That
Now,
is what you're
this
doing
ain't-
with that
watch
body.
this.
I mean,
Now,
you
does it
put
say-
a girl, let go of me.
Now, does it say Mexico stretches from? I'm asking a question. Did it say Mexico or Mesoamerica? Checkmate. Checkmate. Did it say Mexico or Mesoamerica?
Yeah, but when
We're saying that the Mesoamerican.
Whoa. Let them answer.
We said the
No,
natives.
no,
We
let 'em
said,
answer.
yeah,
Let
we
'em
said
answer.
the natives are
Let 'em
Mesoamericans, right?
answer. No, let them
The
answer. Go
natives are
ahead. Does it say
Mesoamericans.
Mexico?
Yeah, the natives are Mesoamerican.
I'm
Yeah.
asking a question. I'm
Yeah,
asking
the
a
native are the native Mexicans classed as Mesoamericans? Yes or no?
And let me respond to that. All Mesoamericans are not Mexicans. Checkmate.
No.
And I said
Are
it more
the
than once.
Native Americans?
And I said it more than once. My point
Are
still
the
stands. My point still stands. Mexico is one part of Mesoamerica, but it's not the entirety. Checkmate. And you can't get around that.
Mesoamericans
Go
are
ahead, twerk some more.
Mesoamericans counted
Go ahead, twerk
as
some more.
Native Americans?
All right, go ahead,
Yes
twerk
or
some more.
no?
No, I'm listening. Go ahead, twerk.
What about
Go ahead, twerk some
Venezuelans?
more. I asked a simple question. You avoided it.
What
I bet
about
you won't.
What do you mean?
Venezuela?
I asked you a question. You
Simple
haven't
question.
answered it yet.
Now go ahead, twerk.
I've
I'm
asked you a
asking
question.
simple
You've not answered it.
No, you ain't answering this.
I've asked you a question. You've not answered it.
All right. If you answer my question, I'll answer yours, and I'll make a deal.
What's
We'll
your
answer
question?
it right now.
I asked you a
All right,
question
the
already.
question is simple question: is Mexico the entirety of Mesoamerica? Checkmate.
Mexico's not the
Checkmate.
entirety of
Okay, then. So when you see the word
Because it
Mesoamerica,
said it
that
stretches.
doesn't mean Mexico.
It said it
Checkmate.
stretches. It
Yeah,
said
go
it
ahead.
stretches further than the state of Mexico. So
Exactly.
it stretches from the old states of Mexico, like California and all that sort of stuff there, till down
Before it
to
was part of,
Central
before
America.
it was a
innit?
part of Mexico. Checkmate.
So, yeah, but what do you mean before it was a part of Mexico?
They took
So,
that
again,
land.
wait, the original point still stands. The original point still stands that you keep trying to run from.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
like
running
we
it
were
off.
saying,
That's why I came
first
back.
of all, like we said, first of all,
Uh-huh.
there was Mesoamericans in.
No, you said Mexicans. Checkmate. No,
there
you
was-
said Mexicans. You ran
Yeah,
from that.
the Mesoamericans. We was talking about Mexicans, bro. That we was
Exactly.
talking
So
about.
the point
We
is
was
this.
talking about Native
All
Americans,
Mesoamericans
bro.
are not Mexicans.
We was
Checkmate.
talking about Native Americans.
Exactly.
You
So,
donut. Stop
hold on.
saying checkmate, man. This
So
buzz.
all Mesoamericans
It's
are not
Ludi.
Mexicans. All
It's Ludi,
Mesoamericans
cuz.
are not Mexicans.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Yeah, but we're talking
All
about Mesoamericans.
are not
that-
Mexicans. Checkmate.
Brother, listen. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
talking
you
about
frustrated 'cause you're
Mesoamerican.
wrong.
Bro. Stop
Yeah,
speaking, man. And
You don't
listen.
like that.
Hey,
You don't like this
you don't want
headline.
to listen, huh? You don't want to listen, huh?
Yeah.
Alright, you don't want to listen, huh? Alright, you know what we're doing, yeah? We just don't
You
listen
cut me
or
off.
whatever, yeah?
You was just
Bro,
twerking.
yeah. No,
You mad.
it's cool, cuz we can still do that. We can do that, right? If we're not gonna listen or whatever, you know, then
Go ahead, make your
we can,
point.
we can do that
Because we cook right now.
all day, B. You get me, cuz? Yeah, how you mean? So Native Americans. When we was talking about Mexicans, we was talking about Native Americans. Yeah, when we was talking about because we was talking about the indigenous people that resided in Mexico before. Bro. Stop speaking and listening. Stop speaking and start listening. If you actually listened, you would get the points without saying fucking checkmate every 2 seconds like a spaz. Yeah. So Ludi, listen, yeah. I listen to the Ludi slap anyway, yeah. 66 and all pieces in the central. Yeah. Ludi right now, anyway, yeah. Like we were saying, yeah. Me and Lig was trying to make a point to you to say the original Native Americans that are classed as Mesoamericans of that land, yeah. Bro, shut up for a sec, man. It's getting on my nerves, bro. It's like you just keep speaking in the middle of the sentence, and I'm trying to explain to you, bro. Yeah.
Go ahead. But use the
So,
correct terminology. She said Mexican. Go ahead.
all right, bro. Listen here.
Why do they
I'll put you
still
back up
have
when I finish
sort of
speaking.
Latin
Wait, hold on,
American names like Los
because he's in the back here, so I can
Angeles,
speak for a sec.
San
Hold on. I'll put him in the
Diego,
back so I can
Santa
speak.
Barbara?
Lick. Chill out, man. I'll put him in the back so I could get to the end of the sentence without him interrupting every 2 seconds, yeah? So, like we were saying, the point we were trying to make is that the Native Americans on that land did reside in parts of North America that was classed as land that is now called Mexico or whatever. Natives of that land that we now have found out are called Mesoamericans. So that's what we were trying to say, isn't it? So.
Well, yeah, when you look at Russia,
That's what we were trying to say.
no, hold on. When you look at Russia,
You talk first. Go ahead. Then I'm gonna speak after.
there's a lot of it that is
I'm gonna
really
leave you on the paddle for a second.
unpopulated.
All right, go ahead, run.
And if you go right into the sort of cold part of that
Valley had to
Russia,
run. Hold on.
you'll see that they actually look quite close to Inuits, which I think were what was the result of Native American Indians all the way down South America and beyond.
We get your point. Now,
And I just think the European influence came there.
All right, can I speak?
Of course you can.
All right, please don't interrupt me. Now, my point still stands. What Valley said before he ran, because he had to run, because he Poom Poom star, and Dor, what she said, and Valley said, that Mexicans were indigenous to the U.S. No, they are not. And it's already been documented that they are not. Now,
Okay, then when did the US become the US? Because it was all individual, Confederate states.
Miss, hold on, please. When you speak about Mesoamericans, that term doesn't just apply to Mexicans. Mexicans are not the only Mesoamericans. So no, Mexicans are not indigenous to the U.S., but you do have Mesoamerican tribes such as the Comanche, the Apache, the Navajo that actually are indigenous to the U.S. Just like the Aztecs are not indigenous to Guatemala just because they are Mesoamerican. Aztecs are not indigenous to the U.S. So no, and my point still stands. And if y'all call my name again, I'll come back up on the panel. If you have evidence that Mexicans are indigenous to the U.S., produce it. And matter of fact, Dor, I'll let you speak before I drop down. Go ahead.
Okay, then I'm going to go with what you said.
I mean, you ain't got no choice but to go with the truth. You know what I'm saying? That's why Valley ran. But,
well, I don't know. It's a difference of learning, isn't it, I suppose?
Yeah, you got to learn, really.
Yeah, no, it is a difference of learning.
Yeah, you need to learn. And
yeah.
As far as the black.
So when did Russia give Alaska back to the US? Tell me that. What year was that?
Shit, if you know, I would like to know. I want to say it became a state in 1948. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, so that's relatively. So really, the United States still was only really since 1948 when they got back Alaska.
Yeah, but this ain't got nothing to do with the United States. The Mexicans took the land from the Native Americans. It's got
Can you see what I'm saying about how they absorb things that they want into their little United States of America and expel the things that they don't want, like Mexico?
No, I think the English take land from other Europeans, from Spanish and French, wherever they go.
Hold on. You said we expelled Mexico from the U.S.? Is that what you said, Dor? I'm asking a question. Is that what you said? And that's what I'm saying. Like, when I speak to a lot of the British, and I'm saying this with all love and respect, a lot of you are very ignorant about U.S. history, just like many Americans are ignorant about the UK history. So you know,
Now,
I don't
Mulatto,
blame you.
your mic's a bit low. Why is your mic so low?
Valley probably turned my mic down because I was cooking them up.
All
So
right. Anyway, let me quickly add to that, Mulatto. I think that there's a misconception that Mexicans are indigenous because of their skin color. Because they're quite brown, people think that they're like Native Americans, but really they've been fathered by Spanish. The fathers of the Mexicans are the Spanish that got there before the English.
Exactly. Now
I don't know if they are.
you don't know if they
Well,
are.
I looked it up. They are.
Okay. I'll go
Yes.
with what you say.
I mean, you could Google it yourself without speaking.
Yeah, I'll
respectfully.
Google it. I'll go with
Yeah,
what you say.
You could look it up. But
Yeah.
I won't deny that Mexicans have indigenous Mexican ancestry. Many of them do. That's a fact. But the indigenous tribes of Mexico are not the indigenous tribes of the U.S. They're different peoples.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
interesting, isn't
yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Have you got a John Wayne poster up in where you live?
You gotta be over 50 to think that's funny.
I am over 50.
You got to be. You got to be. Are you a Caucasian woman?
Pardon?
Are you a Caucasian woman?
Well, I actually am
Well,
a
let me ask you this.
Caucasian woman.
And I'm only asking this because you asked me about the U.S., which is my country. I got to ask you about yours. How do you feel
Pardon?
to be a minority in your own country?
Her country's Ireland.
Exactly. And when we go to
Yeah, I
when we
was.
go to Ireland,
No, I'm one of them immigrants, economical immigrants that you don't agree with. Like, say, like a Mexican going to live in America.
Well, we can talk about Ireland. We can talk about Ireland, how the Jamaicans and the Nigerians and Somalis are taking over Ireland.
They're not
How do
taking over. There's hardly any of them there.
But let's have a dialogue. Oh, you said they barely. Have you been to Dublin?
Yeah,
Do you know
obviously.
what?
Checkmate.
It's only around the corner. I go Dublin every other day.
Exactly. So you're saying that it's no.
Do you know what?
in
You can.
Dublin?
Yeah,
There's no
we can.
Nigerians in
We can
Dublin?
get a flight and just go for the day.
Yes.
Yeah, checkmate. And yeah, I'm from the Republic, and I live in the UK.
Uh-huh.
I don't think Ireland's got a problem with immigrants, like in terms of ethnicity. Like, I think the most amount of immigrants recently were Ukrainians that went there. And they're European as well.
Oh no, Khan. I have to disagree with you because my eyes have been open to how prejudiced the Irish are in Ireland.
Yeah,
And
go on.
it's really embarrassing. It
Oh
is.
no, don't let Steve hear ya. Steve the researcher, he'll go nuts.
I don't care. I've been so embarrassed by it.
Oh no.
Do you know what? I met a few Irish people when I went away, and I had to ask them because I was like genuinely shocked. And they said, no, actually, it's a small group of people from a certain area that are really. But in general, I met a woman from Cork, and she was like, literally, the new people come in to the rural bits of Cork as sort of give life to these tiny places that, you know, if you don't meet someone in them places, you're fucked. Do you know what I mean? You'll be like a
Well,
spinster
let me ask you, how do you
or...
all feel about being a UK colony?
Pardon?
How do you all feel about being colonized by the UK?
Who, the Irish?
Clearly.
Colonized by the UK? No, they're part of Europe. They've joined Europe. They're part of the European Union. They're not part of UK.
No, he's right. We have been colonised since 1066.
No, they're
But
not part
I
of the
mean,
UK.
Part of Ireland is in the UK.
Yeah, part of Ireland is, yeah.
Exactly. So how do you as an Irish woman, how do you feel about this? Do you feel that the Irish should fight for the independence of the Irish or
The unity.
keep letting the British cuck you?
I'd like to see it be unified.
Unified.
I don't see what's wrong
It'll be
with it
nice.
not being unified. I don't know why the British hold on to it, because they give independence to quite a lot of places. But
you know why?
I don't go around like sort of dwelling on it.
Yeah, but Northern Ireland ain't asking for independence, are
Exactly.
Well, I think there is a lot of people that would like it to be unified.
Yeah, of course.
Well, hold on. Is my mic still on? Y'all unable to hear me?
It's low, man.
It is.
I'm struggling to hear you. Can you not turn it up yourself?
Nah, it was it's all the way up.
All right, we'll just listen to you then.
Yes, it'll be brief. And I say this with all due respect. The reason that the UK has held on to Ireland is because most Irish, like Dole, with all due respect, have just accepted the reality of being colonized. They are no longer fighting to be independent.
Pardon?
Con, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yes, that's the reason why the UK is still colonizing.
Well, I think they chose peace rather than keep fighting something, and maybe negotiations rather
I
than.
think it's the opposite of what you said. I think if the Irish accepted the British control over Ireland and they weren't so rebellious, they wouldn't have needed to bother taking Northern Ireland. But they needed the military base there because if the Irish rebel, then they can move in like directly from Northern Ireland rather than having to cross over.
That. It was the ports. Belfast port was a very industrial port because that's where they built. When you think shipping,
well, yeah,
Titanic.
That's true as well.
So they actually kept the part of Ireland that
they wanted
would be beneficial.
Right, I get
and
you.
then Republic of Ireland then were really it was quite a poor place. But so that's why we moved, us economical immigrants, Mulatto, to the UK, to London, and we faced a lot of prejudice, but we got on with it.
So that was better than fighting for your independence?
No, they did fight. They did fight.
No, they gave up.
Pardon? That's why it's called the Republic of Ireland. There were people fighting. They got half of it back.
Half, right? What about the other half?
Someone sold them out, and they had a civil war afterwards. I don't like discussing it. It's not a pretty history.
No, I'm talking about now, though. Why did you all give up the other half of your country?
Pardon?
Why did you all give up the other half of your country? And
we had no choice.
You always have a choice to fight, but I guess you threw in the towel. It's your choice.
Do you know Irish history then? Do you know the history then of it? Clearly doesn't.
I don't think he's got any Irish ancestry, so he's not invested.
Exactly. Then you come over here and then, people forget there was a lot of Irish people living on mainland UK while the Troubles was going on. It's not like we got a memo going, don't go out today because we're going to do this, this and this. So everyone forgets we were part of being killed by the cause. And it winds me up. Then everyone goes, you just think, oh, fuck off. I lived in London. I was through, do you know how many bomb scares that we were through? There was the call on the phone, because I worked at that time in M&S Marble Arch. Oh, yeah, you've all got to be evacuated, which we did. There was all sweeper dogs, everything. Because they would ring up and say, we've planted. That was the MO.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
So, and then there was one like down the Wimpy in Oxford Street. So, we were all manoeuvring and living under them times. People think, we, as I said, all got a memo, stay in today. No, we fucking didn't.
Mm. Oh, well, Licky, all's well that ends well, eh?
Well, listen, I'm not going to fight some politicians' war for them. Yeah, I just see people receive them. It's about non-verbal communication. And if you can just be relaxed, smile, then you know what? It goes 1,000 miles to people just being pleasant back to you. I don't know why people don't learn that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I do think it's because we're from London, Khan.
We're different, aren't we? We've got our own culture.
Well, I think it's always been more multicultural, so you sort of get used to seeing loads of different people. Or like today, I saw it was some girl. I can't believe what she had on. I was like, bloody hell.
Well, I don't
She
keep
went
up to
from
date
that,
with fashion.
that Japanese manga look.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, literally, the
Maybe she
whole
was on her way to a convention. You know, they have conventions for them sort of things
Well,
where
she
they
needed
all
a
dress
police
up.
escort. That's what I thought when she was walking down the road.
Really? Was it that
It
bad?
was like everything was more or less on show. I was like,
Yeah.
wow.
Japanese are very misogynistic when it comes to their artistry.
Well, I don't think it's misogynistic. It's fetish, isn't
Yeah.
it? They've got that fetish.
Yeah. A fetish. Yeah, you're right. It's a
Mm.
bit weird. And they like them young as well, which is a bit dodgy
Well,
in
yeah, it is
Japan.
all suspect. It is very suspect. But, then you got the Kama Sutra, haven't you? Ever pored over that? That's a revelation,
No, I've
isn't
never
it?
had the need.
You've never looked at the Kama Sutra book?
No.
Oh my God. That's all I can say. Go to your local library and have a look at it. It's like people think these things are all new. They're not.
Oh, right. Okay. So that's all in the book, is it?
Yeah, it's beautifully illustrated.
I bet it is.
It is. It's stylistically, you wouldn't really at first glance think, oh, this is a nice scene. But then you look closer and you think, what is
Oh,
happening there?
yeah, there's some genitalia hidden amongst the robes.
Yeah, it's just like, my God. So, yeah. Because Anyway, anything to add, Khan, to this evening's convo?
I was going to say something,
Go
which
on.
is this whole thing about Mulatto and Banksy saying things like, oh, London's like got less white people now, and it's like a higher percentage of coloured people or brown people or immigrants or whatever. And I think it's just a bit of a piss take that all these rich white people have moved just past the M25, bought cheap houses, fucked up the fucking statistics on how much white people live in London, but yet they still managed to drive into London to work. So this mythology that London's less white now, I think they just need to expand the borders of London out to encompass these people that have managed to move out. And like
Well,
the
they
fact
have
that,
already expanded it, haven't they?
well, they need to take in a few other places, I think, where these lot always seem to move out like, oh, we need to move far enough out to get away from all the coloured people, but we don't want to move too far out, so it's still London sort of thing. Like they're always flirting on the border of like whether they're in London or not. And I think it's just a piss take. They shouldn't really be able to do that because they're fucking up the whole demographic.
Well, no, you see, I thought like you, Khan, and recently, I took my mum, who's quite old, we had to go over to visit someone. We went to Red Hill. Have you ever been to Red Hill?
No, where is it roughly?
South, Surrey way.
South.
Mm.
Oh, I know Surrey going down towards Sutton, past Sutton.
No, well, yeah, no, not that Sutton area. It goes, I think it's maybe to the left of it. But it was
Okay.
like a different world. I was going,
Yeah.
oh my God, I don't think I could live here.
Was it different in a good way or in a bad way?
Well, it was just, I just thought, once you've seen that high street, you've seen it all.
Really?
You know what I mean? Yeah. And there's lovely walks and that I suppose you can do. I was going to my mum, because my aunt lived in Vauxhall and moved out there. I was like, what the fuck? And my mum said, not everyone likes the rat race. And I thought, mate, yeah, she's right. Not everyone likes it. Not because it's because of immigrants. Just the pace of it all is quite fast, isn't it? You know, there's a lot of people living in London. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't mind people retiring when they move out of London and that, but I think it's a bit of a cheat when you move just far enough so you can get a cheap house, but you still want to drive in and keep the same job. Like, if you're going to fucking move somewhere, go
Well,
work
her daughter
there.
moved out with her and now regrets it. Was like, I don't know why I
Yeah, I can
fucking done
imagine.
it.
Yeah.
Because she was living around South London as well, but she was just like, you know, how it's changed. I just think, oh, well, that's what life is about, isn't it? Every year we
Well,
get older and our body changes internally, doesn't it? I discover a new wrinkle, a new moustache hair.
I know what you mean, though. Couple of hairs where there shouldn't be hairs sprouting.
Yeah, what is it with the ear hair? Not that I've
I
got
don't
it,
know.
but
No, I'll sit there picking it. I'll pick them out when
no,
I'm
my
bored.
dad used to go, can you cut it? And it was quite long. I used to think, fuck me, how does that grow?
Good thing is if you let them grow long, then you can just grab them and yank them out.
Mm.
But I don't let them get that long. I just like sit there with the tweezers, just plucking them.
Can't you bite your nails?
Do you know what I bite? You know the cuticles on the side of my nail?
Yeah. Do you
They
get
really irritate
whiplows?
me.
Do you
Yeah,
get
yeah,
whiplows?
yeah. I remember once I got
Yeah, that
infected
I
now.
got.
Oh, it
Do
was,
you know what? I'm a bit like you. You can go into Superdrug and get a cuticle cutter. It's
yeah.
fantastic. It's like it looks like a snake's tongue at the end, very tiny, sharp.
Oh, I
And
know what you
can,
mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know
and
the
you can
one.
just cut round all that sort of cuticle that's annoying you.
No, but I like biting it and pulling it out with my teeth. And sometimes you
Yeah,
go
then
too
you're going to
far and then
make
it
it
bleeds.
bleed.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
then you get an infection and get a whiplow.
exactly.
But then that whiplow, if you
But that's the worst
squeeze,
case scenario. It's not always like that.
no.
Hmm. Yeah, but when you squeeze it,
Anything
it
else?
squirts,
You
doesn't
pull,
it?
so you pull
Squirts
your
out.
ears, you pick your. You think you've
Well,
got
with the
sematilia?
ears, with
Do
the
you think you've got a bit of
ears,
sematilia?
what's that? Being a picker?
Yeah.
Nah, but my ex was, and she used to squeeze all my spots for me and like pull out all my hairs and
Have
like.
you ever seen that Dr. Spot thing? Oh, have you seen the Pimple Popper channel?
Yeah, my ex was like that. Like you could not walk past her with a spot on your face. She'd be like, "Come here." You'd be like, "What do you want?" And she'd be like, "Stand there." And then next thing you know, she's like lining up her thumbs to kind of like. So you're like, "What are you fucking doing? I never even asked you to do that." She's like, "Don't move, don't move."
No, I've been like that though. What, you see a big whitehead on someone's lip? You
Mate,
you can't
anything
go
that
to
catches
work
her
like
eye, you
that.
got a fucking blackhead
Or
on
on
your
the side
fucking
of your
butt
nostril.
cheek. She's onto it.
No,
She
I
was
wouldn't
really
do.
bad with it.
No, I'm just doing facial. I don't think I'd go beyond. Deal with that yourself, Khan.
Well, it's
Anyway,
weird because sometimes I don't get no blackheads, and then sometimes I get a couple. But with her,
don't you
she
exfoliate?
found a load of them. I go, "So what are you doing? You've been there for ages." She goes, "There's like a." She goes to me like this. I was cracking up. She goes, "There's like a field of them." A field of them. I was like, "What?" Do you know that? Do you know that? What's that called? Them bubble wraps where you sit there popping them one by one. She was just doing one pour at a time, just like squeezing them out. I was like, "Fucking hell."
I bet
She
it
there's
was
a
like
field of
her
them.
birthday of
Yeah.
blackheads.
She loved it. She's like, "I've struck gold." I wouldn't mind it, but they were on my
No,
arse.
but there is something satisfying. You see him sort of shoot out like a rocket if you get it in the right place. You just see this thing just shoot out. It's quite addictive.
I remember when I was little, my cousin, I think she had a bit of acne, and my auntie sat her down because they were going to go to a wedding and she was wearing an open back dress. So the day before the wedding, she squeezed out all the zits off her back And I was just fascinated by it since then. I was
But
just
it look,
watching it, and it was like what you
what
were
did it
saying, like
look like the
worms were
next day,
worms.
though?
Like obviously, once you squeeze them and they get inflamed, then they bleed and then they die down, and then like you can just like put makeup on them and cover them up a bit. Do you know what I mean? So like she squeezed them out
No, you
for
can
her.
always see it under that. I
Yeah,
think
you
to
can.
myself, why the fuck would you bother? Because the concealer makes it look worse because it sort of congregates around the sort of scabby bit of it all.
But you just got to make sure you do it like a day or two before. Like squeeze it right out so it proper dries it out, dehydrates it. Because a lot
Or
of it's just water in there, isn't it?
when I was younger, they say toothpaste on it is good. There
I
was
don't
all
think that's
these
true though.
remedies,
I don't think that
witch
works.
hazel.
No, that's all bullshit. Like they
Yeah,
say don't squeeze them, but I'm a squeezer, innit? I
yeah, I'm
can't
a
leave it.
pimple
I can't leave it
popper.
just sitting there. I've just got to squeeze it out, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've had people go, I'll go, oh, that looks, and they go, no, leave it. It's best to let it just, I think, but it looks ugly. It's like a yellow little pustule of poison. Get it out.
It's true.
But I don't know.
When you squeeze them, they do heal quicker though.
I think so.
Yeah.
But that is
Then rather than
that
because if you just leave it
psychosomatic
there,
though?
sometimes
Is
you
it?
could leave it there for a week and it won't change. It'll just be the exact same. It won't change. It'll just be sitting there. When you give it a good squeeze, especially if you can bleed it out a bit, they usually heal like in 2 days.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, so
That's a good.
she was mad
It,
like that. And
hope no
she
one's
started
eating
off,
food.
fuck 'em. She started off doing my ears for me. She's like, come here. Like, and she had the tweezers, yeah. Go sit
Yeah.
down between my legs. I was like, all right, cool. Sat down, and then she was like, I could feel like her tugging these like little hairs inside my ear. And then she was pulling them out, and I was like, "Why are you pulling them out for? Like, no one can see them in there." But she was so addicted to pulling out hairs and that, she just like couldn't leave them. She just compelled, like she had to pull them all out. And once she'd done that, I just had to keep like doing it over and over and just keep getting it done now. So now, if I leave my hairs, they actually grow to about, I would say, about 1/4 of an inch if I leave them.
Well, that's the thing. Once my dad became a pensioner, he had nose hair. He had like that hair out and his eyebrows. I used to just get scissors and cut them because
Yeah,
otherwise it looked like that. What was it, Dennis Healy, when they went
werewolf.
halfway up his.
Yeah, it's true.
And then, but then well, you know, you can get them gadget sort of little.
Shavers.
Yeah, you could get them out of
Yeah,
them
little trimmers.
catalogues
Yeah,
that are
but
in
my
the
barber does it.
paper.
My barber
Yeah,
does it
I
for
got
me.
him one of them, but he didn't like using it. It would still go to me, no, I'd rather you. I think you
Just
get
trim it.
addicted to, yeah, I don't know. He was like, oh
Yeah,
no, I can't.
if you've got someone that's going to sit there with scissors and a comb and do it for you properly, like then why not? But if you're doing it
Mm.
yourself, it's difficult with the scissors because, like, if you go wrong with the scissors, you can actually take off half your eyebrow, and then you look like a right twat.
No, I was
Do you
good
know
at
what I
doing
mean?
it. A little comb up,
Yeah, yeah.
and I give it a
And then
little
just trim around the
trim.
edges, of course.
I
But
didn't
sometimes you
put, he
need
wouldn't
someone
let
to
me
do that for
pluck
you.
it or shape it. It was just, no, they're getting, and they did, they'd go really mental. But yeah, just a little cut. He
No,
wouldn't
my barber,
mind.
he just puts the clipper on, puts the number whatever on it, and just goes straight over them, shaves them down a
Mm.
bit. Yeah, just catches the loose ones.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
true. If you look, it seems like you lose hair on your head as men and get it in your eyebrows and your nose and your ears.
yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird.
Should be a trend.
You lose
Wax
them
it.
in certain places and you gain them back in certain places. Like my uncle, he used to have bald patches down the front of his shins. And I say to him, "What the fuck's that?" And he goes to me, "Where I wear trousers all the time, they rub on my leg, and then like over the years, I just don't get hair growing there no more." But it used to look ridiculous.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of, when you know, when you go like on a beach or whatever, I've
Yeah,
seen a lot of bald blokes with really hairy backs and chests.
yeah. But
I
that's
think
because,
that's weird, isn't it?
well, because one of the signs of having really high testosterone is going bald. So you will go bald. But like, obviously, another thing is that you will be quite hairy. So you like most bald men would probably be quite hairy as well if they're bald for that particular reason, unless they got hereditary male pattern baldness. That's different.
Mm.
But like a lot of the bodybuilders, if you notice, the ones that go on testosterone injections, they're all balds, all of them. Because the testosterone makes your hair fall out. Because there's a balance of hormones in your body. I think one of them is DHT or something like that. That's responsible for your hair. And if you put too much testosterone, because they're basically competitors. Two different hormones compete for the same receptor site. So when it's all flooded with one type, the other one can't get in. So then they end up going bald. A lot of bodybuilders are bald, like the high-end ones.
No, they're weird, aren't they? Really?
Yeah,
All
they're
that
too
fake
much.
tan.
Yeah, but that's necessary. They have to have that though,
Why?
because like it makes like you know where the gaps are in between your muscles. It makes like shadows in there, and so it makes it stand out more. You know, like contouring where people do it on their faces. It's just like that. Yeah, so there's a reason for it. But don't forget they put so much effort into like stepping on that stage. They need every advantage. Like they're not going to let someone else be better than them. So if someone's putting fake tan on, they'll do it as well. Because you know, like when you like, it's like if you wear white, for example, it looks very flat, isn't it? It's very monotone. It's like one color. So it's like if your skin's very white and you step out on stage with someone who's black, they'll look bigger than you. Well, not bigger, but more defined. You'll be able to see more shadows on them. So to make it fair, they just make them all the same color. So then, if you're black or white or Irish or whatever, you all end up looking the same anyway. So no one's got like an unfair advantage. That's why they do that.
Do you think that's
But I've
where
seen them do the spray tan. They spray them, innit? There's like a booth, like
Do
a
you think
little
that's where
tent.
Donald Trump got his look from?
What, the spray tan? Yeah, I think them lot sort of pioneered the whole spray tan business. Yeah. But like now everyone's doing spray tan. There's a lot of money in hair and beauty and makeup and all that sort of thing, you know. And I know a girl, she does just Botox injections in people's lips. She's a beautician. She makes a lot of money from doing that. Because people just need it topped up all the time.
Yeah.
So they make a fortune. And it's like now it's
I
become
don't
normal where
understand it.
looking fake is become the look now. Whereas before they tried to sort of hide it and make it look like as if like it was the natural beauty just enhanced a
Well,
little
you just
bit.
had a facelift.
Now everyone's trying to look as fake as fuck.
Well, you'd have a facelift, wouldn't you? And now they just fill it.
Yeah, they used to use fillers.
And I don't
Yeah.
think if you get that wrong, I
And
saw
go,
this because where they get it, say, done in the cheek, which is
it
like
makes it go
some-
dead, doesn't it?
yeah, but it's like some of it is under their eye, yeah. And when
Yeah.
the way it sort of protrudes out, it makes
Yeah.
one of the eyes look a bit weird if they don't get it like precise.
Yeah, it's
But
true.
Turkey's really big on all that stuff. Why?
Yeah. I don't know. It's cheap, isn't it, for them?
Yeah,
I've
but
seen a
what?
lot of
Was it their
Turkish girls have
own
it done.
citizens that wanted so much surgery, and then
I think like
everyone
what it is
went?
with them, like the stars on TV have all had it done. So then the people want to copy them. So it's sort of like Hollywood.
So all the Turkish stars had it done,
Yeah.
and
It's
then
weird because
people
you
that were
watch
visiting
you'll be
Turkey
watching
thought,
a
oh, they
thing,
look
Liggy.
good.
You'll be
And
watching a program about the Ottoman Empire, and it'll be showing you like people in the 12th century, and the woman's walking around with her lips all blown up. You're like, what the fuck? Or you see someone with like brand new turkey teeth, like a set of pearly whites, and you're like, nah, people in the 12th century had some fucked up teeth. Like, you can't be walking around with like gnashers. Nah, mate. They just don't look right.
yeah, no, it is. I think it's quite concerning that people are so. I mean, it is
Vain.
hard to accept what you look like, but you have to accept it, don't you?
Well,
You know,
eventually, you just
I
get
think
past caring, don't you?
I don't know. I don't know if any of them look better for what some of them do to their lips or their faces. Look at Madonna. You just think, why?
Yeah. She's a mess. Madonna's a mess.
Why? You know, you're a good-looking woman. What
I don't
happened?
ever think Madonna was ever good looking. She just looked like some tramp, some
I
little
think she was
cokehead off the street.
attractive. I think she was
Well,
attractive.
when she was young, maybe. But that's just youth, isn't it?
Mm.
That's what it is. She
I don't
ain't,
know.
she
I
ain't
remember
really
when
being
that
attractive.
holiday first came out.
Holiday, it would be so nice.
Because I don't know if it was... Because she sort of reminded me of Boy George in that video with
Yeah,
her.
I think she done that deliberate. I think she did.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think she did. She went for the Boy George look. But don't forget, them
Yeah.
lot idolise British pop stars anyway in America. Duran, all them lot. That was the look back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, if you don't, for British artists, they don't break America. They don't really make money unless they make it in Asia and that. Like Samantha Fox, they love
Yeah,
her
what
in
about her?
Japan and places
Do
like
they?
that,
Yeah, because
and
she's
the
only
Nolans.
she's
So
4
they
foot
still
tall,
get
isn't
love.
it?
Pardon?
She's 4 foot tall, fucking Sam Fox. That's why they like her in Japan. She goes over there, they're like, oh, she's our height.
I'm quite petite, easy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, small things and all that. As
Yeah.
they say, I'm a leprechaun.
Ah. Kylie Minogue's small as well, isn't she?
Tom Cruise.
I swear Kylie Minogue was like 4'5". She was
No,
tiny.
I think she's about 4'9".
Is it? Okay. Big
Yeah.
difference.
Well,
Yeah.
every little bit counts, doesn't it?
She was
If
a
you were
little
6'2",
leprechaun.
you're gonna go on to 6.
A lot of people lie though, didn't they? Like, yeah, I'm 6'4". You're like, nah, mate, you're 5'11". What are you lying for? A lot of people lie.
It just looks like no one wants to talk to us, Khan.
Fuck
Us lefty Londoners.
Yeah, they're trying to make being right wing cool, but I don't think it will ever be cool to be a right winger. Being left is always going to be cooler than being right. Always.
Oh, I don't
That's why on all
understand.
university campuses, all these kind of like big groups of people, like, now if you're a lefty, like even if you're on TikTok, if you're a lefty, you're sweet. These right wingers are the rogue ones. They're not accepted. But I think they enjoy that. They enjoy being like controversial. Oh, it's
Well, I
so
just
right
think
wing.
it's alien to people, isn't it? If you've got people that are second generation British being put down because their parents came here for work, they're not going to get much support, are they?
Hmm. You know what I mean?
You know, it's like, but
Hey,
then
Luke, have you got Amazon Prime? No, the TV
yeah,
channel.
yeah.
I've been watching this Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. It's actually really good. Every episode's just like a film. Do you like Lord of the Rings?
Well, no, I've never watched it.
Oh wow!
I read the book.
You got a lot of catching up to do.
I
Then
read The
Should go on-
Hobbit
Yeah, The Hobbit.
first.
Yeah, should watch
But
them.
I'm not into that mystical sort
Are you
of.
not?
No, like I'm not into sci-fi either.
Ah, so what do you like then? Historical things.
Yeah, I don't mind some magical realism.
Would you like a bit of like rom-coms and that, like comedies?
No, I don't like rom-coms.
What do you like then?
I like a documentary. I like something that will teach me something.
Yeah.
I like maybe a bioc movie, you know, something like I want to see that
The
Bob
real
Dylan
life.
one,
Yeah, yeah.
something like that, or I do like a thriller,
Freddie Mercury had his
psychological.
film done, didn't he, recently? They done the Freddie Mercury film.
Yeah, didn't you see it?
No, I ain't seen it. They done Bob Marley as well.
I went to the Bob Marley musical in London.
Any good?
Oh, it was fab.
Really?
Well, you see, the thing is, I brought my aunt because my aunt moved from Dublin to Birmingham
Right.
and lived in a lodging house with people from Jamaica. So
Yeah.
she got into all that sort of music and culture.
Yeah.
So for her birthday, I said, "Oh, do you want to come and see it?" And she said, "Oh, I'd love to." Anyway, we went. It was actually really, really good.
I've heard it's good. People
Oh,
saying.
it was fab. My mum
Yeah.
came as well. Yeah, everyone,
Mm.
I think it was, they won't let you dance though until the end.
Ah, right.
But everyone was, it was a good story. So it
Yeah.
starts off with his mum sending him away because, due to having a better life. And the song that is played over that is, "Could you be loved
Oh, right.
and
Yeah,
be
yeah.
loved?" And then it
Yeah.
ends up in back coming to Jamaica and meeting Peter Tosh. And then, him coming back to London. And he was playing football and he injured his big toe. And he went to Harley Street and they said to him, "Nah, that isn't anything, that you need to get that checked out." But because he had a tour, he neglected it, and it was cancer of his bones, I think, in the toe and spread. Very sad.
Mm.
But it also went into, the shooting, the attempted shooting of him in Jamaica, which
Yeah.
was all about communism coming. And it was interesting to see. And obviously
So
to
there's a
his,
bit of politics, bit of music, bit of culture, bit of Jamaica.
Yeah.
Got a nice film.
they had old footage playing alongside it. Yeah, it was
Awesome.
fantastic.
That's cool.
So it was the good. If it comes back to London, I recommend everyone should see it.
I've gone off cinemas now, to be honest.
Why?
I don't know, just more comfortable at home. Just got my home cinema set up and that. I don't really like cinemas that much. I'm a bit antisocial. I'm a bit of a
Yeah.
sociophobe. I don't like big crowds and that.
I think it all depends on the film, whether you want to watch it on a big. Some can transfer onto quite a big TV, but I don't know. It all depends on what you want to get out of that experience, isn't it? Were
Yeah, I
you one of them
suppose.
people that would ever sit at the front of the cinema?
I remember I sat at the front of the theatre once. We went to a theatre show.
Yeah.
And everyone on the stage was staring at the. As soon as they come up to the edge of the stage, they look down and they look at the crowd, and you're just sitting there. Like, what the fuck are you looking at me for? Oh, it was a nightmare. I hated it. I think we went to see Snow White or something like that with the kids. I think we took the kids to see some production.
Yeah. What else you got planned? Hold on, I'm just going to do
What,
something.
for
Tell me what
tonight?
your plans are. Well, just in general.
I want to watch this last episode of The Rings of Power, and then I have to find myself something else to start watching. I've ate my dinner already. I had some chicken fried rice.
Amazon Prime.
No, I've
What
had it
else
for
you
ages,
got?
but I just ain't been watching telly. That's about it, you know. I ain't got Netflix on, I think. I watch YouTube because I've got Turkish channels on there. I've got a couple of Turkish shows that I keep up with. They're quite good, the Turkish shows. Then they're getting a bit of a cult following now. I'm seeing English people watching them and everything.
What shows?
Turkish ones.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So you
It's funny
watch
'cause
Amazon Prime. Do you know what? I look on it and I think,
it's cheap, isn't it?
well, I only get it because of the delivery.
Exactly. It's free, might as well say.
Well, yeah, but otherwise, I don't think they've got a lot. Because you think, oh, I'll watch that. But you have to do a 7-day free trial to some other, like, Apple. There's a series I thought, I'll watch that. When I looked, it's it's $7.99 a month for a 7-day free trial, and it seems like a lot of the things you want to watch is an additional price.
Yeah. Yeah, they do charge for certain things.
Mm.
Yeah. But certain things are free, and that's quite good. Like, I watched the whole Matrix trilogy, the whole 3 episodes of The Matrix. Watched them back to back.
Yeah, but they're
That was
old,
free.
aren't they? I'm talking
Yeah.
about new things.
I watched Venom with, what's his name again? Tom Hardy, whatever his name is. Yeah, I watched that. Venom's quite good. I think Venom Part 2's out as well. I think
What
you've
was
got to
that
pay for that.
about?
He's like some Spider-Man type superhero.
A
But he's like,
Marvel-y thing.
yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's just like whatever you can find, isn't it?
Mm. I watched A Kind of Kindness.
Oh, who's in that?
Emma Stone.
Emma Stone.
Have you watched?
I like Emma Stone.
Have you watched Breaking Bad?
No,
You've never watched Breaking Bad?
no.
Have you watched The Wire?
Yeah, come on. I watched it twice. I watched the whole thing.
Oh
And then I
my
think I watched it with
God.
my ex as well. We sat down and made her watch the whole thing.
I got my mum into The Wire.
Yeah.
She
Wire's
wrote down
wicked.
characters and everything. She was like, I'm getting a bit, because it was quite, because there's quite a lot of players in it, but
Do you know my
yeah.
favourite character? Well, his catchphrase is the best one. The black geezer who's the mayor, and he goes, "Shit." Do you know the geezer I mean?
Mm.
He goes, "Shit."
Yeah, no, it was
He
good. But
cracks me
see,
up.
HBO, they do really good programs, I think.
Yeah. They're the best.
Yeah.
I was watching one show with
Am I
James
boring you?
Franco.
What?
No, James Franco. He done a show for HBO, and it
Which
was
one was
about. It's called The Deuce, and it's about how the porn industry started. And basically, he runs a bar where all the like streetwalkers and the prostitutes and that come in there, and they've all got their pimps and all that. I think Method Man's one of the pimps. It's actually quite good. And then someone starts making porn films, and they start hiring all the prostitutes to be the porn stars. But then when it starts getting famous and they start making a lot of money out of it, like they start getting women just turning up, just wanting to be in the films, like not like prostitutes, but actual like real like housewives and that just wanted to be porn stars. So it just shows like how the industry sort of started and how it was all really quite dingy and grimy and dirty and that to start with, and then they sort of cleaned it up a bit. But it just shows like the girls and their lifestyles and like how they're all on drugs and their pimps used to beat them up, and it was actually quite interesting. Like some good characters in it, and then a lot of them turned lesbian. Because like men are abusing them all the time, so they just like have a little gang of like lesbian prostitutes. And it's actually quite true to life, I'd say.
Did you watch that? It was on the BBC, and it was, I think it was based around Paris's burning, about the underground sort of gay houses where they would all dress up in America. What was that called?
Don't know.
Reminds me, similar thing to what you've said, but on in a different community.
Yeah.
Did you watch Broadwalk Empire?
No, didn't watch
That's
that.
good.
But I know what you're talking about. It does look good. I watched
The Sinner.
Have you ever seen House with Hugh Laurie?
Yeah,
and he's
I've
a
seen a
doctor.
few episodes of it.
I watched the whole thing. It's actually
Yeah.
quite good, but there are some shit episodes, but like 90% of it was wicked. He's
Yeah,
really
because
good
it
as
was
a
a
doctor.
massive move away from him being just like that dopey
A
div.
clown, yeah, it's true. Yeah, it was good. He was good in it. And he's sort of like a doctor, but he's a bit like Columbo. It's like a bit of a detective sort of like scenario. So he's actually quite interesting. It's not just normal doctors.
I do find myself rewatching Columbo,
Oh, it's a
even though
classic.
even though you know the
ending, but at the beginning, he shows the ending at the beginning, doesn't it? Because that is the best bit of it. Is like, how does Columbo catch this person out?
Yeah, he's just so dogged about it, isn't he? I like when they just think, oh, here he comes again. You can see that
What
look.
cracks me up about Columbo is like he's just an Italian villager who just got off the boat, and he's using his cultural kind of like nous to navigate his way through life and his career. So he just like basically don't trust anything what anyone says. He's suspicious of everyone. He thinks everyone's lying. Like he has to question everyone 4 or 5 times. He just reminds me of my gran. Like, this is what villagers are like.
Well, he goes off, doesn't he, to ponder, and then comes back and goes,
there's one more thing.
He said.
He goes, there's one more thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
and he's always talking about his wife, but you never meet her. I don't think he's even got a wife.
No, you meet the dog, don't you? He had that. Do you remember he got the dog?
Yeah, they brought the dog out. It's true. But with the wife, he always uses her in conversations like, yeah, my wife's a big fan of yours or whatever. Yeah, like he does that thing. You know what narcissists triangulate? They always bring someone else into the conversation. But it's like a devious way of getting round the subject. And like he does that, and I think it's quite interesting the way he does, like the way he manipulates people to like. Do you know what I mean? I like that.
Yeah,
He's got like his little character quirks and that.
Did you see the new Perry Mason? Did you ever watch Perry Mason?
I watched the old one. I used to like Perry Mason.
Oh,
he used to do things, didn't he? Ironside. He was
with
Perry
his
Mason,
wheelchair.
Yeah, he was good. He was good.
I like the Streets of San Francisco.
Yeah, come on, Streets of San Francisco. Fucking
Michael
Douglas.
Just flying up and down them sort of. Yeah,
I preferred that to Kojak. But do you know what was better than them? Cagney and Lacey. Do you remember Cagney and Lacey?
Yeah, they were all right.
Yeah,
but they weren't the Y50, were they? They weren't Bookham, Dano.
Yeah, it's true.
They were. Oh, what? You didn't think Kojak was good? Who loves you, baby?
It was all right, but like I don't know. I don't know, man. I preferred Hawaii 5-0.
Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky and Hutch. Come on.
Who came after them? It's that same template. Miami Vice.
Yeah, Miami Vice was good.
Yeah.
Crockett and Tubbs. Yeah.
Well, I remember that look. I remember guys started wearing the rolled up sleeves on blazers.
I used to make them jackets when I used to work in a factory. We used to make them all day long.
Yeah, that's sort of like the George Michael early era, isn't it? When he had that
George
sort
Michael
of flick.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Old Georgie boy.
Somebody told me that everything she wants is everything she sees. Yeah, do you remember that track?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Not good enough. Don't know
he wrote
what
all them songs, you know. He wrote all them songs.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
La 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 la. Somebody tell me. Yeah, do you fancy a karaoke? What
you picked a hard one there. I don't really know the words to that one. That's a bit of a hard one.
Yeah, before your time.
No.
Remember? Oh, you were 8 and I was 16. You got to remember it like that. Looking backwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You're 10, I'm 20.
Really?
Well, I'm older than you, aren't I?
What year was you born? 63?
No.
See? So you're not 10 years older than me.
No, but, sort of more or less. You were a youth when I was a teenager.
Yeah, that's right. That'd be, that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have been on to you, Liggy. Always like them older.
No, what?
Do you know what it is though, Liggy? Do you know Father Fawcett, Charlie's Angels? Yeah, so obviously growing up watching that sort of thing, I always like went for like 30-year-old women.
What was that other one, Knight Rider? I never ever got
Yeah,
into that. Weren't that
with a
the
talking car.
Hasselhoff? Yeah,
Yeah,
wasn't
that
that the
has, yeah,
Dusselhoff or whatever his name was?
yeah, that was that. Yeah, that was good. I watched that a
No,
lot.
never. No,
But that
see,
was like a bit later on though. That was like the A-Team, that kind of like era, the Incredible
yeah,
Hulk. Yeah, that was a little bit different.
I did love Blind Date when it first started.
Blind
All
Date,
right,
yeah, with
Chuck,
Silla.
what's your name? Where'd you come from? It was
Yeah,
great, wasn't it?
yeah.
What would
But
your
she made
three
it good. She
questions
made it
be?
good. She
What
made
was
it
your
good.
three questions then, Carl?
What
Come on.
what three questions would I ask you?
No, in general, just
What's your
someone behind the
What's your
scene with.
favorite takeaway? Number one, we need to
Right.
know this.
Okay.
What's your favorite takeaway? I would say, what's your favorite holiday destination?
Right.
Yeah. So obviously, if you say Jamaica, then it's out, isn't it? It's like, she's one of them. See you later. Not for me.
So that's it. And what's your third one?
I would say, what's your bra size? No, I'm joking.
No, they'd make sure we let that through, and then you'd say I'm joking. And what would be the next third question?
I don't know, you know. What were the kind of questions they used to ask?
They'd
Nothing
ask
too rude
things
for
like,
TV.
if you, and they do some sort of scenario, or if I brought
A
you home to
scenario.
my mum, would you?
Okay.
I can't really remember, but I can't. I don't know. I don't think they ask random things like, "What's your best movie?" I don't think they sort of said that.
No. But I meant in real life, though. I meant in real life.
No, I'm talking hypothetically on that
What if you was
program.
on the show? I can't remember the questions now.
But you've just asked, "What's your favourite takeaway?"
Yeah. What's your favourite takeaway?
No,
Riggy, what's your favourite takeaway?
I'd say Thai.
Really?
Yeah.
I had a nice tie once.
Was it a pad Thai?
Nah. I forget what it was. It was really nice though. They had little like it looked like a bunch of grapes but black and small. I said to the guy, "What's that?" He goes to me, "It's black pepper, but like before it's dried out."
You haven't had a green curry or a red curry?
Yeah, I've had green curry. I do
Well,
like
that's
a green
Thai,
curry.
isn't it? Or
Yeah,
pad
but I
Thai.
never had that in a restaurant. I've had pad thai. That's all right.
You've never had it in a restaurant?
They had a really nice curry. I forget what the curry was called, Musselman or Musselman or
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
with, and that has potatoes in it.
Yeah, that's the
That's the
one.
man.
And it comes
Yeah,
like in
that's
a
a
little
nice one.
terracotta little pot and that. That was
Mm.
nice. Yeah, it was all.
What's your favourite takeaway?
My favourite takeaway would have to be pizza.
Pizza?
Yeah, I like pizza.
But that's just
'Cause
like
like
peas on
whatever pizza
toast.
you,
It's not that hard to make, is it?
So no, but like everything else, I kind of like get to eat anyway, like Turkish food, kebabs, Indian. Like I ever would at home, like similar things to that. I don't know, like I would say maybe Chinese then.
Chinese, yeah.
Because you can't really make Chinese at home.
Right.
But I do like pizzas, man. Like my kids like pizza as well. Like we get it once in a while. We get a pizza.
No, I know why. I just think they're so overpriced for a bit. When you
Yeah,
think,
but there's something
they're just.
about the way they make them. It's like you can't
Who's your
duplicate it. You can't.
favourite brand then of pizza?
Domino's.
Really?
Yeah, I like the
Isn't it? I
Domino's
think
pizza.
isn't that a little bit stodgy?
No, it's got thin crust. Pizza Hut's more stodgy.
Mm.
Yeah, I just get like a little
What about
margarita or
Franco
something.
Manco?
Yeah, they're nice. They're good.
Mm.
Stone baked one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sourdough.
They got one of them Muswell Hill. They got a Franco Manca.
Yeah, it's quite reasonable actually.
Hmm.
You could go there and get like a lunchtime. They used to do like a drink and a pizza for a tenner, so you could get like.
Oh.
Because I'll tell you
I like
what.
thing, Liggy. Do you like Cote, the French brasserie? Cote, love it.
Oh.
They do a mean French onion soup, you know. You know the one with the little bits of like bread on the top, and it's got
Yeah.
like melted cheese. So nice.
Yeah.
Love that.
They do some nice restaurants. A lot come and go though, don't they? So they're always
Yeah.
changing. I love a Mexican.
Really?
Yeah. Oh.
Hmm.
I can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
Wayaka.
I don't know.
Oh God.
Nice, yeah.
They do
Ain't it a bit
these.
spicy though, Mexican?
No,
It's a bit spicy, isn't it?
no, of course not. They do this sweet potato tortilla, deep fried, right?
Yeah.
And inside it is like
Oh, that
mashed
sounds
sweet potato.
Yeah.
But then they serve it with loads of this salad, chipotle sauce, like a fettuccine cheese, and it's just to die for.
I
There's
love it. It
loads
sounds
of it. It's
amazing.
nice.
Yeah, but that's why all the Mexicans are obese, isn't it? They slap cheese on everything. They melt cheese over cheese. They put cheese on cheese, mate.
No, if you have the tortillas that they do, they have you can get it the Doritos sort of form, but they just put them Doritos, and then they just, as you said, it's like lashings of it. But it's like the cheese is sort of like orangey
Fake.
colour,
Yeah, it's
isn't
fake
it?
cheese. Yeah, it's fake.
But it tastes good.
It is. It's good for dipping.
Mm.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm
Look,
gonna
what's going on? They've just left us to it.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off so someone else can have a go.
Go
Can't.
on then.
Take care.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Ciao. Well, they've only gone and left me on my own. On me lonesome. On me Todd. On me Todd Carty. Let's have a look in the chats. Oh, Baz, you tramp. Baz, you're such a degenerate little tramp. Why don't you jump on and chat to me, bro? Hey? Where's that scientific method, the spastic? I see him earlier. Nah. Lols. Why are you always begging my attention, Lols? Allow it, man. Not interested in you, bro. Yeah, so what should we talk about, guys? I feel like reading a nursery rhyme or a story, like bedtime with Khan or something. Let's do a little story time. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away. No, that's the beginning of Star Wars, isn't it? Who's in the back? No one. Fucking Ada. What's going on? Is there a football match on or something? Wave Rider. Khan, apologize for not being good like Luke at holding an audience alone. Luke sings 80s anthems for us. Yeah, there's no chance of that, son. Khan, I said one thing about you, you melt. Turn it in. Dickhead. Look at this guy playing the victim. No, let's not mention the Titanic. Doesn't go down too well, does it? Pardon the pun. Yeah, where's Veli, man? Is he in the gym or something? What are we gonna do, lads? What's the deal? What's the dealio? Luke, jump on and do a runner. Mm-hmm. Come on, tell us something about the Turkish community in London. Well, it's quite diverse community, really, like Wave Rider. You got Turkish Cypriots that came in the 60s and the 70s and that. They live in like predominantly Southgate, Barnet, up near there. And you got like a little Newton Green little stronghold. And then also Peckham and South London. Obviously, from there, they're spread all throughout South London, but it was originally Peckham, the Cypriots. And then obviously, then you've got the Kurds and that come over. They come in the 80s. They all live around Edmonton sort of area. Yeah, there's not really much proper like Turkish Turks in England. As you know, England's immigrants are usually made up of people that England have either fucked over or wrecked their country somehow, or they're offering them what's it called? Refuge, like refugees that they're taking from groups that they're sympathetic to. Yeah, I'm surprised no one took any Uyghurs in. And Uyghurs have got stuck in China. Poor Uyghurs. Yeah, but the Kurds made it to London. Don't know what's going to. I think Turkey and the Kurds are sorting things out now. Surprisingly, I think PKK YPG is going to get disbanded. Poor Ali Dawa's going to be in bits. He's going to be well upset. Old Ali Dawa. He ain't going to know what to do with himself. But yeah, there you go. Not much to say about Turks really. Kebab shops, factories making clothes. That's all done with now. Ice cream vans. Cab driving. Not really much going on with Turks, to be honest.
Our
Good thing about
society
Turks
are
is
what? Insufficient wages, high rents, child poverty, and insufficient funding of many of our public services, health, education, and housing. None of these problems are going to be solved by attacking minorities, migrants, refugees, or desperate people fleeing from war. They could be solved by redistributing power and wealth. They could be solved by higher taxes on the very rich. They could be solved if we made the rich pay their share of what we, the people, need. That's the way forward. United to solve our problems, not divided. The problems faced in our society.
Big up old Jeremy Corbyn, man. What a legend. Everyone loves Jezza. Top guy, man. This guy, yeah, he's lived his whole life for other people. He's been so active. Like, he really actually cares. He's one of the good people, man. He actually cares about the world. Like, you know, it was like big in the CND movement, trying to ban nuclear weapons. He's done a lot for other people. It's actually good. Like a lot of politicians, really. I know they're caught up in a corrupt system, but when you meet them, a lot of them, they're good people. Like I met Neil Kinnock. Neil Kinnock's a lovely fella. Really nice guy, man. Proper old school Labour. Used to love Neil Kinnock. Yeah, man. I forget that he was Welsh. When I met him, he was like, he had a Welsh accent. I was like, huh? I must have fucking forgot he was even Welsh. Oh, Neil Kinnock. Weird name, innit? Kinnock. Where the fuck did that come from? Oh, Neil Kinnock. Yeah, man. Surrounded by fucking right-wing cunts. Anyway, my battery's running out on my earphones, man. I ain't gonna be able to stay on too long.
through school but think you're an expert on everything from infectious diseases to constitutional law, you might be a Trump supporter. If you continually vote against your best interest but are too stupid to see that's what you're doing, you might be a Trump supporter. If you say make America great again but can't name a time when we were great, you might be a Trump supporter. If you voted for a felon because you were too racist to vote for a woman of color, you might be a Trump supporter. If you struggled all through school but think you're an expert on everything from infectious diseases to constitutional law, you might be a Trump supporter. If you continually vote against your best interest but are too stupid to see that's what you're doing, you might be a Trump supporter. If you say make America great again but can't name a time when we were great, you might be a Trump supporter. If you vote
Schmatzis into power. Popularity helped, but it was not enough then and it is not enough now. I am reading this and this right now, and I'm going to use both to explain why we should be more worried about men like this than the people who actually vote for far-right political parties. We're always fed this argument that the Schmatzis were voted into power because they took advantage of economic hardship and appropriated the plight of the ordinary working man in Germany, even going so far as to call themselves socialist when they were adamantly anti-socialist and anti-communist. And this is how they got into power. While we hear a lot about how the ordinary German people were struggling to even survive in the post-World War I and Great Depression eras, the wealthy elite and the crisis capitalists who made their fortunes in munitions and textiles and speculation throughout this period are barely even mentioned. What had broken the back of the German people had made these men rich beyond belief. And what did they do with that wealth? Funded the Schmatzis before Mustache Man was even slightly electable. Mustache Man was courting the patriarchs of BMW, Tyson, Krupp, Mercedes, Allianz, begging bowl in hand, long before his strongman dreams had any chance of becoming reality. And it wasn't just the industrialists. Germany's aristocrats, the royal family, the son of the former Kaiser Wilhelm II, had too much money and too much time. They were bored, and with that boredom, they got interested in fascism. The Schmatzis were never going to be the party of ordinary Germans because ordinary Germans would never have had the kind of power needed to actually get them in. The Schmatzis would never have even made it on the campaign trail, let alone the ballot box, without the financial backing of the already wealthy elite. And even with that backing, they still didn't win a majority. Even as the largest party in the German Reichstag, the Schmatzis did not have a controlling majority, nor did Mustache Man have what it took to win the chancellorship. Because while the wealthy elite funded the Schmatzis through each election campaign, it was the political elite that opened the door and let them in. Mustache Man wouldn't have been able to take over the chancellorship at all if it hadn't been for a backroom deal with the then president, brokered by another establishment politician who wanted to turn the Schmatzis' popularity into his own personal gain. And to top it off, all of this happened 5 weeks before the elections even took place. Years before this backroom deal was even a possibility, Mustache Man had been promising his financial backers an end to democracy, which he said was bad for business. After what he called the last election, he promised it would be nothing but tax cuts and government rearmament contracts and government subsidies to bail out schmutzy companies like Porsche. And for the first time in his nasty little life, Mustache Man overachieved. He delivered far more than just clean, big state-funded wealth and the end of democracy. He delivered forced labour and stolen businesses to the men who had paid for him to take over Germany. And these tycoons made a fortune. Without these dynasties, Mustache Man as we know him today might never have existed. But without Mustache Man, these dynasties would not run into the billions as they do today. Keep your eyes on the people with the most power. The people whose bank balances entitle them to far more than just a democratic vote. And stop blaming working class voters because it's more convenient. And get behind the campaign to cap political donations, lest we forget. It wasn't
Fucking morning, Sparkle Farts. Let's try to have a good fucking day today. I mean, we can still tell people to fuck right off when needed, but try to do it with a fucking smile on your face. And maybe don't give everyone the finger. Just the twat waffles that really fucking deserve it. Fuck yeah. Keep spreading the fuckery. Good fucking morning, Sparkle Fart.